Chapter 1 Mountain Deity. Hashtag Kelly get out of the entertainment industry. Hashtag Kelly made Hassan coma. Hashtag Kelly is a clingy woman. Hashtag Kelly is extremely wicked. Hashtag Kelly, do you know how big of a disaster you've caused this time? How dare you provoke Hassan? I didn't agree with your participation in this variety show from the beginning. It's one thing to seek him out, but now you've made him fall into a coma. His fans are ready to skin you alive. Look at the trending topics, 8 out of 10 are about you. Now you're being hated by everyone online. Brands and TV shows want to terminate their contracts with you, and some even want to sue you. You're completely doomed. A furious and violent voice erupted in Kelly's ears. She struggled to open her eyes and saw a woman with a chubby face standing in front of her, almost poking her eye with something in her hand. As a mountain deity, she hadn't been disrespected like this for ages. She leaned back and without hesitation raised her hand to grab the other woman's wrist, instinctively twisting it. A pig-like scream followed. "Ah, Kelly, you little bitch, have you lost your mind?" Hearing Moxie's bitter and harsh words, Shinbrooke narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, a headache struck fiercely, and a flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into her mind. She finally realized that she had slept for 500 years, and for some unknown reason, her consciousness was now attached to a girl who also shared her name, Shinbrooke. Her original self was an orphan, raised in an orphanage until age 10 when she was adopted by Helena because of her outstanding appearance. But what awaited her was a life even more painful than being in the orphanage. Forced into child stardom, she barely had time to sleep, working non-stop. To maintain her popularity, her adoptive mother went to extreme lengths, tying up traffic, stirring controversies. Though her popularity soared, her reputation became the worst online. Not only did celebrities and artists avoid her like the plague, but there was one exception, Triple Crown Emperor Hassan. Hassan wasn't particularly special toward her, but his normal treatment gave her a long-missed sense of warmth. So when she learned Hassan would join the live-streamed reality show, Surviving the Wilderness, she joined despite reducing her fee. But on the first day, as they arrived at the airport and she wanted to greet him, someone pushed her onto Hassan from behind, knocking him unconscious. The incident was live-streamed, pushing her to trend, the final straw that broke the camel's back. Her blackened fame worsened. Having figured everything out, Shinbrooke was about to speak when a bright light appeared at the door, illuminating the dim room. Startled by the sudden brightness, Shinbrooke instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Then, she heard a deliberately surprised voice, "Kelly, have you gone mad? Beating even your own mother? Let go of Aunt immediately." Lowering her hand, Shinbrooke saw Adrian standing at the door, holding a phone aimed at her. Her brows furrowed as she hoarsely asked, "Why are you here? Are you live streaming?" If Shinbrooke was entirely black, then Adrian, called a fairy by her fans, was her opposite, a beauty from a prestigious family, kind-hearted, unassuming, and especially close to her when others avoided her, attracting countless fans by comparison. "Gianna, save Aunt quickly. If you hadn't come in time, she'd have beaten me to death." Helena, seeing Adrian, immediately changed from her earlier domineering manner and cried out. Helena treated her poorly but was very affectionate to Adrian, even using her to pave the way for Adrian. If Adrian played the lead, she would play the detestable supporting role. They looked more like mother and daughter compared to her. Adrian's live stream was exploding. "Heavens, Kelly is shameless, making my brother fall into a coma and now hitting her own mother. Kelly is wicked. Such people should be expelled from the entertainment industry. Support kicking Kelly out of the entertainment industry. I hit her." Kelly squinted, laughed disdainfully, and suddenly rolled up her sleeve, revealing years-old scars. "From the moment she adopted me, she has always beaten and insulted me, only sparing visible places to force me to work for her money. Otherwise, I'd be worse off. Now, just by stopping her, it becomes me hitting her. Adrian, aren't you the kind-hearted fairy? Why do you lie and defame me so easily?" Seemingly not expecting Shinbrooke to retort, Adrian still held her phone up, her astonishment unhidden, even stuttering a bit as she said, Me. You're talking nonsense." Helena's face changed dramatically when Kelly exposed the truth with just a few words. She gritted her teeth and threatened, "Kelly, now that you're besmirched by infamy, do you want to drag me down too? I tell you, if you keep acting this unreasonable, I won't take care of you anymore." Now that Shinbrooke's reputation was ruined and the company was about to terminate her contract, if Helena abandoned her at this moment, Kelly would be truly deserted by everyone. She didn't believe Kelly had the courage to defy her. She thought this sentence would definitely scare Kelly, but unexpectedly, Kelly laughed. Patty mark at the corner of her eye lifted, adding a bewitching charm. "Fine, even without your mention, I also need to settle accounts with you. When I was underage, you didn't care about my reputation at all. You teamed up with marketing accounts to hype me up, profited immensely from me, yet claimed I was underage and never gave me a single cent. Now I'm an adult, legally, you should return my money. I give you two choices, either you hand it over voluntarily, or wait for me to sue you." Helena froze, looking at Kelly in disbelief. Was this still the Kelly who used to be like a soft persimmon, allowing her to manipulate at will? Ignoring Helena, Kelly turned her head to look at Adrian, whose expression was somewhat dazed. She directly pointed out her motive. "Adrian, you're live streaming now just to ride on my trending wave and make everyone see my misery, right? But what a pity, you didn't get to see me crying my eyes out. Adrian's face turned pale, feigning grievance. Tyra, the fans are worried about brother Arden's injuries. I'm just explaining to them. Moreover, Arden's coma is related to you. I originally wanted to ask you to see Arden. How could you think of me like this? Chapter 2, Forcefully Kissing the Famous Actor. Nyla hurriedly tried to turn off the live broadcast, but at this moment, the broadcast was already bustling. Monica was raised by her adoptive mother? No wonder her personality is so strange. So it turns out that Monica's current suffering is all due to her original family. Even if hitting her adoptive mother can be understandable, she did cause Jeff to lose consciousness. She can't explain that away, can she? Yes, Monica's actions that led to Jeff losing consciousness are extremely wrong. Seeing that her words had once again steered public opinion toward Monica knocking Hope Yang unconscious, a flash of satisfaction appeared in Nyla's eyes. After being bashed online for so long, did Monica really think that shifting the blame onto her adoptive mother could easily cover things up? She is truly as foolish as ever. No need. Monica suddenly snatched Nyla's phone and directed the lens straight at herself. Speaking word by word, she said, I have no guilty conscience, so naturally I don't fear trouble. Since so many people are here, let me clarify, I didn't intentionally hit Hope Yang. Someone pushed me from behind. Her gaze passed through the camera and settled firmly on Nyla's face. Emphasizing each word, she continued, Nyla, you were standing right behind me then. Could this incident be your doing? Startled by Monica's penetrating gaze, Nyla's heart skipped a beat. But then, remembering that she had deliberately avoided the camera and wouldn't be discovered, she concluded Monica must be trying to bluff her. She forced herself to remain calm. Sophia, everyone in the live stream saw you deliberately falling on top of Brother Arden. Are you now slandering me, trying to make me take the fall for you? Monica's eyes focused on the black aura circling above Nyla's head. Black aura, also known as deadly chi, often relates to karma. Once caught up in it, one becomes unlucky, what people call plagued with misfortune. If not for Nyla causing Hope Yahang's loss of consciousness, how could such a heavy deadly chi cling to her? Fine, it doesn't matter if you deny it. But let me remind you, good deeds bring good results while bad deeds have repercussions. Your bad luck seems to be approaching based on your facial features and fortunes. Repercussions coming? Nyla scoffed. Monica was truly as foolish as ever, using such a cheap trick to deceive her. Blinking her eyes as if hurt, she replied, Sophia, I know you've been struck hard. After all, because of you, the variety show can't start filming, and the director has decided to terminate the contract. Moreover, Hope Yahang's agent has already reported the incident. If anything happens to Hope Yang, you cannot escape responsibility. But you shouldn't vent your anger on me and curse me like this. In her state of barely holding her own, Monica still talked about her having retribution. How absurd. Without denying it, Monica noted not only did Nyla carry deadly chi, but she too had noticed it lingering on her own body early on. This was something she hadn't figured out yet. The original self was clearly framed, so why would she also have deadly chi? But it wasn't the time to ponder this issue. With a casual flick, those rampant deadly chi turned docile in her hand, behaving like a well-behaved child. With another gentle flick, the deadly chi moved directly toward Nyla. The accumulation of deadly chi added another layer to Nyla's bad luck, ensuring an incredibly unlucky day for her. While Nyla couldn't see the deadly chi, she noticed Monica's movements, believing them to be mere theatrics. Just as she was about to say something. Suddenly, there was a frantic knock on the door. Sis Galenksu, the helicopter to pick up the famous actor Hope has arrived. Other artists have gone to see him off, we should hurry too. This was her assistant's voice. Nyla's eyes lit up. She turned to leave but failed to notice the chandelier swaying overhead before crashing down directly toward her. Ah, my leg. Holding her leg, Nyla screamed. The phone fell to the ground, capturing a clear view of the blood pooling around her leg. Can it be? Is this the retribution Sophia mentioned? It came so quickly. So, was it really Nyla who pushed Sophia? Poor little fairy. Oh my god. That's terrifying. Nonsense. Clearly, it's just a coincidence. Apart from her looks, what else does Monica have? When did she become capable of manipulating fate? Discussions buzzed in the live stream. Seeing Nyla covered in blood from her legs, Helena rushed over in shock, anxiously asking, Galenksu, how are you? Are you alright? Then, lifting her head, she glared at Monica, scolding, you jinx. All your nonsense caused Galenksu to end up like this. Kelly paused in her steps, heading outside, and coldly snorted. One reaps what one sows. I advise you not to stay too close to her, a person's bad luck can be contagious. After saying that, she ignored Helena's cursing and Nyla's cries of pain while clutching her leg, and pushed the door open to leave. Due to the unexpected incident at the start of filming, everyone had been temporarily relocated to a farmhouse at the foot of the mountain. However, this area was too remote, making it difficult to reach the hospital. Therefore, the production team arranged for a helicopter to transport Hope Yang back to the city for medical treatment. As soon as Kelly came out, she saw Hope Yahang's agent assistant pushing a stretcher toward the exit. Though the person on the stretcher had his eyes closed, his features were striking, distinct facial contours and a handsome face that made others feel inferior. However, Kelly's attention was drawn to the thick layer of nearly tangible ominous aura surrounding him. Now she understood where the original self and Nyla's heavy ominous aura originated. It must have come from this renowned actor. And this wasn't just a case of being knocked unconscious, it was due to the excessive ominous aura. Even if he were sent to the hospital, they might not find the cause of his condition. Wait. She hurried forward and grabbed the stretcher, saying, no need to send him to the hospital. Only I can help him now. Hope Yahang's agent, already busy handling the situation, saw Kelly stopping them and instantly grew impatient. Are you here about me reporting the incident to the police? I won't drop the investigation. I also warn you, don't cause trouble here. If you delay Arden's treatment, you'll be held responsible. Kelly remained calm but increased the pressure on the stretcher. With a strong push, she immobilized it completely. The agent and the assistant, both strong men, couldn't budge the stretcher an inch. They looked at Kelly in astonishment. Just as they were about to speak, they saw Kelly suddenly lean down and kiss Hope Yang on the lips. Chapter 3, 10 million. This was truly shocking. Everyone present, except for those close to Hassan and several staff members and guests, couldn't help but take in a sharp breath at this sight, all thinking the same thing. Has Kelly gone crazy? They all knew that Kelly enjoyed attaching herself to others for publicity, but they never expected she wouldn't even spare an unconscious Hassan. Kelly clearly felt her energy passing to Hassan, making those negative energies dissipate bit by bit. Though she no longer had a divine body, her divine soul remained. Ever since she possessed this body, her aura had changed. Negative energies were adept at assessing situations or bullying the weak, sensing fear when encountering her aura, naturally avoiding it as if fleeing from danger. Distracted, she didn't notice the person beneath her slowly opening his eyes. A pair of deep, dark eyes stared at her. Realizing what was happening, the manager rushed forward, yelling, Kelly? Are you insane? At that moment, Kelly keenly sensed the approaching danger, not only from the manager but more importantly from beneath her. She quickly lifted her head and withdrew her body, successfully evading the dual attack from both the manager and the Emperor. Seeing he was awake, Kelly immediately wiped her lips with the back of her hand, attempting to explain, don't misunderstand. I wasn't taking advantage of you, I was saving you. Hassan sat up on the stretcher, glancing around and seeing many people holding phones filming them overtly or covertly. He chuckled coldly, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his anger. With so many people around, arguing would only provide entertainment for others. He grabbed Kelly's wrist and walked into the room. With the door slamming shut, the crowd outside realized Jeff had indeed been kissed awake by Kelly. Inside, Hassan's gaze fell heavily on Kelly, half smiling and half sneering, what's your goal? To tie me into a scandal? Or... Before he could finish, Kelly abruptly interrupted, Hassan, do you still feel something heavy pressing on you? Hassan froze. For days, he'd felt an invisible pressure, as if carrying a 1,000-pound weight. Only now, reminded by Kelly, did he realize that oppressive feeling had vanished, replaced by lightness. What on earth was going on? Narrowing his eyes, Hassan asked in a dark tone, what do you know? Kelly stood with crossed arms, nonchalant, Hassan, your features are balanced and well-proportioned, a rare sign of fortune. But recently, your long eyebrows have broken abruptly, creating misfortune, which has caused you continuous bad luck, like a tangible misfortune cloud hanging over you. Even without my collision, based on your current misfortune, you would eventually face mortal danger. Today, I happened to be unlucky too, so I became the scapegoat. Pausing, she shook her head, and if I hadn't helped dispel the negative energy, do you think you could have survived this calamity? Gallensteining to Kelly, Hassan's expression wavered between shock and suspicion. 3 days ago, he had won his 3rd Best Actor award, becoming the youngest Grand Slam winner in film history, enjoying unparalleled fame. But ever since then, his luck seemed to run out. Feeling like carrying a 1,000-pound weight, he endured fatigue, stumbling upon mishaps, everything matching Kelly's description. So, Kelly's forced kiss wasn't for a publicity stunt but to ward off negative energy? By your logic, you left me unconscious, yet I should thank you? Despite believing her partially, Hassan still kept his guard up. Of course. Moreover, I can tell you that the sudden change in your fate is due to someone stealing your fortune. While you no longer have negative energy clinging to you and thus no immediate danger, your fortune is depleted, leaving you prone to misfortune. Approaching Hassan a bit closer, Kelly's eyes seemed to see through him. Pausing, she narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, drawing out her words, now, only I can help you. Hassan understood her implication, his eyes darkening, state your terms. 10 million. Kelly smiled brightly, surely 10 million isn't much for Jeff. She had just arrived and needed money. Knowing the original Kelly's account was empty, she aimed high. 10 million indeed wasn't much to Hassan. If he continued to have such bad luck, the loss wouldn't be just 10 million. Alright, as long as you can help me get rid of this misfortune, I'll transfer 10 million to you immediately. Hassan nodded. Just as they settled on the terms, a cautious knock came from outside the door. Jeff, how are you now? The helicopter is waiting outside. Do we still need to go to the hospital? It was the director's voice. Today was supposed to be the first day of the variety show, but unexpected events occurred one after another. Initially thinking they would have to cancel the recording and face lawsuits, it turned out that Jeff woke up unexpectedly, and everything was ready. Moreover, after all these incidents, almost all the online attention had shifted to this show. If they didn't continue with the recording, the losses would be substantial. Hassan opened the door, ignoring the various gazes outside, and told the director, "I'm fine. Just proceed with the normal recording." Ulrich sighed in relief and hurriedly said, "Then I'll notify all the guests right away." Nyla, who had just received news that the variety show would continue as planned, was getting her leg wound bandaged. She immediately decided to breach the contract and leave. Her family was wealthy, so even if she had to pay the penalty, it wouldn't be a problem. But when she casually checked the trending topics, she found that hashtag Kelly get out of entertainment, hashtag had changed to hashtag Kelly kissed Jeff awake, hashtag. Netizens were voicing different opinions under the trending topic, how bold Kelly is. She actually made a move on Jeff. Kelly's luck is unbelievable. Fortunately, Jeff woke up, or else Kelly would have been finished this time. Hasn't anyone noticed how beautiful this scene is? Handsome man, beautiful woman, just like a movie blockbuster. Alice tales do come true. Nyla's hand trembled with anger as she read more. Originally, she thought Kelly was down and out and wouldn't stand a chance to turn things around. However, she didn't expect Kelly to escape smoothly. Chapter 4, Searching for the Key. Even if there were still some netizens who couldn't stand Kelly, the backlash diminished as Hassan regained consciousness. Surprisingly, Kelly's public image began to improve, especially after her bold move to kiss Hassan. It was indeed her who had pushed Kelly earlier because she knew Kelly joined this variety show with the intent of getting close to Hassan. She thought that Kelly's desperate actions would incite everyone's disgust, forcing her to leave. Unexpectedly, it led to Hassan falling into a coma instead. However, regardless of the outcome, her initial goal seemed almost achieved. But now, everything was about to fall apart. No, she couldn't leave here, she must obtain Hassan. Surviving in the Wilderness is broadcast live 24 hours a day and has invited 3 male and 3 female guests. The male guests include Triple Crown Film Emperor Hassan, top stream singer Egon, and esports god Hoover. The female guests are Kelly, rising star Adrian, and girl group singer Daniela. Since all the guests were temporarily staying at the village head's house, except for Adrian who arrived late due to injury, everyone else saw clearly how Kelly kissed Film Emperor Hassan awake. Seeing the angry Hassan drag Kelly into the house, everyone assumed he intended to scold her privately. Unexpectedly, within 10 minutes, not only did Kelly emerge unharmed, but Hassan also treated her with a hint of respect, making the scene even more bizarre. Adrian limped downstairs, expecting to draw attention, only to find everyone focused on Kelly. For a moment, no one even asked her how she was doing, causing her expression to stiffen. Darnell took in everyone's reactions with satisfaction, cleared his throat, and signaled for the cameras to start rolling. He announced loudly, "Everyone, all guests have arrived. As they say, good things come to those who wait. Now, let's officially begin the recording. Your goal is to cross this mountain within 7 days. You can't seek help from the outside world during this period, but you can assist each other. Guests who successfully endure these 7 days will receive a large gift package prepared by the production team and a bonus of 10 million. Kelly's bored expression changed instantly. 10 million? Not bad, it finally gave her something to aim for. It wasn't just Kelly, the eyes of the other guests lit up as well. Making 10 million in just 7 days, no one would turn down such a profitable deal. Except for 2 people, Hassan, who didn't need money, and Adrian from a wealthy family. Adrian glanced disdainfully. 10 million? It meant nothing without Hassan. If not for him, she wouldn't have joined this show. Before we start, the production team has prepared a little game for you. Each household in this village might hold a key that could open treasure chests. There are 10 treasure chests behind me, containing pieces of a map. The person who finds the most map fragments will get the full map of this mountain. Of course, since the time limit is 1 hour and some keys are fake, you can choose to team up. Let's see how each of you performs. Finally, wishing all guests good luck. The production team really knows how to play. The first task is a treasure hunt. Our Alice will surely be the first to get the map, being a living lucky charm. Kelly is doomed now. Who doesn't know she's extremely unlucky? Nice move, Joa. Those calling Adrian a lucky charm forget the chandelier that hit her leg during the live stream today. The chat room buzzed, but the show's popularity was soaring. The reason why the audience called Adrian a lucky charm stemmed from her recent summer drama role as an immortal carp that brought good fortune. In contrast, Kelly played an evil side character with constant bad luck. Taking advantage of the show's popularity, Adrian's team promoted her as a lucky charm, while highlighting Kelly's misfortune even more. Shao Galenksu, shall we team up? Since your leg isn't convenient, I'll handle the searching and opening of the chests while you give directions. Top stream singer Egon took the lead. Sister Galensnow, how about we form a team, you can lean on me, Hoover said, though slightly late but not less enthusiastic. Originally, their invitations to Adrian had nothing to do with Kelly, but both of them glared at her as if avoiding a monster, subconsciously distancing themselves from her. Recalling the past interactions between the original host and these two, Kelly realized the reason for their reaction. Hoover had once pursued Kelly. Despite her terrible reputation, she possessed a stunning beauty that could stir any young heart. However, before his affections could fully develop, Helena found out and publicized the matter, capitalizing on Hoover's recent win as an esports champion. Scared by the publicity, he kept his distance from the original host and viewed his past infatuation with Kelly as a shameful memory. Egon's situation was more complicated. He and the original host had dated for a brief week, but their relationship ended abruptly when the original host caught him cheating. Before she could even initiate a breakup, the face-conscious Egon dumped her first. Seeing Egon's evident disgust and avoidance towards her, it almost seemed like he blamed her for his misfortunes. Adrian gave Kelly a triumphant glance and sweetly replied, "Sure, since the director only mentioned free teaming up and didn't specify the number of people per team, why don't we all join together?" She tilted her head slightly, looking at Hassan, and asked gently, "Big brother Arden, would you like to be in our group? What kind of battleground is this, creating opposition right from the start? But I love it." Hoover and Egon clearly despise Kelly, hahaha, she really is hated by everyone. Hope she doesn't try to get close to our Emperor again. Emperor, quickly agree with the fairy. Let Kelly form her own team. Unexpectedly, before Hassan could respond, Kelly declared, "No, he's on my team." Lowering her voice, she said, "Hassan, if you don't want continued bad luck, you must stay within 5 meters of me for these 7 days. As part of the 10 million deal, I'll bring you an easy win in this survival challenge." A person's fortune can influence others. As the mountain god, she carried divine energy, though not much now, enough to alter fate. Misfortune would hesitate to approach her. Binding himself to her for the next 7 days was the only way Hassan could change his current streak of bad luck. Chapter 5 Reverse Selection. Adrian blinked her eyes and questioned, "Tyra, I know you want to be in a group with Brother Arden, but Brother Arden hasn't said anything yet. How can you make the decision for him?" On the surface, Adrian seemed to be speaking up for Hassan, but in reality, she was hinting at her ulterior motives of trying to piggyback on others' popularity. Kelly looked at the gloom between Adrian's brows and shrugged indifferently. "Of course, I just gave Jeff a suggestion. If it weren't for the 10 million, she wouldn't bother with this mess." Given Adrian's current predicament, if Hassan chose her as a partner, they would both have to rely on themselves. All eyes were on Hassan. Hassan's gaze rested on Kelly for a second, then he said without hesitation, "I'll be in a group with Kelly." Adrian's face froze, looking at Hassan incredulously. But remembering the ongoing live stream, she managed to maintain her composure, turning to look at the quiet Daniela and asked with a strange smile, "Lila, who do you want to be in a group with?" Daniela was introverted by nature. Except when she was singing on stage, shining brilliantly, she was socially anxious off stage. She participated in this variety show because her family thought she should meet more friends. Glancing between the groups of 3 and 2, she softly said, "Between these 2 people, I'll be in a group with Jeff and Kelly." Seeing the 2 walking side by side, she quickly caught up. Adrian had expected that with Kelly's reputation for publicity stunts, no one would choose her. She never imagined that Hassan and Daniela would refuse her back to back. The smile on her face almost couldn't hold. "What's going on? Jeff and Galantal Alice are childhood sweethearts. How could Jeff refuse Galantal Alice for Kelly? Could Jeff really like Kelly? Could Jeff also be mesmerized by Kelly's looks? Oh no. Is Jeff going to be the next Hoover? Our Lila indeed chose based on numbers. Hope she won't be exploited by Kelly." Unaware of the online buzz, Daniela ran after Kelly, hesitating but not saying anything, trailing behind them like a little tail. Kelly paused, turned around, and looked at the reserved girl, greeting proactively, "Hi, I'm Kelly." Perhaps sensing the goodwill from Kelly, Daniela gathered some courage in her heart and spoke, "I'm Daniela. When we arrived, I noticed this village is huge. Are we supposed to search house by house?" Given the large area and the small key, searching house by house would be too inefficient. Hearing this, Kelly shook her head immediately, no need for that trouble. She glanced at Hassan, who was always 3 steps away from her, a playful smile curling her lips. Then she increased the distance from him and, without waiting for his reaction, pointed to a house at the village entrance. "Jeff, do you think there might be a key at this house?" Hassan's first instinct was that the distance between them exceeded 5 meters, making him subconsciously want to follow. But seeing Kelly's mischievous and teasing smile, he stopped, narrowing his eyes slightly and replied casually, "Yes." Originally, Daniela thought Kelly would start searching for keys at this house, but she didn't move. Instead, she pointed to several more houses. By the 3rd house, Hassan seemed impatient and changed his answer in a deep voice, "No." Kelly nodded and walked into that house without turning back, coming out shortly with a golden key in hand. "Found it." Daniela's eyes widened in surprise. "Really found it? But Jeff said there wasn't one here, right?" Amused by her shocked expression, Kelly smiled warmly. "Who told you that whatever Jeff says must be true? We just need to choose the opposite of what Jeff says. Bad luck is a form of luck too. Used wisely, it can produce unexpected results. Now she was using Hassan's bad luck to her advantage, naturally making things easier to find. Daniela had expected Hassan to be angry or unhappy hearing this, but surprisingly, he looked somewhat appreciative. What kind of strategy is this? Choosing the opposite of what Jeff says helps find the key. Isn't she bluffing? Playing mind games. Does Kelly think the audience is stupid? How could Jeff tolerate Kelly? Has he really been charmed by her? The live streaming comments were flying fast, and Kelly's trio started searching for the keys again. With the initial breakthrough, the subsequent process became much smoother. Every time they arrived at a house, Kelly would ask Hassan if he thought there would be a key there. If Jeff nodded, Kelly would quickly leave. If he shook his head, Kelly would lead Daniela inside to search. At first, Daniela thought this operation between Kelly and Jeff was too absurd. But as they found more and more keys, she began to waver in her disbelief. Her facial expressions were filled with shock and excitement. It felt like having a bug advantage. The tone of the comments also gradually changed. This shocked me for 100 years. Didn't you notice that by going against Jeff's choices, we almost never go wrong? And more importantly, did you notice how well Jeff and Kelly cooperate? Daniela's expression is exactly what I feel now. Impossible. This must be a coincidence. Besides, didn't you see that Galantal Alice's method is better? She didn't even have to find the villagers, the keys just came to her. That's what we call smart. You only say that because Galantal Alice couldn't find any keys after searching for so long and had to come up with the idea of performing for the villagers. Anyway, from start to finish, it was Egon and Hoover who performed while your Galantal Alice just reaped the benefits. And she still has the nerve to brag? Just as the 1-hour mark arrived, Kelly and the others finished touring the village. Returning, they saw Egon and Hoover, exhausted and panting, after performing for the villagers at the village entrance. Adrian held a string of keys and said gently, "Thank you, both of you. It's all my fault for being so useless and not helping you at all." Though Egon was somewhat unhappy inside, he didn't show it on his face and hurriedly replied, "No problem. You're a girl, and it's our job as men to take care of these tasks." He knew this young lady's background and, with his recent private lawsuits, needed a patron. Participating in this laborious program was all to get closer to this young lady. Chapter 6 Captain Selection. Hoover furrowed his brow and glanced at the two individuals before silently increasing the distance between them. He had thought that Adrian was truly a lucky charm, which would make finding the keys easy, but not only did she fail to find a single key, she even made him perform in the scorching sun. He wasn't foolish, he wasn't truly from the entertainment industry like Egon, who obviously aimed for Adrian for ulterior motives. Once someone is used once, they know what to expect. But now, with cameras watching, he couldn't say much. Adrian sensed Hoover's attitude and her lowered eyes concealed a flash of ruthlessness. How dare this person still look down on her? If it weren't for her methods, they wouldn't have any keys at all right now. Still, today had been incredibly unlucky. She gritted her teeth but felt relieved as they ended up acquiring 10 keys. She saw Kelly walking over gracefully and deliberately asked, "Tyra, how many keys did you all find?" Kelly waved her hand, "Not too few, not too many, exactly 10. The corner of Adrian's lips froze, but she quickly recovered. "That's quite a coincidence. We also found 10. Ulrich coughed and said, "I've mentioned before that among the keys, some are real and some are fake. Only the ones that can open the 10 treasure chests behind me are the real keys. The team that opens the most chests gets the most map pieces. Who wants to go first?" Adrian thought about how there were few highlights during the live stream today, and the image of herself as a lucky fairy might be at risk of crumbling. So she volunteered, "Joa, let me go first." As long as she could get the most map pieces, she would still be the winner. Holding the first key, she walked up to the treasure chests and tried each one by one, but none opened. The second and third keys also failed to open any chests. At this point, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She couldn't be this unlucky. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. Only the last key remained. Adrian's hand trembled slightly as she held it, hesitating to act. Large droplets of sweat fell from her forehead, and her expression shifted from panic to disbelief. With 10 keys, how could none of them work? At this moment, an impatient Kelly called out, "Joa, can I try opening the chests now?" Ulrich glanced at Adrian, who was delaying progress, and nodded, "Go ahead." Kelly casually picked up a key and walked to the chest, which opened with a click. Following that, with every step she took, the other 9 keys opened their respective chests one after another. Heaven, Kelly is not only good at finding keys but also has high accuracy. Who would still call Kelly unlucky now? Isn't Adrian supposed to be the lucky little fairy? How could she not open any chest? This marketing gimmick backfired. These two characters completely flipped their roles from what's shown in the show. It seems that who the lucky fairy is isn't so clear-cut. Joke, Kelly still relied on Hope Emperor's fame, didn't she? Besides, weren't the villagers cunning and handed out fake keys after watching the performance? Also, if the fairy's leg hadn't been injured, Kelly wouldn't have had this opportunity. Kelly approached the last treasure chest with the remaining key. Instead of rushing, she looked over at Adrian, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "What do you say?" You go first, or should I? Adrian clenched her teeth, inexplicably recalling Kelly's warning of impending retribution when she woke up. Then came the chandelier incident that injured her leg, followed by endless bad luck, failing to find a single key despite trying various means. Looking at the final key in her hand, she suddenly lost confidence. She stepped back, forcing a smile. You go ahead. Kelly didn't hesitate. In one swift motion, she opened the last treasure chest. Seeing Adrian's face visibly turning worse by the second, Kelly took a couple of steps closer and asked, Adrian, how does it feel to be haunted by bad luck? This is your karmic retribution. Though Adrian didn't believe in karma, hearing Kelly's words, she broke out in a cold sweat. You. Kelly smiled, her eyes lively. Me what? Witnessing Adrian being bullied, Egon naturally seized the chance to play the hero. He rebuked Kelly, just because you're lucky doesn't mean you need to be so aggressive. What's there to gloat about? Remember, the reality show is just starting, and survival skills count more than just luck. If you don't know anything, don't expect us to take care of you. He wasn't just talking big. Previously, he had entered the deep mountains and forests to live for a TV drama shoot. Compared to these inexperienced people, he could be considered an expert in wilderness survival. Kelly's gaze swept over Egon's frail body, and she said sincerely, don't worry, even if I have to beg someone, it wouldn't be you. Egon felt humiliated by her stare. Kelly is overstepping. She dares to mock my brother. Get down. Kelly is just a publicity-seeking opportunist who became arrogant after winning one round. Now she has offended everyone. Who will still take care of her once we enter the mountain? She is as stupid as always. Haha, but when did Kelly become so good at hitting back? Co-Topstream's expression is priceless. Ulrich watched the rising heat in the live stream with a joyful smile, but it was only after the assistant director reminded him of the time that he snapped back to reality. He coughed and said, all right, since Kelly, Hope Emperor, and Daniela found the most map pieces, the captain will be selected from among the three of you. The map pieces in the treasure chests will all be kept by the captain. At this point, Adrian, who had already adjusted her emotions, looked at Hassan and spoke softly, Brother Arden, no one would object if you were to be our captain. Once they entered the deep mountains, no one knew what the terrain would be like. Having the map now was almost equivalent to holding the power of speech. Knowing she wouldn't get the map pieces herself, Adrian was quick to nominate Hassan. This way, she could ensure Kelly wouldn't get any map pieces while also leaving a good impression on Hassan. All eyes fell on Hassan, believing that the captain's position belonged to him. After all, in terms of seniority and ability, he was the only one among the trio who could carry the weight. Chapter 7, Entering the Forest. Hassan furrowed his brows and questioned, why should I be the team leader? It was Kelly who came up with the idea to find the key, and she was the one who opened the box. Naturally, she should be the leader. Besides, didn't the director say that we should choose among ourselves? Between the lines, it meant it wasn't Adrian's turn to speak. Adrian hadn't expected Hassan to not give her face in front of so many people, and her expression changed rapidly like a palette of colors. Her parents and Hassan's parents were close friends for many years. Although Hassan had always been indifferent to her before, she still retained some dignity due to their parents' relationship, allowing her to claim they were childhood sweethearts and use his fame, but now he was doing this for Kelly, the fool. Did Hassan actually have feelings for Kelly? At the thought of this possibility, jealousy burned within her. Seeing Joa Hope taking a stance, Daniela hurriedly whispered, I support Kelly being the leader too. Out of the trio, 2 people had nominated Kelly as the leader, which caught everyone off guard. But the director didn't waste time. He directly shoved the map fragments into Kelly's hand and announced, then Kelly will be the leader of this wilderness survival squad. Kelly didn't even look at the map fragments. She casually stuffed them into her pocket. Even after all these years, no one knew this mountain better than she did. She didn't need a map. Great, putting Kelly in charge of the expedition. Forget 7 days, it'll take her forever to get out of here. Didn't you notice how protective the famous actor is of Kelly? They're quite the match. Just a reminder to the last poster, our famous actor stands alone, and doesn't mix with drama queens. Ulrich looked up at the sky and called out, it's almost dark. The real wilderness survival challenge is about to begin. Please hand over all electronic devices to the staff. Each of you can only bring 3 items from your backpacks into the forest. Wishing you all good luck. Everyone originally thought today's activities would end, expecting to enter the forest tomorrow, but the director unexpectedly sent them in immediately, allowing only 3 items each. The guests scrambled to select items from their luggage. Except for Kelly. As soon as she opened her suitcase, something was wrong. The survival gear the original owner had prepared was gone, replaced by useless bottles and containers. She glanced over and saw that her survival supplies had ended up in Adrian's suitcase. Their suitcases presented a stark contrast. Haha. Kelly brings skin care and makeup products for wilderness survival. How stupid is that? How could anyone think she'll make it? Does Kelly think she's on vacation? Well, besides her looks, what else does she have? But maybe she needs all those cosmetics to cover up the thick layers of foundation on her face. I was starting to change my opinion about her because of Hassan, but it seems she's still the same old Kelly. Look at my idol, a simple tent, a survival knife, flint, flashlight, and compressed biscuits, all useful items. Not like that drama queen who only pretends. The top influencer is right. Relying on luck won't get you far. Everything depends on personal skills. I want to see how Kelly kills herself this time. Although Kelly couldn't see the comments, she could already imagine the audience's reaction. Her expression turned cold. Her suitcase had a password lock. Only Helena could have taken her things without raising suspicion. Since filming began, the assistants and agents accompanying the guests had left, scheduled to return after 7 days. Helena was no exception. Yet before leaving, Helena hadn't forgotten to scheme against her. Did she plan to repeat the old trick, using Kelly's incompetence to highlight Adrian? This wasn't the first time. Helena had done everything possible to let the original owner prop up Adrian, making her shine even more brightly. Indeed, apart from family background, Adrian's success in the entertainment industry owed much to the original owner's self-sacrifice. A hint of deep thought flashed across Kelly's eyes. Helena never acted without gain. Yet she went out of her way to favor Adrian, treating her as if she were her own daughter. This situation seemed strange. Could it be, there was an unknown connection between Adrian and Helena? When Adrian saw what was in the suitcase, she knew exactly what had happened. She cast a triumphant glance at Kelly and asked deliberately, "Tyra, why did you only bring skincare products and cosmetics? Wilderness survival isn't a joke." She wasn't afraid of Kelly making a fuss. After all, Kelly had no evidence, and no one would believe that her adoptive mother would help an outsider instead of her. So if Kelly dared to make a scene, others would only think she was being unreasonable and deliberately causing trouble. Egon also looked over upon hearing this and scoffed, saying, "Don't attempt what's beyond your capability. You don't know anything but still compete for captaincy. It's laughable. You brought a bunch of useless stuff. Once we enter the mountain, don't even think about freeloading on our supplies." Kelly glanced at the two people who seemed like clowns and let out a soft laugh. Though she didn't say anything, it was full of mockery. She turned her head toward Hassan and spoke something softly to him. Seeing the intimate interaction between them, Adrian's face stiffened slightly, and Egon gritted his teeth, saying, "Galensnow, don't argue with her. Once we get into the mountain, she'll know better." Adrian silently nodded. Only after entering the mountain did they realize how vast the forest was, with towering ancient trees as far as the eye could see. Because it was getting dark and unsuitable for travel, and everyone had been busy all day without eating, they found a suitable patch of land to set up camp and temporarily rested while setting up tents. The sky slowly turned darker, with deep red twilight spreading across the mountain edges, seemingly within reach. Alone and empty-handed, Kelly stood on the grass with her eyes closed, feeling the mountain breeze brushing past her. A smile unconsciously crept onto her lips because she sensed that every blade of grass and tree welcomed her return with joy. It was a squirrel that first noticed her, its fluffy tail swaying around her feet. Every blade of grass and tree in the mountains had a spirit, not to mention the little animals. She felt the squirrel's happiness. It was welcoming her back. Chapter 8, The Gallant Squirrel Arrived. Hassan had just finished setting up the tent and was about to check the distance between him and Kelly when he looked up and saw this harmonious scene between the human and the squirrel, his expression slightly stunned. "Oh my gosh, the furry little squirrel is so cute. You stand on the bridge to admire the scenery, while someone on the building admires you. Kelly and Jeff are both stunningly handsome and beautiful. This scene is absolutely amazing. If we weren't in the wilderness, I'd think I was watching a dating show." Let's face it, although Kelly has a bad reputation, there's a reason she's been popular until today. That face of hers really hits. Even the squirrels adore her. Did you notice that Jeff has been sticking by Kelly all day? Could it be that Jeff's heart was captured by one kiss from Kelly? Stop speculating. As an 8-year-old fan of the Emperor, let me tell you he only loves himself. Do you stop exaggerating? Others are working hard, yet she does nothing but stand here. I wonder where she will sleep tonight. Won't she try to freeload with Daniela or our little princess? Adrian had just set up her tent with Egon's help. She looked up and saw Hassan staring at Kelly. None of them, including the squirrel, were speaking, but the atmosphere was strangely intimate and ambiguous. She immediately called out, "Brother Arden, did you not bring any food? Otherwise, I can share half of my compressed biscuits with you. If you prefer something to drink, there are pears I picked along the way." Then she bit her lower lip, looking at Flynn Sue innocently, "But we only have enough for 2 people. Sorry, Tyra, I can't share with you. Hope you don't mind." Kelly's squirrel seemed startled by Adrian's voice and disappeared into the woods after a few quick jumps. With the squirrel's departure, the earlier ambiguous atmosphere between Kelly and Hassan vanished. Kelly lifted her gaze and said coolly, "Of course not." Then she turned to look at Hassan. "Our food will be delivered shortly." Hassan indeed hadn't brought any food because, when choosing supplies, Kelly made him take other items instead. Since he spent 10 million, he was now the sponsor and didn't worry about Kelly letting him go hungry. However, he was curious who would deliver the food and how. Seeing that Hassan didn't even glance at her and seemed determined to keep his distance, Adrian bit her lip but didn't move far away. She opened her compressed biscuits nearby and started eating aggressively, as if to vent frustration. Kelly still boldly claimed that food would be delivered soon. But doesn't she know they are recording a show? Who would dare deliver food to her? If Kelly dared to violate the show's rules, she would make sure Kelly leaves the show today. At this point, everyone had worked all day, burning a lot of energy and feeling unusually exhausted. They took out their chosen food to start eating. Daniela noticed that only Hassan and Kelly had no food. She wanted to offer some but hesitated, unsure whether to speak up. Just then, she saw a little squirrel hop out of the grass. In fact, she had seen squirrels surrounding Kelly when setting up the tent earlier but couldn't handle it then. Now, more squirrels came out. Her favorite things were furry little animals. Next, she noticed the little squirrel holding a big red apple, which it placed before Kelly. Everyone else noticed this scene too. Adrian thought about Kelly saying someone would deliver food. Could it be this little squirrel? Without human intervention, there's no chance to drive Kelly out of the show. This made her somewhat disappointed. She scoffed, disdainfully, an apple means nothing. It probably isn't even enough for one person. Do you expect Brother Arden and you to eat this? No, no. Daniela stared wide-eyed, pointing to the forest, where more squirrels kept coming out, each holding various nuts and fruits. Each item looked fresh and full, making mouths water, absolutely different from the oddly shaped pears Adrian found on the ground. The little squirrels kept placing the food in front of Kelly, standing nearby reluctantly. Not only were the guests dumbfounded, but even the audience outside the screen was stunned. After a brief pause in the comments, they flooded in frantically. What's going on? Has the world changed so much in a month? Have the squirrels become enchanted? How can the squirrels love Kelly so much, even bringing her food? Oh no, I'm jealous. I actually saw respect on the face of the little squirrel, and didn't you notice that the fruits have a shine as if they were washed? This doesn't seem like giving. It's more like offering tribute. Is the person upstairs crazy? The little squirrel offers tribute to Kelly? Does she think she's a goddess? Regardless of whether it's offering tribute or not, to be liked by small animals this much, Kelly can't be that bad, right? Kelly seemed to be rewarding the squirrels as she casually patted the one standing at the front. Then she waved her hand, and following this motion, the squirrels scattered as if they had received an order. Even the crew could feel the joy of the squirrels as they left, as if receiving Kelly's approval was the most delightful thing. Kelly casually swept her hand over the offerings and raised an eyebrow, saying to Hassan, "The food is here. Help yourself." Hassan did not hide his surprised look, but he didn't ask anything in front of the cameras. He simply picked up a rosy apple, took a bite, and found it unexpectedly sweet and delicious. It seems that his 10 million was well spent. The after-sales service was indeed thoughtful. Kelly glanced at Daniela not far away and tossed her a pear, saying, "Eating only compressed biscuits is too dry. Have some fruit to soothe your throat." She noticed that Daniela wanted to offer her food earlier, so she returned the favor without hesitation. Daniela's eyes sparkled as she caught it. These fruits were delivered by the little squirrels themselves. She cautiously took a bite, and her eyes lit up even more. My gosh, this fruit is so sweet, and the juice is so rich. Everyone thought Daniela's description was exaggerated, but comparing it with the dry and tasteless compressed biscuits in their hands, they also felt uninterested. They couldn't resist swallowing hard. Chapter 9 can't share with you anymore. Not only the guests but also the photographers were the same. The audience's comments flew across the screen, filled with ha ha ha, creating an unexpectedly harmonious atmosphere. Kelly clearly heard it as well, and a smile curled on her lips. She kept a portion of fruits and nuts for herself and then pointed to the rest, saying, "There are many fruits here, and the staff can share too." Although the crew members had brought some food, they were mostly compressed biscuits. Facing so many fresh fruits now, they didn't hesitate. Kelly picked up a bunch of grapes and walked towards a nearby direction. It happened to be where Egon and Nyla were. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Egon's eyes. He knew Kelly came to the show following him. She was pretending before, wasn't she? Don't think that by giving you a few. Before he finished speaking, Kelly walked past him directly to Hoover behind him. Egon immediately realized his self-flattery was wrong, his face turning red and pale alternately. Kelly squatted down, looking at the quiet Hoover, and explained, "Gallant old brother, I know you dislike me because I took advantage of your fame without knowing about it initially. It was my adoptive mother who did this without telling me. Anyway, no matter what, it has caused you much trouble. I offer you this bunch of grapes as an apology, hoping you can forgive me." In her eyes, he was like a child who had been tricked by Helena and later by Nyla in the show, leading to strong distrust. She wasn't acting as a do-gooder, she just wanted to clear the misunderstanding. Hoover was stunned, looking at the grapes offered to him. After hesitating, he finally accepted them. Kelly patted Hoover's hair gently, smiling, then stood up and walked back. Seeing Kelly didn't even glance at him from start to finish, Egon couldn't help but call out, "Kelly, you gave everyone else, but not us, Galen Xu, and me. Do you have something against us?" He intended to ask why Kelly was so cold to him but realized they were live streaming and softened his words. Nyla bit her lip and said plaintively, "I know Tyra doesn't like us, but..." Kelly interrupted, "There isn't enough food left to give you. Galen Xu, are you going to take offense?" She returned Nyla's previous words verbatim, matching even the tone. Nyla's lips froze, unable to respond. Then, Kelly turned to Egon. As for you, yes, I do have a problem with you and don't want to share. What can you do? Egon's face stiffened. Just a few fruits. Does Kelly really think we care? Who does she think she's showing off to with such double standards? Of course, it's for you and your little fairy. Why didn't you speak up when Nyla was being unfair earlier? Well done, Sister Sue. Previously, I felt the tea smell whenever the little fairy spoke, but I dared not say anything for fear of her fans attacking me. Now Sister Sue returns the favor, and it feels good all over. Sister Sue is awesome. So daring, those two have been targeting her all along. Did they think we were blind? To actually demand things from her, it serves them right. Unknowingly, Kelly's live stream received fewer insults but more admiration for her actions. Even how they addressed her changed. When Kelly returned to her position, she noticed Hassan's back turned away from the camera, his posture slouched instead of his usual straight stance. She realized their distance had exceeded 5 meters during the conversation. Something must have happened to Hassan, yet he didn't want it filmed. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, shielding the camera with one hand while pulling Hassan into the tent with the other, zipping it tightly shut. The viewers in the live stream. Inside the tent, Kelly saw Hassan's face flushed, pointing to his neck. She realized he was choking. Indeed, fitting for someone with terrible luck, even eating fruit led to choking. She placed her right hand on Hassan's navel area and applied rapid pressure. After a while. Cough cough cough. With a deafening series of coughs, Hassan expelled a piece of fruit flesh and then lay inside the tent, panting heavily. Kelly also felt utterly exhausted. She released her grip and slumped beside Hassan. Kelly, do you still want the 10 million? Hassan asked in a hushed tone once he had recovered. He had spent the whole day staying close to Kelly, but just for a moment while eating, this person vanished and when he realized it, his throat was already blocked by the fruit. Kelly admitted her mistake. Don't be mad. I was wrong this time, but I promise there won't be such accidents in the future. The two spoke in low voices inside the tent, while the live stream was already in an uproar. The fans watching the live stream hadn't seen that Hassan had been choked by the fruit, they only saw Kelly hastily pulling Hassan into the tent. Then, the shadows inside appeared to be in a very ambiguous pose, and finally, both fell down at the same time. Previously, Sister Sue kissed Hassan, and he didn't say anything. I suspected something weird between them. What else can we say now? They are together. Heaven, am I watching survival show? This is clearly a dating variety show. They're getting paid to date. No wonder Hassan stayed right next to her all day long, he's been watching over his wife. Now thinking back, there were signs everywhere. It's real, it's real. Not really, did you forget Kelly was always stirring up controversies? So easily accepting her and Hassan together? If it had been earlier, news of Kelly being with Hassan would have made the fans explode first. But the audience in the live stream had mostly witnessed Kelly's journey step by step. Especially after the incident with the squirrel offering food, they knew she was different from the image portrayed by marketing accounts. Therefore, they found it easier to accept the relationship between the two. Chapter 10 The Squirrel Army. Nyla and Egon also witnessed what just happened, both with incredulous expressions on their faces. Nyla clenched her hands tightly to stop herself from dragging Kelly out of Hassan's tent. Her face changed several times, then she couldn't hold back anymore and turned around, limping towards the small river. Egon gritted his teeth. No wonder Kelly ignored him, she had a new target. His gaze wavered between the two diametrically opposite directions that Kelly and Nyla went, before he quickly followed in Nyla's direction. Under the bewildering night sky, Kelly was still consoling Hassan when they heard a sharp cry. The photographer outside the tent hurriedly said, Captain Sue, you'd better go check it out. It seems like something happened to Nyla. When Kelly and Hassan came out of the tent, they found Nyla and Egon missing from the campsite, while their photographers were still there. Kelly frowned and asked, weren't you supposed to be filming by Nyla and Egon? Why are you here? The two photographers lowered their heads awkwardly and replied, Professor Flynn and Professor Ko wanted to talk privately, so they told us to come back first. Although this reality show claimed to be live 24 hours a day, it was impossible not to give the celebrities some private space. Besides, it was late and the two weren't far away, so the photographers didn't think much about it and returned early. Who would have thought an accident would happen in such a short time? This sounded like Nyla and Egon had gotten themselves into trouble. Kelly originally didn't want to get involved, but as the team leader, she felt it was her responsibility. She led everyone to chase after the screams. Just as they reached the small river, Kelly sensed something was off. Nyla was crouching on the ground, covering her face and crying, while Egon stood beside her, trying to comfort her. What drew Kelly's attention even more was a little squirrel standing across from them. The usually gentle little squirrel was now baring its teeth and showing its claws, obviously in an aggressive stance. However, squirrels are known for their docile nature and wouldn't become so aggressive unless they were hurt. Seeing Kelly, Egon immediately furrowed his brow and accused her preemptively, Kelly, did you order this squirrel to attack Galenksu? How could you be so malicious? You've been targeting Galenksu all along. What do you gain by disfiguring her? Kelly remained silent, her eyes fixed on the agitated squirrel, her face pale. She hated anyone who harmed the wildlife or plants. These two people had clearly crossed her line. Sensing Kelly's unease, Hassan held her protectively behind him. Egon, what proof do you have that Kelly hurt Nyla? She was with me all along. Hassan asked coldly. Since he came on the show, he barely spoke unless addressed. Yet now, he was speaking up for Kelly. Everyone could sense the special relationship between Hassan and Kelly. Especially Nyla, who stood up, dropping her hand from her face, revealing obvious scratch marks. Tears dripped down her cheeks as she looked pitifully at Hassan. Arden brother, I came here for a walk, and this squirrel suddenly appeared and scratched me. If Yunfeng hadn't arrived in time, I might still be struggling. Biting her lip, she turned to Kelly. Kelly, everyone saw you control that squirrel earlier. Even though I don't know how you did it, now that I've been attacked by it for no reason, if it wasn't you controlling it, then who? I know you've always been jealous of me, but did you really have to go this far? As a female actor, if I'm disfigured, how can I work in the future? I won't let you off this time. Kelly had calmed down slightly. Taking a deep breath, she ignored Nyla and walked straight toward the squirrel. The little squirrel relaxed as it sensed Kelly's presence, its wet, round eyes looking at her pitifully. Kelly gently stroked it, then her expression changed when she touched blood on its head. She shot a sharp glance at Nyla and Egon. For some reason, Egon actually took a step back, intimidated by her gaze, but quickly regained composure, frowning. Do you mean to say that only this beast can harm Galen Xu and I can't defend her? If I hadn't acted in time, this animal would have attacked her again. You should thank me, otherwise, you'd be the one going to jail. Kelly chuckled softly, but anyone could tell there was no trace of humor in her voice. She casually picked up a leaf, blew on it, and soon countless little squirrels emerged from the woods. They didn't make any sudden moves, they just surrounded Egon and Nyla, baring their teeth and showing their claws. You're right, I can indeed command these little squirrels. Since you insist that I use them to hurt you, I don't mind making it a reality. At this moment, Nyla and Egon truly felt fear. They hadn't expected Kelly to be so audacious. To act so recklessly in front of the cameras. Nyla had originally come out by herself and saw the little squirrel playing. Already annoyed, and finding no cameras around, she kicked at it. Galantly did she know, the squirrel retaliated by scratching her face. Fortunately, Egon arrived just in time and threw a stone at the squirrel. Unwilling to let her injury go to waste, Nyla wanted to pin the blame on Kelly. But she never imagined Kelly wouldn't bother to explain herself, instead summoning an army of squirrels. In the deep woods, if Kelly were determined to take drastic action, Nyla feared she wouldn't stand a chance. Nyla felt her hairs stand on end, her throat struggling to move. Kelly, you don't be rash. As long as you apologize to me and withdraw from the show voluntarily, I'll overlook this. If you keep inciting the squirrels to harm people, I can call the police. Kelly smiled. Oh? But I didn't do this, yet you insist I did. So, wouldn't it be better for me to make it true rather than be falsely accused, wouldn't it? Chapter 11, Kelly loses her temper. Nyla's face turned pale, unsure of how to react. Suddenly, she saw the photographers who were doing live coverage nearby, along with Daniela and Hoover who had rushed over upon hearing the news, and immediately came up with a plan. She looked on the verge of tears, appearing pitifully helpless. Kelly, bullying me privately is one thing, but now you are being violent in front of everyone. Even if you are capable, aren't you worried about facing legal consequences? As soon as these words were spoken, Egon reacted instantly. He raised his finger toward Kelly, his eyes cold. Kelly. You keep saying I have wronged you, but why don't you reflect on your own actions? I believe any normal man would not be able to accept such an evil girlfriend. Kelly's eyebrows twitched slightly, her gaze distant and filled with disdain. I've seen shameless people, but never as shameless as both of you. There's no point in talking more. You should repay what you did to the squirrels just like how you tormented them before. With that said, Kelly once again blew into the leaf she was holding. The crowd in the venue and the viewers watching the live stream saw this and their expressions changed dramatically. The next moment, Hassan held down Kelly's delicate hand again. Don't be impulsive, they are obviously trying to provoke you on purpose. As he spoke, he signaled to her with his eyes that they were surrounded by cameras. Unexpectedly, Kelly only curled her lips coldly and said mockingly, do you think I'm afraid? She was a goddess who didn't rely on the entertainment industry for a living. No matter what happened, she could bear it. Moreover, the squirrels suffered unjustly, so someone had to stand up for them. Withdrawing her hand, Kelly blew even harder. Watched by the peculiar melody, the army of squirrels bared their teeth and slowly approached Nyla and Egon. Their sheer number and fierce gazes terrified everyone, making no one dare to breathe loudly. This time, Nyla was thoroughly panicked. She regretted coming out, regretted provoking the creature, and regretted plotting against Kelly secretly. However, she was a public figure, and this was a live program. Countless pairs of eyes were watching their every move from behind the screen. She couldn't believe Kelly would really dare to do something to her in public. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and shouted defiantly, Kelly, enough. You dare to command these beasts to hurt people in front of everyone. Who knows how many people have been harmed by you in secret? If you don't stop, I'll sue you for malicious assault. Egon was trembling with fear, constantly retreating, afraid of being attacked by the animals. He glared at Kelly fiercely, yet his heart was full of doubts. Previously, she had always revolved around him, which made it impossible for her to suddenly change her temperament unless. Thinking of this, he shifted his gaze to Hassan, firmly believing that the rumor circulating online about her dating Hassan was true. Otherwise, Kelly wouldn't have suddenly become so adversarial toward him. For some reason, this thought made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable, even a sense of loss, as if something of his had been coveted or taken away by others. With a sharp whistle from the leaf, the squirrel army finally launched a frenzied total attack. A few in the front snarled and charged straight at Nyla. This scene stunned Hassan and the photographers, as well as the netizens watching on their screens. Initially, like Nyla, they all believed Kelly was just trying to scare them and wouldn't dare harm them in public. But now, everyone realized that Kelly was not bluffing, she was truly commanding the squirrel army to attack. No one dared to ponder how destructive countless squirrels could be. They only knew that if nothing stopped her, Nyla and Egon would certainly not survive. Human lives come first, and the photographers, regardless of the high price of their equipment, took immediate action. Some tried to persuade Kelly to back off, while others disregarded their safety to save the people. Just then, a shiny-furred monkey with lively eyes hopped through the crowd in the squirrel swarm, stopping directly beside Kelly. Kelly's finely knit brows loosened, her unappealing expression unexpectedly softening upon seeing the little monkey. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The little monkey gestured vividly to Kelly while raising a camera hanging from its neck to show her. Kelly smiled broadly, gently stroking the monkey's head as she took the camera. Well done. After praising it, she lifted the leaf again. As soothing notes drifted out, the frenzied squirrel army gradually calmed down, leaving only a pair of large, gentle deer-like eyes, and the impending battle state dissipated. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, they soon became curious about the camera in Kelly's hands. They wondered what could have made Kelly, who refused to heed advice, change her mind instantly. As everyone was talking, Kelly suddenly raised the camera with a faint smile. Everyone is very curious about what's captured in it, right? I'm also very curious. Why don't we all take a look together? After saying this, she glanced meaningfully at Nyla and Egon, then played the not-so-clear video recorded by the camera for everyone to see. In the video, how Nyla came to the riverside alone, how she harmed the innocent little squirrels, and how Egon picked up stones to throw at the squirrels upon his arrival were all clearly recorded. Although the video quality was not clear, Nyla and Egon's faces were too distinctive for everyone to confirm the authenticity of the video at a glance. Nyla never expected her actions would be filmed by an animal. She panicked and tried to grab the camera before the video finished playing, but Kelly only blew into the leaf, and Nyla was immediately surrounded by fierce-looking little squirrels. She stared at Kelly with a pale face, unable to do anything else. The video continued to play, but what had been shown was enough to stun everyone with a conscience. Yunfeng, you've seen it, Kelly doesn't care about our lives. Rather than this, let's frame this on Kelly and force her to quit. Only when she quits can we get fair treatment. But she didn't deliberately target us. Besides, those fruits and nuts were obtained by her through her own abilities, she has the right to distribute them. I knew you still have feelings for her. Since that's the case, leave me here. I'll tell the program group that I want to quit. No. I promise you. This scene revealed how Nyla conspired with Egon to frame and slander Kelly. The audience in the venue and the netizens watching online couldn't sit still anymore. Everyone began condemning Nyla's schemes and Egon's behavior as a scumbag. Kelly, however, chuckled softly, gently cradling the little monkey in one hand, her eyes cold enough to send chills down their spines when looking at Nyla and Egon. You all saw it. The video shows the entire story. I have to thank the little monkey. If it weren't for him, the truth would have been buried forever, and I might have become the villain condemned by everyone, perhaps carrying this evil name for my whole life, suffering undeserved disdain and indifference. Chapter 12 The agent demands to see you. Kelly then turned her head toward Nyla with a faint smile, her tone mocking. Nyla, you really played a good hand. First, you tried to frame me, then attempted to use public condemnation to pin the crime of malicious injury on me. Now that the evidence is irrefutable, what else do you have to say for yourself? Nyla's face was deathly pale, and her body swayed like reeds in the wind, as if she would faint at any moment. Seeing this, Egon could no longer care about his own reputation. He immediately shielded Nyla behind him. His face dark, he glared at Kelly and shouted, Engsub only resorted to such desperate measures because she feels insecure. After all, the person who grew up with her has always been surrounding a notorious woman. Upon hearing this, Kelly burst into laughter, tears welling in her eyes, making her beauty mark even more striking under the lights. Egon, people should have a sense of shame, trees need bark. You plotted against me first, and now, unable to succeed, you lash out and slander me. Huh, I can't believe how you made it to the top. Is it all just mindless posturing? At this moment, the audience in the live stream couldn't hold back either. Even Egon's fans started lashing out. How could I be so blind to support someone so shameless? If not for Xiao Ho's camera, Sister Sue would have been framed by these two adulterers. Yeah, right, what a fairy. In my view, she's nothing but a cunning liar. The upper floor finally saw through Flynn's true colors. Honestly, I saw through her cheap tricks from the start. The barrage of messages was filled with insults. As one of the main parties involved, Nyla swayed unsteadily, burying her head deep, too afraid to utter a word. She knew everything was ruined. All the efforts she put into building her persona, her relationship with Brother Arden, her proud achievements in the entertainment industry. All of it was destroyed by Kelly, that wretched woman. Thinking of this, she was filled with resentment, wishing she could tear Kelly apart right there and then. But she dared not. Before the camera, she felt like a rat in a sewer, timid and sinister. Hashtag Alice turns T-sister, Nyla's persona collapses. Hashtag Nyla tries to frame Kelly, smart monkey provides key evidence. Hashtag Kelly suspected of being able to communicate with animals. The trending topics derived from the show soared, drawing in more curious onlookers rapidly. Ulrich clearly hadn't expected such an explosive scene during the program. Seeing the online viewership soar, his smile never faded. An artist's reputation is crucial, but for him, ratings and buzz were even more important. Nyla, despite being a rising star with years of experience in the entertainment industry, wouldn't let herself remain passive forever. So, she feigned weakness, wavering slightly before collapsing into Egon's arms, rolling her eyes and pretending to faint. Kelly watched Nyla's little act with a cold laugh, catching sight of a tiger-striped snake named Elspeth approaching out of the corner of her eye. This snake, commonly known as the chicken-neck snake, had mild venom that wasn't fatal, so she didn't bother intervening. In the comments, seeing Nyla unconscious, her fans were heartbroken. You people are relentless. Our little fairy didn't mean to do it. Besides, she didn't actually harm anyone. Are you happy only when you see her dead? I understand our little fairy's feelings. My childhood friend once fell for the person I hated most. I wanted to kill them both. Our little fairy is quite tolerant already. Haven't you wondered why the monkey happened to capture the scene of the little fairy hitting the squirrel? She was upset that day. Seeing the squirrel definitely triggered her. It's terrifying to think about. Nyla's fans desperately tried to cleanse their idol's image, attempting to sway new viewers and smear Kelly further. However, their statements were both vicious and foolish, revealing their true intentions at first glance, leading to another wave of ridicule directed at Nyla's fans. The scene was chaotic. While the director sought views, he didn't want any incidents involving the guests on set. Medical staff rushed onto the scene, preparing to lift the unconscious Nyla onto a stretcher. Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. Snake. Hearing the word snake, everyone froze, instinctively staying still. After all, in China, 9 out of 10 people were terrified of these slithering creatures. They held their breath, watching as the chicken-neck snake approached Nyla. It seemed to have no intention of biting her but licked her leg with its tongue. Ah! Help! A sharper cry echoed as Nyla, who had been lying motionless, suddenly leaped 2 meters away. The chicken-neck snake struck simultaneously, biting her ankle. This time, she truly fainted. Having completed its mission, the chicken-neck snake slipped away, casting a subtle glance at Kelly to ensure she wasn't angry before speeding off into the underbrush. The on-site staff finally dared to step forward to help, as Nyla, her face deathly pale and devoid of any grace, was carried away on a stretcher, with Egon accompanying her. The fans watching the live stream were heartbroken, while netizens laughed hysterically, creating a polarized scene. Does anyone who saw clearly take a screenshot? Can you make some memes out of it? I really want to use them. I recorded the whole thing and will start making memes. Wait for me 5 minutes. The snake is scared. This woman tried to frame the snake. 5 minutes later, all sorts of memes appeared, followed by trending topics on Weibo. Hashtag Flingalenksu, the least successful female artist in the entertainment industry for faking fainting. Hashtag facts about the tiger-striped snake. Hashtag Flingalenksu framing the snake. Kelly called over the little squirrel with an injured forehead, gently brushing aside the fur around its wound. She turned to the drone hovering in the air and asked, do you have medicine suitable for animals? Or can you give me your phone so I can order a delivery service to bring some over? Surviving in the wild was fraught with dangers, and the show crew was well prepared with both medication and equipment. Soon, the director sent someone with specialized external animal medication. Seeing Kelly uncork the bottle, the squirrel seemed afraid and took a couple of steps back, only to be stopped by her cool gaze. It placed its 2 paws in front of it, squeaking in a pleading gesture that melted the hearts of everyone present and viewers alike. Cuteness won't work. Stay away from people like that in the future, Kelly said coldly, but her actions were gentle as she applied the powder. Realizing it didn't hurt, the little guy smiled broadly and squeaked twice, as if acknowledging her advice, then trotted off happily after the treatment. Oh my god, Kelly's eyes were so gentle when treating the squirrel. It gives me this indescribable feeling. The above poster is right, it felt like a deity, one who loves all beings. Seeing Kelly finally free, Hassan parted his thin lips to speak, but a harried assistant interrupted him by rushing over. Teacher Sue, your agent is demanding to see you. We couldn't stop him. Chapter 13, a man who practices too much injustice will surely perish. Upon hearing the word agent, Kelly recalled Helena's fleshy, mean face and her differential treatment between the former host and Nyla. It wasn't hard to guess that she was here for vengeance. She narrowed her beautiful eyes, making the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye even more enchantingly sinister, sending shivers down everyone's spines. She didn't come looking for me, yet now she has. This must be destined. Those who do evil will eventually pay. After saying this, Kelly turned around and left with her assistant for the staff lounge where Helena was waiting. The remaining people on the scene felt a shockwave of fright, except for Hassan, whose eyes revealed a hint of amusement. Perhaps others might sound like psychics when they said such things, but Kelly could communicate with animals, a talent beyond doubt. On the live feed comments, Nyla's fans were brushing screens wildly. Ugh, gross. Is Kelly planning to portray herself as a mystic girl? I noticed she was acting weird today. Looks like she's changing her act. I bet those animals were prepped beforehand. After all, animals can't possess human-like intelligence in our country. Hashtag Suwei, Mystic Girl. The hashtag about Kelly once again trended, much to the director's delight. It was all traffic. It meant money. Initially thinking he had hired a troublesome guest, the director found out instead that she attracted trending topics, bringing an immediate boost to the show. Inside the staff lounge, immediately after being led in by the assistant, Helena locked the door impatiently and turned with arrogance. Gallant little bitch, did you forget what I told you? You should let Nyla have all the good stuff, protect her from harm and offer her every chance to shine. So what did you do instead? You actually dared to hurt Nyla by having her bitten by a snake and ruining her reputation. Today, I will definitely strip you of your worthless hide. Helena twisted her face into a ghastly expression, approaching Kelly while gnashing her teeth and grabbing her hair, only to miss as Kelly effortlessly ducked. Her ponytail swept gracefully through the air, almost taunting. Due to inertia, Helena's plump body slammed into the edge of the table, causing her to scream in pain with a white face, and her anger grew exponentially. How dare you dodge? How rebellious. Today you'll learn to respect authority. Kelly watched Helena coldly before her. Having close contact with Nyla, Helena carried negative energy, visible as dimples on her forehead surrounded by misty green aura. Her marriage would soon face problems, with continuous misfortune and calamity. All this was brought by Nyla, whose heavy malevolent aura acted as walking bad luck to those around her. Kelly originally planned to teach Helena a lesson, but it seemed unnecessary now because whatever misfortunes Helena faced would be worse than anything else. An unjust person shall be punished by heaven. Kelly smiled brightly, which seemed eerie to Helena, possibly intentionally scaring her. Brat, I've watched you grow up since childhood, trying to trick an old hand like me? A slut is still a slut, lying and deceitful to the core. Helena's voice was shrill and grating as she grabbed a nearby stool to smash down, while Kelly quickly calculated something. She stood calmly watching, awaiting karma. The stool flew past Kelly and shattered on the ground, splintering wood piercing Helena's calf sharply. Instantly, the employee lounge filled with ear-piercing cries resembling a wild boar. Ignoring the wailing Helena holding her injured leg, Kelly opened the door and left, saying, a man who practices too much injustice will surely perish. With 2 members missing from Nyla's team, filming paused. To prevent audience boredom, the director handed each cast member a smartphone for interactive purposes. Of course, these weren't their personal phones, but specially provided brand phones. Holding the rectangular gadget, Kelly was momentarily confused until memories surfaced, revealing the usage. This small device allowed her to communicate over great distances and see the world without leaving home, truly remarkable. At present, all 4 phones showed the live stream. Kelly poked the screen curiously. The audience can choose whether or not to interact with fans through comments, the director cheerfully mentioned. Hashtag reality show celebrity gallant comments. Fans flooded the live stream, commenting intensely, mostly from Hassan's fanbase, seemingly coordinating. What does actor Hope think about Kelly forcefully kissing him? Shouldn't she be jailed for assault? Identical messages flooded the screen, impossible for Hassan to ignore. Recalling the kiss, he cleared his throat, blushing slightly as he replied, she wasn't forcing it, it was to help me. As for my thoughts, it was pretty soft. The last 2 words were spoken very softly, almost a murmur, but the microphone pinned to his collar ensured that the fans heard them clearly. It caused an explosion, a truly explosive reaction. He really did. I'm crying. Could he have feelings for Kelly? Brother, no way. With so many beautiful stars in the entertainment circle, why choose an unknown like her? Kelly seems angry, she's looking at Jeff as if he's already dead, so cool and dominant, I love it. I wish she would look at me with those eyes of disdain. Hashtag Emperor Hope confesses love for Kelly publicly. Hashtag not forced kiss, he was willing. Fans moved quickly, a small group secretly created a super topic for the couple, raising the sugary CP flag high. On site, Kelly gave Hassan a warning glance, if you can't speak properly, say less. He obediently nodded, indicating understanding, leaving everyone else dumbfounded, including the director. They now wished they could go back to sleep, wondering if they had woken up too suddenly, actually seeing a minor celebrity confronting a top-tier movie star, and what was more, the movie star was so compliant. Ignoring their gazes, Kelly continued browsing her phone, coming across a comment. Kelly, are you disgusting? Our little fairy must have been tricked by you to say those things. You're nothing but a cheap woman, get out of the entertainment industry. Who is this little fairy? Kelly turned to Daniela beside her. Caught off guard by another beauty strike, Daniela blinked twice, blushed, and answered obediently again, it's Nyla. Hearing this, Kelly's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she let out a mocking chuckle. Her? A fairy? These 3 words made Nyla lose face once more. At the hospital. Ah. Slut. Nyla screeched, throwing her phone against the wall where it shattered into pieces. She clenched her fists in anger, trembling all over, her eyes bloodshot. Seeing her state, Ashton's eyes flashed with disgust, but on the surface, he consoled her gently. Don't be upset. We can reclaim our ground when we return to the show. The most urgent thing to address now is the squirrel incident. Nyla's eyes flickered upon hearing this, thinking of Kelly's unusual behavior today. She smiled maliciously. I have an idea. Chapter 14, Kelly, the third party. Adrian adjusted her hairstyle and applied full makeup meticulously, but used a powder puff to make her lips appear even paler. This bizarre operation left Egon bewildered. Then, her expression changed from malicious to pitiful as she picked up her phone and started a live broadcast on Weibo. The online spectators and fans who were always eager for news flooded into the live room. Oh, Sister T is broadcasting live. If I were Sister T, I would definitely wish to quit now. Still, Sister T is doing live broadcasts. She's really dedicated. Indeed, not everyone can be like number 208. Can you people stop slandering her? She's already been pushed to such an extent. Is it not enough? Must you force her to die to be happy? Wah, the little fairy's lips are so pale. Clearly, she has been crying for a long time. My heart hurts for her. The number of viewers gradually reached 200,000. Adrian sniffled and said in a hoarse voice, I'm broadcasting today to apologize to Kelly and sincerely say sorry to her. Upon hearing this, someone immediately retorted. Why is Sister T putting on an act? It's useless to apologize to us if you don't apologize to the person involved. That's right, it seems you want to cleanse your reputation. Disgusting. Sister T can't clean herself white. Adrian's tears began to fall at will. She covered her chest weakly and coughed lightly. No, it's just. I was a bit scared. At that moment, when I saw the squirrel, I didn't know what happened. I suddenly felt extremely angry and agitated, as if being controlled by someone else. When I saw Kelly, I felt like I became someone I didn't even recognize. The barrage of comments was filled with exclamations. Unconsciously, everyone had been swayed, asking her to explain what exactly happened. Egon, who was also watching the live stream, was dumbstruck. Female celebrities were indeed formidable, able to cleanse themselves thoroughly with just a few words. In his opinion, following the curiosity of netizens, Adrian could fabricate stories to blame Kelly and completely reverse her public image. But she shook her head gently. This incident might have nothing to do with Kelly. It could be due to my irritability recently because of the heat. Adrian, with red-rimmed eyes, gave a brave smile. Anyway, I am very sorry for what happened this time. I hope everyone can give me another chance and supervise me to avoid making mistakes in the future. Alright, see you on the show again. Waving to the audience watching the live stream, Adrian ended the broadcast. The smile on her face instantly turned sinister as she quickly instructed her agent to release the material. As a result, the netizens who had just finished watching the live stream found more material. #Adrian and Hassan's engagement #. Netizens were greatly shocked. The shills arranged by Adrian immediately stepped in to guide public opinion. No wonder Adrian was so angry. Who wouldn't get mad seeing another woman kiss their fiancé? Poor Adrian. How could Kelly behave so arrogantly in front of the original spouse? She even apologized just now, but it's not her who should apologize. All third parties should die. Public opinion swung again, and Kelly once more became a target of shame. Helena saw the perfect opportunity and also posted a picture taken at the hospital on Weibo, venting her grievances and playing the victim. #Kelly, the third party #. Kelly brutally beating adoptive Louisa #. The popularity of these topics soared, eventually reaching the top of the hot search list. Netizens who were unaware of the background information joined in after learning from others, criticizing this shameless and unfilial actress. Inside the director's room. The assistant director gasped at the trending topic. His lips trembled as he debated whether to hand the phone to the director, given that all guests were present on the set. Ulrich had just spoken to Adrian and Egon, who both agreed to continue filming the next day. Thinking about today's series of dramas, the director was overwhelmed. This survival show barely contained any survival elements besides setting up tents. Can everyone extend the filming by one day? Today is invalidated, and we will start our 7-day recording tomorrow, the director asked hesitantly. Kelly responded indifferently, it doesn't matter. Hassan immediately chimed in, sure, no problem here. His obedient demeanor made it hard not to think of the phrase, the wife commands, the husband follows. I have no issue either, Daniela stated, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Hoover was somewhat displeased with the increased workload, but since everyone agreed, he nodded too. Ulrich sighed in relief and arranged for vehicles to send the guests back to the hotel to rest, planning to officially restart filming the next day. On the bus, Hassan took the seat next to Kelly, while Daniela sat in the single seat on their left, unable to stop glancing over. No one knew that female group singer Daniela had a hidden hobby, shipping couples. Her past ships included loyal guard dogs paired with frail young wolves, and older sisters with younger brothers, all fake. But this time, she felt she had hit upon something real. Actor Hope actually initiated closeness with Kelly. She couldn't believe they weren't involved. Hoover, sitting in the back row, also glanced at them furtively. His thin lips were tightly pressed together, and his brows involuntarily furrowed as he recalled the fruit Kelly had given him earlier. She seemed different. The evil aura around you has intensified. Kelly leaned closer to Hassan and whispered. A trace of irritation flashed in her phoenix eyes, indicating that the person siphoning off his fortune truly wanted him dead. This situation was problematic for her now and needed handling carefully. She would have to wait until her divine power was fully restored to completely reclaim his lost fortune. You. Hassan narrowed his peach blossom eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. Are you going to kiss me again? Recalling how weak-willed he had been just moments ago, even a steady and dignified mountain god couldn't help but roll his eyes. Kelly directly pinched the evil aura from him, forming it into a ball and tossing it outside the vehicle. She infused a very small amount of her just restored divine power into the evil aura, purifying it. At that moment, you were surrounded by evil aura. The only way to clear it was using myself as a medium. It wasn't my intention to take advantage of you, Kelly explained seriously. Hassan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he raised an eyebrow, though it was unclear whether he believed her or not. Kelly naturally didn't care about what he thought, as long as she felt no guilt within herself. After a moment's thought, she suddenly grabbed Hassan's hand. He tried to pull away as his face turned cold, but she held on firmly. Don't move. Do you want to sleep with me tonight? Hearing this, Hassan's ears turned red as he ceased struggling, allowing her to continue holding his hand. Gradually, a warm current rose from their palms, coursing through his meridians, dissipating his exhaustion, and revitalizing him. Kelly released his hand and explained, I used a special method just now to ensure you'll be fine tonight. Thank you, Hassan replied with a glint in his eyes. Upon being returned to the hotel, Kelly received the room key and headed upstairs. She inserted the card, and the room instantly lit up. Curiously, she pulled the card out, plunging the room into darkness. This thing was indeed interesting. After securing the room card, Kelly wandered around the room, examining everything familiar yet unseen before. At this moment, she resembled Grandma Gallinou visiting Grandview Garden. Chapter 15 Does Brother Arden Need a Tent? In order to study these interesting new gadgets of modern society, Kelly stayed up all night. Following her memory, she learned how to use faucets, showers, hairdryers, and finally became engrossed in the television, unable to tear herself away. Just a small black box, it could hold so many people, truly amazing. Unconsciously, Kelly watched variety shows and movies until dawn, through which she genuinely came to understand this new world of hers. Interesting, convenient, and filled with the presence of technology, it was something she loved very much and couldn't wait to explore further. At daybreak, Captain Bear waved at the camera, marking the end of a variety show episode on TV. Kelly yawned. She frowned and said, the human body is indeed not as functional as a divine body. When she used to be the mountain god, she either didn't feel sleepy or would sleep for centuries when she did. Humans, however, had to sleep every day. Her phone showed it was already 7 in the morning. Ulrich mentioned yesterday that the crew would come at 7:30 to start formal filming. Helplessly, Kelly sat cross-legged on the bed and regulated her breathing. Although she wasn't in a divine form anymore, her old cultivation techniques still had some effect. After 20 minutes, her muddled brain cleared up again, but the dark circles under her eyes could not be solved by circulating her internal energy and looked somewhat eerie. Divine power could certainly rejuvenate and give one a glowing appearance, but Kelly didn't care about her looks and also didn't want to waste the hard-earned divine power, so she left it be. As soon as it hit 7:30, the staff knocked on the door on time. As soon as the door opened, cameras were immediately aimed at her face. Many female celebrities in the group would apply makeup early to appear naturally beautiful when opening the door, stunning everyone instantly. The staff outside were prepared for this. But upon seeing Kelly's prominent dark circles, they were stunned. Teacher Kelly, shall we arrange a makeup artist for you? The female assistant asked immediately after recovering from her shock. Kelly shook her head and walked toward the lobby, no need. In the live streaming room, the chat flew rapidly. Kelly got exposed as the other woman and probably stayed up all night out of anger. Hilarious, she deserves it. Only I think this sister is genuinely tough. What's the point of being tough-faced if her character is bad? She should leave the entertainment industry. You're right, the homewrecker should get lost from the industry so I don't have to type to flame her. Kelly reached the hall and found Nyla and Egon there as well. She walked straight past them to Hassan. Not having seen him for a day, the aura around that little white flower seemed even heavier, indicating she might have done something despicable. As Kelly passed Nyla, the latter pretended to be afraid, backing 2 steps while Egon immediately shielded her, acting like a perfect protector. Seeing this, the chat exploded with curses, telling the homewrecker to get lost from the industry. The program resumed, and the guests boarded a bus to the mountain where they had been yesterday. The 2 teams continued what they hadn't finished. Egon efficiently set up a tent with Hoover assisting, while Nyla sat on a nearby rock, watching and cheering them on with a smile. This warm and harmonious scene received countless praises from fans, commending how well the 2 men took care of others. Some people don't even have a tent, wonder how they sleep at night. Egon cast a mocking glance at Kelly and the others. Nyla's eyes flickered with calculation, and she hobbled over to the three. First feigning fear at Kelly, she then mustered courage and addressed Hassan, "Brother Arden, do you need a tent? We can share one with you." Fans in the chat were eagerly shipping the couple. She really cares about him. Why should Alice worry about Kelly, just an insignificant homewrecker? Show your royal confidence. Soulmates are the best, sincerely hoping they get married. I'll wave the flag for the soulmate couple, who dares challenge it? Hassan glanced at Nyla indifferently, his expression cold and distant. Then he turned to Kelly and asked, "Do we need a tent?" "Certainly, if it's free." Her response was immediate. Hassan nodded seriously, "Then I need a tent, thank you." Their closeness or distance could be seen in a single glance. Nyla's face flushed with awkwardness and confusion. She thought Hassan wouldn't accept the tent and only offered it to gain a good reputation, but unexpectedly. Seeing things going south, Egon rushed forward, acting as a protector again, questioning harshly, "Kelly, don't you have any shame? We have one tent each for 3 people, and you still dare to ask? After I've already set it up, you want to take advantage of my effort?" Nyla promptly reddened her eyes, looking like someone mistreated. Kelly, whose plain yet beautiful face remained puzzled, slowly raised her head and asked sincerely, "When did I ever snatch a tent? Didn't she offer it voluntarily?" The indignant Egon was instantly silenced, while Nyla gritted her teeth in frustration. What a cunning and despicable woman. Netizens in the chat, though they despised Kelly for being the other woman, had to admit that what she said made sense. Yeah, Nyla brought it up first, and she just agreed. Our little fairy offered the tent to Hassan, not the homewrecker. While that's true, Hassan did ask Kelly about it. If you don't want to divide, then stop complaining. Kelly is indeed the homewrecker, but Nyla isn't exactly innocent either. In reality, Nyla gently tugged at Egon's sleeve and said softly, "Forget it, since Brother Arden needs it, I'll give him my tent." Her words implied that this tent was meant for Hassan. Fuming with anger, Egon couldn't let it go. He angrily dismantled the tent he had just set up and threw it in front of Kelly. Throughout this farce, Hoover ignored them and focused on arranging his own tent, hammering the stakes deeper into the ground for added safety. "We 2 men can stay together, so we can give Galenksu a tent," Egon stated matter-of-factly. If any other celebrity in the entertainment industry heard this, they would have agreed to maintain their reputation. But Hoover came from the esports world, where his temper was notorious. Who cared about their rules? "Are you serious?" Hoover threw the hammer to the ground and frowned. Egon replied impatiently, "Can't you consider the team? Can you be less selfish?" Seeing the situation escalating, Nyla hurriedly interceded, "Forget it, I can sleep outside, don't fight over this." Still wanting to play the role of protector, Egon glared at Hoover, waiting for an explanation. Hoover snorted and rolled his eyes. "Firstly, this tent is mine. I chose it from the 3 available items. Secondly, giving away the tent is your decision, not mine. Why should I bear the consequences?" Stupid idiot. Unable to hold back, Hoover finally cursed, then walked aside to avoid seeing the mess. Meanwhile, the fans of the 3 celebrities were arguing fiercely online. As for the culprit, Kelly, she was now sorting through the 3 usable items among the members. Chapter 16, Holding Hope Yiming by the waist. Kelly selected 2 sunscreens and a bottle of wind oil from the pile of junk in her suitcase. When surviving in the wilderness, sun protection was essential for celebrities. After all, they made their living by their looks, and getting sunburned would be troublesome. Here are the sunscreens. Kelly placed them in front of Daniela and Hassan sequentially. Daniela's cat-like eyes widened in surprise as she picked up the sunscreen. "This, really for me?" She had thought Kelly would give one to Hassan and keep one for herself. Just now, Daniela had been regretting not taking a sunscreen, as the sun here was quite intense. "Yeah, I don't need it. You guys use them," Kelly said indifferently. Unbeknownst to her, Daniela was looking at her with admiring eyes, like a devoted fan idolizing her idol. The fans expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Kelly. Princess Lila is most afraid of getting tanned. In fact, Kelly is quite nice, she gave away the sunscreens. So what? Su Xiao-san is just trying to redeem herself. Daniela's fans are really stupid, not realizing they're being used. The T-Sisters fans, let me tell you, Kelly is better than T-Sister since she is using her own things to give away." Fans from different camps started arguing again, while Kelly began checking what the other 2 had picked. Daniela had chosen a picnic blanket, a knife, and cooking ingredients. Hassan had taken a lighter, an axe, and a flashlight. Kelly placed everything on the picnic blanket and tied it up efficiently. "I know a place that is nestled between mountains and water, which can serve as our living quarters. Do you want to come with me?" Daniela and Hassan nodded without hesitation, and the 3 headed in the opposite direction of Nyla's team. Hoover kicked a stone in frustration, regretting how he ended up in this group. Nyla looked worriedly at the direction they were leaving in, sighing. "I wonder if Brother Arden will be okay. After all." Though she didn't finish her sentence, everyone knew what she meant, worried that the obsessed Kelly might do something to Hope Yiming. In her live stream, another round of insults began as Kelly led the 2 to her secret hideout. As a mountain deity, she was very familiar with this mountain and knew some hidden spots. The place Kelly found was in front of a cave, backed by mountains, with a flat area in front of the cave and a trickling river nearby. Nestled between mountains and water, it was picturesque. The audience watching the live stream couldn't help but gawk at the beautiful scenery paired with 3 attractive people, a visual feast. Wow, Kelly, you're amazing. How did you find such a beautiful place? Daniela breathed in deeply, clearly thrilled. It was evident she loved this place. Kelly only smiled in response, quickly setting up the tent in the open space. While Egon would take about half an hour to set up a tent, Kelly managed it in just 10 minutes. Both the live stream audience and the 2 on site were astonished. Kelly, you even know how to do this, Daniela exclaimed in surprise. She felt she had definitely found a powerful ally. I watched Bear Grylls' survival show last night, and he explained in detail how to set up a tent, Kelly smiled. Daniela gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Immediately, the followers of Nyla started mocking in the live stream chat. How can Su Shaosen always ride others' popularity, even Bear Grylls? Will Bear Grylls offer her a meal of insects after knowing this? If she admitted preparing for a variety show, it would be more likable, instead of riding Bear Grylls' popularity. Sometimes I really can't understand what goes on in her mind. Has her intelligence been replaced by her thoughts? Kelly had very few supporters, so the live stream comments were soon dominated by criticism. The cave can accommodate us, and you shouldn't stay too far from me. Can you let Daniela have the tent? Kelly politely asked Hassan. Daniela's eyes lit up, excitement showing on her delicate face. What does she mean by staying close to me? Could her fangirling be real? Being in the entertainment industry, she had some connections and knew about Nyla and Hassan's arranged marriage. All she could say was that it was the modern era, and arranged marriages were unnecessary. Hassan nodded with a smile. Sure. He also sensed benefits from being with her. Each time he got closer to her, the pressure he felt diminished. Actually, Hassan hadn't slept well for a long time, but last night he had a surprisingly restful sleep, dreaming of a special woman. Though he couldn't see her face clearly, her aura made him sure it was Kelly. In his dream, countless creatures worshipped this woman as they would a deity. Hassan and Kelly were now a subject of intense curiosity. Was she still she? What do you mean, is Jeff going to dedicate himself tonight? Who does Kelly think she is? Even Daniela is better than her. Sniff. Do you know how much shadow your comment casts over the fans? It seems like Jeff also has that intention. Haven't you noticed he treats Kelly differently? The gratitude from Daniela's fans was swept away by the fervent comments from Jeff's fans. After Hassan agreed, Kelly immediately went to fetch some dry grass nearby, carefully laying it on the bottom of the tent, followed by the picnic blanket. Thank you, you're nothing like what people say online. Daniela smiled brightly at Kelly, unconsciously bringing out a hint of affection. The audience loved watching the interaction between 2 beauties. However, Kelly felt somewhat uncomfortable. As the mountain deity for so many years, she had been compassionate to all things, but apart from compassion, she harbored no other emotions. Entering the human body, she gained a human heart. The heartbeat and emotional sensations were unfamiliar, surprising, and hard to adapt to. There's a patch of mushrooms about 500 steps south. Go and pick some fresh mushrooms, wrap them in your outerwear, Kelly instructed Daniela. The latter nodded obediently, took off her coat, draped it over her shoulders, and walked towards the place Kelly mentioned. As for me, Hassan was about to ask what he should do when he suddenly stumbled and fell directly toward Kelly. Due to the replaced fate, he was naturally more unlucky than ordinary people. Kelly slightly turned her body to avoid his face crashing into hers, then wrapped her arm around his waist, lifting him up effortlessly. Hassan exhaled in relief, still showing signs of being shaken. Let's go take a look inside the cave, Kelly said. They walked towards the cave while the live stream fans were left stunned. Guys, did I just see double vision or did Kelly just catch Jeff around the waist? No way, how can I detect Carifriend energy from a female celebrity? I must be guilty. This is heaven sent, folks. If you don't understand female A and male O, you're missing out. Jeff, this blessing, would you like it? Chapter 17, How long before you want to leave? Hassan, carried with force, followed closely behind Kelly. He appeared not to be shy at all, but his ears were tinged red. He narrowed his eyes in thought, confirming that each intimate contact with her made him feel more relaxed. Hassan's gaze fell on her hand. Holding hands was the most normal form of contact. Would it be effective? Kelly carefully inspected the cave, confirming there was no potential danger, and nodded. We'll stay here tonight. Hassan murmured his agreement, while the fans groaned in agony. Could it be that their pure, cold, high and mighty movie Emperor was going to be, tonight? Sigh, on second thought, it was a bit thrilling. As they left the cave, Daniela returned holding a bag full of mushrooms, looking elated. There really are so many mushrooms over there. They're so pretty and look delicious. Kelly raised an eyebrow. Pretty? Daniela nodded innocently. Yes, really pretty. Don't believe me? Come take a look. She found a clean spot carefully, spread out her clothes, and revealed the brightly colored and attractive mushrooms inside. Kelly held her forehead and sighed deeply. I shouldn't have given this task to you. Beside her, Hassan's pupils constricted, clearly very shocked. Only Daniela herself felt confused. She blinked her innocent eyes and reached for a cute red mushroom. They look very nice, and I think they taste good too. Kelly's delicate eyebrows contained a trace of helplessness, but she didn't feel annoyed. She said gently, "Stay here and sit obediently. I'll go gather some more mushrooms. Remember to wash your hands." Her tone was gentle, and Daniela blushed for some reason. Though puzzled about why she needed to gather more mushrooms, she nodded obediently and went to wash her hands. Hassan watched the direction Kelly had left, thinking about how she had treated Daniela just now, and his eyes darkened slightly. Even with 10 million yuan, he hadn't received better treatment than her. With only Daniela and Hassan present, the atmosphere became oddly cold. The former asked her question. "Jeff, why can't we eat the mushrooms I picked?" Hassan lifted his eyes and opened them coldly. "Perhaps you've heard of the saying, red umbrella, white stem. The prettiest ones are the most poisonous?" Daniela blinked her eyes, suddenly stood up, and pointed trembling fingers at the red mushrooms she had picked. "That's the lie down after eating mushroom." Hassan clearly couldn't believe her naivety, merely hummed and didn't speak further, his gaze occasionally glancing toward the direction Kelly had left. Fans and passers-by were nearly laughing themselves to death, even the haters couldn't hold back. Daniela is truly amazing. For the first time, I got a comedic feeling from a girl group member. What a treasure girl. Red umbrella, white stem, eat it and lie down flat. She actually doesn't know. Ha ha ha. Family members, please understand, the child is either in training or on the way to training, so she really hasn't had time to learn these things. She's really adorable. Kelly treated her so kindly just now, even nicer than to Jeff. It's kind of shipping. Hashtag Hope Lila Red Umbrella White Stem Hashtag. Hashtag Mushroom Species That Make You Burp Hashtag. Hashtag Yunnan Fire Department Appearance Hashtag. The official Yunnan Fire Department, always eager to educate, took advantage of this trending moment and quickly launched a mushroom recognition contest on short video platforms. Kelly had already collected mushrooms and garlic chives. Garlic chives grow wildly in the mountains and fields and are very easy to find in spring and summer. The flowers on top can be used as a seasoning. Seeing Kelly bring back mushrooms that weren't strange in shape or color, Daniela blushed. She volunteered. "I'll go wash the mushrooms and garlic chives." Kelly nodded, smiling as she watched the girl hop off to the river. This girl had a full face and a round chin, indicating she was someone with blessings. With positive energy surrounding her, Kelly naturally liked her. Hassan inexplicably commented, "You treat her well." "Did she pay you?" "No, why?" Kelly asked, puzzled. Hassan just replied with an "oh," and turned away without speaking to her. She frowned, thinking this person might have taken the wrong medicine and wasn't quite right. Fans were rushing to catch the latest gossip. "Ladies, what riddle is Jeff playing with the money talk? Is there a possibility that Jeff gave Kelly money to protect him? I oddly feel like Jeff is jealous. Could they really have something going on? I want to ship but hate triangles. Can't say for sure. Ever since Jeff was kissed, he's been off. I observed very carefully and noticed he often sneaks looks at Kelly." Daniela had already washed the mushrooms and garlic chives. Kelly piled up the firewood she had gathered and lit it with a lighter. Above the firewood, branches were already set up, and she skewered the mushrooms on sharpened sticks to roast. Some were smeared with garlic chive paste crushed into a paste, while others had seasoning sprinkled on them. As the mushrooms roasted and slowly dripped juices, their fresh and fragrant aroma spread, making Daniela involuntarily swallow her saliva. As a girl group member, she had always been very careful about her diet. Apart from vegetable salads and chicken breast salads, she rarely indulged in delicious food. Therefore, even just plain roasted mushrooms without seasoning were enough to make her drool. Kelly noticed the longing look on her face and smiled, handing her the skewered mushrooms. "Go ahead, eat." Daniela was shocked and glanced at Hassan next to her. He didn't even have any. "Is it okay?" she asked softly. "Of course, you've worked hard gathering these mushrooms," Kelly smiled. Speaking of which, Daniela's cheeks flushed slightly as she chuckled awkwardly and started eating the mushrooms. The freshly roasted mushrooms were fragrantly delicious, satisfying her appetite thoroughly. In just a few moments, the whole skewer was devoured. "So delicious, they taste much better than ordinary mushrooms," Daniela exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Kelly nodded. This mountain is rich in spiritual energy and lush with vitality, so naturally, its produce is different from elsewhere. Daniela suddenly understood. No wonder the animals here are so human-like. "I heard from the elders that there is a mountain god here." Hearing this, Kelly's eyes gleamed slightly as she nodded smilingly. There is indeed a mountain god protecting all living creatures on this mountain from harm. "Oh, then." Daniela clasped her hands together. "I hope Lord Mountain God will protect us, keeping us safe and helping us leave this big mountain soon." Feeling an added thread of faith power within her, Kelly felt a stirring in her heart and infused the newly gathered internal divine power into Daniela's body. She suddenly opened her eyes, delighted. "It seems the mountain god heard my plea. I feel warm inside all of a sudden, and my strength is also restored." Kelly smiled and nodded. "That's good." Beside her, Hassan's eyes flickered with curiosity. He seemed to have guessed something but was not entirely sure. Kelly handed each of them roasted mushrooms one by one, occasionally taking a skewer for herself. Casually, she asked, by the way, how long do you want to stay in this mountain before leaving? How long can we stay? Daniela blinked. Kelly hummed, just say what you wish. Upon hearing her words, Adrian's fans in the chat room sprang into action. Not really, does she have a problem? Can she leave whenever she wants? Huh, queen of boasting. Chapter 18 Heavy Rainstorm. But Kelly does seem very familiar with this mountain. She even knows where the mushrooms are. She has a map in her hand, so it should be easy to leave. You think the director is a fool? Even with a map, they can't just leave. What about the variety show? Among everyone, only Hassan firmly believed that she could lead them out as quickly as possible. He was about to say there was no rush when suddenly Kelly's delicate face tightened. Her fingers began to calculate rapidly, so fast that it almost left a blur. Oh, there's going to be a heavy rainstorm tonight. We need to move our tents into the cave, she said anxiously. After saying that, Kelly immediately stood up to remove the stakes anchoring the tent. Hassan was taken aback but then moved forward to help. Daniela glanced at the starry sky above. This doesn't look like there will be a heavy rainstorm. But she now trusted Kelly completely and also joined in to help. The three of them worked together, and soon the tent was moved inside the cave. Netizens were outraged. Everyone, I just checked the weather forecast. It confirms there won't be a heavy rainstorm tonight where they are. Kelly is really annoying, the image of a mystic girl just doesn't suit her. Yeah, why does she have to act like that? A third wheel who loves to put on airs. It's hard to like Kelly. Every time I start liking her a little bit, she ruins it herself. Inside the cave, Kelly lit the firewood and pursed her lips as she watched the sky outside. Just before picking the mushrooms, she had calculated, and logically there shouldn't be a rainstorm. Why would the sky change so drastically within a few hours? She had a vague sense of unease and was quite worried. On the other side, Hoover didn't want two people sleeping in one tent, so Knight Egon had no choice but to sleep outside, giving his tent to Nyla. Fans were thanking him. Thank you, Egon, for being considerate towards our little fairy. Truly, top-tier stars live up to their reputation, always so kind. To be honest, Hoover disgusts me. How petty can a grown man be? Thanks to Egon treating our little fairy so well, he's different from those small-minded effeminate men. Thus, Nyla's fans and Hoover's fans started another round of arguments, never stopping. At 8:30 p.m., light rain began drizzling down and soon intensified, pounding heavily on the ground. Egon hadn't expected this and rushed to Hoover's tent, shouting, "Open the tent and let me in. There's a heavy rainstorm outside." There was no response from inside, indicating they were determined not to let him in. With no other choice, Egon turned to Nyla but got the response that it wouldn't be appropriate for a man and woman to share a room at night. Because he was staying outside, the drone filming them was also outdoors. It had been grounded by the rainstorm, and he couldn't seek help from the director. Egon had no choice but to endure the rain, finding a protruding rock to huddle under after much difficulty. It was terrifying, as if the rain wanted to take lives. Meanwhile, netizens were in shock. There really was a sudden heavy rainstorm. My God, Kelly must have some skills. Does she really know how to predict things? Ugh, the live stream with our little fairy has closed. I'm worried about how they are doing. Since Kelly knew there would be a heavy rainstorm, why didn't she tell our little fairy? She's so stingy, truly disgusting. At this moment, Nyla and Egon's fans hated Kelly even more. If it weren't for her taking a tent, Egon wouldn't be caught in the rain. Thinking of how their idol looked pitiful in the rain just before the drone fell, the fans felt heartbroken. Kelly stood at the entrance of the cave, looking worriedly at the outside, wondering how the animals and plants in the mountains were faring. She closed her eyes and concentrated, feeling connected to the creatures of the mountain and experiencing the pain caused by the rainstorm. After a while, Kelly withdrew her senses and sat by the fire, her face pale. The next day, the heavy rain continued. Kelly could no longer feel the connection with the creatures of the mountain. This could mean only two possibilities, either all life was destroyed or they were in such immense pain that they cut off their connection to protect the mountain spirit from suffering. Neither scenario was something Kelly wanted to see. I need to go check outside, she said suddenly. But just as she prepared to step out, Hassan grabbed her wrist. Their bodies brushed against each other, and he felt an ease within him. But he didn't linger on the sensation and quickly said, "The rain is too heavy now. You'll only be hindering us if you go out." Fans agreed. Is Kelly sick? Why would she walk out in this heavy rain? Seriously, I have stupidity intolerance. Why did she go out? Hoping they shouldn't have stopped her, let her suffer alone outside. Third wheel dog, disgusting. I don't understand why you all are only cursing Kelly. I really want to cry, didn't Hoping D also reach out to her? At this moment, Kelly just realized she was in a human body. She was extremely anxious but felt helpless. She hadn't experienced this sense of powerlessness for many years now, and it was truly uncomfortable. In the director's room, the director was on pins and needles. This rainstorm is really too intense. Kelly is fine for now, but I wonder how Nyla is doing over there. Ulrich paced anxiously like an ant on a hot griddle, mainly because these guests were all very precious, and he couldn't let any of them get into trouble. The rain is too heavy, and we can't do anything about it right now. We'll send people to find them after the storm ends. Joa, please calm down, the assistant director comforted. Ulrich sighed deeply, muttering, this heavy rainstorm came out of nowhere. The weather forecast clearly said everything would be fine. If the weather forecast had predicted heavy rainstorms recently, he would never have allowed the guests to take such risks. Thunder rumbled, and the entire cave seemed to tremble. Daniela shrank inside the tent with teary eyes, terrified. Kelly and Hassan remained calm. They stood side by side at the entrance of the cave, looking oddly harmonious. Daniela watched the two of them, feeling her emotions settle, no longer so afraid. Her face turned slightly red as she thought that they made a great pair, both attractive and especially having that aura others couldn't intrude upon, which was simply perfect. Kelly glanced sideways and suddenly stared intently at Hassan. He belatedly turned to look at her, and for once, the usually stern film emperor seemed somewhat innocent and cute. What? Hassan asked softly, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness, almost like coquetry. Even a stone would soften under such an advance from the film emperor, but Kelly remained expressionless, resembling a special forces soldier. She touched his forehead, unexpectedly feeling a furnace-like heat. He had a fever. Having a fever in this situation was problematic. Kelly frowned and prepared to pull her hand back, but Hassan's large hand held onto hers, placing it against his cheek, his Adam's apple moving slightly. Chapter 19 Igniting my power with my divine soul. Comfortable. Hassan looked at Kelly with hazy eyes and murmured softly. In the tent, Daniela tightly covered her mouth with her hands, afraid she might scream out loud. What is this? This is a paradise for CP fans. Sniff, sniff, she really loved it fiercely. Kelly had no choice but to let Hassan hold her hand. After all, he was worth 10 million, holding hands wouldn't be a problem. Can you bring medicine over? She asked the drone. The drone in the air swayed left and right as if shaking its head. Ulrich was nearly driven frantic. He never thought that Jeff would actually have a fever. And he seemed delirious from the fever. What could they do? Even the calm assistant director couldn't sit still, because when other celebrities got into trouble, the director was blamed. But if something happened to Jeff, the entire production crew would be in danger. Daniela, who was shipping the couple, stood up worriedly. If we can't get the medicine here, what will happen to Jeff? Kelly had no choice but to mobilize her divine power, preparing to input all the hard-gathered divine power into Hassan's body. However, as soon as she started, she found that her divine power was malfunctioning and couldn't be used, indirectly proving that something had happened to the small animals. Kelly frowned deeply, anxiety and worry evident on her cool and composed face. She was at her wit's end as things were going wrong on all sides. If she had a divine body, Kelly would have gone to fetch the medicine long ago. Unconsciously, Hassan pressed his whole body close to hers, making their live stream audience's eyes red with jealousy. Because the drone that was supposed to broadcast live was shot down, they could only watch the live stream here. How can this happen? The homewrecker should release Jeff immediately. He belongs to our fairy. Disgusting, taking advantage of Jeff while he's sick. The homewrecker is so shameless. Are the fairy's fans ill? It was clearly Jeff who got close to him. While I don't like Kelly, some female fans are more repulsive. So, I support Kelly. The Sweet Honey Army welcomes the last poster. Sweet Honey is the fan group name chosen by Kelly's fans. Kelly pushed Hassan, who was clinging to her like a golden retriever, but he wouldn't budge. She sighed, then suddenly noticed an ominous energy gathering between his eyebrows. In a few moments, this energy expanded rapidly, enveloping his entire body. Kelly inwardly cursed, planning to release him when she was suddenly thrown back by the intense burst of ominous energy between his eyebrows. Her back slammed into the cave wall, causing internal pain. What's happening? Daniela asked in shock. Human eyes couldn't see the ominous energy, so she only saw Kelly being attacked by something. Instinctively, Daniela wanted to help her but was stopped by Kelly's roar, "Stay where you are and don't move." Upon hearing this, Daniela instinctively held her position like she was punished to stand still in class when young. Kelly squatted on the ground, breathing heavily. The pain radiating from her internal organs caused veins to bulge, and her fists clenched tightly. Everyone could see that she was enduring extreme pain. Daniela's eyes filled with concern and sorrow, her brows furrowed. The reason Kelly didn't let her help was because she was now tainted with Hassan's thick ominous energy. If Daniela came to assist carelessly, the energy would transfer to her, ruining her righteous aura which took great effort to gather. But neither Daniela nor the netizens knew her thoughts. She trusted her, while they mocked her online. Is Kelly sick or what? She pushes away someone who wants to help her kindly. Made me sick, this made me truly want to vomit. Sister T, can the homewrecker leave the entertainment industry? Oh, I've already screenshot when she shouted at Daniela. I feel bad for Princess Lila. She meant well, but Kelly treated her kindness as horse liver. At this moment, Hassan sat weakly on the ground, his eyes hazy without focus, and his face gradually flushed from the fever. Kelly glanced at him, realizing that the one stealing his fate must have noticed something was amiss and strengthened the spell. The person behind this wasn't simple. After all, Hassan's destiny wasn't ordinary. The one who could steal it must be powerful. This storm seemed related to that person too. If the opponent could summon rain. Kelly bit the soft flesh inside her lip, her heart complex. With such strength, she needed to recover all her faith power to compete. But restoring faith power wasn't easy. Her anger flared. Beast, to vent temporary anger, you harmed countless creatures in the mountains. Once she regained her status as the mountain god, she would not forgive the other party. Having such ability yet choosing to wreak havoc everywhere deserved punishment. Kelly's aura became sharp, sitting cross-legged, trying to mobilize her divine power again. Daniela sensed a faint killing intent. Yet, it was ultimately futile. Those who believed in her were just the creatures in the mountains. Now that they suffered, her divine power was sealed. Kelly opened her eyes, the cold light shooting from them making one's heart race in fear. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the drone, her lips parted slightly. Stealing people's fate and causing disasters all around, I will not let you off. I know you're watching the live stream, and you've guessed my identity, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to suppress me like this. The netizens who were being stared at directly were stunned. Not, what nonsense is this sister trying to create? Can the mystical girl character stop? It's really embarrassing. Huh, my mom asked why I was laughing so hard at the computer. Help, does she think she's an ancient person? She's too immersed in the role. Only one person, hearing these words, sneered with disdain. A mountain god without believers is useless. She couldn't protect Hassan's fate. Today would be Jeff's death day. After his death, his fate and life force would completely shift. Feeling Hassan's bodily functions gradually disappearing, surrounded by the gray aura of a dying person, Kelly's eyes turned bloodshot. The person behind this was truly despicable, wanting to act in front of her face. She wouldn't allow it. Even if she had lost her divine power, even if no one believed in her, as the mountain god, how could she lack self-protection means? Kelly bit her finger and drew a talisman on her other hand with her blood. She was incredibly fast, and no one could see her movements clearly. As the talisman on her hand gradually took shape, Daniela felt the surrounding cold air dissipate, and the rain outside became lighter. The face of the person watching the live stream changed dramatically. No, has she gone mad? Realizing what Kelly wanted to do, this person immediately squatted on the ground and began chanting. Both sides engaged in an invisible battle. At that moment, the drone quickly swayed as if unable to withstand the magnetic field, and crashed to the ground with a bang. Kelly released her teeth from her bitten lip, squeezing out a few words, with my divine soul, ignite my roots, break. She slapped her hand heavily on Hassan, then he collapsed as if drained of strength, and she wasn't much better, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The heavy rain outside abruptly stopped, and the sky cleared up instantly. Daniela watched in disbelief. Chapter 20, Borrow me 10 million. Looking at the drenched Kelly, then glancing at Jeff who was next to her, Daniela felt as if the entire world had become surreal. Who was she? Where was she? What was she doing? What had just happened? Kelly clenched her teeth in pain, her veins bulging. She used her divine soul as a force to repel the enemy, and while it injured them greatly, it also damaged herself significantly. The pain of the soul was the strongest in the world. Damaging the divine soul required more faith power to recover, but she had no other choice back then. For the safety of the thousands of lives in the mountain, and for the employer who paid her 10 million, she had to take this risk. Could you please help him back into the cave first? Asked Kelly politely after catching her breath. Daniela nodded rapidly like a bobbing head doll, hurriedly helping Jeff who was very close to the puddle back to the fire. Then, she cautiously asked the pale-faced Kelly, Sister Brooke, do you need help? Daniela watched clearly what Kelly did just now and knew that the rain stopping was definitely related to her. From now on, she would be her only sister. I need it, thank you. This time Kelly didn't refuse Daniela. A god's soul power was extraordinary, and the moment she attacked earlier had already burned away all the negative energy from both her and Hassan's bodies. She was carried to a clean tent. Feeling the concern and kindness emanating from Daniela, Kelly smiled faintly at her. Can you not tell anyone about what just happened? She learned that modern society loved slicing people up for examination. Until she found a suitable method, Kelly did not plan on revealing her identity as a mountain deity. Daniela nodded immediately. Sister Brooke, rest assured, I won't tell anyone else. Looking at Kelly, she bit her lip and couldn't help asking out of curiosity, it's just. I'm very curious, were those swift moves just now related to the mystical arts? Her eyes sparkled, already considering joining the mystical arts. Controlling wind and rain sounded so cool. Kelly shook her head to explain, the technique I used has nothing to do with the mystical arts. Hearing this, Daniela responded with an, oh, then scratched her head in confusion. If not the mystical arts, then Sister Brooke, what are you? Kelly pursed her lips, choosing to trust her. I am a mountain deity. Daniela's eyes widened, her neck leaning forward slightly, her pupils constricting, with an innocent look of astonishment in her eyes. Regaining her senses, she gave a thumbs up, Sister Brooke, impressive. Frowning, Kelly felt another wave of pain surge through her body. She could only close her eyes and focus on recuperating. Although Daniela had countless questions in her heart, she said nothing upon seeing this, adding some branches to the bonfire instead. The flames flared up again, and beside it, Jeff was gradually ignored. Kelly felt the divine power inside her body gradually recovering. She immediately replenished all of it into her divine soul, although it was merely a drop in the bucket, it could alleviate some pain. At the same time, she reconnected with the creatures in the mountain. They weren't doing well, they were in very bad shape. An overwhelming sense of pain threatened to submerge Kelly, and at this moment, she felt their pain as if it were her own. Hassan opened his eyes, looking around with slight confusion. His memory remained stuck on moments ago. He was standing at the entrance of the cave trying to persuade Kelly, but for some reason, he felt dizzy, his body began to heat up until he lost consciousness. "Jeff, you're awake," Daniela exclaimed in surprise. Kelly opened her eyes and made eye contact with Hassan, nodding slightly at him. His gaze fell on the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, his thin lips pressed together, concern filling his upturned almond eyes. She was suffering. Daniela silently melted into the background. Ugh, she really shipped them. Some pairs have zero chemistry despite being forced together, yet others exude pure perfection with just a glance. Perfect match. 10 million, can you give it to me now? Kelly asked seriously. This statement was caught by the camera team that followed the director and Nyla. Netizens exploded. 10 million? What 10 million? That's ridiculous. Kelly must be sick. Asking for money from Jeff when they haven't even met. If it weren't for the director arriving just in time, we wouldn't have heard the real nature of this woman. Manuel is genuinely pitiful. This woman has left him unconscious. They had a cave but made him use the tent? While coming to find Hassan, the director ran into Nyla and company. Then under a rock, he found Egon crouching. At that time, his face was flushed red, burning and dazed, almost delirious. His fans naturally blamed Kelly for this. The matter of the 10 million became the perfect vent for them. Fans of Egon seized this opportunity to launch harsh criticisms. Hashtag Kelly shamelessly asks for 10 million from Jeff hashtag. Hashtag possible financial transaction between Kelly and Jeff hashtag. How is Jeff? The director trotted over to Hassan, asking worriedly. This big shot can't afford any trouble, or else his fans would riot. I'm fine, Hassan replied indifferently. Relieved, the director only now put his heart at ease. He was thankful that nothing had happened to the other two inside the cave. It seemed only Manuel's injury mattered in this world. With confirmation of their safety, he bowed out gracefully, leaving the camera to focus on the guests. Nyla pretended to be torn, forcing herself to ask as if it pained her, Kelly, how could you ask Brother Arden for so much money? At this remark, everyone inside the cave turned to look at her. Hassan indifferently shifted his gaze away and walked beside the tent to inquire, what's your bank account number? Upon hearing this, Daniela's face lit up with excitement while Nyla tightened her fists, and Hoover frowned deeply. Kelly Tsged, I forgot my bank account is still controlled by my agent. If I transfer any money there, she would take it immediately. What if you use that 10 million to contact professional teams to rescue the animals in the mountain and rebuild the forest? Sure, but we need to leave the mountain first. Hassan immediately agreed. The atmosphere between them felt peculiar, almost as though others couldn't intervene, leaving Nyla nearly losing control over her expression. Outwardly, she was smiling, but inwardly, she was grinding her molars to dust. Kelly was quite the actress, pretending to help animals when all she wanted was a good reputation. How could Nyla let her succeed? In a gentle voice, she said, I have been doing charity work all year round and am very familiar with rescue teams. Why don't you let me handle it? After all, if Kelly wants to do charity work, she has to borrow money, whereas I have a separate charity account with sufficient funds for disaster relief. Hearing these words, Daniela couldn't help frowning. She never knew Nyla could speak so sweetly. The fans in the live broadcast were showering her with praise. Galantal Alice is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. She has always been dedicated to charity. Love her. Borrowing money is worse than using one's own, right? Kelly is truly disgusting, borrowing money for charity just to gain fame. Ha! Our little fairy is an independent jasmine flower, not some bird cage to depend on others. Kelly should quit the entertainment industry. Having someone like her in it is really unlucky. Nyla confidently stared at Kelly, knowing she wouldn't accept such a request if she indeed wanted fame. Then, she'd have no escape from online backlash. Sensing the intense malice from Nyla, Kelly raised an eyebrow, her clear, cold eyes flashing with mockery. Chapter 21, Short and Efficient Production Team. Under Nyla's expectant gaze, Kelly replied with 2 words from her red lips, okay. If it could save money and save the mountain forest while countering a pretentious, green tea, why wouldn't she be willing? 1 million isn't necessary now, we'll talk after it's done, Kelly turned to Hassan. Nyla stammered and frowned in shock. This response was completely different from what she expected. Beside her, Daniela barely managed not to laugh out loud after thinking about all the sad things in her life. She really admired Daphne for being so awesome. You are truly a good person, thank you on behalf of the creatures in the mountains. Kelly sincerely thanked him, happy to have saved 1 million. Pfft. Everyone looked towards the source of laughter. It was Hoover grinning widely. He quietly retracted his smile when noticed, but the trembling corners of his mouth showed that he really couldn't hold back. Nyla's little face was gradually turning pale due to anger, her chest heaving as she took deep breaths. Oh yes, remember to report progress to the netizens during the disaster relief. Everyone is very concerned about this, Hassan said casually. With the calmest voice, he delivered a fatal blow to Nyla, who had no choice but to grit her teeth and agree. Seeing their idol being bullied, her fans were upset. Why do they all bully our gallant Alice? Aren't they disgusting? Exactly, gallant Alice's face is already white. I'm heartbroken. I found that Nyla's fans are really sick. Wasn't it her who took Kelly's job? Who's bullying whom? Kelly isn't anything good, neither is gallant Alice. Nyla's fans added fuel to the fire for their idol's bad reputation with their comments. As a result, bystanders remembered this female star. Since you're fine now, let's pack up and prepare to leave the mountains, Kelly stood up and said to Hassan. Only leaving the mountains will guests be able to get their phones and conduct rescue operations, so they must leave quickly. Such a heavy rain has fallen, and we don't know the way out. Isn't it dangerous to set off recklessly? Nyla furrowed her brows. She mumbled loudly, even if you want to show off, you shouldn't use others' lives as stepping stones. Upon hearing this, the fans of all parties exploded. That's right, if she wants to die, don't drag other people in. How annoying Kelly is, why does she love to show off so much? Ah, can a mudslide come and take away this evil person? Why did the production team invite her? Is it because she's controversial and popular? Kelly glanced indifferently at Nyla and asked Hassan and Daniela, are you coming or not? The former didn't hesitate to rise beside her, making his stance clear. Of course I am, Daniela immediately responded. Knowing Daphne's identity, following her down the mountain would definitely be safe. At this moment, Nyla felt embarrassed. She just said they couldn't leave, but these two immediately took sides. Wasn't that slapping her face? I also want to go, I trust you, Hoover joined Kelly's side. An eerie standoff formed between the two groups. With restrained fury, Nyla said, since everyone is not afraid, I will join too. Kelly ignored her and communicated mentally with the mountain spirits to confirm a safe path. In the director's room. The assistant director watched Kelly leading the correct way in disbelief, feeling quite anxious. Joa, the guests are almost down the mountain. Ulrich, who had experienced multiple hardships, waved his hand and collapsed into his chair weakly. Let them go. It's good they got down the mountain. At this moment, he began regretting hosting an outdoor survival show. If only he knew there would be so many issues, wouldn't it have been better to make a sweet and romantic variety show? Then, like a dying man suddenly waking up, he stared fiercely at the 5 people in the monitor with eyes full of ambition, just like a hungry wolf. Yes. A romantic show would be great. He rapidly thought. These 5 people would feel awkward about leaving so quickly. Then, he could capitalize on their guilt, hee. Looking at the director rubbing his bald head and smirking sinisterly, the assistant director shivered twice. Why did he feel so disgusted? It only took half an hour for the guests to reach the bottom of the mountain. Ulrich feigned sadness in front of them. Congratulations on successfully getting down the mountain and obtaining the 10 million yuan bonus. The distribution of the bonus is decided by the guests. He sighed. The 5 people each receiving 200,000 yuan as a bonus seemed appropriate. The reason the director paid so generously was because although there were many situations, the live broadcast lasted only a few days but generated income more than twice the investment. It was clear that this group's commercial ability was indeed strong. Furthermore, Kelly gave a lot of surprises. My 2 million is used for disaster relief, Joa, you can directly transfer it to Nyla's team, Hassan said. Nyla drew in a sharp breath, looking at him in surprise. She was thinking about pretending to carry out disaster relief without actually spending 1 million. Now she would have to create a cost report to prove that the money had been genuinely spent. Me too, Kelly chimed in. The others present were all wealthy individuals for whom 2 million was just a drop in the bucket, so they didn't hesitate to donate as well. So I'll transfer 10 million into Nyla's account later. This money will also be used for disaster relief, the director declared. Nyla, who hadn't yet mentioned her own 2 million, silently shut her mouth but felt a rising anger inside. Are these people sick? On the surface, Nyla forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Thank you all for caring about the disaster situation. Once the guests got their phones and sat on the bus arranged by the director to return to the city, the live stream ended. Audiences were left craving for more and turned to Weibo to discuss. Hashtag survival show ends hashtag. Hashtag shortest and most concise variety show ever hashtag. Hashtag bonuses all used for disaster relief, showing great character hashtag. Ulrich laughed while watching the trending topics, thinking that the show would become even more popular after editing. Short and concise, yet highly condensed, the essence of brilliance. In the Weibo comments section, fans from different camps started voicing out. So only Manuel is in the hospital, huh? Ha ha ha. In the hospital, no job. Isn't it because of Kelly? If she hadn't taken the tent, this wouldn't have happened. Oh my, do they think Kelly has no fans at all? The tent was clearly offered by Nyla. Boo-hoo, gallant Alice is really kind. She will surely carry out charity sincerely. LOL at the previous floor. When Nyla agreed, her face completely changed. Fans trying to save face are not necessary. In the bus, Nyla angrily turned off her phone, gritting her teeth in anger. These fans are all idiots, her public image had been ruined. She stared at Kelly, who was sitting with Hassan, with venomous eyes, grinding her teeth and cursing inwardly. She didn't know what had possessed her. Originally agreeing to play a supporting role, but now constantly rebelling, it was driving her crazy. Although Nyla didn't dare to go too far during the show, once it was over, her family would not let this woman off easily. Kelly, sensing the malice but not taking it seriously, opened her phone to find Helena's numerous messages. She casually clicked on the last one, hearing an acidic female voice come through. Chapter 22, Flaying Your Skin. You damned woman, I clearly told you to be the control group for Flynn Galangal on the variety show. Look at what you did. Who allowed you to steal the spotlight? Wait until you come back, I'll flay your skin off. Inside the bus, everyone remained silent. Daniela glared at Nyla with resentment, while Hoover frowned. Kelly closed her phone with a cold expression. Recalling Helena's words about the bitch and flaying her skin, she began retracing the memories of the original host once more. Suppressive, fearful, and painful emotions engulfed her like floodwaters, making it hard to breathe. For so many years, the original host was merely a tool, a sidekick, and an easily disposable scapegoat for Helena. She suffered unimaginable exploitation and bullying that most people couldn't comprehend. And Helena treated the original host not like her own daughter but rather like an enemy. Kelly had a vague suspicion, when suddenly, her hand was gently held by a man. She turned her head and met Hassan's worried gaze. If you're upset, you can lean on me, he whispered soothingly. Seeing them from a distance, Daniela was overwhelmed with excitement from this ship. They were still so close after everything finally ended, and Hope Emperor was holding Daphne's hand. Her ship's CP was real. As the mountain deity, Kelly wasn't swayed at all. She frowned and pulled her hand away from his grasp. She disliked the warm sensation of their hands touching. I'm fine, Kelly said indifferently. Looking at her distant and impartial expression towards him, Hassan narrowed his eyes slightly, masking the hint of disappointment. By the way, I've temporarily protected your life essence with my divine soul. You don't need to stay by my side within a month. After that, I will contact you. Kelly waved her phone. This piece of metal was indeed convenient, transmitting sound across thousands of miles without divine power. She liked it very much. Hassan pressed his lips together and didn't respond, leaning back with closed eyes to rest. Kelly assumed he understood. Daphne, can I add you as a friend? Daniela asked, showing her personal QR code. Kelly nodded and somewhat awkwardly scanned the code. A beep sounded, and they successfully added each other as friends. Cough, we might cooperate again in the future, so let's add as friends too, Hoover said uneasily. Kelly pursed her lips, looked at his facial features, and confirmed that he seemed trustworthy before taking out her phone to scan his code. Nyla showed no interest in adding her and pretended not to hear, gazing outside the window with jealousy gnawing at her heart. In her plan, she would lead everyone to victory in this wilderness survival challenge, becoming the most popular female guest, gaining both fame and connections. But it was Kelly who reaped the fame and benefits. No, she couldn't think about it deeply. The more she thought, the angrier she became. Seeing that both of them had added Kelly as friends, while she hadn't, Hassan's voice carried a tinge of grievance. What about me? As the investor who put up 10 million, he didn't even have a WeChat account, which was truly pitiful. Kelly sighed helplessly, giving him a look that questioned why he was getting involved, but she added him anyway. After disembarking the bus, since her home was in this city, Kelly took a taxi home. She wanted to see how Helena planned to flay her skin. The other guests waited in the first-class lounge. Without Kelly beside him, Hassan's aura became even more unapproachable and aristocratic. Nyla, being tactless, smiled and approached him. Arden brother, are you going home or to the company later? The moment she moved closer, Daniela instantly became alert. Her CP, she must protect. Going home, Hassan replied succinctly. Nyla blinked her eyes and sweetened her smile even more. Our Dayton has taken leave, can you give me a ride? I haven't seen my parents in a long time, they must miss me. She left no room for misunderstanding, displaying their intimacy to others. They should make Kelly know who the legitimate partner was. Inconvenient, Hassan coldly refused. Nyla's smile gradually faded, and she sat stiffly beside him, her fingers turning white as she gripped her phone. Warm face meeting a cold bottom was never a good feeling. Actually, Hassan used to treat Nyla the same way before, and she was already accustomed to it, finding nothing wrong. Because he always seemed aloof. But seeing him treating Kelly so well made her uneasy. Obviously, she was Arden Brothers' fiancé, paired up since the womb. Why did Kelly get special treatment? Daniela chuckled happily at Nyla's predicament. This was really amusing. When they boarded the plane, Kelly also returned home. As soon as she opened the door, a cigarette ashtray flew at her face with a bang. She quickly turned around to dodge it, coldly watching Helena drop the cigarette to the ground. Bitch, you're quite daring, gambling like that. Helena cursed viciously. Thinking about the mess in the variety show, she wished she could tear apart this shameless little wretch. How dare she steal the limelight from Nyla? Kelly sneered and closed the door, slowly approaching Helena. She leisurely stomped out the crimson cigarette butt with her foot. For some reason, Helena felt a hint of unease in her heart. I asked you to return the money I earned before. Where's the money? Kelly lifted her gaze and asked. Hearing this, Helena immediately flew into a rage. What money? That money is mine. I'm telling you, stop daydreaming about what doesn't belong to you. If you obediently earn money from me, I might let a little slip through my fingers to you. Kelly lightly pressed her tongue against her back molar, a smile blooming on her face, but her eyes remained cold as ice. She leaned closer to Helena, the exquisite features of her face forming a stark contrast with Helena's plain, aged one. This old face bore no resemblance to the original host at all, but it had many similarities with Nyla, that white flower. Plain and unremarkable, lacking any highlight. Even with a professional stylist, Nyla could only be considered a 7 out of 10 beauty. She was hard to spot in a crowd. Because her appearance wasn't striking, she had always been marketed as a fairy-like figure, kind-hearted and so on. Kelly stepped away from Helena and coolly summed up, ugly. Helena's eyes widened in fury, her entire face contorting with anger. Bitch, I'll tear your face apart. She lunged forward with clawed hands, blood rushing to her head, forgetting how much benefit this face had brought her. The original host's grievances, Kelly would settle them. She took a few steps back, deliberately leading Helena towards the door. Just as she lunged forward, the door opened. Kelly smiled faintly, watching as Helena's ferocious expression turned to shock, unable to stop herself from crashing outside. That plain, old face smashed against the neighbor's door, making a deafening bang. Helena was completely stunned by the impact, taking a while to recover. Luckily, the neighbor wasn't home, otherwise, they wouldn't have let her off. You dared to hit me, she shrieked, disbelief evident in her voice. Kelly raised an eyebrow, crossed her arms, and leaned against the door frame, skinned twice. There are cameras in the hallway. You ran into the door yourself, don't even think about extorting anyone. Hearing this, Helena squinted her eyes, looking at Kelly, a sudden realization dawning on her. Fear flashed in her eyes, immense and terrifying. Chapter 23, Shaman Visits to Exorcise Ghosts. You're not Kelly. Who are you? Helena, still shaken and unsettled, interrogated with a trembling voice. She moved backward by supporting herself on her elbows until her back rested against the neighbor's door for some comfort. Although Helena had never truly regarded Kelly as her daughter, after raising her for so many years, she knew that Kelly had been brainwashed into becoming submissive and timid, merely a fragile beauty with an attractive face. But now, just standing there radiates such an imposing presence, as if the once timid flower vase has come alive with a soul. Kelly sneered, her eyes sharp yet beautiful, while the teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye became even more alluring. She bent slightly, locking eyes with Helena, her voice cold and indifferent. Since you know I'm not her, hurry up and return what should be returned. From the beginning, Kelly had no intention of pretending in front of Helena because she wasn't the original host who had been subjected to manipulation. She couldn't act out the pitiful image from her memories. Besides, why should she pretend? All things in this world have cause and effect. Helena causing the death of the original host was the cause, leading to her current state, a vessel possessed by a mountain deity. Her mission was to follow this consequence and seek revenge. The original host endured persecution for over 2 decades. Her suffering, Kelly would settle one by one. Confirming her suspicions, goosebumps erupted all over Helena's body, and a chill crept up her spine, making her hairs stand on end. Suddenly, Kelly chuckled, her smile bright yet sinister. I give you 3 days to repay me. Go home now, I'm hungry. She stood up and walked into the house first. Helena, trembling, got up and stared at her retreating figure, more disbelieving than terrified. How could there be ghost possession in modern society? And ghosts are supposed to cry and scream when possessing someone. This girl seems perfectly fine. Helena pursed her lips, believing the girl was definitely lying. But remembering her bizarre behavior earlier, she didn't dare to verify it and went to the kitchen to cook noodles. After dinner, Kelly sat on the sofa like a master, turning on the TV with the remote. In her memory, Helena always ordered the original host to wash the dishes, sweep the floor, and clean the room after every meal, enjoying life herself while doing nothing. Why are you staring at me? Go wash the dishes. Look at how dirty this place is. Do you have hands or not? Kelly casually grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from the fruit plate, cracking them while tossing the shells on the floor. Helena clenched her molars in anger and went to wash the dishes, clean the room, and sweep the floor, tired to the bone. Seeing that she had collected enough interest for the day, Kelly turned off the TV and went back to her room. As soon as she opened her phone, messages from WeChat started pouring in. Lying down, she tapped the screen gently to open the conversation. Daniela, Sister Brooke, are you okay? Your manager seemed very intimidating. Daniela, if you don't have a place to go tonight, you can come to my house. My bed is huge. Daniela, image.jpg. Seeing the picture of the bed, Kelly laughed helplessly and replied that she was fine, telling her to rest easy. Exiting Daniela's conversation, the next message was from Hoover. Hoover, if you need help, let me know. Don't misunderstand, I'm not your fan, I just feel the need to stand up for justice. Kelly raised an eyebrow. This kid was arrogant yet full of himself. She replied with a simple, thank you, and he instantly replied, okay. The last conversation was from Hassan. Hassan, manager, shall I handle Helena for you? One after another, they all thought she would be manipulated by Helena. Kelly sighed helplessly and typed a quick response. Kelly, don't worry, a mere Helena won't trouble me. You should take care of yourself. The negative energy may be temporarily suppressed, but avoid excessive interaction with evildoers. It's best for you to sleep early, exercise regularly, and maintain good health. It will benefit you greatly. On set. Wearing a wig and getting touched up, Hassan chuckled softly upon reading the long reply, obviously in a better mood. He tapped his fingers and saved the conversation. Hassan continued rehearsing while the makeup artist and assistant gathered around, gossiping. Ah. Jeff suddenly smiled so happily. He must be chatting with someone. Is he in love? The makeup artist exclaimed excitedly. I haven't seen any woman around Jeff besides being close to Kelly on variety shows, the assistant remarked. Then, the makeup artist gasped, just now, the name opposite him seemed to have the character Sue. The assistant widened her eyes, nearly losing her voice in excitement, jumping on the spot, real couple spotted. The two fans couldn't stop gossiping. The next day. Kelly slept soundly until dawn, and Helena had already prepared breakfast diligently. After the meal, she cautiously asked, Tyra, recently there's a supporting role drama. Will you accept it? Hearing this, Kelly raised an eyebrow, recalling the dramas the original host used to take, another evil supporting role serving Nyla? Helena swallowed, too scared to answer, indirectly confirming Kelly's guess. Kelly's wrist flicked slightly as she narrowed her eyes, radiating a dangerous aura. She smiled and said, sure, I'll take it. Excellent, the villainous supporting role. She couldn't wait to meet the innocent flower female lead. But Kelly's tone shifted, causing Helena, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, to tense up again. From now on, if you accept work without my permission, I won't go, and you will cover the breach of contract fee yourself. Fury surged within Helena. If she didn't get this dead girl to take these rotten roles, where would she get the money? But something was definitely off with Kelly lately, so she dared not act rashly. All she could do was lower herself and say, all right, I understand. Though Helena mouthed those words, a gleam flashed in her eyes. She had already found a shaman, who would arrive by this afternoon. Once the shaman exorcised the evil spirit from Kelly's body, the dead girl would be back to obediently following her orders. By the way, I have a friend coming over this afternoon. You stay in the house, and I'll call you out when it's time, okay? Helena asked in a conciliatory tone. Hearing her words, Kelly's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as she coldly replied, fine. Her fingers, hidden under the table, made subtle movements. She quickly calculated what would happen this afternoon and awaited it with anticipation. In the afternoon, the shaman arrived at home as Helena's friend. The shaman hissed and frowned, your home has poor feng shui, it can easily breed malevolent spirits. Is someone in your family possessed? Helena nodded frantically, how did you know? Truly amazing. She completely forgot the things she had said when inviting the shaman over. The shaman sighed and shook her head, this is too big for me to handle. I'll leave first. Upon hearing this, Helena turned pale and grabbed the shaman's hand desperately, no, please take a look. We have plenty of money, whatever it costs, just drive that ghost away. The shaman looked shrewd, pretending to calculate, alright, since your heart is sincere and we have an affinity, give me 1 million, and I'll settle this for you. I'm not spending this money, it's for offerings to the 3 pure ones. Helena nodded repeatedly, understanding. Just as she was about to transfer the money via her phone, Kelly opened her door and walked out. The shaman's face changed immediately, and she sucked in a sharp breath. Chapter 24, The Witch Hastily Fleeing. The witch pointed one finger at Kelly, and with the other hand, she pretended to wave her dust whisk a couple of times. There's an evil spirit on her. It must be dealt with immediately or it will lead to a great disaster. What should we do then? Helena asked in panic. 1 million must be transferred to me right away. Once I receive the money, I'll act, the witch said. Seeing that Helena truly believed her and was about to transfer money, Kelly pulled her aside. All your money comes from me. If you dare to transfer it, I won't forgive you. After speaking, she stared closely at the witch's face, sneering. You really think that doing bad things under the name of the 3 pure ones will have no retribution? This witch could only be considered a magician at best, she didn't understand even a bit of metaphysics. Through her expression, Kelly could tell that she had harmed many people. For those desperately trying to have children, she gave them randomly concocted prescriptions, which nearly killed them from overmedication. For those with mental issues, she told them they were possessed by evil spirits and made them swallow water that had been used to burn haphazardly written charms. In the end, one person suffered diarrhea for a whole week until they almost passed out. There were countless incidents like this. Upon hearing Kelly's words, the witch rolled her eyes disdainfully. If there was going to be retribution, it would have happened already. How could she still be fine now? I guarantee that for 1 million, the problem will be solved, the witch told Helena, who believed her. Seeing she was still deluded, Kelly laughed coldly. She waved her hand beside her body and drew a slight wisp of sinister energy from the witch toward her face. Since you don't believe, let you taste the bitterness of retribution first. The witch was surrounded by much sinister energy, but it hadn't reached her face because it wasn't concentrated enough. If she continued cheating, within a few months, a major calamity would surely happen. Nuts, the witch shot another white eye at Kelly, showing utmost disdain. Helena hugged her arm. Let's talk outside. As the two walked out, Kelly and Sky followed behind. Lowering her voice, the witch said, see? She's afraid of me. She doesn't want you to consult me about the exorcism. This proves she is indeed an evil spirit. Helena nodded rapidly. I see it. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Money is no big deal, master. You must remove the evil spirit from my home. As soon as she spoke, Helena loosened her grip on the witch, took out her phone, and prepared to transfer money. A high-pitched scream rang out. Helena watched as the witch missed a step and fell down the stairs. Her body rolled down like a ball, stopping just barely on the lower platform. Helena hurried down to help the witch up. Fortunately, she only had bruises and nothing serious. Of course, this was because Kelly hadn't mobilized much sinister energy. Had she done more, the witch would have either died or been left half dead today. Kelly curled her lips and chuckled. As Helena helped the witch up, seeing Kelly standing at the door made her retreat half a step in fright, swallowing hard. Ancient sages often say that those who do too much evil will destroy themselves. Why don't you believe it? Kelly asked curiously. Neither the witch nor Nyla seemed to believe in cause and effect. She'd scared, shaking her head as she went back into the room. The witch held her aching head, shuddering at Kelly's earlier words. Could it be that today she encountered a real evil spirit? She only pretended to perform rituals to make a living. She certainly didn't want to lose her life. So when Helena took out her phone again to transfer money, the witch waved her hand in refusal. I can't take this money, and I can't help. Please find someone better. Then, the witch fled hastily. Helena stood there, holding her phone and feeling utterly helpless. The witch had run away. What should she do now? At a loss, she looked up at the open room door and quickly ran downstairs to call a corner number. Just as the call connected, it was hung up. Undeterred, Helena called again. On the third try, it finally got through. What? Didn't I tell you not to call me so often? Came an annoyed voice. This time it's really serious. Helena quickly explained what had happened lately, especially about the witch. In summary, she suspected that Kelly had been possessed by something evil. The person on the other end snorted coldly. Maybe she's putting on an act, or maybe she feels cornered after being bullied by you. Be nice to her for a few days, let her relax, and see how things go. I don't believe there are ghosts in modern society. Hearing this, Helena's face contorted in misery. I have to interact with her again. I'm scared. As soon as she finished speaking, the line went dead. Helpless, Helena returned inside. Thinking she needed to keep Kelly calm, she said, the money you earned over these years is too mixed, it's hard to calculate. I need a professional accountant to audit it, so it will take some time. Okay, I'm a bit thirsty now. Could you cut some fruit for me? Kelly casually cracked sunflower seeds and threw the shells on the ground, speaking as if she were giving orders to a servant. Helena's hand at her side clenched tightly, wishing she could grab this stubborn girl and beat her up, but remembering her strange behavior lately, she could only let it go. Resigned, she went to the kitchen to wash fruit, following Kelly's various commands like a lord. Helena didn't realize that her current submissive and obedient demeanor was eerily similar to the original owner's pitiful state. Satisfied with collecting today's interest, Kelly got up and returned to her room, holding her phone to watch Hassan's movie. In recent days, she had become obsessed with all kinds of films and TV shows, which helped her understand modern society faster and also grasp human emotions better. In the movie, Hassan played a cold-blooded killer who, until the end, revealed his true identity as a good person disguised as a killer at the moment of sacrifice. Watching the once grim-faced killer finally show relief and a bright smile made Kelly's eyes well up. She covered her chest, savoring the bittersweet emotion. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was an unmarked number. Kelly swiped to answer. Hello? Is this Miss Sue? Yes. Kelly replied. She quickly did some calculations, getting out of bed abruptly and said before the caller could speak, Don't worry, I'm on my way. After hanging up, Kelly put on a coat and rushed out. Helena was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing her come out, she instinctively stood up, ready to follow orders. Make sure to clean the house twice every day for the next few days. Record videos of you cleaning for me, no slacking off. Kelly hurriedly instructed and left. After she left, Helena's face lit up with joy. Finally, the calamity had gone. She was free. She immediately turned up the TV volume, cracking sunflower seeds loudly. On the other side, Hassan's agent, Paulette, sat in the ambulance frowning, displeasure showing on her face. Why did Kelly hang up? Did she know what I wanted to say? Paulette thought for a moment but didn't send the address. She pursed her lips, closed her phone, and looked at Hassan lying on the stretcher with concern. Chapter 25, Trouble Strikes Again with 10 million. While Hassan was performing a wire stunt, the wire inexplicably snapped, and he fell heavily onto the padded mat below. Though there was a cushion to break his fall, which should have protected him, he lay motionless for quite some time. The crew then realized something was wrong. When they approached, they found that he had already passed out. Those with medical experience quickly provided first aid and called emergency services. Hope's agent, Paulette, rushed to the scene and accompanied him in the ambulance. For a moment, Hassan regained consciousness and asked her to call Kelly before losing consciousness again. Actually, Paulette didn't want to make that call. After all, Kelly was notorious in the industry for being shameless and opportunistic. When did their relationship become so close? Elsewhere. As soon as Kelly stepped out, she made a quick calculation and immediately hailed a taxi from the roadside. In the car, after stating her destination, she added, "Don't take the elevated highway. Go directly through the streets." The Zachariah glanced at her through the rearview mirror, puzzled. In all his years of driving, he had never encountered such an unreasonable request. Taking the elevated highway would save considerable time and money. "Miss, are you sure?" The Zachariah hesitated. Kelly nodded. "I'm sure. Just follow my directions. The customer is always right." Even though the Zachariah was puzzled, he couldn't argue further and reluctantly set off. The radio inside the car played soothing music, easing Kelly's tension as she leaned back and watched the bustling city outside. Breaking news, a multi-car accident has occurred on the elevated road near Bin Road. Please avoid this area and cooperate by taking alternative routes, announced the radio. Hearing this, the Zachariah's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel, eyes widening in shock. "Is it really that coincidental?" he murmured. "It's not a coincidence. I calculated it," Kelly said. In fact, if she hadn't stopped this taxi today, the Dayton would have been one of the victims in the accident. This Zachariah had a benevolent face, with a fortune mark between his eyebrows, indicating he was a man of good deeds. It seemed fate had other plans, and Kelly's intervention was no accident. "Miss, can you predict fortunes?" the Zachariah asked excitedly. Kelly nodded. "Something like that." The Zachariah chuckled. "Then give me a prediction. If it comes true, I'll honor you in my home and offer incense every day." A deep expression appeared in Kelly's cold eyes. She thought about Daniela, who had wished before the mountain god and gained power from faith. Could it be possible that if someone honored her, she could also gain such power? "You don't need to honor me. Instead, honor the dear spirit mountain god when the time comes. Write those 4 characters on the altar and bow before it daily," Kelly advised. The Dayton, convinced by her words, agreed eagerly, full of anticipation. Kelly swiftly made another prediction. "You have a 15-year-old daughter?" The Zachariah gasped. "How do you know?" He checked his surroundings in the car, ensuring nothing related to his family was visible. Truly miraculous. Ignoring his reaction, Kelly continued, "Your daughter is suffering from bullying at school. She will attempt suicide before 3 o'clock this afternoon. She's currently writing her farewell note. She will call you shortly to remind you to drive carefully." The Zachariah's eyes reddened with tears. It was already 2:30, and part of him couldn't believe it. But the phone rang, and the Dayton's hand trembled as he answered it, activating speaker mode. "Beck," came a young voice. The Dayton's voice shook. "My dear girl. Beck, please drive more slowly and come home often to keep Tamara company. She's lonely without you. I know you work hard for me, but in the future, try to ease your burden. Just spending time with Tamara makes me happy." The Dayton's daughter finished her advice and hung up after 2 minutes. Tears streamed down the Dayton's face as he looked back helplessly at Kelly. "The airport is just ahead. Send me there quickly, and you might still make it home in time to save your daughter. Remember not to run any red lights." The Dayton felt a renewed sense of purpose, sped up, and dropped Kelly off at the airport without even asking for payment. If his daughter really intended to commit suicide, this woman would be their family's savior. Why ask for money? Kelly collected her ticket and waited in the boarding lounge. Fortune-telling and saving lives in the mystical world usually came at a price. But the mountain god operated differently, adhering to karma. His question was the cause, and she needed his offerings as the effect. Saving a life was a great blessing. As long as one doesn't do evil, there will be no retribution. Half an hour later, Kelly boarded a flight to Yuncheng. As the plane ascended, she observed people below becoming tiny dots like ants. Modern society is truly fascinating, with cars and airplanes making life incredibly convenient. Suddenly, a tiny golden dot that no one else could see flew to Kelly and then merged into her, converting into divine power within her body. The tiny golden dot was precisely the power of faith. Joy flashed in Kelly's eyes. She closed her eyes and extracted memories from the power of faith. When the Zachariah pushed open the door to his daughter's room, she was about to swallow pills. He immediately threw all the pills into the trash and hugged his daughter to console her. The mother, who came in later, joined in as their daughter recounted the unfair treatment she had received at school while being gently consoled by both parents. The Dayton cried as he dialed the education bureau, then contacted the homeroom teacher, harshly scolding them in front of his daughter, promising her that she would change schools and never be neglected again. As the 3 family members hugged together, the power of faith flew out from the Dayton's heart. A faint smile curved on Kelly's lips. It was good to save a life, losing a precious life would make her feel sorry too. But now, with both her divine soul and faith power drained, she didn't know when she would return to her position as the mountain god. Upon arrival, Kelly immediately took a taxi to the hospital where Hassan was admitted, where many photos of her were taken by the media and uploaded online. Without asking the receptionist, she went straight upstairs and accurately found the ward. Seeing Kelly push the door open, Paulette was shocked. Why are you here? She hadn't said anything at all. However, upon entering the room and seeing the evil aura on Hassan's, Kelly understood everything. The person behind this kept using petty tricks. It was really annoying. Have they checked? Can't find anything, but he remains unconscious? Kelly asked. Paulette inexplicably felt an overwhelming presence from her and nodded silently. You're right. She suddenly thought of the new persona the person before her had recently established, a girl of mysticism. At the time, she also complained that this persona was outdated and questioned her agent's judgment. But now, how could she not feel that this might actually be true? Kelly sighed deeply. Earning this 10 million wasn't easy. Hassan needed a raise after he woke up. In Paulette's astonished gaze, Kelly lowered her head and kissed his thin lips. Chapter 26, Speaking Frankly, Scoundrels. The moment their lips touched, all the malevolent aura surrounding Hassan was instantly absorbed into Kelly's body, making her face slightly pale and causing her brows to inadvertently frown. Realizing what had happened, Paulette clamped a hand over her lips, nearly letting out a scream. She lunged forward, forcefully pulling Kelly away, her eyes wide with anger as she demanded, have you gone mad? He's already in this state and you still don't let him be, and... There were things that Paulette felt too embarrassed to say aloud. She had been vigilant for Hassan, having stopped countless private fans before, but never did she expect that the biggest private fan would be right in front of her. Kelly was converting the malevolent aura inside her body using divine power, so she ignored everyone. The longer the malevolent aura stayed inside her, the more dangerous it became. Fuming, Paulette took deep breaths and pulled on Kelly's arm, gritting her teeth. Get out, leave this ward. I'm telling you, stay away from our artist from now on, or I won't hesitate to expose you. Cough, cough. Behind them, a cough interrupted. Paulette stopped fussing about Kelly and hurriedly turned back to see Hassan regaining consciousness. His eyebrows carried a hint of melancholy due to his unconsciousness, making him appear even more heart-wrenchingly weak than Nyla's fake delicate act. Such beauty was truly calamitous. Paulette, don't blame her. It was my request, Hassan explained softly, lacking strength. Upon hearing this, Paulette felt as if the world had turned dark. Could it be that her artist was dating Kelly? Anyone but her. Only now did Kelly finish absorbing the malevolent aura. She gently rubbed her wrist that Paulette had pinched, her eyes cold with dissatisfaction. Did she really kiss willingly? Twice now, time to raise the price, she said, slightly raising an eyebrow and crossing her arms. Hassan chuckled lightly, inexplicably indulgent. All right, double it. Double meant 20 million, and a smile appeared on Kelly's face. Deal. Their cryptic conversation left Paulette utterly confused. Hassan waved her off. Paulette, please leave us alone for now. But... Paulette frowned at Kelly, like a pig guarding its cabbage vigilantly. Hassan sighed, we need to talk privately. Your presence isn't convenient. Seeing his insistence, Paulette nodded reluctantly and left the ward, not forgetting to add, take care of yourself too, man. The door closed softly behind her. Kelly pulled a stool next to the bed and sighed deeply. Looks like my reputation is completely ruined. Thinking of the deeds the original host had done under Helena's coercion, she mocked herself. Well, anyway, in the public eye, I've never been a good person. In my eyes, you are, Hassan interjected unexpectedly. Surprised, Kelly looked at him, trying to understand the meaning behind his words. Did he know something? Hassan shifted his gaze, asking, was it also the malevolent aura that caused me to fall while doing stunts this time? Yes, but after the last incident, they've been weakened considerably. Now they can only resort to these low tricks. If I had been with you, it wouldn't have happened, Kelly replied. But to prevent him from trying again, I'll need to stay close to you these few days. Okay. Hassan agreed swiftly, the corners of his mouth faintly curling into a smile. At this moment, the internet was in uproar. Photos of Kelly entering the hospital and a picture of the forced kiss between her and Hassan flooded the news, sending it viral. Hassan's fans were furious. How shameless is Kelly? Taking advantage of someone who's weak, does she not feel disgusted with herself? Wah, my poor brother, that wicked woman, Kelly. My brother looks so pitiful, I'm ready to commit murder. How dare she do this? Anyone planning to crowdfund hitting her? I feel like I'm teetering on the edge of the law. I've already ordered a pillow with Kelly's face on it, watch me beat her up. Thus, Kelly-branded pillows were sold out, scaring merchants on Pinduoduo to remove the products hastily. At the Flynn residence. Seeing the photo of Kelly kissing Hassan trending, Nyla's face contorted with rage as she smashed her phone onto the floor. That damn wretch. She should have let Helena deal with her then and there, to avoid such troubles now. Her phone screen lit up suddenly. It was a call from her agent. Nyla took a deep breath to calm herself before picking up the phone. Hello, Brent, her voice remained sweet, showing no trace of anger. Galen Xu, this is a great opportunity to capitalize on the trend. As Hassan's fiancé, you can take the chance to express your stance online, further tarnishing Kelly's image, making her a universally despised third party, her agent suggested. Nyla's eyes glinted with sinister malice, though her tone feigned hesitation. Wouldn't that be too cruel? Agent Wang sighed and tried to persuade her gently, you are just too kind. That woman has trespassed on you multiple times, yet you still fear being cruel to her. Finally, under the persistent advice of her agent, Nyla reluctantly agreed. After hanging up the phone, a sinister smile appeared on her face. She walked to the dressing mirror and applied red blush to her nose and under her eyes, mimicking the look of someone who had been crying. Nyla took out her special camera phone and added a rabbit effect to take a pitiful-looking photo of herself. After meticulous editing, she opened Weibo. By now, her first post had already garnered many sympathetic comments. She's such an audacious third party. Sister is so beautiful, does Jeff have blind eyes? Sigh, childhood sweethearts and betrothed marriages, what a great love story. Can pure feelings really be trumped by unexpected encounters? I actually think Kelly looks better than Nyla. Comparing appearances, Flynn can't even match up with her. So what if she's beautiful? But with a venomous heart like a witch. Our little fairy is so beautiful and kind. Who cares about comparing with her? Seeing many people praising Kelly's appearance, Nyla gritted her teeth and closed the comments section before posting her next Weibo. Nyla, everyone is right. No matter how long a relationship lasts, it cannot withstand a sudden impact. Image.jpg. Once this Weibo was posted, public opinion escalated. The comments section on Kelly's posts was flooded with insults calling her a third party. Helena relished in watching her get criticized and naturally would not shut down the comments section as a precaution. At the hospital, Paulette didn't know what the two were discussing alone but felt the intense online backlash needed immediate attention. She pushed the door open with a bang. Jeff, the internet is filled with rumors about you and Kelly. She handed her phone to Hassan, and Kelly leaned in to see. What caught their eyes was an extremely vicious comment. Can the third-party Kelly die already? Hassan and our gallant Alice have a marriage contract. Even without being married, they are engaged. You are completely a third party, you must die. 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 The final words, die, in black letters gave off an eerie sense of bloodshed. She really hates me, Kelly summed up. Looking at Hassan, she curiously asked, if we really had a relationship, then I would be the third party, and you would be the one cheating. In common terms, we'd be scum man and trash woman. But why am I the only one getting cursed? Chapter 27. Why, eldest brother? Hearing Kelly's question, elder sister Hope fell silent. But her silence was deafening. Hassan let out a faint chuckle from his throat, seemingly mixed with indulgence, and explained seriously for her, you're right, modern society indeed has a higher tolerance for men. Thinking about the movie she watched these past few days and her understanding of various aspects of modern society, Kelly nodded and quietly noted this down in her mind. In the past, as the mountain deity, there was not much difference between men and women in her eyes, so she disliked the differential treatment in modern society. Seeing one daring to ask and the other daring to answer, elder sister Hope was greatly troubled. Do we need to deal with this matter? Right, Adrian posted an elusive Weibo post, saying that childhood sweethearts can't match heaven-sent romance. Hassan hummed, took out his phone, searched the WeChat chat records, and screenshot it. He originally did not wish to make things too clear, knowing that only the two families should be informed. But since Adrian now involved Kelly, he had to take it seriously. Hassan, image.jpg. With Emperor Hassan stepping in personally, this incident reached a new climax again. In the picture, it was his conversation with Adrian. He clearly stated that the arrangement of marriage by parents and matchmakers was an outdated practice for modern people, and he did not want to fulfill the arranged marriage. On the other end, she replied with just two dry words, okay, and sent a understood emoji. With such strong evidence, public opinion shifted drastically, and the comments section under Adrian's post became filled with ridicule. So if you knew Emperor Hassan wouldn't honor the betrothal, why are you still hanging on to it? Oldest sister, childhood sweetheart versus heaven sent, really makes me laugh. Now looking at it, Kelly is actually quite nice, at least she doesn't play games. Women understand women, who can't see what you're up to. Adrian couldn't believe her eyes while looking at Hassan's clarification Weibo post, gathering large tears in her eyes, revealing intense unwillingness and hatred in her expression. Even if he had no feelings for her, could he not embarrass her like this online? Especially when the relationship between the two families was going well, how would they coexist after he posted this Weibo? Was it worth it for Kelly? Knock knock knock. The door was knocked. Adrian quickly reined in her ugly and jealous expression, tremblingly said, come in. It was Adonis, her eldest brother, who entered. He served as the general manager in the Flynn Family Corporation, rich, powerful, and handsome, famously known in the circle as a bachelor. Are you all right? He walked to Adrian, frowned seeing the tears in her eyes. Eldest brother, why? Adrian threw herself into his arms. When I was little, everyone told me that I would be Brother Arden's wife in the future, so I liked him, chasing him for years. But now, because he met Kelly, he completely changed, even hurting me for her. She sobbed loudly, pain appearing on Adonis's handsome face as he gently patted her back to comfort her. Shao Hopi, don't cry for those unworthy people. If they dare to bully you, your eldest brother will make them pay. Adonis whispered consolingly. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing these words, the sobbing Adrian in his arms revealed a victorious smile. She got up from his embrace, hiccuping, no, eldest brother. A little hurt is nothing, it's just that I couldn't think straight for a moment. I'll be fine once I get over it. Although Kelly likes bullying me and taking my things, she is my only good friend, I don't want to lose her. At the mention of Kelly, Adonis scowled in disgust. He had seen this name countless times on hot search lists before, every time it was about how she bullied Xiao Hopi. He longed to take action to correct this wrongdoing in the entertainment industry, but Adrian always cried and begged for mercy, softening his heart and making him put off his plans temporarily. But this time it was different. Kelly dared to lay her hands on Xiao Hopi's man. Adonis's face turned cold and stern. Xiao Hopi, you are my younger sister. Eldest brother cannot watch you being bullied any longer. Beware of fire, thieves, and friends. Such a friend is better off without. This time, let your eldest brother make decisions for you. Adrian bit her lip sadly, nodding slightly, then immediately lowered her head, shoulders shaking as she cried. Actually, her eyes and eyebrows were full of mocking smiles. Adonis secured his position as general manager at a young age. Kelly, her schemes and methods certainly showed her level. Kelly's nightmare was about to come. Could she withstand it? While Hassan was wire-trapped and fell onto the soft mat from a height, he was unconscious but otherwise unharmed. So after finishing the 4-drip, he packed up and left through the back door of the hospital, with Kelly getting into the car together. Are the two of you moving in together? Sister Hope painfully forced out the last 2 words. Recalling the knowledge she learned during this time, cohabitation meant living together. She nodded, her cool little face serious. Yes, we are going to live together. Hassan clenched his fist and placed it under his lips, trying to suppress a fit of coughing from being stunned. He really wanted to enroll her in a Chinese class. Just that I have some issues, she will stay at my place for a few days, he explained. Only then did Sister Hope's heart settle. She looked at Kelly, whose face was as fresh and clear as a fairy but acted with an air of naivety and innocence. She murmured, how come you feel different from before? Noticing Sister Hope's confusion, Kelly also glanced at her, frowning when she saw a sudden surge of black chi between her brows. Sha chi could bring calamity, while disaster chi would cause physical harm. Calamities can be taken, disasters must be warded off. Thinking of the power of faith, Kelly said, don't go near water these days. You are facing a water disaster. Suddenly jumping into metaphysics, Sister Hope blinked twice, momentarily confused despite her usual sharpness. Huh? Patiently, Kelly repeated for her, you have a calamity on your forehead, belonging to the element of water. Avoid water within 3 days to evade the disaster. Does that mean I can't drink water? Sister Hope asked sincerely. Kelly calculated for her with a wave of her hand, shaking her head, you can drink water, but stay away from artificial lakes, fountains, and such. Gallinston to her, Hassan said. Sister Hope nodded, feeling that though Kelly seemed odd, it did sound mysterious. Especially since she found the ward directly without knowing the address or any online leaks. If you remain safe after 3 days, you should sincerely thank the deity of Luling Mountain, Kelly insisted. Sister Hope nodded, finding the mountain name somewhat familiar. Luling Mountain, isn't that where you filmed Surviving in the Wilderness? Hassan's heart stirred slightly. Kelly closed her eyes to conserve her energy, saying only, just do as I said. In no time, they arrived at the destination. A villa, surrounded by desolation, luxurious like a palace. Kelly looked at the villa and then at Hassan. Well, this was bigger than her own shrine. Hassan chuckled at her reaction, his phoenix eyes gleaming with affectionate light. You too. Sister Hope scared, throwing caution to the wind, absolutely don't do anything you shouldn't, and even if you do, don't give me a baby. Chapter 28, Dating Show Reformation. Sister Hope slammed the car door shut, and the limousine sped away, leaving Kelly with a puzzled look. What did she mean? What child? Hassan's ears turned slightly red. She's just talking nonsense. Sister Hope is getting old, she might have dementia. Kelly nodded thoughtfully, adding this piece of information to her vast reserve of knowledge. In the limousine, the 35-year-old Sister Hope sneezed. She rubbed her itchy nose gently, wondering why she felt someone was speaking ill of her. Kelly and Hassan entered the villa. Inside and outside, everything exuded opulence. She finally realized how important earning money was. She wanted to build a beautiful, luxurious temple on Luling Mountain as well. Does that mean I still can't stay too far from you? Should we live together? Hassan asked, blushing. No need. The current distance is fine, Kelly replied. The hint of shyness in Hassan's eyes completely vanished, replaced by a faint oh. Kelly settled into the luxurious villa, enjoying the blissful life where everything was served to her, forgetting about the world outside. She thought staying at the villa under the pretext of personal protection was a good choice. Until, Kelly received a call from the director of Survival Wilderness. Originally, the director intended to call Helena, but since she couldn't make decisions now, he had to call the artist directly. A dating show? I'm not interested in romance. Find someone else. Kelly decisively refused. How could she, who loves all living beings, favor only one person? Could gods even fall in love? Born nurtured by heaven and earth, Kelly became the deity of Luling Mountain. Through the people who came and went, she understood emotions, love, anger, greed, wishes, and desires. But back then, she had no heart, and no one taught her how to deal with such feelings. She only knew that she was a deity. Participating in the dating show doesn't necessarily mean you have to fall in love. You can find your ideal partner or remain single. Our program lasts half a month, offering a salary of 5 million yuan. If you become the top trendsetter, we'll add another 5 million. Won't you consider it? The director tempted. 5 million. How much would it cost to build a villa on Luling Mountain? Kelly asked sincerely. Ulrich pondered for a moment. To build a villa, you'd need to buy land. However, Luling Mountain is remote, so the land should be cheap, let's say 5 million. Buying materials and paying labor will cost at least 2 to 3 million more, depending on the type of villa. For an ordinary villa, a few million would suffice. Kelly nodded. How about a villa like Hassan's? Ulrich whistled. That luxurious one would cost around 50 million, not including antiques and ornaments inside. 50 million was a huge sum for Kelly. Alright, I'll participate in the show, she said. Ulrich grinned happily. Great. After hanging up, the director began notifying the other guests. After Survival Wilderness, he originally planned to do a dating show. Unexpectedly, someone contacted him yesterday with an investment proposal, which required Kelly and Nyla to be part of the show. Moreover, the program needed to be kept secret from the guests and broadcast live. The investment amount was high, and the requirements were minimal. Ulrich agreed joyfully. He aimed to gather all the participants from Survival Wilderness. That night, Kelly was fully engrossed in the delicious food before her. Although she usually didn't care much about indulging herself, the dishes made by Hassan's family chef were too tempting. After dinner, the two of them leisurely sipped hawthorn tea specially prepared by the chef. This atmosphere somehow felt like a newlywed couple. The Survival Wilderness director invited me to participate in a dating show. He said you've already agreed, Hassan inquired. Kelly nodded. Yes, he said it's okay if I don't fall in love. Anyway, I'll earn 5 million in half a month. Her money-obsessed attitude made Hassan chuckle, improving his mood significantly. After returning to his room, he also accepted the director's invitation. Thus, all participants from Survival Wilderness were gathered. 3 days later, filming officially began. To ensure the guests remained unaware of the live broadcast, the director gave no prior notice. When the live stream started, fans were taken aback. Word spread quickly, and the live streaming room became lively, with everyone cursing the director. Baldy, you didn't even tell us about the live stream. Don't want us to watch? Huh, the live stream is meant to please us, yet we know nothing. Baldy deserves to be beheaded. This dating show sounds interesting. All the participants from Survival Wilderness are here. Could there be a triangle drama among them? Why are there still cameras in the show when it's being live-streamed? It seems unnecessary. Seeing these comments, the director laughed and explained, I've confiscated the guests' phones. They will be locked in the village for 15 days, and the most exciting part is, they have no idea they're being live-streamed. Viewers in the live chat went wild, praising the director's genius move. With so many top celebrities playing along, he was indeed impressive. However, everyone was also very excited to see what the real brothers and sisters would be like under the true lens. Ulrich opened the loudspeaker and addressed the guests. Now, everyone can introduce themselves. Nyla, seated on the far left, smiled lightly and waved at the camera. The live stream immediately switched to the view from the camera operator's device. Hello everyone, I'm your little fairy. This time, I came to participate in the dating show. She bit her lip, secretly glancing at Hassan not far away, then quickly pulled her gaze back as if electrocuted. It's because of someone special. Egon followed right after, I'm sure you all know my name. Coincidentally, I also came here for someone. His flirtatious eyes earnestly locked onto Nyla, as if trying to envelop her with tender affection. Ah, this ship is perfect. Can't the little fairy consider the top streamer? It seems he really likes her, openly showing his love on the show. It's heartwarming. Though Jeff is great, now top streamer Ko seems the best match for the little fairy. She should be cherished above all. Daniela, Hoover, Kelly, and Hassan introduced only their names without such drama. The two new guests were C-tier actresses who had become famous for their controversial stances, Alice. A top male idol, adored by countless fans, Zinnia, known as the god of beauty in the entertainment industry. They had just starred in a wildly popular TV series and were everyone's favorite couple to pair up. Zinnia sat straight, deliberately showing the camera his most perfect jawline, with his eyes fixed on it. His gaze was incredibly piercing, seeming to look through the lens to the netizens on the other side. Don't worry, I remember all the advice you've given me. I will stay away from those with ill intentions. You will always be my only treasures. As he finished speaking, Zinnia blew a kiss to the camera, making the cameraman's hands tremble while his young fans cheered enthusiastically. Zinnia truly spoils his fans. Being his fan is such a joy. Our brother is dissing Kelly, the girl who loves to rub shoulders with others, lol. Brother's eyes are so dominant, I love it. No, doesn't anyone feel it's overly oily? Hasn't the cameraman suffered enough? Chapter 29, to attract my attention. Kelly, who had been dissed by Zinnia, was completely unaware of it. She merely moved her gaze silently. For some reason, she felt a strange sensation in her heart, as if she wanted to retch. Alice looked at Zinnia with adoration in her eyes, her delicate face showing admiration and obsession. She really seemed to be deeply in love. After the guests finished their introductions, the director allowed them to freely move around the villa on the first day. Turning off the microphone, the director walked to a corner and called the sponsor, flattering, "Hakeem, the dating show has started airing. You can watch it if you have time. Don't worry, no one knows it's being live-streamed. They think it's pre-recorded, and I've hidden it very well." After hanging up, the director scratched his head while the assistant director came over. "What's wrong? Did the sponsor say something that's got you so worried? Did they make unreasonable demands?" Ulrich clicked his tongue and asked a question buried deep in his heart. "Do you think this time, the investor, Adonis, is Lingshue's older brother and is definitely investing for his sister?" The assistant director nodded. "Right. But here's the problem." Ulrich slapped his thigh. "If he's investing for his sister, why doesn't Flynn Lingshue know about the live streaming format?" The assistant director blinked several times, almost catching up with the thought. He hissed, drawing a cold breath. "Yeah." Thus, the two directors squatted in the corner, holding their heads and pondering the thoughts of wealthy people. In fact, Adonis was afraid that Flynn Lingshue might tell Kelly about the live streaming, ruining his plans because of her kindness. At the villa, Daniela stuck close to Kelly after the director announced free time. Normally alluring and seductive as part of the girl group, she now looked like a gentle child. One person cold and the other strikingly beautiful, together they resembled a perfect picture of two beauties. "Everyone, I'm going crazy. Why do I feel like these two have chemistry? I'm a writer and have already started writing fan fiction about these two, older, aloof sister versus younger, gorgeous sister. Who wouldn't love this? Ha, someone like Kelly, only riding Daniela's fame. Do Daniela's fans have brain issues? Someone's piggybacking on your idol's popularity, yet you're happily writing fan fiction. Why not? If Princess Lila likes Kelly, we love her too." Unlike Flynn Lingshue's fans, who often put others down, Daniela's fans were relatively kind-hearted and innocent. Look at Hassan's expression, it's hilarious. This comment caught everyone's attention. People who were arguing turned to look. Hassan sat not far away, occasionally glancing at Kelly and Daniela, who were hugging each other. His face showed no expression, yet somehow, he looked a bit pitiful and aggrieved. "Hassan, haha, he looks like a spurned original wife. The above description is spot on. Aren't you sick? Stop shipping Hassan and Kelly, it's disgusting. Get lost, confused people. What's the point of a dating show without shipping?" Not just the online audience, even Daniela herself noticed something was off. She sneakily glanced at Hassan, quickly turning her gaze when she realized he was looking at them. She let go of Kelly's arm and sat up straight. "What's wrong?" Kelly raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Sister Brooke, don't you feel there's a trace of jealousy and sourness in the air? And that smoky atmosphere?" Daniela muttered. "Huh?" Kelly's eyes widened slightly, becoming alert. Could someone behind the scenes be plotting something? Her already cold face grew colder, hinting at anger. Daniela, knowing Kelly misunderstood, stuck out her tongue and hugged her warmly. "Sister Brooke, you're overthinking it. I was just kidding." The audience online laughed at this reaction. "Daniela, it seems someone is jealous. Kelly, where's the danger? Who wants to assassinate me? Is Kelly developing a new persona? I never thought she could be so clueless and cute. She does seem to have changed a lot. Previously, she seemed timid, which was annoying, but now she's more open, though she still has that naive vibe. Pretending to be naive. No female celebrity in the entertainment industry can be trusted except our fairy princess." There were no internet-enabled devices in the dating house, and even a signal blocker to prevent guests from sneaking in cell phones. The television and program-provided phones already had enough movies and TV shows downloaded, so everyone still had something to do. While others were on their phones, Kelly and Daniela watched Keep Running on the TV, laughing non-stop at the intentionally comedic effects. "Come out with me," Egon said coldly to the two of them. Daniela frowned, as if she had nothing to do with him, while Kelly acted as if she hadn't heard anything. "Hey, I asked you to come out with me for a moment." Egon's voice was tinged with anger. Kelly remained unmoved because the variety show was at a crucial point. Daniela pointed to her own nose. "Me?" Flames seemed ready to burst from Egon's flirtatious peach blossom eyes as he clenched his teeth in anger. He fiercely kicked towards Kelly's chair legs, hoping this woman would fall and preferably be paralyzed. To save him from constantly worrying about her blabbering. However, just as his leg was about to land on the chair leg, Kelly quickly stood up and kicked his leg away that intended to do harm. "Ah!" Egon immediately let out a shout, pale with pain. His fans couldn't sit still anymore. Is Kelly sick or something? Why did she kick our brother? If she can't control her cheap legs, they should be removed. I wish I could rush into the screen and kill this woman. Who wants to join me in pouring sulfuric acid at her company? Bitch, she must think the show is pre-recorded and will be edited later, so she dares to treat our brother like this. Not really, didn't Egon provoke Kelly himself? How can you blame the girl? He even planned to kick her chair legs. What kind of person is he? Finally, I've seen how terrifying girlfriend fans in domestic entertainment can be. Egon was a top streamer with numerous girlfriend fans, making his fans the first-rate worst in domestic entertainment. More protective than dogs. Kelly, are you sick? Egon cursed viciously. Having been a top streamer for years, no one dared to defy him. But with Kelly, he repeatedly endured frustration. Egon was truly fed up. Kelly sneered, is it being sick to stand here letting you kick me? Sorry, I might indeed be sick. These words made Egon's face freeze, and Daniela couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Too high, simply too high. Egon narrowed his eyes, looking at Kelly who gazed at him indifferently, much like anyone else. Remembering the adoration she once had for him in her eyes, he suddenly realized. He slowly got up, curling the corners of his lips into what he thought was an appealing smile. Kelly, you really went to great lengths to attract my attention. Chapter 30. Alright, you don't need to keep putting on these little shows in front of me. I have something to tell you, come out first, Egon said. He sighed lightly, seemingly troubled by his own charm. Kelly pursed her lips and gathered her thoughts, tapping her fingers gently on her head twice before asking sincerely, are you really okay? A hearty laugh echoed from not far away. Egon turned his cold face to look, his gaze briefly meeting Hassan's before retracting. Whether in terms of status in the entertainment industry or family power, he couldn't afford to provoke actor Hope. Kelly turned back to watch the variety show. The exciting part had already passed, and she missed it. Her delicate face tensed up, a hint of coldness and displeasure lingering in her slightly upward slanted phoenix eyes. Kelly stood up and said to Egon, forget it, I'll go outside with you. She was curious about what this scumbag had to say to her. Hearing this, Egon's eyes brightened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He knew Kelly still liked him, otherwise, why would she help him out? Thinking about the recent hot searches between actor Hope and her, Egon strutted past her proudly, feeling like he had regained some ground. Zinnia glanced over, his brows furrowing into a frown, rubbing his chin as if in deep thought. He seemed to understand something, staring straight at the cameraman holding the camera. Seriously, are these male celebrities really okay? Why do I feel like they all have problems? Ah, Zinnia is so handsome. He's looking at me, I'm about to faint. Are you guys not embarrassed? Do you usually eat less greasy food? I truly feel sorry for the cameraman. Joa, shouldn't you give them a drumstick? Wait, Zinnia probably can't eat greasy things, better give them some congee. Outside the small house. Egon deliberately found a relatively secluded spot without any photographers nearby. What he didn't know was that there was an invisible surveillance camera right above him. The distance between the two people and the camera was so close that netizens could even see their pores clearly. Adonis invested enough, after all, and the director ensured all hardware was top-notch. There were cameras surrounding the villa extensively, leaving no place absolutely safe. Kelly, I hope you won't disturb my life anymore and pull yourself out of the show gracefully. And don't talk about those past events. I hope everyone knows nothing about those, Egon said. Kelly pondered in her mind, do you mean the affair with multiple people during our relationship that I caught you at the club hitting on girls? Her sincere question left Egon speechless for a moment. Ulrich, who had been nervously watching the surveillance since they came out, spat out the tea he had just drunk. Our show is about to soar. Such a big scoop, and Kelly just went ahead and dropped it. Ulrich shook the deputy director, who was covered in tea leaves. The deputy director spat out a leaf, looking melancholic and sad, closed his eyes, and trembled. Human joy and sorrow do not connect. In the live stream, Egon's fans went crazy again. Kelly is seriously ill. Why does she always drag our brother into this? B*TCH, intentionally trying to ruin our brother, right? Is there a possibility that she doesn't know and is just saying it live now? Upper floor, I think so too. Egon, unable to tolerate it any longer, roared, enough. Kelly, I did indeed cheat, but do you think you have no faults? I did, indeed, cheat. These 5 words hit the fans who were defending Egon fiercely, making their hands pause on the keyboards. Egon continued his tirade, his eyes red with rage, losing his usual pretense of a noble gentleman. I am a normal man. You acted like a righteous woman in love, and I needed to release my desires. What's wrong with that? Kelly flipped through the original owner's memories, confused. We've only been together for a few days. Egon sneered, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, inhaled deeply, and blew the smoke into her face. It's a new era now. Are you still living in the old days? The smoky smell was pungent, and Kelly coughed twice, waving it away with her hand. I'm telling you, scram from the show quickly, or don't blame me for not showing you respect, Egon threatened, squinting his eyes. Fine. Kelly nodded in agreement. A sneer curled at the corner of Egon's mouth. Was this Adrian worth worrying about? Dealing with her would be child's play. Not that Kelly swallowed that humiliation. She seems so pathetic. Upper floor, her expression didn't seem like it. Egon is disgusting. What awful statements. Wanting to sleep with someone after a few days together. Why hasn't he died yet in his 20-something years? Unfollowing. Can't continue to support this. Egon smoked another puff, blowing it towards Kelly. This time, she turned her head aside in advance, a flicker of anger appearing in her eyes. I like obedient women. Go tell the director that you'll find me after the show ends, and I can give you one chance. He smiled. After saying that, he sized up Kelly from head to toe as if giving her an x-ray. You misunderstood. When I said yes, it was because I wanted to see how you dare to disrespect me. Kelly replied sincerely. Egon widened his eyes in surprise, spat on the ground, and raised his fist high. Let me show you. Just as Kelly was preparing to properly teach this trash a lesson, a figure darted out from the corner and kicked the back of the trash's knee. Egon dropped to his knees, bowing early. The cigarette that fell from his hand was extinguished by a foot. Following the foot upward, it was Hassan. I love watching hero saves beauty. So Hopihan and Kelly are real? If it's true, then I won't hesitate to ship them. Welcome everyone to our Sugar CP super topic. Where are Egon's fans? How come they're not speaking up for him now? After this incident, Egon quickly lost followers, with only a few remaining loyal ones fighting fiercely on social media. Hashtag Koinfeng admits cheating hashtag. Hashtag Koinfeng offers Kelly a chance and gets rejected hashtag. Hashtag on how disgusting self-confident men can be hashtag. The hot searches about him were rampant, while casual onlookers relished in the drama. His fans suffered. Hashtag Hopihan protectively shields Kelly, Sugar CP is real, hashtag. At this moment, Egon glared at Hassan and snapped nastily, what are you doing? His tone was much softer compared to when he spoke to Kelly earlier. Hassan's phoenix eyes were filled with icy coldness, making his usually warm voice completely frozen. Stay away from her. He placed Kelly behind him protectively, the scene between the two perfectly akin to a romantic drama. Egon glared viciously at the two of them, his eyes dark and threatening, but he didn't dare to truly confront them, embodying the meaning of suppressing his anger to the fullest extent. Hassan held Kelly's hand and turned to leave, causing frenzied cheers in the live stream. The Sugar CP must be shipped. Only Egon is injured in this world now. Chapter 31, Who on Earth is fanning Kelly? Hassan did not take Kelly back to the cabin but walked to the other side, checking her all over with concern. After confirming she was unharmed, he finally relaxed the tightness in his heart. You don't need to fear Egon. With me around, he won't be able to cause any trouble, Hassan said earnestly. What he meant was for Kelly to do whatever she wanted, he would cover everything up. Sugar overload, this couple is so sweet, I'm almost getting diabetes. So Kelly sealed it with a kiss, and easily secured thee against the wall? Laughing out loud, had I known thee likes being kissed forcefully, I would have given him a Thomas full spin, hugging him tightly for 365 degrees. Pervert or you are the pervert, can't compete. Kelly didn't feel any of the romantic vibes the netizens were talking about. Don't worry, Egon won't stay famous for long, she said seriously. Glancing around, Kelly lowered her voice, he's entangled in lawsuits, which will be exposed in a few days. Seeing the dark cloud over Egon's career path earlier, she calculated more profound matters after some thought. What kind of lawsuit? Tell me quietly. Hassan bent down, bringing his ear close to her lips. Kelly whispered something into his ear that made him widen his eyes in surprise and give her an incredulous look as he stood up. She nodded slightly, looking mysterious. In that case, let's just wait for him to be exposed himself, Hassan said. The two walked toward the cabin, leaving the audience anxious. What exactly is going on? I want to hear it too. Can Kelly say it louder? Sniffle, as a fan of Jeff, I hate his intelligence for the first time. Is there anyone inside who knows what Egon has done? I guess we'll know in a few days. Let's bear with it for now. Apart from Egon's inexplicable behavior just now, the love cabin remained relatively peaceful. Since the guests were unfamiliar with each other and the director allowed free activities, everyone entertained themselves. Of course, except Zinnia and Alice. They couldn't wait to show how intimate they were. Talking closely at one moment and feeding each other food the next, their relationship filled with pink bubbles. But after seeing Kelly's normal interaction with Jeff, the netizens found these exaggerated displays nauseating. They seemed overly contrived, lacking genuine feeling. When Hassan leaned close to Kelly's ear, listening to her speak during the live stream, the scene was captured and became a hit online, widely recognized as the ultimate CP image. Admittedly, the two had a strange sense of harmony. One cold, one gentle, perfect match. In the evening, after dinner, the guests returned to their rooms and were instructed to write down the names of their desired partners on cards, only able to vote for the opposite gender. Mutual votes would form teams the next day. Kelly pondered for a moment and wrote Hassan's name on her card. Soon, the staff collected the cards and sorted them in the living room. Zinnia and Alice naturally voted for each other. Hassan and Kelly matched as well. Adrian voted for Hassan, while Ashton voted for her. Surprisingly, Daniela and Hoover also matched successfully. The remaining two formed a team. When Adrian saw Ashton's name on the heart cards returned by the production crew, she felt indignant. However, she looked forward to what her second brother had arranged for Kelly. At the Flynn family villa. Have you heard that Galantal Snow recently took on a new reality show, even one involving love? Alea asked with a dignified smile. Time had left subtle marks on her face, adding grace to her appearance, making people think of the saying, beauty never fades. Nonsense, she and the Corey from the Hope family have been engaged since childhood. How can she appear on a dating show? What does the Hope family think of us? Farrell said coldly. Almost 50, he still exuded vigor and maintained a youthful figure. Adonis frowned and explained, Hassan seems unwilling to honor the engagement. Alea nodded understandingly, every generation finds its own happiness. If he doesn't want to, then so be it. We cannot force him. That means what? Before Farrell could finish speaking, Alea pinched the soft spot on his waist and twisted it fiercely, smiling. Pained, Farrell's mouth twitched, but to maintain his image in front of the children, he steadied his voice, fine, do as you wish. Satisfied, Alea withdrew her hand with a approving hum. It was already the next day. At 7:10 a.m., Adrian opened her door and walked into the living room. Only the filming crew was present, no guests, which brought joy to her heart, causing her to smile warmly. Thank you, teachers, for your hard work. The cameraman waved off her gratitude, and Adrian headed to the kitchen to cook. How polite she is, supporting such a star feels so worth it. Is she cooking for everyone? She's so nice. Galantal Fairy looks beautiful even without makeup, her skin is flawless, love it. She's really beautiful, exuding the gentle aura of a virtuous wife and mother. I need to screenshot this. Seeing Adrian's fans lavishly praising her beauty, bystander viewers couldn't help but focus their attention on her face. Her looks were indeed average, but trying hard to portray the image of a virtuous wife and mother worked. However, claiming she had natural beauty without makeup was quite far-fetched. Anyone with eyes could see that she was wearing light makeup, even glass lip gloss on her lips. This is really beautiful. I think it's just average after makeup. A passerby couldn't stand it and criticized. You not having eyes doesn't mean everyone else lacks eyes. Barking here, are you jealous of our little fairy? Looking better than you and more graceful than you, are you envious? The rebuked passerby sent ellipses, indicating speechlessness. Everyone gradually went downstairs and saw Adrian busy alone in the kitchen, so they hurriedly went up to help. Many hands make light work, breakfast was soon ready. Adrian served food for everyone, specially placing a heart-shaped fried egg in front of Hassan, her face slightly red, heart racing. However, he didn't even glance at the fried egg. Helpless, Adrian could only return to her seat. Why hasn't Kelly come down yet? Could she still be sleeping? Alice pretended to be curious. A gleam flashed in Adrian's eyes, shaking her head with a smile. I didn't see her just now, probably because she usually goes to bed late and wakes up late. Fans seized the opportunity to speak out. Who exactly supports someone like Kelly? Our little fairy got up early to cook for the guests, while she sleeps soundly. Is she ashamed? Hope she doesn't eat the porridge cooked by our little fairy when she comes back. Adrian was busy for only a short while, and even the porridge was ready. Is this show real? Why should you care anyway? Our little fairy did cook. Amidst the fans' disparaging comments, Kelly returned from outside the love cabin. Her face was slightly flushed, breathing heavily, dressed as if she had just been jogging. Everyone looked at her, stunned. Wow, no makeup, this is really no makeup. Chapter 32 Is the porridge already dished out? Kelly's face is really an exemplary piece of nuanced design. I could criticize everything about her, but I can't find fault with her face. Intense jealousy flashed in Adrian's eyes, her expression momentarily turned grotesque, and her hands under the table clenched into fists. She despised Kelly's face the most. Why didn't someone splash sulfuric acid on it to ruin it? Because it was a live broadcast, countless eyes were watching. Even though Adrian's change of expression lasted only an instant, the keen-eyed netizens noticed it. Help, I think I just saw something unbelievable. Our little fairy had a nasty face for a moment. Same here, scared the living daylights out of me. You guys have issues, stop dragging our little fairy down every day. Kelly walked toward the kitchen, while Julianne whispered mockingly, so early to go jogging without even thinking of making breakfast. Engsub is such a kind-hearted beauty. Adrian smiled gently, I'm just used to taking care of people. Daniela rolled her eyes upon hearing this, implying that her Brooks sister wasn't considerate enough to take care of others. She couldn't understand why female celebrities always engaged in fierce competition. Just then, Kelly came out of the kitchen, her usually calm face taut, her eyes filled with deep anger. Where is my porridge? She asked coldly. Everyone looked at the bowls of porridge, then at Adrian. Julianne shrieked, the porridge was made by Engsub. Why are you mooching? Aren't you ashamed? She didn't notice that Adrian's face was gradually turning pale. Daniela's eyes lit up, Sister Brooke, did you make the porridge we drank? Kelly nodded with a cold face and walked to the table, her icy aura enveloping everyone, drink it if you want. How come it's all dished out? Now, everyone understood. Adrian claimed the credit and didn't leave any porridge for others, which was simply disgusting. Sorry, I thought the crew prepared the porridge, so I used it. I didn't mean to do it intentionally, Adrian said, tears falling, head bowed pitifully. In this situation, it was a perfect opportunity for a hero to save the day. Egon clicked his tongue impatiently, slamming his chopsticks on the table, all right, it's just a bowl of porridge. If necessary, I'll pay you after the show. 10,000 yuan per bowl, enough? Fine. Kelly immediately agreed. Every second delayed was disrespectful to money. Hassan chuckled, go get another bowl and plate. The porridge and fried eggs in my bowl haven't been touched. Here, half of it. Adrian wanted to win him over, giving him more food than anyone else. Kelly glanced at them, silently going back to the kitchen for utensils. Netizens found the tense morning drama very satisfying. Hilarious, Jeff gave Kelly the love-shaped fried egg. Adrian's face is black from anger. Adrian's move is quite vile. This qualifies as workplace bullying, right? Mainly, she didn't leave any porridge for Kelly, pretty sinister. But Kelly agreeing to Ko's offer was funny. Love this real big sis. Ko Ja, as netizens called Egon. Due to the morning incident, Adrian's public image completely collapsed. From now on, people would first think of the porridge moocher when mentioning her name. In contrast, Kelly attracted a large number of fans. After breakfast, the director's voice echoed. Starting now, no ingredients will be provided in the house. The guests need to earn points through games to exchange for food and daily necessities. In half an hour, the three-legged race will start. Please prepare according to last night's teams. Then, staff placed the leg bindings on the table. Daniela, full of curiosity, bound her leg with hoovers. Let's go, she said. They marched proudly but stumbled crazily before they took even a step. Daniela wobbled and was quickly held in Hoover's arms. Both their faces inexplicably turned red. Ah, shipping goals. Does this couple have a super topic? I really want to join. They both look so innocent, blushing at body contact. Their CP super topic is Fanfei. You can search and join. Let's fangirl together. Love it, sigh. Ulrich watched the comments with amusement, satisfied. This was exactly what he wanted. A dating show where everyone shipped CPs. It would be even better if there were some unexpected couplings, making everything delightful. Julianne and Zinnia tied their legs together, standing next to each other. But their vibe was completely different from Daniela and Hoover, seeming off. Especially when Zinnia walked straight ahead with a stiff posture without informing Julianne, everyone finally noticed something was wrong. Don't you think it's a bit much for a game to have such a stiff back? Is there metal in his waist? Saved by the Bell, how did no one notice this before? So fake, seriously. His fans must be patient. Who understands? I'm a fan of his looks, but he didn't used to look like this. Julianne exclaimed as she fell to the ground due to difficulty maintaining balance, her elbows and knees aching from the impact. She looked up at Zinnia with tear-filled eyes, but he frowned. At your age, pretending to be cute is no longer appropriate. Get up quickly, don't waste my training time. Upon hearing this, Julianne immediately forced herself up despite the pain, standing beside him like a meek little wife. I'm sorry, she whispered. The audience couldn't comprehend the thought process of these two, but they did find evidence that she was indeed very much in love. Meanwhile, Egon and Adrian were very peaceful. They earnestly shouted their slogans while walking slowly step by step. Although slow, they were very steady. Kelly observed everyone's methods closely. She bent down to tie her leg with Hassan's, telling him seriously, I'll call out 1 for the left foot, and 2 for the right foot. Got it? He nodded slightly, and then she led him forward, softly chanting 1-2. Their steps were small but very steady and swift. By the time they reached the finish line, they hadn't stumbled once. Is this what it feels like when two equals are in love? I think I already see who will be first. Did you notice the strange feeling between Kelly and Hassan? It's as if their world only revolves around each other, and no one else can intrude. Yeah, our super topic on their relationship has gone crazy. Many fans have edited videos showing their interactions. If you want to enjoy more, join the super topic. We're all doing data together. Half an hour later, the competition officially started. Daniela and Hoover were much steadier than before and could walk properly. Adrian and Egon were also very stable. However, Julianne and Zinnia's team fell as soon as they started and were declared failures. Kelly and Hassan moved in perfect synchronization, swiftly reaching the finish line within 20 seconds. Staff immediately awarded them the grand prize of a lavish meat and vegetable combo meal, ensuring balanced nutrition. Daniela and Hoover came second, receiving a hot pot base and a set of meatballs and vegetables. As for the third-place winners, Adrian and Egon, they received 2 large steamed buns. Chapter 33, Egon just isn't good enough. Kelly held the ingredients, her face beaming with a bright smile. Hassan gazed at her with warm eyes. Not far away, Nyla saw the harmonious scene between them and bit down hard on her lip in frustration. She stepped forward and said apologetically, I'm really sorry about this morning. Let me cook lunch. Nyla reached out to take the ingredients. But Kelly clutched them tighter and warned her with a frown, you have your own steamed buns. Her meaning was clear, each should stick to their own food. If the director had allowed everyone to share all the winnings, there would not have been separate teams. Nyla looked extremely embarrassed as Egon chimed in sarcastically, it's just some vegetables, guarding them like their treasures. Such a petty person. Hassan pressed his lips together, about to retort, when he heard Kelly speaking rapidly, it's because you couldn't win even these few vegetables yourself. At that moment, anyone watching felt a sudden urge to shout, double kill, as if Kelly had just scored twice. Egon gasped for breath, barely holding back his anger from lashing out. He glared at Kelly fiercely, then pulled Nyla away. You did great, Hassan praised her with a smile. Kelly nodded. Indeed, Egon was very incompetent, and she had predicted this much. In due time, related news would leak online. Seeing Egon and Nyla walking over, Daniela quickly pulled Hoover towards Kelly, saying, Elder Sister Brooke, can I join you? Let's eat together. Of course. Kelly agreed readily. Meanwhile, Egon and Nyla's faces turned black with fury nearby. Huh, what a laughable joke Co-Trash is. Nyla is just like him, 2 peas in a pod. How could she go around pestering others with just 2 steamed buns? Our fairy definitely didn't think that much. If she won the ingredients, she'd surely share with everyone, unlike certain miserly people. Oh, are you talking about the same fairy who claimed other people's porridge as her own? Modern netizens were always good at sarcasm, which infuriated Nyla's fans so much that they muted themselves. Whenever they spoke up, public screens flooded with comments about the porridge incident, leaving them utterly exhausted. After the 3-legged race, free time ensued. Daniela and Kelly huddled together to watch TV again. This time it was a thrilling horror movie, quite interesting. Kelly noticed how modern people were fascinated by unknown creatures but knew such ghosts didn't exist in reality. However, these ghost movies usually turned into human-driven plots in the end. By noon, both teams came together. Among the 4, only Hassan knew a little bit about cooking, though not proficiently. I'll do it, Kelly offered. Everyone looked at her in surprise. She didn't seem like someone who could cook. Daniela remembered the roasted mushrooms from the survival challenge. They were quite delicious. But she suspected it was due to the harsh environment rather than Kelly's culinary skills. Plus, considering Elder Sister Brooke's identity, Daniela doubted Kelly's cooking abilities. Swallowing nervously, she asked cautiously, are you sure? Kelly nodded with confidence, don't worry. With that, she turned to carefully flip through a cookbook on the table. This move made the others exchange worried glances, hardly reassuring. Closely observing from a distance, Egon and Nyla overheard everything. Watching Kelly intently study the cookbook, Egon crossed his arms, sneering, oh, I get it. Some people don't know how to cook but insist on doing it for the camera. You're a minor celebrity grabbing every opportunity. If the food tastes terrible, the netizens will roast you. Daniela scoffed. Spotting a pack of pickled vegetables in the ingredients, she marched over to Egon and Nyla and slammed the pack on the table dramatically. We're giving you this. It's still food. Stop being so sarcastic. With that, she strutted away triumphantly. Having food really gave one an edge. Faced with the pack of pickled vegetables, Egon and Nyla turned pale with anger. People who interacted with Kelly must have caught her madness. Despite her popularity, Daniela was merely second-tier and dared to confront them head-on. Unaware of the tensions, Kelly began cooking according to the recipe, stir-frying and adding flavorings, stewing all the ingredients together. Hassan assisted her diligently in the kitchen, following her instructions faithfully. Daniela and Hoover sat straight, eagerly watching the kitchen. Netizens found the whole situation hilariously amusing. Ha ha ha, why are these 2 so obedient? Daniela and Hoover look like Hassan and Kelly's kids. Yeah, they really do. Married life, huh? Hassan looks like a family man. The aroma gradually wafted out, drawing everyone's attention towards the kitchen. So fragrant, I didn't expect Sister Brooke to actually be able to cook, Daniela swallowed, pleasantly surprised. Dishes were served one after another, with a good mix of meat and vegetables, quite nutritious. As a mountain deity born of nature, Kelly wasn't very picky about food. She just avoided eating mule, cow, and other sentient meats. Pork, chicken, lamb, and such were all fine. Daniela couldn't wait to try a bite of stir-fried lamb offal. Wow, it's so delicious. Her eyes widened, clearly sincere in her praise. Seeing this, Hoover also took a bite. The complex flavors stimulated his taste buds, prompting him to eagerly eat more rice as proof of how good it was. Daniela's compliments could be for show since she was from an idol group and knew how to flatter well. But Hoover was always headstrong. If he said it was delicious, it truly was. Even Hassan paused slightly when tasting the food, though not showing it on his face. He started eating faster. How delicious must this meal be? I want to try it. I've already ordered stir-fried lamb offal from a nearby restaurant. It should be the same dish, rounding up. It's as if Kelly made it for me. She learned and cooked right away. Amazing. I thought this pretty face couldn't cook, but she sure does it smoothly. Netizens were drooling. At Flynn's home. Right, what's the variety show engsub is participating in called? I'll search it. Flynn's mother leisurely ate her salad while asking. For weight loss and maintaining beauty, she could only eat this. Unable to enjoy a proper meal herself, she wondered if her daughter had eaten well. I'll tune it for you, Adonis said. He turned on the TV and switched to the live channel, where the camera was focused on Kelly. Her cool gaze caught the attention of the Flynn family. Suddenly, Flynn's mother stood up, accidentally knocking over her salad onto the table, leaving the father and son puzzled. Chapter 34, The Fraudster Elderly. Alea's eyes reddened as she stared at Kelly's face on the screen. It was very, incredibly similar. Tamara, what's wrong? Adonis asked with concern. Who is she? Alea pointed at Kelly on the TV and asked. Adonis replied in disgust, she's that B-list actress who frequently bullies Gianna and loves to piggyback on trends. It turned out this was the notorious celebrity Gianna had mentioned. Alea sat back down, shaking her head. It's nothing, I just thought this actress looked familiar. A seed of suspicion was deeply planted in Alea's heart. Especially when looking at Nyla's rather plain, only modestly pretty face, the suspicion grew even more. Do you think two people with no blood relation can look alike? Alea asked softly. Adonis shook her head, of course not. Even in a world full of surprises, he had never seen such an example. Farrell, who was staring blankly at Kelly, finally came back to his senses. That girl looks like your mother when she was young. Hearing this, Adonis froze and turned to closely examine Kelly's features. Before, whenever he saw her, he would immediately change the channel, never really focusing on her face. But now, he noticed her eyes and eyebrows resembled Alea's, while her nose and face shape were similar to Farrell's. What was going on? After taking a nap, the celebrities were awakened by a crew member for the afternoon activities. Guests could explore the surroundings and various tasks would find them, giving them opportunities to earn points to exchange for items. After the guests split up, the sectors also divided into 4 parts. Of course, the most popular one was Kelly and Hassan's sector. These two together are just a massive traffic Dayton, the director marveled. His eyes squinted from smiling, thinking of all the money. Jeff already has high traffic, said the assistant director. His eyes gleamed as he watched Kelly on the monitor, contemplating when would be the best time to make his move. After all, he was paid and they kept pressing him to act soon. Tonight might be the right time. Hassan walked alongside Kelly, and the magical chemistry between them became evident. In short, it was truly entertaining. The last rays of sunset cast a faint golden glow on them, creating stunning images that fans in the live stream were frantically screenshotting. Both faces, perfected by the goddess Nuwa, combined with the environment, produced pure magic. The photographer clearly agreed, slightly pulling back the camera to capture their full figures. Is dating show fun? Hassan asked Kelly with gentle eyes and a light laugh. She hummed, except for being a bit troublesome, everything else is fine. Hassan chuckled softly, I think it's also troublesome, perhaps we should stay home and be comfortable. The audience quickly picked up on the nuance in his words. Us? Home? Could these two really be involved, or even cohabiting? Before, I might have been critical, but now I'm genuinely happy. Do you have any connections in the entertainment industry? Can anyone confirm if these two are together? In front of the screen, Hassan's agent, Paulette, who was lying in a hospital bed, drew in a sharp breath. She didn't want her artist to say something unintentional. A few days ago, Kelly reminded Paulette to stay away from artificial lakes and such scenarios recently. She noted it, but then forgot after seeing someone fall into an artificial lake. Now, she lay half dead in the hospital. Paulette hadn't expected Kelly to be so perceptive. It seemed her mysterious persona wasn't just marketing, she genuinely knew things. On the screen, what Paulette feared didn't happen. Ouch, it hurts. An elderly man's pitiful cry rang out. Kelly and Hassan turned to see an old man lying on the ground, curled up in pain. This isn't the person I arranged, the director exclaimed in shock. He had hired middle-aged people, not elderly ones. Could this be a fraudster? Seeing Kelly approach to help, the director's mind buzzed with worry. Would they be blackmailed? Are you okay? Kelly asked, kindly helping the elderly man to stand, preparing to let go, but his hand clung tightly to hers. You hit me, little girl, and now you want to run? Ulrich gasped, it really was a scammer. Luckily, the entire program was recorded, protecting them from such situations. Is this a real scammer, or did the production team set this up? Feels real, it's unlikely the director would arrange a scammer. How unlucky is Kelly, anything bad happens to her, huh? Didn't she promote herself as a master of mysticism, why didn't she foresee this? Hassan's gaze fell on the elderly man's hand gripping Kelly's. He stepped forward, coldly prying the man's fingers loose. Seeing the red marks left on her wrist, his lips tightened, and a chill radiated from him. The usually gentle Jeff rarely showed such a cold face. Hassan pointed at the camera and said to the elderly man, do you know that this behavior is illegal? We have cameras recording the whole process. The old man squinted his cloudy eyes and, upon seeing the camera, shrank his neck in fear, turning around to leave. Wait, Kelly called out loudly. She had noticed that the old man had a full forehead and a square chin, with a faint red glow over his brow, indicating he was kind-hearted. That's why she helped him up. After being hit by fraud, Kelly immediately calculated and understood the old man's plight. Your grandson has acute leukemia and needs money urgently. But your children have all sacrificed themselves for the country, leaving no money at home. So you took the risk of staging an accident, she said. Hearing this, the old man, who was about to leave nervously, stopped and turned back to look at her in shock. Kelly sighed. Since she had encountered the old man today, it was their karmic connection. After leaving us, you planned to stage an accident on Galenshui Bridge. At that time, a runaway bus would collide with you, killing you instantly. Your grandson would be left untreated in the hospital. Doctors would raise money through a crowdfunding campaign to cure his illness, but due to lack of supervision, he would grow into a troublemaker and eventually die in a brawl. She said this in one breath, and the old man fell to his knees. Gallanving Bodhisattva, please guide me. Kelly slightly turned her body away from the old man's worship. She said, I will cover the medical expenses for your grandson. Go to the hospital now to see the child. Someone will deliver the money later. The old man nodded repeatedly and got up to leave. Can I borrow your phone to call the director? Kelly asked the photographer. She intended to take part of her earnings from filming the show to help the old man. Ulrich agreed readily. Kelly gave him the address and instructed him to deliver the cash. This time, she didn't remind him to worship the deer spirit mountain deity because the old man had done countless good deeds, making him worthy of her rescue once. The production team really pulled off something realistic this time. I thought it was a staged accident earlier, but it turns out it was acting. This also boosts Kelly's image as a kind person. I thought Kelly had reformed, but it seems she's still the same as before. No, families, the identity of the old man has been revealed. I've been crying since I saw it. You should check it out. Kelly is truly divine. I suspect she can really predict the future. Chapter 35 Sweet 9 Grid. Netizens who were gossiping online followed the thread to the Weibo post revealing the true identity of the elderly woman. After looking into it, they were all shocked. This elderly woman, who was left with no other choice but to extort money to save her grandson's life, had two honorable anti-drug police officers in her family. One was her son. The other was her daughter-in-law. The two of them sacrificed their lives in an anti-drug operation 3 months ago to bring down the entire drug gang. The elderly woman, having lost her children, took on the responsibility of raising her grandson alone. But misfortune struck again when her grandson suddenly developed acute leukemia. Where would she get the money for his treatment? Extortion was the only way the elderly woman could think of. Is this how our country treats the orphans of martyrs? It shouldn't be. I know a family back home that is also an orphan of a martyr, and the government policy is very good. Did someone take advantage of the elderly woman's lack of knowledge and deceive her? The possibility is high. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Hashtag Kelly Hassan encounter martyrs orphan hashtag. Hashtag martyrs orphan incident causes public outrage. Is it due to government negligence or elderly woman being deceived? Hashtag. Soon, relevant national authorities responded to netizens. They assured that they would not neglect the orphans of martyrs, and that they were investigating the matter thoroughly and would update the progress in real time. Meanwhile, People's Daily praised Kelly on its website, stating that she had saved the martyrs orphan without mentioning anything about fortune-telling. After all, fortune-telling was considered feudal superstition and a bad habit that should be eliminated in modern society. Kelly and Hassan continued forward, and the number of people in the live stream had doubled. Everyone came for the story of the martyrs orphan and the fortune-telling. The comments in the live stream were mostly praise, but there were also many doubts. No way, did the production team spend so much money to get the martyrs orphan to act? How much did they pay? Disgusting, don't exploit the martyrs. Seems like Kelly is really trying to establish her image as a mystic girl. Hard to evaluate, but I wish her success. Are some of you upstairs mentally ill? This is a martyrs orphan, and the government will investigate. Even if you gave the production team more courage, they wouldn't dare. In the monitoring room backstage, Ulrich rubbed his chin and laughed aloud. We really made the right choice inviting Kelly. As for whether she could actually tell fortunes, the director thought it still needed consideration. On the other side, Kelly and Hassan continued moving forward. Not far away, Edith with a cloth covering her head beckoned to them. Young lady, young man, are you looking for this? She held out her hand, and in her palm was a point exchange coupon, one that could redeem 10 points. Thank you, Kelly said. She reached out to take the coupon, but the Edith pulled back with a strange look on her face. Don't rush, young lady. Points aren't that easy to get. To get the coupon, you need to complete a task. My task here is to take sweet photos and complete a 9-grid set. Upon hearing this, the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Sweet? Kelly turned her head, confusion clouding her cool gaze. She didn't understand how to be sweet. Seeing her puzzled expression, Hassan's almond-shaped eyes twinkled slightly. His deep, magnetic voice said, I'll show you. This phone is provided for your photo shoot. It's an Apple Chadai 1 terabyte. The Edith quickly handed over the phone, not forgetting to advertise. It seemed the director had paid her well. Hassan held the phone in his large, distinct hands, opened the camera, and pointed the front-facing lens at him and Kelly. Their flawless faces, beautiful beyond words, drew closer together. The live stream audience instinctively held their breath, afraid to break the atmosphere. Smile, Hassan reminded Kelly. She looked up at him, and a smile bloomed on her innocent face, creating charming dimples. Her smile added a touch of sweetness to her entire demeanor. Hassan, momentarily captivated, pressed the shutter button unconsciously, capturing the first photo. For the next few shots, Kelly cooperated with sweet smiles, successfully completing the 9-grid task and earning 10 points. The 9-grid photos were uploaded online, and CP fans immediately saved them. Though every photo is beautiful, I think the first one is better. It looks very genuine. Look at Jeff's eyes, it seems he really loves her. Never would I have imagined I'd ship these two before. Besides this, there were no other NPCs nearby, so they returned to the small house. As soon as they entered, they saw the other 3 groups of guests already there. Alice was somehow on the wrong side of Zinnia, trying to appease him with a placating smile and a low voice. Egon and Nyla sat on opposite ends of the sofa, both looking unhappy. Daniela and Hoover remained as they usually were. Kelly wasn't curious, she glanced and then looked away, sitting down with Hassan. The live stream viewers were very curious. What happened between them? Yes, Nyla and Egon's task was to sweep sheep droppings. Both did it unwillingly, and Ko Jia didn't think of helping the girl at all, hahaha. While sweeping sheep droppings, I almost died laughing. Zinnia and Alice's task was to distribute 20 flyers. The female guest kindly did all the work, but the male guest complained she didn't leave him any camera time. Daniela and Hoover's task was to twirl a hula hoop, each had to complete 99 rotations steadily. They were both unfamiliar with the activity, but their emotions remained stable. Overall, Kelly and Hassan's tasks were the simplest and sweetest. Every day from now on, each group can temporarily go out to complete tasks, and the points exchange store will be open. Ulrich's voice rang through the loudspeaker. Staff members holding chickens, ducks, fish, and various daily necessities came onto the scene, walking the runway style to showcase each item they held. The food wasn't cheap, a bowl of instant noodles cost 3 points. In contrast, various daily necessities averaged 1 point each. Can I exchange for a cola? Kelly whispered, asking Hassan for his opinion. Of course, but only once every 2 days, he smiled faintly. Kelly nodded obediently, her cool eyes brightening with delight, and she went excitedly to redeem it. This behavior between them, akin to an old married couple, was noticed by fans and Nyla alike. She lowered her eyes, hiding the wild jealousy and murderous intent in her gaze, as well as the uncontrollable ferocity on her face. But soon, Kelly would be discredited. Night fell. The guests returned to their rooms, and the corridor and outside were quiet. Only a few viewers lingered in the live stream. These few couldn't sleep, chatting intermittently, discussing the guests' brilliant performances during the day, especially regarding that elderly woman. The relevant national departments moved swiftly, uncovering the identity of the elderly woman and the fact that her compensation as a martyr's family member had been appropriated. Many officials of the city they were in were held accountable, and further investigations uncovered more information. Look quickly, why is there a man lurking around Kelly's door, and someone else taking photos not far away? A viewer in the live stream exclaimed. Everyone immediately stopped typing and looked at the live stream. Chapter 36 She wouldn't have been yesterday. At the door of Kelly's room, a suspicious man stealthily gave an okay sign to someone in the dark before knocking on the door. Some netizens noticed something was amiss and immediately started recording. The door opened from the inside, and Kelly, still holding a cola, asked the stranger curiously, "Is there something I can help you with?" The man's eyes lit up at the sight of her, revealing a hint of lewdness. He had thought she, like other female celebrities in the circle, would look as beautiful only after packaging for the show. But seeing her in reality, she appeared even more beautiful than on camera. Her skin was flawless, even without makeup. The man leaned his hand against the door frame, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Miss Sue, famous celebrity, I heard you are very open-minded. What do you think of me?" Psychopath, Kelly promptly used a modern term and slammed the door shut, out of sight. Frustrated, the man left. It was late, but many people entered the live stream just to gossip. The security measures of this small house are terrible, anyone can come in. I'm worried about the safety of our idols. Kelly was so confused just now, hahaha. The word psychopath, coming out of her mouth really made me laugh. I agree with the comment above. She said it so seriously, as if stating reality. Well, that is reality ha. In a short while, Kelly, still holding her cola, reopened the door, her expression changing from dazed to one of exasperation when saying, psychopath. Netizens turned these moments into memes. Netizens were playing around with these meme images, posting them under the official Weibo account and urging the director to pay attention to security issues. Right then, a trending topic emerged. Hashtag Kelly allegedly slept with someone unfitting during her CP hype period with Hope Ding hashtag. Netizens flocked to see the trending post, their expressions complex upon seeing the lewd man's photo, their emotions equally mixed. A kind-hearted netizen posted the video clip, and everyone understood what happened. Someone tried to set Kelly up, but failed. Considering everyone knew the house was live-streamed in real time, except for the celebrities themselves, the suspect must be among Egon, Adrian, Zinnia, or Alice. Each guest became a target of suspicion. The next day, the director, who usually oversaw the editing, was dumbstruck by the online discussions and carefully edited videos. The assistant director was also taken aback. He hadn't acted yet, but the other side couldn't wait to carry out this scheme. Call all the staff members here. The usually cheerful director now spoke through clenched teeth, his face pale. It was eventually confirmed that a stagehand had used his position to bring the man in. Ulrich immediately fired him and sued him for tampering with the show. Anyone who dared to create chaos in his program wouldn't get away easily. Watching the whole process, the assistant director felt sweat on his forehead, regretting having agreed to the deed, contemplating whether it was possible to back out. He didn't want to ruin his future to harm others. Seeing fans asking about last night's incident, the director thought for a moment before opening the PA system. Due to inadequate security in the heart-fluttering house last night, which allowed an unscrupulous person to sneak in, the production team has decided to compensate Kelly with 50 credits. For the production team, 50 credits were highly valuable. Actually, these 50 credits included part of the reward for helping the families of martyrs yesterday, though the director didn't mention it outright. We have 50 credits now, which can be exchanged for 25 bottles of cola, Kelly said with a smile. Hassan frowned, looking her over nervously. Did someone visit you last night? Daniela and Hoover also joined, both looking worried. Kelly nodded. Yes, a weird man said I was open-minded. I called him a psychopath and closed the door on him. Hearing this, Hassan pressed his lips together, his anger not subsiding. His phoenix eyes coldly focused on the camera. Joa's forehead glistened with beads of sweat at the intense gaze. Even the viewers watching the live stream felt nervous. If the security measures remain like this, I will pursue legal responsibility and leave the cast, Hassan stated firmly. Upon hearing this, the director looked serious, while the assistant director's face turned pale. It's over, he'd rather return the money and not take that job. Compensating 50 credits is quite a lot. Perhaps she was, Alice paused, eyeing Kelly with a complicated and ambiguous look. Zinnia stroked his chiseled jaw, looking at Kelly thoughtfully. She seemed to be in trouble frequently, generating significant traffic. Teaming up with her might be a good choice. Seeing Zinnia's gaze on Kelly growing more fervent, Alice bit her lip and pulled him. What are you looking at her for? You want her too? People like her are toxic. Caught off guard, Zinnia stumbled, caught by the camera in his high heels. No, is Alice crazy? If she loves Zinnia, why does she have to drag my sister Brooke into this? Sister Brooke, get rid of her from the entertainment industry right away. I never thought a woman would spread rumors about another woman. This really opened my eyes. Our Charan is right, Kelly is indeed not clean, just look at how she always seeks attention before. In the program, Zinnia, who had regained his composure, shrugged off Alice, frowning deeply, visibly agitated. You're sick, he said in annoyance. But Alice ignored it all, hands on her hips, shouting loudly, I'm right. She's nothing but a schemer and gets close to powerful men in bed. She definitely did something last night with that man. When these words were uttered, the live stream chat exploded. Not because they believed Alice's words, but because she was shameless. A mocking gleam flashed across Adrian's eyes as she watched, waiting for the show to unfold. What do you mean? Daniela shot forward like a cannonball, pointing at Alice accusingly. What do I mean? Alice sneered, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes, knowing the producers wouldn't dare air these comments, so she spoke freely. Who in the circle doesn't know that Kelly spends her days rubbing up against people, especially male celebrities? So what? Now that she's playing up some mystical persona, you all suddenly love her? Dirty is dirty, she's nothing more than a conniving slut who sleeps around. I haven't said anything wrong. Adrian couldn't help but feel like applauding, but she forced down the upward curve of her lips, walking up to Alice to advise, speak less, be careful. Sure enough, as expected, this fool had completely lost it. What should I be careful about? Kelly should be careful. You think using your looks will lead to a good ending? Daniela turned red with anger, looking ready to tear into her hair. Adrian put on a show of concern, sighing dramatically and glancing at Hassan as if hesitant to say more. After venting her fury, Alice's expression softened slightly. Anyone who dared to compete with her for a man, she'd go straight for the kill, no mercy. Kelly narrowed her cold eyes, stepping in front of Alice and asked expressionlessly, done talking? It's my turn now. Chapter 37, Alice? Yes, Enya. Surprisingly, Kelly remained calm despite being slandered. Her calmness sent chills down everyone's spine, especially Alice's. In the past, my agent requested that I be bundled with guests for promotion. If there were powerful backers, how could I be struggling so much in this entertainment circle? Kelly retorted. Alice, despite having no substantial reason, still argued back, who knows if what you're saying is true or not. Kelly cast a cold eye at her, gathering that ominous aura, all due to her verbal sins. People fabricate facts, defame, mock, and insult others, but in the cosmic balance, these actions invite punishment. Alice had invoked the mountain deity, the divine spirits of the world. The punishment on her would naturally be heavier. She didn't have many good days left. With their fates intertwined, Kelly curled her lips as she calculated Alice's life story. Before their connection, she could only glean small parts of it, like Alice being Zinnia's girlfriend. But now, with their karmic connection, her entire life became vividly clear to Kelly, who couldn't help but frown upon seeing it. Seeing her fingers moving rapidly as she calculated, Alice sneered and rolled her eyes, faking mysticism. However, Kelly's expression grew increasingly grave. Why do I feel something isn't right? Help, Sister Brooke looks so serious, I've never seen her like this before. Wailing, every time I see her calculating, I feel an inexplicable energy surrounding her. Upper floor, I agree, this energy makes me feel very comfortable. As the crowd debated, Kelly finally finished her calculations. Indeed, Alice had committed too many wrongdoings. Facing the camera, she spoke to the director, could you please call 110 first? I will explain the reason later. Rest assured, I won't be making a false report. Ulrich, seeing her serious expression, swallowed hard and hesitantly dialed 110. On site, the atmosphere turned heavy and eerie. Kelly narrowed her eyes, watching Alice coldly. Your real name is Yesenia. Alice is your classmate from a mountain village. She was an excellent student who got admitted to a prestigious 985 university. You asked your parents to negotiate with her family, bribing them for her name and identity, so you could attend that 985 university yourself. But she knew the law and wanted to report to the police outside the village, yet her parents stopped her. Eventually, you cooperated to imprison her in a room where animals were kept, while your family paid her 200,000 renminbi per month. Upon hearing this, Alice's face turned completely pale. Confronted with the shocked and probing gazes of those around her, she screamed. That's not true, she's lying. This isn't me. She made it up just to make you hate me and isolate me because of what I said earlier, Alice tried to argue. However, all the guests present were astute people and knew Kelly wouldn't lie. I was Alice's classmate. She ranked top in our program but ended up failing all her courses and dropped out of college before entering the entertainment industry. At the time, we found it strange but never suspected identity theft. Help, this is terrifying. That girl scored high enough to leave the countryside but was sold off. She was top of her class. One can only say her parents lacked foresight. If they had let her go, she would certainly be earning more than 200,000 renminbi per month by now. How could Alice dare to do this? We should call the police immediately and have them come quickly. Kelly approached Alice, her classical beauty accentuated by the coldness in her eyes. A femme fatale, indeed. This certainly isn't you, Kelly said coldly. The real you is far worse than this. Am I right, Janice? At the mention of Janice, everyone present was taken aback. Indeed, this name had been infamous online for quite some time. Janice, a notorious cat torturer, often taunted netizens. The more they criticized, the more she tortured cats, sometimes even announcing her plans beforehand. A pet-loving celebrity couldn't hold back and tearfully released a video urging attention to the issue. However, soon after the video was posted, the celebrity faced relentless harassment from cat torture enthusiasts. Without specific animal protection laws in place, netizens could only condemn Janice morally, powerless to act further. Yet, Janice's true identity was actually Alice. Watching live streamers immediately logged out and started searching for any connections between the two accounts. While deletion efforts were swift, the Big V user searches were faster. Hashtag Wangchurn is Janice. Hashtag Wangchurn stole a country girl Galenf. Hashtag expose Wangchurn. Alice had committed countless evil deeds, the worst being these two. After speaking, Kelly waited quietly for the police to arrive. Her face was slightly pale. She had expended some divine power to uncover the truth. Her divine power was already scarce, and yesterday when she encountered the family of a martyr, she had given them a thread of it to pray for blessings for their grandson. Now, after this expenditure, she really had very little left. Hassan stood behind her, gently supporting her with his hand. Please believe me, I'm not that kind of person. I didn't know about the cat-torturing blogger Rose Sigwa Govind, and I didn't replace Alice, Yesenia explained to Zinnia with a pale face. Her panic made every word full of loopholes. The police siren sounded outside at this moment, terrifying Yesenia into screaming. Her state was completely frenzied, bearing no resemblance to a female celebrity. This was because, as Kelly delved deeper, the hidden truths were exposed, and retribution naturally followed. Yesenia hadn't noticed that her jade pendant was covered in fine cracks. The Wu family was considered middle class, and this jade had been consecrated by a Taoist master during the Ming dynasty, possessing protective properties. But even the most powerful talisman couldn't withstand such intense malevolent energy, especially when hundreds of living beings broke free from confinement. These beings were all pitiful cats. They had been killed innocently, and their souls carried immense resentment, unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation, only to remain suppressed around Yesenia. Kelly wanted to save them, but she had no divine power left to purify the malevolent energy. Thinking of the Zachariah who received divine power through daily offerings, she looked up at the camera with eyes filled with compassion. I need everyone's help to purify these cat spirits so they can be reborn, rather than suffering eternal confinement. As she spoke, a compassionate aura radiated from her again. How can I help you? Hassan asked softly. Just believe in the deity of Luling Mountain in your heart, Kelly said. As she finished speaking, an endless flow of divine power flowed into her body, gradually restoring her strength. Viewers in the live stream began to leave messages. I'm a materialist, but at this moment, I believe. I hope we can save those poor cats. She doesn't ask for money, only faith. It must be true. Luling Mountain deity, what is Kelly's real identity? A disciple of the mountain deity? I get it, she gained insight while filming the wilderness survival show. No wonder she has changed so much. Someone recognized by a deity can't be bad, right? Chapter 38, Egon, I'm sorry, I choose Zinnia. Netizens are masters of imagination. Before Kelly could explain, they had already come up with their own explanations for her unusual behavior. As for soul transmigration, netizens didn't even consider it. It was too outlandish. Alice, no, she should be called Yesenia now, clutched her head in agony and squatted on the ground, emitting shrill screams. Only Kelly could see hundreds of cats gnawing at her soul. Though slow, it was enough to terrify her profoundly. The divine power within her gradually reached a sufficient level. That was enough. A touch of sanctity added to Kelly's cold face as she raised her voice. Yesenia, you have done much evil in this life. Not that there is no retribution, but the time has not yet come. She then pinched her fingers into a seal, releasing a faint yellow light that only she could see around Yesenia. The light eventually fell upon the many small cats gnawing at her. The audience faintly heard many meows and looked at Kelly in astonishment. There was still plenty of divine power left, so she didn't want to waste it. She transformed the divine power into luck and randomly bestowed it upon those who made wishes to her. The live stream viewers started typing again, this time with a hint of respect. How come I suddenly feel warm, full of energy? I thought it would be difficult to perform magic, but it turned out to be so easy. Even though I can't see anything, I just feel those little cats have left. Yesenia really deserves it. Those kittens are so cute, how could she harm them? While they were discussing, the police came in one after another and took away the culprit. Quickly, let post-production delete all traces of Alice from our show, the director barked at the assistant director. He was truly amazed. He never expected that a dating show could lead to guests being taken to the police station. The assistant director immediately called the post-production manager, who groaned in disbelief, unable to accept that this was real. The assistant director whispered to the director, Joa, is Kelly really that powerful? We can't blindly trust her. Maybe we should wait a bit longer before editing? Ulrich glared at him fiercely, scolding, are you blind? Didn't you see the police took Alice away without verification? If they didn't verify, it meant it had already been confirmed. The scolded assistant director nodded awkwardly and quietly slipped away. The live stream audience firmly believed in Kelly's powers, but those who hadn't watched the live stream were skeptical, leading to heated arguments online. Yesenia's fans were also defending her vigorously. This incident garnered more attention than even the families of fallen heroes, and the authorities promised to release the entire case process online. 2 hours later, a blog post went viral, featuring a photo sent by the police. The caption read only 3 words, Alice. The figure in the picture was thin and frail, wearing ragged clothes, evoking deep sympathy. This was the female student whose identity had been usurped. No, what was usurped wasn't just her identity but her entire life. The official announcement began a thorough investigation into the Wu family and the people who accepted bribes to do dirty work. It promised political turmoil in the future. In the studio, the director took several deep breaths and turned on the loudspeaker, addressing the guests. Yesenia has been expelled from the program. Everyone is free to do as they please for the rest of the day. Dinner will be provided by the production team to compensate for your shock. Hearing the name Yesenia, everyone in the room looked at Kelly. She had been spot on. Besides surprise, Nyla's eyes held a hint of sinister coldness. In the evening. Today's events were too dramatic. After dinner, the guests returned to their rooms without any heart to play or joke around. Their phone screens were live-streamed. Kelly and Hassan were chatting. The conversation was mundane yet somehow sweet. It was time for the guests to send their heart's desire messages. With Yesenia leaving the show, where would Zinnia go? This evening, we'll see 2 men vying for 1 woman. Exciting. Love seeing these dramatic scenes, give us more. Who will Zinnia choose? I think choosing anyone but Kelly wouldn't be wise. Previous poster, don't be too definitive. I believe anything is possible. Kelly has high traffic, partnering with her is a good choice. Among the audience's anticipation, Hoover sent a message to Daniela. Today was really thrilling. He immediately received her reply, Sister Brooke is always a legend. Egon sent a message to Nyla without hesitation, did you get scared? After sending the message, he waited, but his phone remained silent. On Nyla's end, after some consideration, she sent a message to Zinnia, you must be feeling terrible? Do you need someone to comfort you? She wasn't stupid, she knew why Egon approached her. He was merely using her. Zinnia had a good look, high popularity, and his fans didn't mind him interacting with female stars. He was a great choice. The awkward scene had fans scratching their heads, unable to understand what their idol was thinking. Next, it was the turn of the 3 most watched individuals. Hassan sent a message, I will be the most loyal believer of Lulan Mountain God. Kelly replied, sure, this will also benefit you. Finally, Zinnia was left. Would he send his message to Nyla who chose him, or would he break up other couples? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zinnia opened Kelly's chat window and edited to send, you look very handsome today. Silence fell over the bridge of Cambridge tonight. Does this direction tell us he's crazy? I suspect Zinnia is planning a revenge drama for Yesenia. He's going to seduce Kelly and then cruelly dump her, telling her he never loved her from the start, only Yesenia, causing her pain and anger. Top floor, here's your pen. Write more for the director, we love watching. Laughs, Zinnia really has no shame, daring to compete with Hopi Xiang for someone. Where does his confidence come from? The next day. After breakfast, the director announced the 2 successful pairs after last night's mutual selection. Kelly and Hassan. Daniela and Hoover. The remaining 3 guests looked at each other, and the atmosphere became increasingly strange, turning into what netizens loved, the crematorium scene. Because there are only 3 female guests in the house for now, the remaining male guest will serve as the referee today. Please have Nyla choose which guest she wants to team up with, the director said. Turning off the speaker, he rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating. Who would she choose? Nyla's clear face showed hesitation. She lightly bit her lip and unconsciously tugged at the edge of her clothes, her misty eyes looking at Egon, then at Zinnia. Perfect, she had successfully captured the curiosity of the netizens. Egon, I'm sorry, I choose Zinnia, she said. After yesterday's experience, he needs comfort right now. So, you temporarily serve as the referee. Hearing this, Egon's face changed dramatically, gritting his teeth as he glared at Zinnia. He didn't expect to be undercut by this brat. As for the chosen Zinnia, he didn't seem particularly happy. The only person he wanted to choose was Kelly. Why didn't she choose him? Chapter 39, I Need Kelly's DNA. Netizens laughed at the performance of the two male guests. Looking at Egon's face, it seems like he's nearly choked with anger, his fists are clenched. Will there be a fight? It would be best if they did fight. I love watching it. Seeing things were going bad, the director hurriedly announced today's task. Everyone knows there's no such thing as a free lunch. Today's ingredients still need to be earned through your efforts. Congratulations on unlocking today's task, find her among all. Next, please have the female guests go backstage to get dressed. As the director finished speaking, several female guests were led away by the staff. The moment they left, Egon couldn't wait to warn Zinnia, a minor artist from the second tier can't match up with the Flynn family. I advise you to give up. Hassan and Hoover subtly moved closer to them. Loving to follow gossip is a trait deeply embedded in the blood of Chinese people. Whether it's an actor or a famous sports player, none can avoid it. Zinnia was taken aback by Egon's words, but he wasn't an easy person either. After recovering, he sneered, Tisk, I don't want to become a son-in-law of the Flynn family, but their young lady insists on supporting me. Can you help talk to her? It really troubles me that she votes for me. Upon hearing this, Egon's lips twitched, he glared at him fiercely before turning to leave. Zinnia rolled his eyes at him, crossing his arms arrogantly as he waited for the female guests. Netizens were already laughing out loud. Guys, when Egon was speaking just now, he seemed like an evil mother-in-law holding a checkbook, driving the naive and innocent female lead away. Watch your words upstairs, what do you mean by evil mother-in-law? That's clearly my god. Such intense confrontation, hilarious. Egon really can't handle a quarrel, he only dares to run away after being confronted. So embarrassing. Amidst everyone's teasing, a group of girls dressed in red and wearing head coverings came out one by one, about 20 in total. The male guests need to find their respective female guests among these 20. Only those who find correctly can have lunch, the director said. The male guests present all fell silent. With so many women of similar stature, finding the correct one? It was equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. I'll go first, Hoover said. He stepped into the red formation and carefully observed each female guest's figure. Egon, acting as the referee, watched closely to prevent cheating or any hint given by the female guests. Hoover circled around but ultimately felt they all looked the same, so he randomly pointed at one, this one. Egon handed over the ruler used to lift the veil. Hoover lifted the cover off, and unfortunately, it revealed a pretty civilian female guest. Hey, I gave you hints, how could you not guess me? Daniela removed her own veil angrily and asked. Hoover raised an eyebrow, hints? Where? Daniela raised her hand, did you forget what I told you last night, 6 on the left hand, 7 on the right? With that, she drew circles with her left foot and kicked with her right, her posture both flexible and adorable, making fans unable to bear watching. Sis, you're like a female idol. What are you doing? When will Daniela learn to use her face properly? Guys, who understands, I followed an embarrassment, headache. Could Elder Brooke help manage her? Wah, I was hoping to ship these two pairs, but now it seems impossible. Girls should understand that Daniela has no chance with Hoover. Next, Hassan took the ruler to lift the veils, scrutinizing each one with gentle, deep-set eyes. Suddenly, he stopped in front of someone, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes shining, his voice low and intimate, I found you. Daniela clutched her face, completely stunned by sweetness. In everyone's anticipation, Hassan slowly unveiled her bit by bit, the chin, the lips, the nose, and then the eyes appeared gradually. You found me. Kelly smiled brightly, dimples faintly visible. Fans screamed wildly in the comments section, CP fans having a grand time. This couple looks like they're getting married. Hassan actually found Kelly among so many people. He's amazing, so much love. I screenshot their smiles. Anyone needs it? Add me, I'll share. The chemistry between these two is really strong, perfect match. For the last pair, Zinnia and Nyla. He held the wooden ruler, didn't even take a few steps, and casually lifted a veil in a perfunctory manner. It wasn't Nyla, but this civilian was still very pretty. Everyone expected Zinnia to not find anyone, but they didn't think he wouldn't even bother looking. What was he playing at? Nyla removed her own veil, with a barely there smile on her face, walking over and standing beside Zinnia, looking like she had been bullied. Fans of both sides immediately started fighting online. Is Zinnia staying pure for Yesenia? But even so, since he's on the show, shouldn't he cooperate better? What does this public slacking mean? Come on, anyone with eyes can see that Zinnia wants to choose Kelly the most. Nyla was the one who eagerly approached him. It's only fitting that she was ignored. Have you noticed that Nyla's appearance is really average? With the same makeup and clothes, she can't even compare to the civilian female guests. Just look at her. Her fans still praise her as the only pure Jasmine in domestic entertainment. I just want to vomit. Nyla and Zinnia's fans were fiercely battling online. Meanwhile, Zinnia's gaze had been fixed on Kelly, whose appearance when she came out stunned him. Previously, he was always busy pairing up with Yesenia, not paying attention to other female guests. Now, he felt like he missed out on a lot. Kelly's face was truly perfect, and Zinnia started to daydream. At the Flynn family home. Ever since seeing Kelly on the show that day, Alea had paid extra attention, checking the live stream every morning instead of going for mahjong or spa sessions. Watching Kelly shine in the program gave her an indescribable sense of pride. Today, seeing Kelly in a red outfit and the dimples when she smiled, Alea shed tears, sobbing uncontrollably. What happened? Farrell asked anxiously, his usually stern face showing concern. Adonis also looked worried at Alea. She looks so much just like her. Kelly, she looks exactly like my wife did when we got married, Alea choked out. She stood up and went to the room to find photos, comparing them with screenshots. Adonis and Farrell moved closer, and upon seeing the resemblance in the two photos, they couldn't help but gasp. It really was uncanny. Alea returned to the live stream, pausing when Nyla appeared, exchanging looks with the two Flynn men. For some reason, she never felt close to this daughter from childhood. Now, Alea had an inkling of the reason. It was very likely that Nyla wasn't her child. The seed of doubt had grown into a towering tree, making Alea feel incredibly uneasy. Adonis remained calm, averting his gaze. Tamara, what do you mean? I need Kelly's DNA, I must verify thoroughly, Alea said. Chapter 40, Adonis goes on a variety show. We can first find Gianna's hair to confirm, Adonis calmly suggested the quickest method. Alea nodded vigorously. Billy, hurry to Gianna's room and look for some. She was impatient to know Kelly's identity. The Flynn family all waited in silence. Adonis lightly tapped her brow, feeling a headache coming on. Farrell wasn't faring much better, lost in thought over the two photos from earlier. Billy came out and shook her head at Alea's expectant gaze. Madam, Mrs. Room is very tidy, there are no hairs. Nyla had always been meticulous about cleanliness, and her room was always kept neat. Alea's hopes were dashed, and she sighed in disappointment. Seeing her mother like this, Adonis said, Tamara, leave this to me. I'll personally check it with the show producers. As for the company tasks these few days, Beck will have to take care of them. Farrell nodded. Go ahead. We won't be able to settle down until this matter is resolved. In truth, no one in the Flynn family wished for their daughter to have truly been switched. After all, they had loved Nyla for so many years, while Kelly's reputation in the circle was, sigh. After lunch, Adonis returned to her room and called the director. The Flynn family can continue to invest. I want to appear on the show myself, would that be convenient? He asked. Having dealt with business for so many years, Adonis acted appropriately, neither arrogant nor domineering, and always maintained an excellent reputation. Of course, nothing could be better, the director chuckled happily. Given Adonis's status, his appearance would significantly boost the program's ratings. Furthermore, with continued investment, they could invite a suitable female guest. After hanging up joyfully, another call came in immediately. Ulrich remained smiling after the conversation, wondering what good day it was where good things happened one after another. The top actress had even lowered her fee to join the program. Adonis moved quickly and arrived at the production crew on the same day after discussing with the director. Ulrich introduced him personally, saying, Tomorrow, we will welcome another mysterious female guest. Everyone applauded enthusiastically as a formality. Wow, to see a real CEO here. Is Adonis here to protect his sister who has been bullied by Zinnia? It's very likely. The rich siblings really do attract attention, especially with Adonis's noble aura, unmatched by ordinary people. Probably only Hassan can surpass him. I've noticed Adonis and Nyla don't look alike at all. Did their genes skip her? Second brother. Nyla ran happily into Adonis's arms, embracing him warmly, their sibling relationship clearly close. She glanced briefly at Kelly, who was talking to Hassan, looking pitiful. Following her gaze, Adonis froze momentarily upon seeing that face but said nothing, then withdrew his gaze. The siblings chatted happily together. Egon carefully stayed by his side, almost like a diligent servant. Adonis was very polite to everyone else, but his excessive politeness bordered on aloofness and coldness, making others hesitant to approach, except for his sister, whom he treated affectionately and warmly. This stark contrast made netizens wildly comment that the country owed this brother a lot. However, Adonis's eyes occasionally flicked toward Kelly. No one else noticed except Hassan. When Adonis's gaze returned, Hassan picked up a can of cola, successfully drawing Kelly's full attention. She had already drunk one can today, yet he was offering her another. Kelly swallowed hard. Though she usually appeared aloof, she now seemed naive and endearing, a contrast that made netizens crazily call her female goose. Her demeanor was changing gradually, distinctly different from when she was surviving in the wilderness. Back then, Kelly hadn't fully felt her emotions and heart, hence being somewhat cold. Now, she was more human, naturally blending in with commoners, even developing desires. Kelly's desire was to build a large villa in Luling Mountain and enjoy unlimited cola. Hassan seemed to be teasing her, holding the cola without any intention of giving it to her. Netizens flooded the screen with comments. Give it to her. Hurry up. My life depends on her. Why didn't we notice how adorably clueless Kelly was? Ugh, did we miss out on a billion-dollar opportunity? No kidding, I've studied all her materials since her debut, and she has indeed changed. Before going to Luling Mountain, she seemed timid, like a beautifully crafted marionette with no soul. But afterward, she changed significantly. In fact, I've always been a fan of Kelly's looks, but everyone trolled her, so I dared not speak up. I followed her schedules and can tell you, her agent pressured her tightly, treating her poorly. So Kelly might have been severely oppressed by her agent. Under the vast internet data, everything about public figures is exposed. Hassan finally opened the cola and handed it to Kelly, who thanked him heartily. By the way, calculating the time, in a few days that person should be able to recover. When he tries to cast spells again and I deflect them, you can observe the changes around us. The one who can observe your state in real time and change your fate must be close to you, Kelly said. Continuously playing this game with the other party was not a good choice. She wanted to strike for a decisive blow and resolve the issue directly. Alright, Hassan agreed with a smile. Kelly saw Daniela waving at her and hurriedly sat next to her with the cola. Sister Brooke, what do you think of the new handsome guy? Daniela held her own and Kelly's mics, trying to soundproof. What she didn't know was that the director, with ample funding this time, had bought all the latest technology without any qualms. The microphones on their bodies could block out all background noise, clearly transmitting only human voices. Kelly glanced at Adonis and took a sip of cola. He is surrounded by blessings, indicating kindness, and his face suggests flourishing luck, so the Flynn family business will thrive. He's a suitable partner. Wow. That's amazing. Daniela exclaimed. Sister Brooke's fortune-telling skills are impressive. Unlike me, I can only see his face, she sighed. Netizens were thoroughly entertained. Does Daniela still want to be an idol? What she described fits me perfectly. I suspect she's talking about me. Can fans educate this girl? She's too honest. Before appearing on variety shows, Daniela was a fiery and sexy beauty. Now, she's funny and goofy. Kelly frowned. I always feel there's an inexplicable connection between Adonis and me. This feeling was vague and hard to explain. She found it quite strange. Why don't you calculate it? Daniela suggested. Hearing this, Kelly shook her head. A healer cannot heal himself. As a mountain god, she couldn't calculate for herself, or rather, she was naturally nurtured beyond the elements. She could calculate for Adonis to gain some insight, but since they weren't familiar, Kelly wouldn't talk about such things with him. But these words caused the audience to misunderstand. Chapter 41, Two Men Team Up, Intimate Spicy Dance. Kelly explained that the connection she sensed between herself and Adonis was a blood-related closeness, not an emotional one. However, the live stream audience misunderstood this significantly, with her critics swiftly pouncing on the opportunity. After all, this was a love-themed variety show. Kelly and Adonis were meeting for the first time, yet she vaguely mentioned that they had a destined connection. Su Biao has exposed herself again. Seeing that Daniela is interested in the wealthy second generation, she hurriedly claimed that she's the perfect match for him. How cunning. I used to think Kelly was putting on an act, but lately, I've changed my view of her. Today, I successfully realized again that she's truly a B**********. What does Jeff see in her? Is it her pretentiousness? I can do that too. Don't forget that she forcibly kissed Jeff. Such behavior can be considered workplace harassment. Only because Jeff is famously easygoing did she avoid being taken to the police. Old baseless scandals resurfaced and were spread widely in the live stream once more. Some viewers who were attracted by Kelly's fortune-telling skills frowned upon seeing these negative comments and left the live stream, convinced that her mysticism was just an act. Almost got fooled by her. At this moment, Daniela anxiously checked the microphones of Tao Sui and herself, ensuring they weren't picking up any sound before sighing in relief. She earnestly said, Daphne, never say such things in front of others. The netizens will misunderstand and smear you. Kelly nodded hesitantly, sure, I'll be careful. Her small face showed slight irritation as she lay listlessly on the sofa. Being a celebrity was really difficult. She had to pay attention to so many things, even harder than being a mountain god. After all, a mountain god only needed to be worshipped, absorb faith power, and grant wishes without anyone seeing her. But celebrities had to be constantly vigilant about their words and actions. If not for the money and the villa waiting for her, Kelly would never have entered the entertainment industry to become a star. At the Flynn residence, Alea stared at Kelly and couldn't help shedding tears when she mentioned the connection, muttering to Farrell beside her, she must be our daughter. In fact, Farrell already had his suspicions, but he still said, let's wait for the DNA results. At 3 in the afternoon, the director appeared before the guests with a smile. Since we have a special guest joining us tomorrow, we need to prepare a welcoming program. Each group needs to draw a talent performance, he said. To make the love-themed show interesting, the director naturally had to guide the interactions among the guests, providing material for editing later. How are the groups divided? Nyla raised her hand and asked. She glanced at Kelly from afar, instinctively not wanting her to interact with Adonis. Naturally, we'll follow the groups chosen by SMS yesterday. Egon and General Manager Flynn will automatically form a team since there's an extra person, the director replied. Upon hearing this, Adonis complained, I'm also a rookie. But compared to the new guest tomorrow, General Manager Flynn is an experienced old-timer, the director deflected with a smile. Adonis was silenced by this logic, sighing deeply without further objection. A vein throbbed on Egon's forehead. What was the point of two male guests performing on a love show? Why did the director arrange this? But no matter how upset he was, he didn't dare to question aloud since even Adonis didn't protest. Since everyone agrees, let's begin drawing the programs, the director said. Facing the two male teammates' resentful gazes, he projected the prepared list of programs onto the screen. However, the order of drawing stumped the guests. In the entertainment industry, star status mattered greatly, and none dared to draw first. Why don't we play rock paper scissors? The winning team draws first, the director suggested. The guests immediately nodded, sending representatives to play rock paper scissors. Kelly was unfamiliar with it, so Hassan represented them. The atmosphere seemed tense as they started playing rock paper scissors. After the game, Hassan ended up drawing last. His refined face showed clear resignation. Kelly finally understood what rock paper scissors was, sighing deeply. If I had known this game relied on luck, I wouldn't have let you go up there. Though Hassan's fate had been altered and Kelly temporarily suppressed the bad energy, he remained very unlucky. Unaware of the underlying reasons, the audience was set off again by Kelly's remark. She dares to belittle Jeff. Where does she get the nerve? Unbelievable. Does she not want to stay in the entertainment industry? I finally understand what it means to have a face as beautiful as a celestial being but an empty head inside, showing gold on the outside but decay within. Poise really matters. These netizens know how to talk. Keep talking, I love watching this. As the live stream audience was fervently criticizing Kelly through the comments section, Adonis was pushed forward to draw lots. He lightly tapped the drawing button. The program list began to spin wildly and finally came to a slow stop, Moonlight Waltz. Moonlight Waltz, a famous couple's dance, had been performed recently by a popular on-screen couple. Congratulations to both of you, the director smiled. Egon's lips twitched in anger, his entire face distorted. Making him and another man perform an intimate couple's spicy dance, was the director joking? Can this be changed? Adonis asked. Of course not, the director's reply was firm. Even if I am your show's biggest investor, it cannot be changed. Adonis asked again. He came to the variety show just to get a strand of hair, he didn't want to involve himself entirely. Of course, our show emphasizes authenticity, the director nodded. With the investor already here, the funds were long settled and spent, what did he have to fear? Let's do it. This time, Adonis had no words and felt regretful. Why did he come so quickly? For the first time in his life, he felt troubled by his efficiency, and Egon dared not speak out his frustration once more. The live stream audience was having a field day. What an unexpected turn, two men teaming up on a love-themed show is already hilarious enough, but now these two have to perform an intimate spicy dance. While it's funny, I kind of ship them, they are truly destined. Ha ha ha, I wonder if President Flynn would pay to delete your comments if he heard that. If President Flynn screens the program where he suffers, this director is indeed brave, not fearing even the investor. As the audience discussed, the second group took the stage, Zinnia and Nyla. There was an inexplicably cold atmosphere between the two. The former visibly ignored the latter, and upon seeing this, Adonis tightly pressed his lips, with visible dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. Nyla was about to pick up her phone when Zinnia snatched it away. Her artificially trained, perfectly curved smile nearly faltered. She regretted it, she should have teamed up with Egon instead of him. The program list on the big screen spun madly. Chapter 42, what about her acting? Nyla and Egon's program selection ultimately stopped at Gallantal Chicken, Gallantal Chicken. The two individuals with significant idol images almost lost face on the spot. Gallantal Chicken, is a well-known quirky dance where the dancers have to wear chicken costume for cosplay. Wearing that outfit when they perform, there would definitely be a place for them in the Billy annual list of embarrassing artists. The audience laughed heartily. First, there were two men doing an intimate hot dance, now we have two chickens. This show is getting more interesting. I have a feeling I might die laughing tomorrow watching this show. I am looking forward to both groups' performances, the director knows how to entertain people. Zinnia pursed his lips, creasing his brows into a frown, finding the angle that accentuates his prominent jawline, and looked straight into the camera with dissatisfaction. He thrust his phone into Nyla's hands, furrowing his brows deeply enough to crush a fly. Why don't you draw it yourself? My luck has always been bad. Throwing this burden clearly, Zinnia's fans went crazy scrolling the screen claiming he was right and commenting how handsome he was. Nyla nearly used all her strength to suppress herself from throwing the phone at him. Instead, she politely smiled and placed the phone on the table. Daniela's group stepped up to draw lots for their performance, and because of the examples set by the first two groups, this time she prayed before drawing, clasping her hands together. Feeling the faith within her, Kelly gave her a light, helpless smile and fulfilled her wish. Daniela swallowed hard, nervously pressing the button, and eventually drew what she wanted, a street dance show. Yes. She turned back to look at Kelly, her little face showing excitement. It's too effective, it really is. The others didn't understand the wordless communication between the two. I'll draw this time, Kelly said to Hassan. She wasn't hoping to draw anything good, just something not as embarrassing as the previous two groups. Knowing how poor his luck usually is, Hassan naturally had no objections. Scarlett pressed the button, and everyone watched as the wheel quickly spun before stopping at the stage play, Butterfly Grievance. This stage play is very popular and considered everyone's cherished white moonlight, absolutely full of highlights. However, it just so happened that Kelly drew this performance. Can her awkward acting as the evil supporting character live up to our white moonlight? Heh, let her act the white moonlight, I'd kick her off the stage. The floor above is so irritable, I like it. Kelly is truly finished this time. Butterfly Grievance isn't just any ordinary role, she will surely be criticized ruthlessly. Nyla wore a pleased smile, waiting to see the drama unfold. The programs have been drawn. Guests may proceed to private rooms on the third floor for confidential training, the director said. To avoid dampening the audience's expectations, he specifically closed the cameras on the third floor. Their show thrives on unpredictability. As the guests headed upstairs to train, Kelly also viewed the stage play, Butterfly Grievance, on her phone. In just half an hour, this performance left a deep impression. The actor's superb and lively portrayal made it simply perfect. Butterfly Grievance tells a story about two men who know, meet, and fall in love with each other. Society did not permit their union. One of them could only pretend to enjoy himself with beautiful women to trick the other into leaving disappointed, without realizing this separation meant being eternally apart. Kelly found it hard to snap out of her daze, recalling the couple who came to make wishes before. Back then, it was around the Republican era, where the two openly claimed to be close friends but secretly hoped for longevity and unwavering hearts. One wished their friendship remained smooth, while the other wished for eternal love between them. However, good times did not last long. Kelly foresaw their tragic end. Secrets discovered, families preventing their union, they eventually committed suicide by jumping into a river. How do you feel? Can you handle it? Hassan's voice pulled Kelly back from her deep sorrow. She turned to look at him, her eyes filled with misty grievance, adding a touch of indomitable spirit. Hassan felt his heart tremble, entering the role alongside her. Kelly gently laid her delicate hand on his chest, her teary eyes expressing sorrow. Zhou Sheng, you are so heartless. I've been with you for 12 years. You once promised never to leave me in this life, but now, your heart belongs to another. Upon hearing this, Hassan looked away, hiding his expression of agony and restraint from her sight, his veins protruding. After half an hour, they finally detached themselves from the script. Though Kelly didn't understand acting, she had an excellent memory, easily memorizing lines and recreating the characters based on her understanding. How was it? She asked anxiously, breathing heavily. Hassan, who performed opposite her, experienced such an exhilarating session for the first time. He laughed and praised her highly, even better than the original show. Hearing this, Kelly heaved a sigh of relief. All's well then. Training ended. After having dinner, everyone returned to their respective rooms, exhausted from the day's events. Kelly's phone chimed, and 3 messages arrived. Zinnia, why didn't you choose me? Adonis, you look a lot like one of my mother's old friends. Hassan, I drank 2 bottles of cola today, so no more tomorrow. Glancing at the first 2 messages, Kelly remained expressionless. But upon seeing the last one, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Had she known that drinking the bottle of cola today meant not having any tomorrow, she wouldn't have touched it at all. With slender fingers, Kelly typed 4 words on the screen, heart-wrenching. The netizens who could see the message content first fell silent, then burst into laughter. She really likes cola. I've never seen a female artist who loves cola this much. Honestly, it's quite interesting. Upper floor, what you find interesting is just falling into Sue's trap. She's manipulative. That's unnecessary. It doesn't seem like Kelly is pretending to love cola. Which female star would pretend to drink so much? Haters sometimes don't need to bash her mindlessly, it's really annoying. But Kelly gets so many messages. She barely interacted with the other male guests. I have a bold idea. Did she cast a spell on them? The next day. After waking up and having breakfast, they saw that the sofa in the living room had been moved away to set up a simple stage for performances. Ulrich was indeed meticulous. After breakfast, the guests rushed back to the 3rd floor to train, followed by makeup artists entering their rooms to dress them up. During this time gap, the mysterious female guest arrived. The moment the female guest appeared, the live stream first fell silent, then filled with bold text across the screen. OMG, am I seeing things? Family, is it her? Is it the actress who has been filming in the deep mountains? Didn't expect to see her on a variety show. She must be here for Jeff. Please, push Kelly aside quickly. Only the Emperor and Empress are forever gods. She's here. I'm crying, she's coming for hubby. Chapter 43, Tyra. How many more surprises do you have? The mystery female guest, who rose to fame alongside Hassan in a synchronized movie performance, is none other than renowned actress Galancy. The two have an extremely strong fan base for the Best Actor and Best Actress couple, known as Golden Boy and Jade Girl. In front of them, Ida was utterly demolished, not even leaving any scraps. The opposing side knew too much, she couldn't fight back at all. Ulrich held up his microphone and interviewed Galancy, wanting, please tell us why you decided to join this love reality show at the cottage. As a guest joining midway through, Galancy knew it was live streaming, so she waved at the camera and greeted the audience watching on TV. Because I came here for one person, she said with a gentle smile, her tone and expression full of warmth. From Galancy, everyone could vaguely see some aspects of Hassan, though it felt a bit strange. Oh, Ulrich put on a look that clearly said he knew something but wouldn't say it aloud. Galancy's cheeks flushed slightly, and she laughed awkwardly. But besides you and President Flynn, the other guests don't know about the live stream. You can't reveal this secret either, the director reminded her. Galancy nodded with a smile, indicating her understanding, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes. For her, these people revealing their true personalities made her stand out as the only truly virtuous one on the show, which was exactly what she wanted. The assistant director came downstairs to notify everyone that the preparations were ready. Alright, let's move on to the performances, the director said with a smile. Under the soft and alluring moonlight music, carrying an exotic flavor, two men slowly appeared on the stairs, causing quite a stir among the audience and the staff present. It wasn't clear whether the scene was shocking or impressive, it was a huge impact. Adonis stood there in a perfectly tailored suit, exuding a sharpness honed from years in business, incredibly handsome. Behind him, Egon, his face completely red, wore ancient dancer attire, making for an oddly captivating combination. When the music reached its climax, Egon nimbly hid behind Adonis. A large hand clasped around his waist, and they began an intimate dance. The staff on site gasped in surprise, feeling more engrossed the longer they watched. Some even thought it was rather entertaining. When the music stopped, Egon rushed upstairs as if crazy, afraid that any delay would expose him to ridicule, which would greatly hurt his fragile psyche. Netizens quickly snapped back to reality and started commenting furiously. These two are really skilled. In just 2 days, they've already developed great chemistry. I even detected a hint of allure from Egon. Wow, for some reason, they now seem like a perfect match. I want them to be together. Ha ha ha, with such good genes, you want President Flynn's lineage to end? The real love is between men, heterosexual couples are just coincidences. The second group took the stage next. First up was Zinnia, wearing a yellow chick hairpin and matching suit, looking refreshingly bold yet charming. Meanwhile, Nyla emerged from backstage in a completely different style. She wore a chick puppet costume, looking adorably clumsy with every move. Her delicate face peeked out, showing a mix of embarrassment and anger, causing laughter among netizens. But only the director and makeup team understood Nyla's frustration. This chick costume was originally intended for Zinnia. The female guest's outfit was a yellow puff skirt with embroidered chick patterns, looking very cute. Knowing one person needed to remain normal, Zinnia chose himself without hesitation, leading to this current scene. After the performance, he displayed a well-rehearsed smile, aiming to provide the audience with a perfect visual feast. However, the live stream comments were less positive, with fans clashing. Let me say this, why is Zinnia so stiff? He always seems pretentious. And why can't a man wear a puppet costume? Why did he make Nyla do it? Our little fairy really got the short end of the stick, paired with such an irresponsible teammate. Last commenter, your fairy begged to pair up with our brother. It's not like he asked you. What kind of act are you putting on? TSK, what does it matter to you what our brother wears? He's better looking than your brother, you're just jealous, right? Zinnia's fans staunchly defended him, unable to listen to any criticism. Any opinion they disagreed with was seen as mere envy. After the intermission, the third group took the stage. Daniela and Hoover, though lacking strong CP vibes, had genuinely prepared their performance seriously. Their cool and powerful street dance won over many fans. Finally, the most anticipated duo, Hassan and Kelly, took the stage. Everyone really wanted to see what a mess, butterfly grievance, would be performed as. Online, people had already initiated polls, with the majority believing that Kelly would turn the protagonist into an antagonist. A mournful and melodious tune sounded, tugging at everyone's heartstrings involuntarily. A slim figure in a checkered shirt came running out. Only when they saw that clear, aloof face did they realize it was Kelly who had run out. But she was dressed as a man, her eyebrows and facial features altered accordingly. Coupled with her mannerisms, she looked like a frail scholar straight from the Republic era. Kelly faced away from everyone, her body trembling as if she were crying. Hassan also rushed over at this moment. He wore a military coat, sharp and handsome, devoid of his usual gentle demeanor. He pulled Kelly in front of him almost hysterically. There can never be a happy ending between us. Why don't we just let each other go? Then his voice softened gradually. You know our families are pushing hard now. I have no choice. We should break up. Hassan said. Even though he was playing this character, everyone couldn't help but hate him deeply. The character played by Kelly's eyes flashed with fatigue, visibly dejected. It was you who suggested breaking up, yet it is you who held me back. What do you really want? Half an hour later, the music stopped. Kelly and Hassan, who had been crying just seconds ago, immediately snapped out of their roles, exchanging satisfied smiles with each other. The live stream audience erupted. For them, today was truly an explosive day. When did Kelly's acting become so good? Did she secretly attend acting classes without telling me? It feels like everyone has been working hard behind my back. So angry, but so loving. She changed so much in such a short time, really impressive. Watching Butterfly Grievance before always felt like something was missing. With Kelly's version, I finally understand. She is love, but she has more of a scholar's integrity. How could she compromise? Tyra, how many more surprises do you have for me? Chapter 44 Truth or Dare. Daniela leaned in close to Kelly with starry eyes, her small face blushing as she saw Kelly dressed as a frail scholar. Sister Brooke, you're too cool. I would have picked you without hesitation if you were a male guest. Kelly was amused, and Daniela turned away with both hands covering her face, her ears red as she mumbled, it turns out I don't just like men, I like good-looking people. This remark drew agreement from the live stream viewers. I was so engrossed in the plot earlier that I didn't notice how cool Kelly looked. She really respects her audience. It's the first time I've seen a female celebrity dress as a man so convincingly. Finally, I understand why those male guests all liked her. Who wouldn't? Is there a book? Wailing, I love this sister's face. Suddenly, Kelly gained a batch of wife fans for no apparent reason. The hashtag Suway in male disguise hashtag started trending. Bystanders thought Kelly was up to something strange again and were ready to bash her but ended up being struck by her beauty instead. Exiting the blog post, they quietly searched for her Weibo account, clicked follow, and sent private messages addressing her as husband. They were definitely not old perverts. Inside the studio, the stage was hastily dismantled by the staff and replaced with sofas. Everyone, please take a seat, the director said. The guests sat down, and he smiled, asking, Actress Han, which of the four groups' performances do you think was the best? Everyone looked at Galancy in unison, eagerly awaiting her answer. Actually, everyone knew that the best performance belonged to Kelly and Hassan's group. Galancy had an elegant and dignified smile, gently brushing her hair behind her ear as she responded thoughtfully, all the performances were great, making it hard for me to choose. But personally, I liked General Manager Flynn and Manuel's performance the most. Their willingness to shed their idol images and adhere to the show's rules deserves admiration. Though not surprising, her answer made perfect sense. Egon, who had been sulking, smiled now. True to form, the actress. She looks beautiful and speaks nicely, Kelly couldn't even compare to a toenail of hers. Ulrich clapped in agreement, well said. Now, let's chat and get acquainted while I leave you alone. With his mission accomplished, he exited the room, leaving them to chat. Today's performances were very entertaining, providing plenty of useful content for editing. Galancy smiled warmly at Hassan, speaking in a familiar tone. Arden, Darnell asked me the day before yesterday if we could star in his new film project. Hearing this, Adrian gave her a covert glance, seething inside, another woman trying to steal her man. My health hasn't been good recently, so I'm not taking on any other work for now, Hassan replied formally. His tone and demeanor were completely opposite to Galancy's. Her expression stiffened momentarily, but then she forced a smile. What a pity. Take care of your health. Hassan nodded slightly and then glanced at Kelly beside him, saying righteously, thank you. Amused, Daniela laughed inwardly, this avoidance is flawless. Actor Hope knows his stuff, she agreed with the marriage between him and Sister Brooke. However, the fans in the live stream were shipping them fiercely. She told him to take care of his health, and he replied, thank you. Family, can you feel the ambiguity? I suspect they're dating. There's a deliberately cultivated distance between them, proof they're genuine lovers trying to avoid suspicion. Not true. I don't ship anyone's CP, but obviously, actress Han is trying to win over Jeff, who isn't interested. How can you see ambiguity in that? These CP shippers are hilarious. They're pathetic. An innocent comment from a bystander seemed to touch a nerve with the CP fans, leading to an explosive argument from the live stream to Weibo. Hashtag actress Han pleasing and uninterested Emperor Hope hashtag. Seeing the trend getting dangerous, Galancy's agent quickly contacted the company to pull the trend, saving her reputation just in time. Boredom strikes. Why don't we play Truth or Dare? Adonis suddenly suggested. He had tried countless times to get close to Kelly, to obtain her hair, but Hassan always unintentionally stopped him. After much contemplation, the astute businessman finally came up with a feasible plan. During Truth or Dare, physical contact is inevitable, giving him a legitimate chance to get closer to Kelly. Surely, Hassan wouldn't stop him in front of so many people. Without a second thought, everyone agreed to Adonis's suggestion. Only Hassan's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, a shallow crease forming between his brows, lost in thought. Is Truth or Dare fun? Kelly leaned closer to him and asked softly. The original owner had no friends and never participated in such activities, only knowing the game from memory. The fun has never been about the game, but the people, Hassan said with a smile. His eyes were deep, seemingly sparkling with tiny points of light, his tone intimate. Those who had just argued with the CP fans flooded the screen. Did you see that? That's how it looks when someone truly likes another, you can't hide it. Jeff's words are right. As long as the person beside you is right, even without playing games, just telling jokes can be interesting. I always feel like Jeff really spoils Kelly. But when did these two get so close without me knowing? Welcome everyone to the Candy Essence CP Super Topic. CP fans seized the opportunity to promote and try to attract more followers to strengthen their team. Inside the cabin. Knowing that the guests had organized their own truth or dare game to increase the drama, the director specially delivered beer, cold dishes, and props for them. The cabin didn't naturally have these things, he had paid extra to have a delivery guy bring them over. Kelly wasn't interested in the game, but the cold dishes hit her right where she loved. The game of truth or dare started, and all the guests played rock paper scissors. Zinnia was chosen to spin the wheel first. From the stack of papers next to him, he randomly picked one out. Have you been in a relationship recently? Everyone's eyes immediately turned sly, all thinking of Yesenia, who had been imprisoned. It was common knowledge in the circle that these two were dating. No, Zinnia said heavily. Upon hearing this, except for Adonis, the other guests all wore very peculiar expressions. But in the entertainment industry, everyone is sharp. He said no, so naturally, nobody contradicted him. Viewers watching the live stream caught every subtle expression of the guests, leading everyone to understand something. Ugh, Yesenia is disgusting, and Zinnia isn't much better. How could he deny dating someone? Of course, he dares not admit it. He still wants to stay in the industry and earn money from us. These two have already been photographed cohabiting, yet they still deny dating. Are they treating us fans like fools? Who would have thought that Zinnia would also collapse one day? I must say, the editors are too good. Every time I watch his variety shows, he seems funny and likable. Zinnia, Egon, the two biggest trash in the industry. Chapter 45, Give Me a Hair. The game continued in the cabin, and this time Anthea drew the slip of paper. Is there anyone here that you like? The guests cheered as the note was unfolded. Yes, Anthea answered with a red face, glancing involuntarily at Hassan. But he paid no attention to her at all. He was smiling gently, watching Kelly eat heartily, his eyes filled with adoration almost overflowing. Sitting there, they seemed to form their own world, one that others could not intrude upon. Anthea and Nyla's faces both changed slightly. In the chat, people were shouting how sweet it was. Suddenly imagining a love triangle among them feels quite thrilling. Same here. Can you write it out? I want to read. This pair is really good at making people ship them. They seem so genuine, especially with Hassan's eye contact. I feel like after the show, they might really end up together. Next, Adonis drew a slip. Choose someone and give him, her a big hug. Hitting exactly what he wanted, Adonis stood up with a smile, heading towards Kelly. Hassan suddenly stood up with a swift movement, hugged him briefly, then let go, expressionless throughout. Interrupted again, Adonis returned to his seat, his lips twitching slightly, feeling very helpless. He couldn't help but look at Kelly, who was eating heartily, wondering if these dishes tasted good. As an elite nurtured by the upper class, Adonis had never eaten snack foods before. Now, he put on gloves. Putting the dish into his mouth, a new world slowly opened for him. Thus, apart from Kelly, another person was now eating heartily. I can't stop laughing, this dating show is just too funny. Help, Adonis originally wanted to hug Kelly but got blocked. Going back sulking and channeling frustration into eating. He looks kind of cute. Yeah, pretty cute. The game continued, and everyone else had been called a few times except for Kelly, who kept eating. Beer smelled nauseating to her, so she enjoyed cola instead. With Hassan deliberately obstructing him, Adonis never achieved his goal, causing much laughter among online viewers. Because of today's Truth or Dare, a peculiar couple pairing, Chinyu CP, appeared online. Even Hassan found it unbelievable. In the evening, as usual, the guests gradually returned to their rooms after dinner. Since Adonis had work to deal with, his computer and phone were in the room. As soon as he turned on his phone, messages came from his family WeChat group. Tamara, can you do it? If not, I'll go on the show myself. Beck, you didn't even get a single hair all afternoon. Usually so efficient at work, why are you so slow now? Tamara, but Tyra is so cute, eating like a little hamster. Your father and I are also enjoying the dishes. Tamara, picture.jpg. Beck, if things don't go well, just speak directly. Your mother and I watched the live broadcast and think that child has a connection with our family. Seeing these messages, Adonis felt a headache, being scolded by his family for inefficiency for the first time. After thinking, he decided to be honest and go to Kelly's room to ask for a strand of hair. To avoid rumors, Adonis specifically told the director to turn off the cameras temporarily before leaving. Knock knock. The door was knocked on, and Kelly paused before opening it, seeing Adonis standing there slightly surprised. What's the matter? I want a strand of your hair, he said. Kelly frowned. Body and skin are gifts from parents. Sorry, I can't give you my hair. She was about to close the door when Adonis spoke again. You look exactly like my grandmother. My mother suspects you might be part of our family and needs your hair for DNA confirmation. Upon hearing this, Kelly blinked her eyes, calculating behind the door. Since Adonis initiated this conversation, the cause and effect between them was established, making it easier to determine blood relations. After getting the result, Kelly silently pulled a strand of hair from her head and handed it over. Here. Adonis immediately took it, preparing to tell her that if the DNA test doesn't match, the Flynn family would offer compensation. Before he could speak, the door slammed shut. Adonis looked bewildered, taking out a small tube from his pocket and placing the hair inside before leaving. Nyla's figure flashed around the corner, only daring to appear after he left. She saw Adonis take something from Kelly but heard nothing due to the distance. Could it be? A worrying thought flashed in her mind, and she clenched her fists tightly. At this moment, Kelly was extremely nervous. She was about to have family. It was time for text messages, and Kelly received 2 messages today. Adonis, looking forward. Hassan, great cooperation. After the show ends, free up your schedule, I want to cast you in a drama. Kelly replied okay to Hassan, then turned off her phone and went to the bathroom to wash up and sleep. Han leading actress wasn't available when invited. TSK, Shadow Jeff's intentions are too obvious. I really don't understand what's good about an actress like Kelly, who is full of scandals and even forcibly kissed him. Only someone with a brain hole would like such a person. Why? Must people like your leading actress? Can't they like others? Do only I want to know what President Flynn is looking forward to? Is it tomorrow's interaction? On Weibo, fans started pairing everyone up, and Kelly was immediately grouped into several CPs, even paired with Egon by some fans. Elsewhere. What did you say? Our show isn't pre-recorded but live broadcast. Nyla looked at Anthea in disbelief, her mind racing to think if she had done anything inappropriate during this period. After confirming she hadn't, she let out a breath of relief. Ulrich was really being unfair. Why didn't my brother tell me that the show is live? Nyla muttered unhappily. Just as Adonis left, she also planned to return to her room, but unexpectedly, Anthea dragged her into the room and forced her to learn this shocking news. I want to form an alliance with you, how does that sound? Anthea, who was usually gentle in public, now looked terrifyingly dark, with a proud and disdainful tone. Winning the title of Best Actress at a young age, she naturally had an air of arrogance. But Nyla curled her lips, then reconsidered. Okay, let's join forces to ruin her reputation first. As for our matters, we can talk later. Both liked Hassan, so they naturally couldn't be friends forever. Seeing Nyla was relatively reasonable, Anthea said, I have an idea, tomorrow we will. Fine, do as you say. Nyla smiled, her eyes filled with malice. Tomorrow, Kelly's reputation would once again hit rock bottom, becoming a despised figure everyone wanted to attack. Chapter 46, You Trust Her So Blindly. The next day, after breakfast, the director appeared again with his usual amiable smile. Following the show's established pattern, everyone knew he was about to assign tasks. Please come forward to collect your mission cards, the director announced. Hoover, who was closest to him, stepped up to receive the card and read out its content. The guests are to form teams freely and participate in a sprint competition. The winners will receive abundant lunch ingredients, while the losers will be treated to steamed buns. At the mention of steamed buns, Egon's face turned pale. He had barely won any competitions and had eaten steamed buns for lunch for several days. Galancy's fans were raving about her in the live broadcast. Ulrich is truly considerate. This competition must have been specially arranged to welcome post-Queen Han, knowing she once trained for a track and field drama. Taking acting seriously does pay off sometimes, like now it comes in handy. That drama was really good, with a very positive message. I'm looking forward to more. Who's the unlucky one paired with our post-Queen? Lila, how about we race? Adrian smiled as she approached Daniela with a proposal. Sure. Daniela narrowed her eyes. Just so you know, I won't go easy on you. Unprovoked kindness often hides ulterior motives. Adrian's sudden friendliness definitely wasn't genuine. The fans watching the live stream couldn't stop laughing. What kind of steel-straight woman is Daniela, telling such things to a pitiful beauty? Ha ha ha. I notice Princess Lila seems to be getting straighter, but if Kelly were racing with her, I suspect she'd let her win. Adrian, such a waste. These internet users really know how to talk. Can I borrow their tongues? In the end, the female contestants formed 2 teams, Daniela and Adrian as one team, and Galancy and Kelly as the other. For the male contestants, Hassan and Adonis were paired together, while Egon and Zinnia teamed up. Hoover sat aside to watch the spectacle. The race started with Daniela's group. As soon as they began, Adrian fell far behind, lagging by a full 10 seconds. Kelly and Galancy took the field next. When the starting gun fired, both sprinted forward swiftly. Clearly, Galancy had some background in running and took a slight lead, but she suddenly cried out and fell to the ground. Behind her, Kelly stopped and crouched down to help her up. Are you alright? Tears welled up in Galancy's eyes, and she looked pained as the crew and the production team rushed over. What happened? Are you hurt? The director asked anxiously. Galancy shook her head gently, her voice choked with sobs. Joa, I'm fine, but I can't continue the race. Just count me as the loser and give all the ingredients to Kelly. Upon hearing this, Hassan frowned, his thin lips pressed tightly together. He felt something was off. Why should we give everything to her? Adrian stormed forward angrily. She stood in front of Galancy, glaring at Kelly, who seemed clueless about what had transpired. What a black heart you have. Seeing post-Queen Han run fast made you jealous, so you tricked her, right? I saw you extend your foot clearly. Don't try to deny it. As Adrian spoke, everyone present looked at Kelly, their expressions filled with surprise. Don't say anything more. I'm really fine, Galancy said hurriedly, seeming to want to protect someone. Adrian scolded her in frustration. You're just too kind. Even when others bully you, you still cover for them. I've never seen anyone like this. Their performance, one playing the victim and the other the protector, was convincingly real. In the live stream, only Kelly's fans didn't buy it. How can there be such vicious competition on the show? What's wrong with these people? Whether on the show or anywhere else, such malicious behavior shouldn't be allowed. Ugh, why does Kelly always cause trouble? Yesterday everyone loved her, but today she'll probably be hated universally. Because deep down, she's bad. Her usual act is just pretense. The true her is revealed when she gets exposed. Zinnia, who had just started paying attention to Galancy, sensing an opportunity, stepped forward and launched into a tirade. Kelly, unable to compete fairly yourself, you prevent others from doing so. How did I not see how evil you are before? I saw clearly that you tripped Wanning. Both Galancy and Adrian were momentarily stunned, surprised by Zinnia's useful contribution to the fake narrative. I didn't touch her, she fell on her own, Kelly said, frowning. Galancy nodded in agreement. She really didn't touch me. Please don't get upset. She pleaded pathetically with Zinnia, as if hoping he would save Kelly's dignity. This display only further stirred protective instincts in the men. Zinnia spat. Don't speak up for her, she's nothing good. There's no need to escalate to personal attacks, Hassan interjected coldly, stepping forward to shield Kelly. What do you mean by personal attacks? Did she think about it when she was tripping others? Zinnia retorted with his neck stiff. Although Kelly had a poor understanding of interpersonal relationships, at this moment, no matter how naive she was, she knew the other party was intentionally framing her. I didn't trip anyone, she fell for no reason. She repeated. The live broadcast viewers were incredibly angry at her shameless behavior. Hashtag Kelly envies Galancy and uses dirty tricks hashtag. This trending topic continuously rose. Adrian sneered, crossing her arms arrogantly. You say you didn't trip her, how do you prove it? Kelly couldn't understand why she had to prove something that didn't happen, but she still said earnestly, I can swear. Isn't it funny, even the idea of swearing comes out. Chapter 47 It really came true. Seriously, is Hassan sick? The truth is right in front of him, and he still has the nerve to favor Kelly. I always thought actor Hope was gentle and courteous. Now it seems I'm blind. Whoa, my actress Han, who will take care of her? She's truly pitiful. Disheartened, true heartache doesn't come from loud quarrels. I believe the saying, a kettle finds its lid once again. I'm starting to doubt actor Hope's character now, no arguing, if you argue, you're wrong. Due to this matter, the usually flawless Hassan had a black spot. On site, Adonis received a call after observing this farce. After hanging up, his mood was extremely heavy. Biological evidence supported Kelly's and her mother's kinship. But they were clearly part of the Flynn family, yet their character. He didn't know whether they were spoiled outside. Adonis tightly pursed his thin lips, his eyes filled with disappointment. At that moment, a scream suddenly rang out, and everyone hurried toward the source of the sound. Trish sat on the ground, her little face pale with pain as she hugged her right knee, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Her current pain felt more real by countless times than before. Kelly watched coldly, a mocking smile appearing on her cool little face. As the saying goes, it's not that there is no retribution, but the time has not yet arrived. People should not make vows lightly. The more oaths you make, how do you know they won't come true? Her voice was clear and pleasant, yet inexplicably sent chills down the spines of those present. They all stared at her dumbfounded, then looked at Trish, who couldn't stand up from the pain, swallowing their saliva. The fans also reacted. Actress Han left running just now. Her leg wasn't broken at that time, so, her vow came true. My God, this is terrifying. Did Kelly secretly put a curse on actress Han? In fact, I wanted to say earlier, did she worship Dear Spirit Mountain like when she freed the kitten last time? Maybe that's why I've been so lucky lately. Lu Sheng, check my homepage, it happened to me too. In agony, completely ignoring Kelly, Trish was recommended by the accompanying doctor to go to the hospital. Preliminary tests showed her leg was indeed broken. Everyone involuntarily recalled what she said, I swear you tripped me just now. If not, my leg will really break. Thus, the truth became obvious. While Trish's fans tried to explain that it was an accident and urged people not to believe in mysticism, everyone had already shifted the topic to certain people's recent good luck, paying no heed to Trish's fans. Online, where actress Han was always pure, she now had a huge blemish due to her scheme against Kelly. Just as Hassan's fans were criticized, they seized the opportunity to attack, thoroughly exposing Trish on trending topics. Hashtag Trish, stealing chickens results in losing rice. Hashtag Kelly's luck. Hashtag at the Flynn residence. Alea sobbed bitterly in her husband's arms, saying that she always felt distant from her daughter over these years, sensing a blood-related strangeness, which turned out to be because her daughter was never Nyla but Kelly. Alea had never cried like this before. Farrell's stern face softened with pity, gently patting her back. We can still recognize our child. Don't worry, he said guiltily. If he had been more thorough when exchanging babies, none of this would have happened. Alea raised her tear-streaked face, her expression solemn, and choked out, call the other two Corys home. After the show, pick Tyra up and bring her home. And investigate everything about Tyra's experiences since childhood. I want to know everything about her. And why did we swap the babies? These demands were natural, and Farrell naturally agreed, calling each of the three sons one by one, urging them to return home quickly. As for Adonis on the show, well, he had completed his mission and no longer needed to interact closely with Tyra. However, having raised Nyla for so many years, Farrell still had feelings for her. Given Alea's current emotional state, he didn't dare mention it. With Trish's incident, the event could no longer continue. Guests returned to the small room. Receiving a call from his father, Adonis sighed, acknowledging with a and then turned to leave, explaining to the director backstage that he would withdraw from the show. Leaving in a complex mood, he didn't even have time to inform Nyla. He hadn't figured out how to face the sister he cherished for years, who turned out not to be his biological sibling. It wasn't until evening that Nyla noticed Adonis was gone. She blinked her eyes, looking at the camera confusedly and asked, "Where's my brother?" Ulrich chuckled through the speaker. Hakeem is a very busy person, so he can't always participate in the show. He was only today's guest. Nyla seemed to understand, nodding and then eating, but in fact, her expression changed drastically the moment she lowered her head. Why didn't Adonis tell her before leaving? This was totally different from the person he used to be. What did he and Kelly talk about that day? Her hand holding the spoon tightened, and she bit her lip so hard that the taste of blood spread in her mouth. A sense of crisis gradually arose, and seeds of doubt took root and sprouted in her heart. The more Nyla thought about it, the more she felt something was off. But there was nothing she could do. She couldn't tear into Kelly right under the live stream camera, and besides, she didn't dare. Trish's miserable state still vividly haunted her, shocking and disturbing to see. All she could do now was cling tightly to Hassan. With this plan set in mind, Nyla hurried to the backstage after dinner, taking advantage of everyone's distraction. Joa, I think the show format should have some changes. What's the point of having guests always choose each other? Nyla said seriously. Hearing she had an idea, the director's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Nyla smiled softly. I think from start to finish, pairing up two people will bore the audience. They'll crave for something fresh and exciting. Why not directly switch to a lottery system? Whoever gets picked counts. Ulrich's eyes grew brighter as he listened. Everyone in the entertainment circle was shrewd. Of course, he knew what Nyla was thinking. But there was no denying the suggestion was great, and her ulterior motives didn't matter. Alright, tonight we'll skip the love messages. Tomorrow, we'll have female guests draw lots to choose male partners. Ulrich decided on the spot. Nyla nodded with satisfaction and left with a smile. That night, fans eagerly waiting for the guests' text messages saw nothing. Where are the love messages? Did the director forget to send them? Wah, I wanted to know what Jeff would say to Kelly tonight. He probably tried to coax her. Oh no, the love messages were super important to us tonight. Why did they skip this one? Everyone, quickly boost this on Weibo. Let's make this issue big so the director knows he missed a segment. Hashtag love messages. Hashtag 10,000 fans begging the Joa to send the love messages. Hashtag. With the dating show hitting the hot search again, the live stream gained another surge in popularity, much to the director's delight. Chapter 48 CP Chaos. Until 12 o'clock struck, netizens did not see the desired text messages, and their anger was directed at the official Weibo account and director. What's going on? It wasn't until the next day when the director announced new rules, causing a huge uproar. What? Isn't this creating a chaotic mix of CPs? Who understands? I just want to see Jeff and Kelly. These two are really a good match. Why change the mechanism? I suspect this mechanism is aimed at them. It's disgusting. Seeing the unprecedented high heat and discussion, the director smiled, rubbing his chin and mentally converting these comments and traffic into money. Wow, he got more than just criticism. There's money too. At this moment, the director hoped fans would criticize even harder. In the small house, staff brought out a lottery drum for female guests to draw from. Trish, sitting in a wheelchair with a gloomy face, was undoubtedly first in terms of seniority and popularity. No one dared to step over her. She drew a stick from the drum and looked at the name written at its end, Hoover. Not getting the person she wanted, Trish's face fell slightly. Previously, her excellent public image could have smoothed over all issues, but now, well, her public image had been ruined by yesterday's farce. Han Empress of Films isn't known for her temper? Rolling her eyes because she didn't get who she wanted, what a great attitude. Understand her, our Empress broke her leg just yesterday. What expression do you expect? Not that, I find the fans of the Empress really problematic. She swore and then broke her leg as per her vow. How is that related to us? The comment above gets my agreement. I'm here to watch the show, not to endure her bad attitude. If she doesn't want to participate, she should leave. Hashtag Trish, her reputation plummeted dramatically within a day, negative revelations unearthed hashtag. On the screen, Nyla came forward to draw. She pulled out the stick and saw the name Hassan written at its end. Her expression visibly brightened, and she bounced over to him excitedly. Big brother Arden, we're paired together, that's wonderful, Nyla said with a sweet smile. Compared to her enthusiasm, Hassan merely gave a distant yet polite nod. Next, Daniela drew Zinnia's name, and both looked rather unhappy. As for Kelly, she didn't need to draw since being logically paired with Egon. Everyone remembered the fight between the two when they first arrived at the villa. So, ex-girlfriend and ex-girlfriend, now they have to play the role of couples. Ha ha ha, how exciting. Premature complaints last night. Joa, you know exactly what we want to see. I really love this chaos of CP combinations, oh my, so thrilling. Want to see if sparks will fly among everyone. Joa, take more shots if you're filming them. Seeing the full screen of praise, the director's mouth curled into a smile, applauding his wise decision. He turned on the loudspeaker, hello everyone, please pack your belongings now. The bus will arrive at 10 o'clock. The show still has a week left, and for the remaining week, our program will be revamped. The bus will take everyone to a mysterious place. After the director finished speaking, the guests were excited. Eyes sparkling, Daniela exclaimed, is the director taking us on a seaside vacation? A paid trip? Having seen that in other dating shows, she hadn't expected their show to have this element as well, how wonderful. Kelly swiftly snapped her fingers. Although she couldn't calculate the exact destination, she knew it wasn't water-related but mountain-related. Unlikely, we're probably going deep into the mountains, she said. Trusting her implicitly, Daniela gasped and rushed back to her room to prepare. Passing by them, Nyla, who overheard this, rolled her eyes. Isn't she delusional, standing true to a pseudoscientific persona? This is a dating show, not some endurance reality show, why go to the mountains? Netizens felt the same way. Understand Kelly wants to become popular, but unnecessary speculation about where the dating show goes in the mountains for what? Setting up personas like this makes me embarrassed. Can't Kelly's company write her a script? I can accept setting up personas, but I can't tolerate messing with my brain. Only the director in the monitoring room slapped his thigh. Kelly was indeed godlike. Looking at all the disbelieving comments, he shook his head. Everyone was about to eat their words. At 10 o'clock, the guests boarded the bus which swayed towards the deep mountains. Due to the vehicle's shaking, the bus passengers drifted off to sleep while netizens collectively sensed an ominous foreboding. The road to the beach wouldn't shake this much, so weren't they really going into the mountains? After nearly 3 hours of travel, the car stopped. Opening the door, a strange world presented itself before the guests. Deep mountains and distant forests, the scene now fully revealed. I can't believe it, she actually predicted it right. Help, my mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Sister Brooke, I didn't mean to criticize you just now, please forgive me. So she really has a sixth sense? Goosebumps are rising. Speaking of this, we have to mention those lucky ones over this period. Kelly is really something, now I make wishes with her every day. The live stream viewers were chattering incessantly, while the on-site guests felt quite uncomfortable. Nyla's delicate face carried a hint of resentment. To better match Hassan's height, she wore sky-high heels today, which made walking on the gravel path incredibly painful. Egon, still unaware that the show was live-streamed, showed disdain, crossing his arms and clicking his tongue. Joa, you brought us to such a place? His tone sounded condescending, as if he were a significant figure. Ulrich's mouth twitched as he patiently explained, this place has clear mountains and beautiful waters. Guests will work together for survival, fostering an atmosphere of men farming and women weaving. From today onwards, each couple can undertake missions to earn points, redeeming them for 3 meals a day and various living supplies. The production team will provide nothing else from now on. Previously accumulated points can be split evenly between the 2 guests in each pair. After hearing this, Hassan immediately said, I don't need it, the points belong to Kelly, earned through her own efforts. Nyla, who had been happy about receiving a large number of points, pursed her lips and unconsciously clenched her fists, feeling infuriated. She was paired with him now, yet he was still thinking of that shameless woman, Kelly. Well. Ulrich looked hesitant. Hassan was right, but doing so would violate the rules. Kelly smiled indifferently and generously replied, it's fine. Points can be earned again. Giving you half is only fair. After all, he gave her real money, while she merely sacrificed some insignificant points. Looking at her radiant smile, Hassan's eyes darkened slightly, and a tender sprout seemed ready to break through the soil, growing into a towering tree. Chapter 49, On What Grounds to Stop Me. These two have this strange CP vibe between them. Even if they're not a couple, they're still great to ship. I'm going crazy shipping them and hating the director. Why do you break up the CP I like? Joa, you have no heart. The more enthusiastic the audience danced, the happier the director became. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Alright, then the points will still be split equally between them. Next, let's vote for one person from each pair to draw for their living rooms, said the director. Adrian looked at Hassan with starry eyes, her face full of admiration like a fangirl as she whispered, Big Brother Arden, please go draw. Kelly frowned upon hearing this, kindly reminding them, it's best not to let him draw, his luck has been very bad recently. Her words inexplicably reminded the live stream viewers of when Hassan picked places during survival challenges, only for Kelly to avoid those spots, relying on reverse strategy. Adrian shook her head firmly, her gaze resolute. I believe in Big Brother Arden, you go ahead. She mimicked Kelly's previous cheerful smile, hoping to leave a deeper impression on him. However, Hassan simply nodded and went forward, casually drawing a card. This card revealed a room with crumbling walls, decrepit and almost drafty. Congratulations, you've drawn the worst room. Ulrich chuckled gleefully. Adrian struggled to maintain her composure, barely suppressing her dismay. Damn it, that little wretch was right. She comforted Hassan, Big Brother Arden, wherever you stay with me is perfectly fine, you don't need to feel pressured. As she finished this sentence, Adrian glanced sideways at Hassan. He looked back and gave her a gentle smile, thank you. Just this glance made fireworks explode in her mind, her heart pounding. The guests continued to draw for rooms. Kelly drew third and successfully got a small villa. Perfect. This is the map for each group's rooms. You all are adults, so finding your own house should be okay, right? The director grinned. Despite his words, even though they had reservations, everyone chose to remain silent. The guests set out to find their rooms. Kelly and Egon did not exchange a single word throughout the journey, causing their fans watching the live stream to laugh. How malicious is this director? Pairing up exes who've turned against each other. Who would have thought the director would actually do something like this? I bet he enjoys drama. Remember how confident Egon was that day? He really annoyed me. Haha, our lives matter too. Let's put this topic aside for now. Yeah, let's. The atmosphere in the live stream was pleasant. On the road, Kelly didn't even check the map but soon arrived at their chosen house. Amongst the dusty rural houses, the two-story villa indeed stood out luxuriously, satisfying even Egon. He eagerly inserted the key into the lock and opened the door. Inside, the villa was warmly decorated and serene, looking quite inviting. Kelly followed inside after him and pursed her lips at the villa's layout. Ordinarily, she would have offered help, but since they were still filming, scaring the netizens wasn't a good idea. I'll take this room. Egon said arrogantly, pointing to the most luxurious room in the villa. Kelly glanced at it and thought silently to herself that his luck was truly terrible. He chose this one out of so many good options. Though she disliked him, she also didn't want anyone to die on the show, so she warned, I advise you to stay somewhere else. Egon scoffed, crossing his arms and putting his luggage into the room. Don't think just because you're a woman I'll give in to you. This place is mine. Kelly fell silent, nodding slightly. Good advice can't convince fools, she wouldn't say anything more. But the live stream netizens felt uneasy. Every time she gave such warnings, something happened. After watching the live stream for so long, everyone knew Kelly never wasted words. Egon slammed the door shut. Watching the live streams of both of them, the audience saw two scenes unfold. One was Kelly choosing her room. The other was naturally Egon already inside his. He was unpacking his luggage, and the netizens noticed several bright red tea dresses. Hobbies, TSK, respect and understand. Do we have any fans from his old days saying whether this year is his zodiac year? Top comment, as someone who has been following him for 8 years, seriously, it's not. So he genuinely likes wearing red tea dresses, haha, magic. Fellow viewers, I feel like ever since he entered this room, it feels oppressive, kind of scary. Going to watch my Brooks sister for safety. The netizens agreed, feeling inexplicably uneasy, sensing the heavy and ominous atmosphere around the place. Unaware, Egon, while packing his things, had no idea that a pair of eyes was watching him from the shadows. That night, Kelly used her points to exchange for the cheapest instant noodles. Although Egon was furious and confused, he had to compromise to fill his stomach. Most importantly, he didn't have any points himself. After eating, Egon stormed back to his room in anger, and the production team turned off the live stream at this moment, granting privacy to the guests. The live stream would only be reopened at 8 in the morning. Kelly sat on the bed with her legs drawn up, meditating while keeping an eye on Egon's side. In the darkness, a scream pierced through the night. Ah! Egon's scream was heart-wrenching. Kelly immediately opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and piercing. It's here. She rushed over, quickly opening the door to see Egon trembling on the bed, his eyes rolling back as he was about to faint. Seeing Kelly, he let out a cry like he'd seen his savior. Save me, there's a ghost in this room. I'll never defy you again. I know you understand metaphysics, please save me. At this moment, Egon showed great respect towards Kelly. But Kelly ignored him, focusing instead on Moxie in red blocking his path. Her sharp nails were dark and ominous, about to plunge into Egon's body. He let out an even more pitiful scream than before. You can seek retribution from those who have wronged you, it is their karma. But if you harm others, you will not cross the bridge of helplessness in this lifetime. Kelly's sudden words made Moxie and Red pause, then she slowly turned her head. Only her head turned, not her body. Her eyes, once full of life, were now empty, with blood tears streaming down her face. Egon had already fainted in terror, and a foul smell began to permeate the room as yellow liquid seeped from beneath him. Do you know me? The woman in red suddenly lunged at Kelly, laughing maniacally. Are you one of their accomplices? Everyone in this village is an accomplice. I must take my revenge on them, they are the root cause of my suffering. Why should I stop you? On what grounds do you stop me? Chapter 50, The Egg with its Shell On. Facing the borderline berserk red-clothed woman, Kelly still shook her head calmly. I am not an accomplice, to stop you is for your own good. The red-clothed woman froze. Her hollow pupils, streaming with bloody tears, flickered with eeriness. Pain and confusion surfaced on her face, eventually settling into bewilderment. As Kelly spoke, her voice was imbued with divine power, helping the red-clothed woman regain some clarity. Yes, it's not worth it. I shouldn't have harmed myself for them, the red-clothed woman muttered. Clear thoughts flashed through her mind, while her blood tears flowed more violently. They're all beasts, the red-clothed woman gritted her teeth. I was trafficked to Sheepo village and initially planned to escape, but this place is too remote, the mountain paths too steep, and the people too complicated. Escape was like a pipe dream to me. I had to force myself to stay calm and submit to that beast. But because I gave birth to a daughter, he beat me to death. His father said, it's just a wife, costing only tens of thousands of yuan. If she dies, we can buy another one to continue giving birth. I hate it so much. When I was trafficked here, I was still in college, looking forward to a bright future. Yet, I died in this impoverished countryside as a lonely spirit. I miss my parents so much, and my daughter. Mentioning her daughter, the red-clothed woman's bloody tears stopped, and she asked impatiently, where's my daughter? Have you seen her? No, Kelly shook her head. She tried to predict using cause and effect, but the daughter seemed shrouded in a thin mist, making it impossible to divine her fate or even know if she was alive or dead. The red-clothed ghost's aura became crazed and sinister again as she shouted angrily, they will never treat my daughter well. I want to see her. If you want revenge and to find your daughter, I can help, but there is a price, Kelly said. For humans, providing divine power requires only a wish and sincere faith, while ghosts must exchange their chance at rebirth in the animal realm to gain opportunities. After all, human requests could go unfulfilled, but ghosts' requests must be met. Without hesitation, the red-clothed ghost said, any price, I'm willing. Upon finishing her words, an invisible contract formed between them. Kelly felt her faith power replenished. If calculated at 100%, this time the female ghost replenished 1% for her. Kelly had a bold idea, if she helped 100 lone spirits, her faith power could be fully replenished. As long as you can help me, I'm willing even if it means dissipating into nothingness, the red-clothed woman said firmly. Wait for 3 days at most, and I will let you know where your daughter is. Those people will get what they deserve. The red-clothed woman nodded heavily and gratefully said, thank you so much. Wait for my good news. Kelly finished, yawned, and turned to leave. Human bodies always tend to feel drowsy, which troubled her. After Kelly left, the red-clothed woman disdainfully glanced at Egon on the bed, then vanished from the spot. The next day. Egon woke up early in the morning and quickly left the room, choosing to stay next to Kelly. He was certain that last night he wasn't dreaming but truly saw the red-clothed ghost. Because when he woke up, the bed was wet. Too terrifying. Too terrifying indeed. The live stream camera started. Egon cautiously followed behind Kelly, eagerly sitting beside her after grabbing breakfast. Everyone watching this scene was baffled. Weren't these two former lovers already at odds? What were they doing now? Nyla's brows knitted so tightly they could trap a fly, clearly displeased. While she didn't like Egon, it was a different matter entirely for him to abandon her for another woman. Can you stop looking at me after every bite? Am I supposed to be pickled vegetables that you eat along with rice? Kelly rolled her eyes at Egon. Despite being scolded, he dared not show any emotion, quietly eating with his head down, appearing somewhat like a submissive housewife. Nyla leaned closer to Hassan, seemingly unintentionally smiling. Co-top streamer and Kelly seemed to have such a good relationship, looks like they're getting along really well. He ignored her and simply sat beside Kelly with the exchanged breakfast. Ignored, Nyla felt enraged inside but put on a piteous face as she sat alone at a table. Her fans wouldn't stand for it. Hope Best Actor went too far, how could he treat a girl who openly expressed interest in him like this? Our little fairy princess is so pitiful, liking someone else is okay, but why must she like him? Now I think Hope Best Actor seems like a bit of a scumbag. Are you guys crazy? This is a dating show. Hope Best Actor made it clear from the start that his choice was Kelly. What's wrong with him keeping his distance from other female guests for her sake? You're right. Let's not forget that Nyla slandered Kelly as a homewrecker, and Hope Best Actor exposed her in the chat logs. It's clear that this so-called little fairy and her fans conveniently forget things easily, yet still dare to approach Hope Best Actor. Those who criticize Hassan should be careful. We fans just don't seek trouble, but it doesn't mean we're afraid of it. If you push us too hard, no one will have a good time. With this bold retort from a fan of Hassan, the fans of Nyla could only mute their microphones quietly. There was nothing they could do. Gallant Alice had been exposed too badly in that incident, and too many people knew about it. Even if the fans wanted to clean up her image, they couldn't. In the live stream, Hassan's clearly defined fingers peeled an egg and handed it to Kelly. She turned her head and smiled at him lightly. Thanks. During this period, Hassan had been peeling eggs for Kelly every day, and it had become a habit between them. Nyla clutched her spoon tightly, saying pitifully, Brother Arden, I want to eat one too. As soon as she finished speaking, Egon quickly grabbed the last egg from the plate, knocked it on the table, and peeled it open rapidly. He placed the egg, still with bits of shell, into Nyla's bowl and said lovingly, eat. In Egon's view, his swift actions were incredibly handsome, showing how much he pampered her. She would be deeply moved for sure. However, Nyla's face turned ashen, unable to say a word looking at the egg. What she wanted was the egg. No, she wanted the person who peels the egg for her. Pfft. Daniela couldn't hold back her laughter, and Hoover followed suit. They looked at each other with mutual understanding in their eyes. Netizens watching the live stream were having a blast. Nyla, I really want to crack your skull open and see what dog poop is inside. What I want is the egg. RagingFrenzy.jpg. Now that I look at it, little fairy seems kind of pitiful, getting stuck with a slick, self-satisfied scumbag like Egon. Looking at the starkly different expressions on Nyla and Egon's faces made me laugh so hard. Egon, woman, I'm pampering you, don't be too moved. Nyla, I dare not move, really dare not. Sorry, I wanted to eat an egg just now, but now the smell makes me feel weird. I appreciate your intention. Nyla gave Egon a light smile. He seemed to be dazzled by her smile and grinned happily, picking up the egg without removing the remaining shell and putting it directly into his mouth, chewing and swallowing. Chapter 51, She has her eyes on him. Adrian silently lowered her gaze, avoiding Egon to prevent herself from vomiting the food she had just eaten. The live stream audience was thoroughly entertained. Doesn't he find it awkward? Iron teeth and bronze teeth. Egon, congratulations on unlocking a new skill. If I have committed a crime, let the law punish me, not by making me see this. Egon, he really used to be so appealing, but now he seems to exude grease and stench from his bones. After breakfast, the four groups split up and headed their separate ways. Kelly followed the route divined from Moxie in red and went straight to Yasha's house. The village chief had already paid in advance and arranged for the villagers to welcome the guests, so no matter which household the guests visited, they would receive hospitality. On the way, Egon still clung tightly to Kelly, displaying an unwavering stickiness. Something feels off between these two. Egon was just flirting with Adrian earlier. What is he up to? This guy must be plotting something. Did these two do something inappropriate last night? Is Egon subdued? Top floor, what are you talking about? Idiot. Kelly found Egon's clinginess annoying, but since he didn't actually touch her and they were in the same group, she couldn't say much. Arriving at Yasha's house, several aunties nearby who were cracking sunflower seeds looked at them curiously. You must be celebrities from the city? Look at them, so different from us country bumpkins. We can't compare with their delicate skin and fair complexion. John, we have guests at home, come out and entertain them, one auntie shouted. John's family is truly lucky. Some directors said that celebrities would come to their house to record a show, giving them an extra 100 yuan each time they visit. If not for fear of John's formidable mother, they would have taken them away long ago while talking. Just as Yash stepped out, his eyes locked onto Kelly, standing out like a crane among chickens. He swallowed unconsciously, his gaze fixed. Celebrities are truly different, especially with that stunning beauty. If this woman became his wife, his life would be better than living in paradise. We have two tasks at home. One is to loosen the soil in the vegetable field, and the other is to clean the pigsty. You can choose whichever you prefer, Yash said, pulling back his gaze. Loosening the soil in the vegetable field versus cleaning the pigsty, obviously the latter would be easier. I want to loosen the soil in the vegetable field, Egon said. He turned to look at Kelly and sighed deeply. Actually, cleaning the pigsty sounds difficult, but it's easy once you start. You just need to sweep the floor, while loosening the soil requires digging. After saying this, Egon tut-tutted, trying hard to show that he didn't want this task but had no choice. Kelly raised an eyebrow and smiled meaningfully. You go ahead then, it'll be tough for you. Alright, Egon responded, putting on a pretentious act. The online audience brushed furiously in anger. How can he be so shameless? I really want to play a Ellsworth song for him. What kind of man are you? Egon has a problem. A rotten person dares to appear on live variety shows. Is he afraid that his public image isn't bad enough? Top floor, inside information. It's confirmed that these celebrities don't know the program is live. Top Flow's manager was taken away by an ambulance last night after begging everyone for help. Wow, Top Floor, please tell us more about what happened. You're my only connection to the entertainment industry. Hashtag Top Flow's manager taken away by ambulance. Hashtag cleaning pigsty or loosening soil, which is more exhausting. Hashtag Egon, new height of shamelessness. Hashtag Yash yelled into the house, "Beck, come out and take the celebrities to our pigsty." Not long after, an old man wearing flip-flops and smoking a pipe emerged from the house. Seeing the intense aura around the old man and the ominous clouds over his filial palace, the wealthy man couldn't help but frown. This person has committed many murders, mostly of relatives. Judging by his face, he doesn't have many days left. It probably has something to do with Moxie and Red. Egon was led away by the old man, while Yash took Kelly to the pigsty. The pigsty was filled with a pungent odor, and the plump pigs grunted when they saw people, pushing forward and pawing with their front legs. "I'll stay here at the door and watch you work," Yash said. Cleaning the pigsty didn't involve sweeping within the pig enclosure but rather clearing the walkways and surroundings. Apart from the smell, it wasn't too demanding. However, for pampered celebrities, the smell was the most challenging part. But Kelly was different because she had a special ability. Using divine power to temporarily block her sense of smell, she diligently swept with a broom and dustpan. Her seriousness won over the livestream audience. "I love serious people the most. Kelly has completely changed my perception of her. Incidentally, Egon is disgusting. It's hard not to agree with the previous post. Now I really think it's great to be a fan of Kelly. Didn't you guys know? Being her fan can make you rich overnight." In recent days, many people have been making wishes to the god of Deer Forest Mountain. One of the most frequent wishers won 500,000 last night. Forget about that for a moment. I feel that Yash's eyes are terrifying. He stared at Kelly like she was his prey, and he seemed determined to get her. It's kind of scary. The livestream audience shifted their focus back. Yash sized up Kelly from head to toe. She was beautiful and diligent in her work. It would be great to marry her. Unfortunately, these celebrities earn a lot and wouldn't be interested in him, an ordinary country Corey. But suddenly, Yash's eyes flickered with a bold idea. If he could force the issue, she wouldn't refuse him. The more he thought about it, the more dangerous his gaze became, almost as if he wanted to take advantage of her right there in the pigsty. The livestream viewers were frightened and wanted to call the police. "I heard you have a wife who is a college student from the city," Kelly suddenly said. Hearing this, Yash's face immediately dropped. The village gossips shouldn't spread such things. They should have had their tongues cut out. "Well, my wife died during childbirth," he replied nonchalantly. Kelly raised her eyes, her cold gaze flashing with danger that made one swallow hard. "Take care." Her words were simple but carried an inexplicable chill. Yash, however, didn't seem to notice anything unusual and continued talking. "That woman wasn't any good. She always wanted to run away and mess around with other men. My family treated her well, yet she was never satisfied. I truly don't know what she wanted." Yash said all this to clear his relationship with his ex-wife in front of Kelly, assuring her that he was single. "You must be pretty pitiful," Kelly said with a slight smile, which gave an eerie chill. A sudden chill ran down his spine, but Yash dismissed it. He believed that the female celebrity was signaling something positive to him. She must be showing interest in him and believed what he had just said. Chapter 52, I'm not leaving either. Yash was quite pleased with his charm, feeling very happy. Look at him, even as a farmer, he could catch the eye of a female celebrity. If he had been born in the city, he would have been somebody for sure. Kelly worked efficiently and cleaned up the pigsty in just half an hour. Yash's eyes were full of satisfaction and admiration as he gave her a 30-point exchange coupon. As he placed the coupon in her hand, he planned to take the opportunity to touch her, but she easily dodged. Yash's face fell immediately. To him, women were merely objects, no different from livestock that could be killed at will. He had only intended to touch her hand, yet she dared to avoid him. Kelly completely ignored his almost murderous gaze and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, she bumped into Egon halfway. He held a hoe in his hand, looking very relaxed. Egon originally wanted to stick close to Kelly to ensure his own safety so he wouldn't attract the attention of the red-clothed woman. But as soon as he got close, he caught the sour smell emanating from her. He immediately waved his hand in front of his nose and walked away in disgust. "Why do you stink so much?" Egon asked irritably. "Cleaning the pigsty is naturally smelly. I didn't go to till the soil," Kelly replied, hinting at something more. Egon pursed his lips upon hearing this, unable to retort. Yet he did not dare to walk alone, so he stood aside waiting for her. Only when Kelly moved did he dare to follow. Is there something wrong with Egon? Even though he finds Kelly's smell unbearable, he still stays by her side. We can rule out the possibility of them being in a relationship. Besides, I have no idea what's going on. Ha ha ha, to sum it up, Egon must have a brain tumor. He really has no shame. As a man, I've always believed that men are physically stronger and should help women as much as possible, but here it's the opposite. Due to Egon's rude behavior, the trending topic once again heated up. At the hospital, the manager who had barely regained consciousness after seeing the trending topic fainted again. He had tried to think of ways to get their top star out of the variety show, but this show was invested in solely by Adonis. His company did not dare to make rash moves. Caught between pressure from above and below, the agent was thoroughly scolded by his boss. A disaster from the sky. The 4 groups of guests gathered at the village committee office to exchange points cards with the director. Upon smelling the unbearable sour odor coming from Kelly, everyone was immediately overwhelmed and kept as far away from her as possible. Even Daniela, who was usually closest to her, quietly maintained a safe distance because her nose couldn't handle it. At this moment, she wished she had a stuffy nose. Only Hassan stood steadfastly beside Kelly, seemingly oblivious to the smell. The fans of the Sugar Crystal couple were completely smitten. Our CP is real, he loves her so much. Can you guys stop teasing and let these two newbies enjoy their moment? Sisters, who gets it? I love Sugar Crystal so much. This is the first CP I've ever followed, hoping they'll have a happy ending. Hassan seems genuinely fond of Kelly. I'm not a fan, but I believe they will end up together. Borrowing the good words from the floor above. Kelly understood why people kept their distance from her, but she couldn't understand why Hassan stood by her so firmly. She glanced at him sideways, her cold face revealing confusion. Don't you find it smelly? Is there something wrong with your body? Hassan choked. He was a normal person and of course, he could smell the odor, but he didn't want her to be ostracized by everyone else. He sighed deeply and chose not to answer the embarrassing question, making the fans laugh. Actor Hope, this way, she must be touched. Maybe she will marry me right after the show. Kelly, don't you think it smells? Are you mentally and physically okay? I'm impressed. Just a second ago, I was screaming for my CP, and now I'm laughing so hard I could burst. Actor Hope is busy now because his feet are working. In a while, we fans will be able to live in the Barbie dream castle he dug with his feet. He's such a nice guy in inner entertainment. I'm crying, he even digs castles for us. After exchanging supplies, the guests returned to their rooms to rest. Among them, Kelly earned the most points since cleaning the pigsty was both exhausting and mentally taxing. Ulrich originally thought this task would be assigned to other stars, expecting a comedic performance on stage. Unexpectedly, it fell on her, and she completed it beautifully. Just as Kelly opened the villa door with her key, the red-clothed woman inside darted out and eagerly asked, "How did it go? Did you find my daughter?" Meanwhile, the live-streaming camera turned to static before stabilizing again. Everyone except Kelly couldn't see the red-clothed woman. Her expression remained unchanged, as if she hadn't seen the person in front of her. She said to Egon, who was cautiously observing the surroundings, "Don't worry, she won't harm you. You should go back to your room if you need to. I guarantee nothing will happen." However, upon hearing this, Egon's face visibly paled even more. "You mean she's still here?" he asked, trembling. Kelly didn't expect his focus to be on this point. She hummed in response, and Egon let out a scream, rushing back to his room and slamming the door shut. The memories from the night before were forced to replay in his mind, and he was almost breaking down. Men are all cowards, only becoming devils when they face weak and helpless women, the red-clothed woman remarked. Her teeth clenched audibly as she desperately wanted to rush into the room and kill Egon. Kelly listened but remained silent. The audience in the live stream was extremely curious. What happened? These two seem really strange. Egon's reaction was hilarious just now. He sprinted away like an athlete, reaching new heights of cowardice. So how did Egon gain so many fans online? Do people actually like him? Thankfully I have good judgment. I never thought he seemed like a good person, so I never followed him. It's complicated, but we unfollowed him long ago. That night, Egon slept very uncomfortably. He constantly felt someone was watching him and could only hide under the blanket, too scared to peek out. The more he hid, the more his mental state deteriorated. He was nearly driven mad. The next day, Egon had massive dark circles under his eyes, sitting in the living room while Kelly yawned beside him. She finally emerged, and his expression turned delighted. "I have something to do today, so I won't participate in the task." "You can go by yourself," Kelly said. Egon's joyful expression froze, turning to bewilderment, anger, and disbelief. "Why should you get to rest at home without completing tasks, while I have to go out and work?" "I'm not leaving either," he said furiously. No way he'd let himself be bullied. Chapter 53, Should we call the police? With Egon questioning her with a defiant look on his face, Kelly maintained a calm expression, her eyes showing a hint of disdain. "Do you have any credits?" These 4 words immediately silenced Egon, who turned red with anger but couldn't say anything. When he teamed up with Kelly, he had no credits at all and only earned a little bit these past few days, which were already spent on food and daily necessities. So, Egon's credit balance was still 0. "But we are a team, your credits are my credits," he argued unreasonably. Kelly had never seen such a person before. Of course, apart from those who came to pray, she hadn't met many people anyway. Thinking of the sarcastic retorts she saw online, she calmly said, "Being modest is a virtue, unfortunately, you lack it. People need modesty as trees need bark. Without it, one can be unbeatable." "Are you serious? Stealing a woman's things, what kind of man are you?" Egon's face visibly turned pale. His hands clenched into fists at his sides, and the high-quality microphone even picked up the sound of him grinding his teeth. "Fine, I'll go," he shouted coarsely, afraid that Kelly would say more, immediately turning and leaving. The live stream viewers were laughing uncontrollably. "Sister Brooke, hahaha, where did she get those outdated lines? Can't she surf the internet in 5G? Yeah, now the trending thing is baby talk literature." Sister Brooke should stomp her feet with teary eyes and fart loudly to chase off Egon. Upper floor hahaha, if you hadn't watched so much nonsense earlier, maybe you wouldn't be acting so crazy now? Thank you for inviting me. After realizing my mental abnormality, I feel like I'm getting back to normal. Galanth is getting better. As Kelly walked out amidst the chaos caused by the netizens, she seemed to be walking casually, but whenever someone passed by, they would take the initiative to chat with them. She kept asking about Yash discreetly. The villagers, when mentioning this family, always looked somewhat embarrassed, quickly brushing over the topic with just a few words. Their reactions made Kelly understand why Moxie and Red had said everyone in the village was an accomplice. Sometimes, turning a blind eye is also a form of cruelty. Kelly? A clear and pleasant male voice rang out. Kelly looked up, just in time to meet Adrian and Hassan, who were also on a mission. He walked over to her, surprised. You're here on a mission too? Adrian was completely ignored by Hassan. She followed behind him, biting her lip, her gaze both resentful and wary. No, I have something else. Kelly spoke succinctly. She sensed that Adrian's emotions were unusually off. Considering the teams, she naturally chose to temporarily keep away from Hassan. But he wouldn't let up, pressing on. What's the matter? Kelly pursed her lips, hesitating whether to explain more. I just saw Egon head back to the vegetable patch again. Isn't Kelly going with him? Adrian interjected. She blinked her eyes, smiling at Kelly. What a coincidence. We seem to have so much destiny to bump into each other here. This place is far from both the vegetable patch and the pigsty. Adrian's veiled words were understood clearly by her fans. The fans immediately started arguing in the public chat. Kelly, you bitch, why do you make life hard for our fairy princess? Hassan belongs to our fairy princess. Can you leave? I'm about to cry. Our fairy princess is so wronged, facing discrimination and suffering on this show. How has our fairy princess offended Kelly? She might bully others normally, but now she wants to snatch our fairy princess's man? I really want to tear Kelly apart. Kelly caught the meaning behind Adrian's words and felt an increasing amount of hostility. Frowning irritably, she sighed deeply. To clarify that the meeting wasn't deliberate, she would have to alter her plan. At that moment, a villager happened to walk by them, and Kelly politely stopped him. Excuse me, could I borrow your phone for a moment? The villager glanced at the camera equipment being used to film the guests, then nodded, handing over the phone while adding, Girl, this is the most valuable thing I own. I trust you with it, so please don't betray that trust. Hearing this, Kelly nodded carefully, taking the phone gently. Her actions were so cautious that the villager became slightly embarrassed. In front of the live streaming camera, she slowly typed in 110, causing the live stream audience to fall silent. What is she doing? Calling the police? Why? Because of Adrian's sarcastic remarks? The live stream audience was extremely excited. Would they have the chance to see the guests quarrel? Or even end up in the police station? Adrian herself looked pale, looking at Hassan pitifully, hoping he would intervene, but he showed no intention of stopping Kelly. Damn it, if she really calls the police, it's all over. Not caring about the live broadcast mode of the variety show, Adrian looked pitiful and said, I'm sorry, please don't call the police. Kelly lifted her eyes and saw tears streaming down her face, making her pale, fragile face even more pitiful. Kelly, I did judge you prematurely. Because of what you did in the past, I thought you deliberately bumped into Brother Arden to make me feel uncomfortable. But no matter what, you can't call the police. It's a waste of public resources and will cause trouble for the production team. Can I apologize to you? These words were ostensibly an apology but actually guided netizens to despise Kelly even more. Isn't this sister crazy? She calls the police just because someone scolds her a bit. Does she know that false alarm can lead to detention? I'm so fed up with Kelly. From now on, I won't watch any variety shows or TV series she participates in. Kelly is really stupid. I wish I could empty her head of water. Adrian is indeed annoying, but Kelly's decision to call the police this time is too extreme. As netizens commented rapidly, Kelly blinked innocently. What did you say? Just as Adrian was about to speak, she added, I am calling the police to catch a murderer. It has nothing to do with you. What do you mean by your previous words? Kelly's cold eyes revealed a naive clarity, clearly asking genuinely. Netizens were confused, and Adrian was even more lost. What murderer? Seeing she wasn't speaking, Kelly directly dialed the number, told the police about a murder and human trafficking case, then hung up. Adrian realized she had embarrassed herself, her face turning even paler, her body swaying. Meanwhile, she hated Kelly even more. Bitch, you must have deliberately not explained clearly until I made a fool of myself, and then pretended to explain afterward. I'll go to Yash's house to keep an eye on him first. You guys should finish your tasks. Kelly said. Hearing this, Hassan couldn't help frowning. According to what you said earlier, he is very dangerous. I will go with you. Kelly glanced at Adrian behind her, preparing to refuse, but her hand was grabbed by Hassan without any argument. Kelly, listen to me, Hassan said in a deep voice. She sighed, unable to say more, and let him pull her along. Gallon stream viewers were screaming crazily. They are holding hands. The Film Emperor is so dominant. Oh my goodness, I envy her. Upper floor, put your underwear back on before speaking. Chapter 54 Two Murderers. Feeling disgusted by Kelly for the umpteenth time, but the sugar CP really works. It looks like Hope Ing too is genuinely into it. I'm so addicted to the vibes between these two, but I can't accept the forced kiss in the past, and Moxie's reputation is really too bad. The most pitiful one is our little fairy, left behind all alone. Sob sob sob. Nyla certainly couldn't stand watching the two of them interact privately, so she gritted her teeth and followed. Her fans watched her retreating back, feeling heartache. Yash was waiting at his doorstep for Kelly. Logically speaking, if that male celebrity arrived, the female celebrity would also come, but today she didn't show up. Seeing Kelly, Yash's eyes lit up. The next moment, he noticed her hand tightly intertwined with Hassan's, and the familiar, intimate atmosphere between the two as they walked. Yash's expression instantly darkened, glaring fiercely at the pair, a sense of agitation brewing within him. What an unprincipled bitch, having the nerve to hold hands with a man in broad daylight, even showing off intentionally to him. Hassan sensed the man's anger, subtly tightening his grip on Kelly's hand, looking vigilantly and seriously at Yash. Come to complete the task? Yash reined in all his fury, grinning as he asked. Kelly didn't respond, quickly calculating with her free hand, confirming that he couldn't escape his prison fate today, and her expression relaxed slightly. She had no intention of wasting time on nonsense, so she went straight to the point. Do you remember Dunk Balian? Hearing this, Yash furrowed his brow in confusion, thinking but finding no trace of this person in his mind. Seeing he wasn't pretending, Kelly continued, You've already forgotten her real name, only remembering the name your family gave her, Zella. Upon hearing this familiar name, Yash's eyes widened in disbelief, staring intently at the Kelly before him. Could it be she knows something? Or perhaps she's related to Zella? The innocent and honest look on Yash's face vanished, replaced by a sinister and terrifying expression, shocking the livestream viewers. Help. That look just now scared me so much I dropped my cup. The sound of it hitting the ground brought me back to reality. In that moment of eye contact, it was like I saw my great-grandmother. People, connecting what Kelly said earlier about human trafficking and murder, could it be that this Yash is the perpetrator? Truly terrifying, someone once said murderers' eyes are different from ordinary people. Hassan immediately stepped in front of Kelly, Yash seeing him protecting her, licked his dry lips, a malevolent smile splitting his mouth. What do you want with that stupid woman? Do you know her? Or, do you know what happened to her? His voice brimmed with intense danger, causing the live-stream viewers to shiver while Nyla, on site, felt fear and hid behind Hassan. I do indeed know her, and I know what she experienced. Kelly responded calmly. She pointed towards the house. I also know what lies hidden beneath the cellar. Hearing this, Yash's complexion drastically changed, his eyes flashing with more malice, murderous intent gradually becoming apparent. Gallinvestream viewers were crying out. Kelly, don't talk anymore. If you want to die, that's fine, but don't take us down with you. Can't you let them leave first? Looking at his eyes, I'm almost certain he's a murderer. What's in that cellar? Wah, there might be bodies. Just then, heavy footsteps sounded, and Yash's father, smoking a pipe, emerged. Compared to his son, he concealed his menace better, yet his clouded eyes still carried an unconscious killing aura when scrutinizing others. Yash's father's murderous intent seemed aimless, giving the impression that he simply wanted to kill. He loosened his pipe, rasping, These people cannot be left alive. A strange light flashed in Yash's eyes. Father and son looked increasingly suspicious, like death-bringing demons. The live-stream viewers swallowed hard. At this moment, sirens blared, finally putting everyone at ease. The expressions of Yash and his father drastically changed, turning to flee, their feet tripped over each other. Father and son both fell heavily to the ground, restrained by police who arrived later. The live-stream viewers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally caught. There's evidence of their crimes in the cellar, Kelly stated. Realizing she was the informant, the police immediately rushed to the cellar, while Yash and his father screamed in vain protest. We haven't committed any crime, you can't arrest us. There's nothing in the cellar. This woman is talking nonsense. Do you believe a woman's words? Are your heads empty? As they spoke, Yash and his father were held at gunpoint by the police, warned not to spout nonsense. Before long, two police officers with bloodshot eyes emerged, wearing gloves and holding a burlap sack. They nodded slightly to the other officers, and the Yash father and son were escorted away. The change came so suddenly that the livestream viewers didn't even realize what had happened. What was in that cellar? There seemed to be bloodstains on that burlap sack just now. Were they really bodies? But it didn't look big enough for an adult. What if the body was already dismembered? These deranged murderers would do anything. So terrifying. We're just filming a variety show, and this happens. Our little fairy is too pitiful. Quickly check out Egon, he's dumbfounded. The police went to his vegetable field in a car, apparently to dig up something. Hassan watched the departing police car, frowning. The villa we stayed in belongs to the Wang family. On the first night, I saw Dunk Balian, Kelly explained to him. Her voice was very low, but the livestream viewers still heard it clearly. At this moment, the director deeply regretted purchasing such a high-definition audio device. Kelly sighed softly, feeling the contract within her gradually ending, confirming that Dunk Balian had gone to be reincarnated. She felt somewhat uneasy. Though Dunk Balian wasn't the one who committed the wrong, as a victim, she had to suffer the punishment of being reborn as an animal. And those scum, they would only face life imprisonment. Indeed, Kelly had divined their fate through cause and effect. They wouldn't lose their lives but couldn't escape prison for life. This outcome was requested by Dunk Balian's parents, though she couldn't understand why. She was trafficked to this village when she was in college and had no choice but to submit to Yash. Last year, she gave birth to a daughter, who was strangled by Yash's father right after birth. The corpse in the cellar earlier was her daughter's. There is a folk witchcraft practice where they place the strangled girl's corpse in the cellar along with various snakes and poisonous insects. Until the body is gnawed into bones, it serves as a warning to other souls to not be reborn into their family. When Kelly's words reached the live stream, the viewers exploded in reaction. Chapter 55, You're all isolating me. It's hard to imagine that in an era where everyone receives higher education, there are still villages maintaining those ridiculous traditions. What's wrong with women? Women can hold up half the sky. Nowadays, everyone talks about gender equality, but I have never felt it. For our gender, merely surviving at birth is a great fortune. According to Kelly, if souls really exist after death, how much pain would those little girls be in? I hope no girl will be killed right after birth in this world. Seriously, they could have gone to the hospital for abortion without giving birth to the child. I wouldn't have been this upset. Netizens spontaneously uploaded recordings of the live broadcast to Weibo, reigniting intense public discussion. The males among them were all mocking, saying women were useless and whether to keep a child was a personal choice, others should not meddle. Women, on the other hand, were praying for the little girl, hoping she could be reborn into a happy family in her next life. Kelly felt everyone's emotions. An increasing number of people believed in her and made wishes to her. Unfortunately, the village's method was extremely sinister. Various snake deities had long devoured the girl's soul, leaving only an empty body. But there were believers as well as non-believers who thought she exaggerated for attention, even going so far as to fabricate stories. If you believe everything that idiot Kelly says, then do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Why would anyone in modern society firmly believe in ghosts? Remember, animals couldn't possibly become demons after the founding of the country, let alone ghosts. Can Kelly just get lost, spreading these alarming tales? I hope the government will ban such negative celebrities soon. She said this to incite gender conflict. Both sides argued fiercely. Because of the overwhelming public opinion, the police issued a statement. The statement detailed Dunk Balian's true identity and the confessions from the Wang father and son. When he was young, the elder Wang trafficked humans, abducting hundreds over the years, killing countless more. That's why he treated human lives so casually. Modern surveillance cameras make the human trafficking business harder now. His daughter-in-law was his last deal. After hearing this, netizens felt chilled to the bone, shocked by the brazenness of these traffickers, and reflecting on what Kelly had said. She couldn't have investigated beforehand, so everything must be true. Someone even recalled Kelly's conversation with Egon, understanding the real reason behind his bedwetting, definitely seeing something he shouldn't have. Ulrich sighed repeatedly after reading the police statement. This reality show was turning into a crime-solving show. Within half a month, they had solved 2 major cases, one involving the trafficking of hundreds of people. But this was beneficial for the show too. It could easily pass censorship with its red hue, positive social impact. As for Kelly's peculiarities, the director still didn't take it seriously. People in the entertainment industry know many secrets. Some having strange abilities is not uncommon. Kelly helped solve a major case for the police. This banner is your reward, and will keep the prize money for you until the show ends. The production team has also decided to award you 500 points. 500 points is quite a sum, making the other guests envious. Kelly smiled. Gallon Stream viewers were amused. When the director said, "We'll keep it for you," I suddenly remembered when my mom kept my New Year's money, saying the same thing, which I never saw again. When I was a kid, my mom said she'd use my New Year's money to save Ultraman, so I gave it to her. She even made me a badge, saying Ultraman did it, which I treasured. Our moms are all nice. Mine slapped me across the face and I had to give in. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm lucky because I kept 50. The atmosphere in the live stream gradually became lighthearted. At the scene, only one person had a pale face and was breaking out in cold sweat. This person was Egon, who had been working on loosening the soil in the vegetable field for days. He had watched in shock as the police unearthed skeletal remains from the field. Egon stared angrily at Kelly, who was celebrating, and finally shouted, "You knew everything. Why didn't you tell me?" His sudden outburst stunned everyone. Hassan stood up without a word. "Kelly, you venomous woman, are you retaliating because I broke up with you? Do you know how much trauma that corpse caused me? You've ruined my life." Egon needed an outlet for his anger, and Kelly was the perfect target. But she used to be submissive, now, she wouldn't give him an easy time. Kelly sidestepped Hassan, who was blocking her way, crossing her arms and coldly stared at Egon. "Did I ask you to go to the vegetable field? Was it my fault that you chose the vegetable field for ease? What does it have to do with me?" Tears streamed down Egon's face as he restrained himself. "It was you. You knew clearly about it, why didn't you stop me?" "Why should I have stopped you?" Kelly retorted. Frowning, she asked in confusion, do you think I'm a living bodhisattva? The one who cheated on me and then blamed me, my ex-girlfriend who tries to suppress me in the industry, why would I help him? Hearing this, Egon fell completely silent. Netizens had known about this all along, but the other guests present were unaware, their expressions serious and grave. Egon's lips trembled, unable to speak, his mind buzzing. He just wanted to vent his anger on someone, never imagining that Kelly wouldn't cooperate and even brought up their past in front of everyone. Is she shameless? You're shameless, but I still have some dignity. Egon growled softly. You still feel you have dignity? That's the most shameless part. Daniela couldn't hold back her mocking tone. She had seen many scoundrels in the industry, but Egon stood out in his audacity, even blaming everything on Moxie. She had never seen anyone like him. What does this have to do with you? Are you suddenly becoming a sycophant because Kelly has clout now? Egon sneered. Daniela's face turned pale. Hoover immediately stepped forward and unleashed a torrent of insults. There's nothing to say to such a shameless person. After all, we speak human language, while he speaks dog language. Our communication systems are different, so how can we communicate? As an esports player, cursing is basic etiquette. Engaging in verbal battles was as natural as eating or drinking for him, and his words came out faster than 5G internet speed. Having not been well versed in online battles, Egon could hardly counter, just turning blue with rage, glaring at these people who seemed to enjoy bullying him. They hadn't treated Kelly well before either, yet now they were all eager to be close to her. You're all isolating me. I won't continue filming this show, he roared. Chapter 56, hoping Dee's rival isn't ordinary. Egon turned and left, his back resolute. After walking out of the room and being hit by the cold wind, he gradually came to his senses, realizing that his hysterical outburst and threats had been completely ignored. Not even the show's staff tried to stop him from leaving. What did they mean? His steps slowed to a halt, and Egon felt almost on the verge of breakdown, unsure whether he should stay or leave. Backstage. Ulrich opened his thermos cup, while Elspeth took a sip of water infused with wolfberry, a mocking smile appearing on her face. With Egon's true nature exposed and his popularity plummeting, no variety show would dare to use him during this period of controversy. Let him leave. If he did, he'd still have to pay a breach of contract penalty. Ulrich wasn't particularly fond of this male guest anyway. But after wandering outside alone for a while, Egon found that no one really cared about him and eventually slunk back to the villa, retreating into his room. Leaving was impossible, absolutely impossible. Netizens were nearly dying of laughter at his expense. Now I kind of want to see how Topstream reacts after leaving the show, knowing his reputation is ruined. Ha ha ha, suddenly I feel really cruel. He actually didn't dare to leave, yet he pretends to be important. Who does he think he is? If Topstream knew the show was live-streamed, he'd definitely be scared silly. Initially, viewers didn't believe that reality TV shows could exist without scripts, especially live broadcasts. But as Egon's facade continued to crumble, they couldn't help but believe it. Damn, this show is real. Netizens compiled footage of Egon's emotional breakdowns into videos, which further boosted the show's popularity. Now, this show truly became everyone's go-to entertainment. 5 days passed quietly. During this time, Egon noticed that people really didn't care about him anymore, so he dared not stir up trouble and completed tasks more diligently than anyone else. He avoided Kelly like they were oil and water, running away whenever he saw her. Once, while running, he tripped in the yard and fell flat on his back, causing the live stream viewers to laugh their heads off. Of course, Egon wasn't genuinely afraid. He had already planned to subtly incite fans to cyberbully Kelly after the show ended, just like before. He wanted this woman to know what it felt like to mess with him. Ulrich gathered all the guests in the village secretary's office, looking at them with feigned regret. These people were walking traffic generators, especially Kelly and Hassan, whose sugar couple CP fans were wreaking havoc on super topics. He really didn't want to let these cash cows go, but there was nothing he could do. Time was up for the production crew. Suppressing his thoughts, the director said, "Now, please choose your crush." As the show neared its end, whether the guests paired up or not, this segment was necessary. White paper and pens were placed before the guests, who quickly wrote down their choices. Kelly hesitated for a moment, glancing at the male guests before slowly writing a few words. Egon gloated inwardly. She had looked at him the longest. This woman must have participated in the show for him. Those incidents earlier were just to attract his attention. Today, she finally couldn't resist revealing her feelings. Soon, Egon planned to harshly reject Kelly and scold her, letting her know what it meant to be worlds apart. Ideally, he could shatter her confidence so thoroughly that she wouldn't have the face to live, maybe even committing suicide. The guests' handwritten notes were placed before the director, who read them aloud one by one. Adrian chooses Hassan. As the words were spoken, Adrian cast a shy glance at her crush, a bashful smile on her lips. However, Hassan merely lowered his head, clearly uninterested in her. Meanwhile, Egon clenched his fists until they crackled. Adrian wasn't any good either. After fawning over her so much, she still chose another man. In the chat, fans felt sorry for the little fairy. Why choose Hassan? I think although Topstream isn't great, he treated the little fairy really well. They're quite a pair. And even if co-topstream doesn't make sense, he stands up for his girlfriend, which is really attractive. Plus, Imperial actor Hope doesn't treat the little fairy nicely at all. He doesn't act like a gentleman or even a man around her. Help. Sometimes I feel like Adrian's fans are delusional. Not being a gentleman to her sister doesn't make him less of a man. Egon, Adrian, the director read again. Fans collectively sighed, feeling that Adrian had chosen wrongly. In reality, her idol found the thought of co-topstream choosing her utterly repulsive. Even if this man was freely offered to her, she wouldn't want him. Previously, she only interacted with him to annoy Kelly. Next, the director announced the other guests' choices. Daniela and Hoover both left their papers blank. Unexpectedly, Galancy and Zinnia actually made it. After the director finished reading their mutual choices, they both showed sweet smiles, holding hands tightly together. Galancy was a smart person. Since she couldn't get Hassan in Love Index, forming a CP with Zinnia was the most beneficial option. Zinnia had the same idea, so they naturally came to an agreement easily. Ulrich picked up the last piece of paper, and everyone held their breath, as if they were about to listen to a presidential speech. Ulrich suddenly felt immense pressure, slowly opened the white paper, but his mouth twitched slightly when he saw its contents. He immediately put the paper on the table, as if he didn't want to read it aloud. Ulrich is good at leaving suspense, he's definitely pretending not to show us. But it seems like the director is trying to hold back something, he can't be faking it, right? I am really curious about how Kelly will choose. Will she directly choose Hassan? It feels like they are different from others, like a couple. Although Kelly is quirky, this pair has great chemistry, and the atmosphere between them is wonderful. I really hope they end up together. Netizens urged the director to stop putting on airs and quickly announce the result, unaware that the director was genuinely troubled. He never thought he would see this kind of thing in a dating show. Ulrich swallowed hard and almost used all his strength to pick up the paper again. Kelly, cola. Upon hearing the word cola, the guests who were originally full of anticipation became confused one by one, even Hassan himself was momentarily stunned. Daphne, what were you thinking? Daniela asked with a twitching mouth. When the director told me earlier, he said if we don't meet someone we like in Love Index, we don't have to fall in love. He just asked us to write down who we like on the paper, Kelly explained. Upon hearing this answer, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, whether it was the guests or the netizens watching the live stream. Just, very cool. None of us expected her to choose cola, but it shows she really loves cola. Ha ha ha, pass it down, Jeff is no match for cola. Jeff, my rival isn't even human. Chapter 57, Tyra, you are our daughter. Amidst the netizens' mockery of Jeff's rival, the show concluded, and all guests waved goodbye to everyone. The typing speed of the netizens increased even more as they felt reluctant to let go. I've been watching this variety show while eating every day recently. Without my digital pickles, how am I supposed to eat? It's truly interesting watching Manuel lose his mind, but after this, the company will most likely put him on hold. Do you guys remember when Kelly said that Manuel would get into trouble? Now we can quietly wait. Manuel, hell is empty, and the devils are here. Kelly sat with the other guests on the bus, while Daniela successfully squeezed next to her, looking very reluctant to part ways. Brooke's sister, once we go back, our schedules will be filled with work again. It'll be hard to see you. Kelly patted her head gently, in a pampering tone, don't worry, we will meet again soon. Daniela pouted, her eyes suddenly flashing with a cunning look. Brooke's sister, is there any way for me to take a few days off? How about we calculate when I can take a break? Preferably something big should happen so that I can rest for a few months straight. That's impossible. Kelly immediately replied. Daniela's eyes looked disappointed and aggrieved. She just wanted to have a good rest, why was it so hard? I've seen people wish for good luck before, but never someone who wishes for their own downfall. You're the first one in the entertainment industry. Hoover held up his thumb sarcastically. Daniela raised her fist and glared at him. Do you have to insult me every day? Or will you die without doing it? These two were exactly the same whether on the show or off. Seeing their lively banter, Kelly smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, calculating something seriously for them. After finishing, she arched an eyebrow slightly, deepening her smile. She had calculated something significant. The bus stopped in the city, and no matter how reluctant Daniela was, she could only reluctantly follow her manager away. Egon got angry because the person picking him up was only his assistant. Earlier, the production team had returned everyone's phones, but no one had turned them on yet. One-Hang brother, are you going back to the old house? Adrian approached to ask, glancing at Kelly, who was in the way. No. Hassan replied succinctly. Adrian had been trying to stick to him in various ways during this period, making excuses to get close to him, and he had already grown tired of it. Even the best-tempered person would get annoyed by such persistent interference. Adrian's smile froze slightly, then she turned to Kelly. Tyra, I don't see your manager coming to pick you up. How about I give you a ride home? There's no need. She lives with me, and we're going back together. Hassan answered. Caught off guard by this shocking news, Adrian could no longer pretend to be a naive girl. She stared wide-eyed, jealousy mixed with malice in her gaze. Kelly frowned at her expression and said to Hassan, let's go. Though the person who had stolen his fortune hadn't done anything these past half a month, she still felt uneasy and needed to keep an eye on him. Adrian stared at their retreating backs, watching them get into the car and drive away slowly, tears streaming down her face like broken pearls. Damn it, Kelly really deserves to die. How dare she compete with her? Crying, Adrian got into the car, her eyes filled with increasing venomous intent. Initially, she hadn't planned on taking drastic measures, but now it seemed inevitable. Kelly, wait, you won't have an easy life from now on. Back home, Adrian didn't expect to find all three brothers there. Tears streamed down her face again, and the three brothers rushed forward to comfort her softly. Her parents also wore worried expressions. It's Kelly. One hang brother is clearly my fiancé, but now she's living with him. Wah wah wah, eldest brother, why does she always want to take what's mine? No matter what, she keeps taking it. What have I ever done wrong to her? Second brother, I really like one hang brother. He's my fiancé. Why is he treating me like this for another woman? Upon learning about Kelly's identity, the three brothers fell silent. If Kelly were indeed the true daughter of the Flynn family, then engsub. Instead of the expected sympathy from her brothers, Adrian threw a red-eyed glance at them and muttered, I'll let her have it. I don't want it anymore. I don't even want my life. She sobbed and pushed away her third brother, Todd, storming upstairs angrily. Soon, the sound of things being thrown around echoed from upstairs. Adrian had always been pampered by the Flynn family, so her spoiled temperament wasn't new to anyone. Gallanting with a man before marriage, really, who knows what she's thinking? Todd rolled his eyes and hurried upstairs to console his sister. Adonis and eldest brother Gregor shook their heads in disappointment and followed upstairs. Farrell and Luisa's expressions turned sour. With a heavy sigh, they turned to leave. They needed to fetch their daughter first, and they would deal with the rest later. Daughters who grew up outside the family naturally wouldn't have as good a temperament as those raised at home, but all these could be adjusted over time. The couple first visited the Hope family and, upon learning about Hassan's villa, hurriedly headed there. The doorbell rang. Hassan went to open the door and saw Uncle Flynn and Aunt Flynn, frowning slightly. He subconsciously felt that these two were here for Nyla. But he had no feelings for her whatsoever, even if his family tried to persuade him otherwise. Just as he was about to politely decline, he saw the always gentle and sensible Aunt Flynn disregarding propriety, pushing past him and entering the room. Uncle Flynn followed closely behind, both of them in great haste. When Aunt Flynn saw Kelly sitting on the sofa drinking cola, tears welled up in her eyes, her face full of surprise and joy. Tyra. Tamara, it's really me, your daughter. Seeing the beautiful woman rushing toward her, Kelly couldn't help but frown and sidestep to avoid her embrace. Ma'am, I don't know you, she said. Unexpectedly, this only made Moxie cry harder, and she started telling Kelly an unbelievable story. She, or rather, the original owner of this body. The original owner had been switched at birth with Nyla, becoming Helena's daughter. Aunt Flynn happened to see her on TV one day, noticing her resemblance to her deceased mother. She then asked Adonis to get a DNA test through hair samples. Now the DNA results were out, confirming that she was indeed their daughter. Kelly remembered that Adonis had asked her for hair samples before, but she never expected that these two people in front of her were actually the original owner's biological parents. She hadn't tried to calculate anything because they were the original owner's relatives, and by now, she, living in the original owner's body, also shared a blood connection with them, making it impossible to calculate. Tyra, you've suffered outside. From now on, you are the Flynn family's precious daughter, Aunt Flynn said with red-rimmed eyes. Kelly remained silent, unsure how to deal with these people. Uncle, Aunt, I need to talk to Kelly privately. Please calm yourselves here, Hassan interjected. Kelly was led by him into the study, where his expression was extremely serious, mixed with a hint of helplessness. What's going on? She asked curiously. Chapter 58, Reaching Out to Seven Wolves. Kelly, I never expected you to be Uncle Flynn and Aunt Flynn's biological daughter, Hassan said. Kelly nodded slightly. Don't say you didn't expect it, even I didn't see it coming. After these words, the stifling atmosphere around them suddenly eased. However, Hassan was still worried. Will you return to the Flynn family? I don't know, Kelly replied. If she were just herself, she would have refused without hesitation. But now she was in the body of the original host. Every decision she made had to consider the original host first. Since Kelly couldn't sense any information from the original host, not even a trace of her soul, there was no way to know if she was alive or dead. This also meant that the original host might possibly return to this body at some point. Let me tell you about the situation in the Flynn family first, then you can decide whether or not to go back, Hassan said. Kelly nodded as he continued. Adrian has a somewhat average relationship with her parents, but her brothers adore her very much. If you go back to the Flynn family, you should be wary of Todd, your third brother. He has a fiery temper and dotes on Adrian. He's gotten into many fights for her. As for your second brother, Adonis, whom you've seen on variety shows, he is fairly decent and doesn't need much attention. Your eldest brother, Gregor, is best avoided because he has too many ulterior motives. Kelly listened attentively and summarized what Hassan had said. In other words, among the three brothers in the Flynn family, none of them were friendly toward her, and they could all turn against her for Adrian. Why should she return to such a family? She wasn't looking to suffer. But just as she had this thought, she felt a sudden pang in her heart, as if it were the original host's emotion. Surprise immediately filled Kelly's eyes. Could it be that the original host was still alive, and her reaction to the Flynn family indicated that she wanted to go back? I want to go back, Kelly said. Hassan gave a complicated nod. Alright, if you need anything during this time, I'll always be here for you. Kelly didn't find his words ambiguous. She simply replied, it's more likely that you'll need help. I'll take your words back verbatim. If you need anything, find me. Hassan couldn't help but laugh at her serious, scholarly demeanor, and his worries dissipated a little. He gently nodded. Alright, we'll have each other's backs. Kelly responded with a simple, alright. They left the study and walked into the living room, where Mr. and Verity were eagerly waiting. I'm willing to go back with you, Kelly said. Mr. and Verity looked pleasantly surprised. Great, let's head home now. Verity moved forward, hugging Kelly's arm, obviously delighted. Perhaps due to blood relations, seeing their biological daughter finally made her feel like a true mother. The car stopped in front of the Flynn family villa, which was situated on a hillside. The villa was indeed luxurious, surrounded by beautiful scenery and fresh air. Moreover, it appeared that special geomantic formations had been set up to gather positive energy, which provided benefits for one's health and well-being over the long term. However, Kelly frowned as she saw a single stone lion placed at the entrance. A single stone lion ruined such good feng shui, it was a waste. This stone lion should be removed, it will affect the Flynn family's feng shui, she remarked. Mr. and Verity looked surprised at her statement. But both had watched variety shows and knew she was different from ordinary people. Okay, we'll start work on it tomorrow, Hakim agreed immediately. Facing his biological daughter, he trusted her completely, a feeling brought by their shared bloodline. Kelly nodded in satisfaction. The car drove into the villa, winding past artificial hills before arriving at the living area. Her originally calm heart was now tumultuous. Hassan's villa was already quite luxurious, but the Flynn family villa seemed even more extravagant. It was clear that there was always something better out there. When would she be able to build such a grand villa? How much did it cost to build this villa? Kelly couldn't resist asking. Hakim furrowed his brow in thought. Around 1.5 million? That cheap? Kelly's eyes widened in surprise. If a villa could be built so inexpensively, she would be eager to act right away. But Hakim looked at her hesitantly and sighed deeply. 1.5 billion. Billions. Kelly counted the zeros in her mind and then fell silent. She definitely couldn't afford it. Seeing Kelly's defeated look, Verity asked worriedly, Tyra, do you need money? From her handbag, she took out a card that shimmered gold. We Flynn family won't neglect you because we have money. From now on, use this card whenever you need to spend money. Kelly didn't understand much about cards, but judging from its appearance and the air of sophistication it exuded, it was undoubtedly a high-class item. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Accepting gifts from others will always come with consequences, even if it's from her biological parents. So, Kelly shook her head and politely said, I have enough money to spend. Besides, as long as I can eat and drink well, I don't care much about other things. Kelly thought her refusal was well-phrased, logical, and tactful, avoiding any awkwardness, just as advised online for high emotional intelligence. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Alea covered her lips and sobbed again, while even Farrell had reddened eyes. Kelly didn't understand the mindset of these wealthy people and could only choose to remain silent. The three got out of the car and walked into the villa, which was empty inside. I'll call those rascals down. Alea seated Kelly on the sofa with red-rimmed eyes. Soon, 3 men and 1 woman came downstairs. Kelly recognized Moxie. It was Adrian, who had been causing her trouble from time to time recently. Of the 3 men, she had only met Adonis, who nodded slightly at her in greeting. The other 2 didn't even spare her a glance. Seeing Kelly, Adrian immediately said, Tamara, I just complained about being wronged. There's no need to bring someone home for questioning. You really do pamper me so much. She hugged Alea's arm coquettishly, looking blissful, yet her eyes clearly betrayed nervousness and urgency. Tamara, let her go. This is a law-based society. Holding someone privately is illegal. Alea shook her head. It's not kidnapping. Your brothers probably didn't tell you, but Tyra is actually Tamara's biological daughter. As she spoke, she pulled her arm away from Adrian, sat beside Kelly, and smiled warmly. Make sure you protect your sister well and don't bully her, Alea told the 3 worriedly. Todd was the last to return and hadn't seen the DNA test report. Hearing this, he immediately crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and sneered. Sounds like some people are delusional, thinking they can climb up socially. Beck and Tamara, you believe anyone? If I say I'm Emperor Qin Shi Huang, would you believe me? Farrell's mouth twitched in anger at this ungrateful son and slowly reached for his 7-wolf cigarette. Todd remained oblivious and continued his rant. Chapter 59, The Dolores Appears. I only have, and only recognize Galen Hopi as my one sister. Halston spoke resolutely, his expression unwavering. Just as his words landed, the 7-wolf cigarette fell heavily from Farrell's waist to the ground, his eyes showing ill will. Halston drew in a sharp breath and fled with a wail. The two of them, father and son, chased each other chaotically within the villa. Even if you beat me to death, I only have Xiao Hopi as my one sister. Behind her two elder brothers, Nyla's lips curled up, derision filled her lowered eyes. What did it matter if Kelly returned to the Flynn family? A pheasant remained a pheasant, forever unable to compare with a phoenix. The melee lasted nearly 5 minutes before ending with Farrell panting and sitting on the sofa from exhaustion. Let's sit down first. We'll talk about everything else later, Alea said. The three Flynn brothers pulled Nyla onto the large sofa while Alea and Farrell sat together, leaving a single small sofa for Kelly. Tyra is our biological daughter. We had the DNA test done long ago, Farrell told Halston. Nyla, biting her lip, tears dropping one by one, looked helpless and wronged. I'm not actually the biological daughter of Tamara and Beck. Both Farrell and Alea showed tenderness in their expressions. After all, she was a daughter they had raised for over 20 years. How could they cut ties so easily? Halston glanced at Kelly arrogantly and said, Xiao Hopi, don't worry. Big brother only recognizes you. Gregor and Adonis exchanged glances, holding Nyla's hands from either side, making their stance clear. Feeling their inexplicable hostility, Kelly frowned and stood up directly. So, I leave? Except for Nyla, the others in the Flynn family seemed well-fated but weren't particularly sharp in thinking. If they couldn't accept her, she didn't want to force herself on them. Hopefully, the original host would understand if she had any lingering consciousness. Kelly walked towards the door decisively when Nyla suddenly ran in front of her and fell to her knees with a thud. Xiao Hopi, the three Flynn brothers exclaimed in shock together. Sorry, Kelly. Don't blame the brothers or parents, Nyla sobbed. I know I've taken your life, but I'll give it back. I should be the one to leave. Adonis and Gregor tried to help Nyla up from either side but were pushed away. She walked slowly and heavily towards the door. Halston's eyes turned red like those of an enemy as he angrily demanded, What are you causing trouble for? Are you only happy when you tear this family apart? I'm telling you, being swapped was just bad luck for you. We don't owe you anything. Enough, Alea interrupted urgently, pulling Halston aside with sighs. They're all flesh of her heart, she couldn't say much. For a moment, Kelly wasn't sure what she did wrong. Since entering the Flynn family, she only said one sentence and never indicated wanting to expel Nyla. How could she be blamed for tearing the family apart? She looked impatient. Just as she was about to speak, her legs gave way, and everything turned dark before her eyes. Lord Mountain Deity. Wake up. A clear and pleasant female voice sounded, and Kelly slowly opened her eyes to see a face identical to hers. With a gloomy destiny mark indicating death, it was the original host of this body. Lord Mountain Deity, you're awake, the original host greeted respectfully. Kelly stood up, frowning defensively when she saw the familiar surroundings. This is my mind see. Why are you here? The original host waved her hands. I don't know why I'm here either, but I can feel that I'm about to dissipate. That day, on the brink of death, unwilling to let go, I wished to scatter my soul for retribution against those who wronged me, never imagining it would summon you. Realizing this was the reason, Kelly hadn't thought of it. The original host hesitated. Lord Mountain Deity, I have a request that may seem unreasonable. I didn't expect to be the Flynn family's daughter. Could you, before I dissipate, feel familial love for me? Recalling the original host's memories of abuse and humiliation by Helena, Kelly understood her longing for familial love. Seeing her hesitation, the original host cast her eyes down. I know it's too much to ask. Forget I mentioned it. Looking at the fragile, sensitive girl before her, Kelly agreed. All right, I will. Tears welled up in her reddened eyes. Thank you. As her words ended, another wave of dizziness hit, and Kelly lost consciousness. When she woke again, she heard Alea's sobs. Kelly opened her eyes slowly, her voice hoarse. Don't cry. I'm fine. Seeing her awake, Halston rolled his eyes in displeasure, mocking, always putting on a show. Hearing this, Kelly pursed her lips, her eyes rising with displeasure, then suppressed it remembering the original host's wish. Enough, Alea scolded. She gazed at Kelly through tear-filled eyes, her voice pleading, Tyra, will you promise Tamara to stay with the Flynn family? You've been lost for so many years, give Tamara a chance to love you and make up for it. Yes. Kelly nodded in agreement. A look of pleasant surprise immediately surfaced in Alea's eyes. She smiled and said, Good child. Todd rolled his eyes in displeasure on the side. To him, Kelly had wanted to stay from the beginning, why else would she pretend to faint? The Flynn family was large and prosperous, and it was normal for her to covet it, but he wouldn't give her this opportunity. Seeing the hint of sorrow between Alea's brows, Kelly squeezed her hand and said, Getting swapped wasn't our fault, so there's no need for compensation. As she spoke, the gloom caused by fear of soul dissipation began to disperse, and Alea felt much clearer in her mind. With a smile, she nodded slightly, feeling very comforted. But thinking of her other daughter, she added, Tyra, what if Galenksu stays too? After all, she has lived here for so many years, leaving would definitely be hard for her. Recalling what the original host said, Kelly pondered, all right, as long as there are no issues with Helena. Todd, who had been ready to lash out at her, let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this woman knew how to be reasonable. Alea patted Kelly's hand and chuckled easily, rest well. Aunt Wang will come call you when it's time for dinner. She dragged her son, who wanted to stay and warn her, away. Kelly picked up her phone and saw several messages from Hassan asking how she was. Not bothering to type, she simply called him, and he answered right away. I'm fine. I've decided to stay with the Su family, but whether I really stay or not, we'll see after some time, Kelly said. It was somewhat noisy on Hassan's end, and he hummed in response, did they bully you? Kelly pursed her lips, not exactly bullying, more like being passive-aggressive. But it doesn't affect me at all, just a bit annoying. If you feel annoyed, you can come to me. If those people bother you, annoy them back hard, don't hurt yourself, Hassan said. His concern warmed Kelly's heart a little, and she smiled faintly, don't worry, I'm not one to suffer in silence. After hesitating, Hassan asked, do you know what White Lotus tea means? Chapter 60 Falling into Another Abyss. By Galananua, Nanti, Kelly was completely unaware of all this. What's going on? She asked in confusion. Nyla has always been, never mind, I'll share a few articles with you later. You'll understand after reading them, Hassan said. They hung up, and he immediately sent over several messages. How to identify by Galananua. By Galananua's counter guidelines. When the other party exhibits Nanti behavior, how should we retaliate? Kelly clicked in with a puzzled expression. It took her over half an hour to read everything, after which she felt like she had made a qualitative leap. Whoa, as she saw those analogies, she directly visualized Nyla, along with the way she knelt and tried to leave earlier. Knocking at the door, Miss Su, it's time for dinner. Kelly hummed, eyes sparkling with eager light, and immediately got up to go downstairs. After reading those methods just now, she felt they were very useful and couldn't wait to try them out. At the dining table, the members of the Flynn family had already seated themselves, and Kelly, who arrived tardily, sat down too. All right, let's start eating, Farrell said. He picked up a piece of food first, and everyone else started eating. Nyla pitifully picked up some dishes in front of her, not daring to touch any others. Seeing this, her three brothers hurriedly filled her bowl with food until it formed a small mountain, a spectacular sight. The corners of Nyla's mouth curved into a faint smile, but when she raised her gaze and saw Kelly, she realized that Kelly wasn't even looking at her. Afraid their newly recognized daughter would feel uncomfortable, Farrell and Alea also doted on her by picking dishes for her. Their parents' actions tightened Nyla's heart, biting her lips subconsciously as tears fell again. She put down her chopsticks and sobbed with her head lowered, I am sorry to Tyra. From now on, I won't eat these dishes anymore. Just give me home-cooked meals. Upon hearing this, the three Flynn brothers' faces showed immediate concern. Gregor slammed his chopsticks on the table and glared at Kelly angrily, our family really doesn't owe you anything. Can you please stop causing trouble? His tone carried intense helplessness and resentment. Kelly, who was having dinner, looked puzzled and thought about the articles Hassan sent. Frowning at the sight of Nyla crying silently. What a Nanti user, the tea smell is so strong. But it has nothing to do with her. Kelly lowered her eyes and continued eating, ignoring whatever Gregor said. The Flynn family cook did a great job, making delicious food she liked very much. The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly became awkward. Kelly enjoyed her meal, while Nyla's sobbing attracted sympathy, and Gregor's anger was powerless. Todd tooted, finding it increasingly annoying. Kelly had always bullied Xiao Hopi when she was in showbiz before, and now that she returned home, she would certainly behave recklessly with the title of real heiress. He could not sit idly by and watch this happen. Typical uncultured person from the countryside, but that's expected, since you only have a junior high school education, Todd sneered. All the sons of Flynn family had postgraduate degrees, and the least accomplished among them, Nyla, finished university. As for Kelly, according to records, she attended an arts vocational school after high school, truly unambitious. Nyla stopped crying, with a smile creeping onto her face as she looked down. Feeling the sadness rising from deep within her heart, Kelly knew this was the original owner's emotions. She looked up at Todd. Her eyes were cold and devoid of emotion, yet inexplicably, his heartbeat missed a beat, feeling somewhat uncomfortable for no reason. Kelly closed her eyes, recalling memories related to the original owner in her mind. Her grades had always been outstanding from childhood, but every time she ranked first, Helena would ridicule her, tear up the certificates, and brutally beat her. Though she entered the top high school in the county as the top student, Helena claimed they couldn't afford it and sent her to an arts vocational school. From then on, the original owner became her cash cow. And what was Nyla doing back then? Oh, she should have been in high school. Do you think I didn't want to study? Kelly opened her eyes, brown pupils burning with anger. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing scars on her arms. Some were old, some recent, varying in depth. Seeing these scars, Todd froze in surprise, as did the rest of the Flynn family. Nyla suddenly had a foreboding feeling, and her crying grew louder, trying to attract attention from her brothers, but they were all focused on Kelly's horrifying injuries, paying no heed to anything else. If you had truly investigated, you'd know that I was the top student in the county during the middle school entrance exam, Kelly said coldly. Her eyes turned red, subconsciously merging with the original owner's emotions. It was Helena, who deprived me of my right to education for profit. These scars are her rewards whenever I ranked first. Apart from the scars on my arms, there are countless others on my body. Todd, think carefully about how many words I've spoken since coming to the Flynn family, and what I did at the dinner table just now. Only then did the Flynn family realize that Kelly had only been eating, while it was Nyla who had cried for no reason, unrelated to her. Todd swallowed hard, his expression of anger turning to bewilderment, unable to utter a word. He knew he was wrong, yet in his mind, Kelly remained a despicable woman who would stop at nothing. The rest of the Flynn family turned their attention back to Nyla, whose face was flushed as she tried to defend herself. No, I really meant to apologize. Since childhood, Helena has always beaten and scolded me, and I accepted it. But now. Kelly's voice was tinged with sobs. She closed her eyes, a tear sliding down from the corner of her eye. I finally have my own family, but it feels like falling into another abyss. Since disappointment is inevitable, why did you give me hope? This question was asked on behalf of the original owner. If they didn't plan to love her, why did they bring her back home? The Flynn family's minds buzzed with confusion, unsure of what to say. Alea and father looked at their suffering daughter, their hearts feeling as if being torn apart, painful to the point of suffocation. I'm sorry, Todd mumbled half-heartedly. Adonis and Gregor's expressions darkened slightly, lost in thought. Kelly opened her eyes again, her gaze cold as if their attitudes didn't matter to her at all. It wasn't that it was okay, it was indifferent. She wasn't the original owner and didn't need to accept Todd's guilt. Words are like nails driven into wood. Can pulling out the nails erase the wounds? No, they just hide them. Previously, I thought Helena merely disliked me. Now that our positions are different, I suspect there might be more to swapping daughters, Kelly said. She stood up, giving a regretful glance at the unfinished meal on the table. If possible, I hope you can investigate. But if you're not going to, I'll do it myself. With that, Kelly turned and left, leaving the Flynn family with a cold back. Nyla stopped crying, stunned in place. Anger flashed across her face. When did this fool get smart? Chapter 61, he fractured his tailbone. Kelly's figure disappeared around the corner, and Alea cried her heart out. She looked at Todd with disappointment, angrily stood up and ran back to her room, with Farrell following closely behind. I didn't mean to, I was just talking nonsense. I wanted to protect Xiao Hopi, but I didn't expect Kelly to. Todd wanted to say he was feigning sympathy, but the scars on her body were real. He couldn't bring himself to say those words. It's all my fault, third brother, it's my mistake. Adrian cried again. However, Todd, who usually doted on her, pursed his lips and hung his head, lost in thought. Gregor and Adonis exchanged helpless glances and gently consoled their sister. Kelly took deep breaths several times as she ascended the stairs, trying to contact the original owner in the Dead Sea, but failed. She carefully pondered if there was a way to prevent the original owner from being scattered, but it was impossible for her to return to this body. Her actions at that time were tantamount to sacrifice, and the heavenly Tao wouldn't let a sacrificed person come back to life. After a moment of careful thought, Kelly still only had one method, counteracting with divine power, but her current divine power was far from enough. TSK, when would she accumulate enough faith power? Kelly really felt a headache. She felt like someone desperately needing money but realizing she was penniless. The door to the room was knocked on, and she said, "Come in." The person who walked in was Alea. Her eyes were red and swollen like walnuts, and she was still crying. "Tyra, can Tamara see your wounds?" Kelly nodded, stood up, and took off her outer clothes, leaving only her undergarments on. The large and small wounds on her body immediately came into view before Alea, shocking her. The original owner was very concerned about these wounds, so every time she wore sleeveless dresses or backless outfits, she would apply heavy makeup to cover them. Because of this, netizens found something strange along the edges of the original owner's red velvet dress, leading to a lot of ridicule online. Alea covered her mouth in disbelief, her face full of shock, and her eyes blazing with hatred, trembling in anger. She had raised Helena's daughter like a precious gem, yet her daughter had been suffering. How could she possibly be at peace? "Have you finished looking?" Kelly asked calmly. Alea responded with a heavy nasal sound, "Yes, I've finished." Seeing Kelly put on her clothes and sit quietly on the bed without speaking, Alea felt an indescribable ache in her heart. "Do you think Helena has a problem?" she asked aimlessly. Kelly hummed in affirmation. Basically confirmed. Who would treat their own flesh and blood like this? There's a saying, even tigers don't eat their own cubs. Alea lowered her head and wept. She didn't know what to do now. If Helena really had problems, what about Adrian? To avoid causing trouble for Xiao Hopi, after much deliberation, Alea decided not to investigate. "I'm sorry, Tyra," Alea said. Kelly understood the meaning of her apology. She said indifferently, "Being switched as children wasn't your fault, so you don't need to apologize. I also didn't want to exploit your guilt. If you don't investigate, I'll take action myself." Feeling the estrangement from her biological daughter, Alea felt stifled but didn't know what to say. Silently, she stood up and left the room, while Kelly simply watched her back. As an outsider, she pitied the original owner. What could returning to the Flynn family accomplish? It would only mean ascending from the 18th level of hell to the upper levels. Could forgiveness really be achieved? Kelly didn't care about these matters. She pondered the words the original owner had spoken. By sacrificing herself, she let those people receive their punishment. Was it meant for her to complete it? Thinking about this, Kelly made a vague decision. She opened her phone and entered the Notes app, listing one by one from the original owner's memories the names of those who had bullied and insulted her. After 2 hours, she had listed all the names. Looking at it, there were quite a few. Helena, the agent, had caused the deepest harm and humiliation to the original owner, having done countless bad deeds. Adrian, who repeatedly used the company to pave the way for herself, making the original owner her contrasting example. Dustin from Oriental Films, who once tried to get the original owner to sleep with him and publicly scolded her, saying she would never get a good role otherwise. Mr. Galen from Superstar Group. The list went on and on. Kelly had already decided to repay every wrong the original owner suffered. Why are you taking that stone lion away? Tamara, you and Beck bought that stone lion for me. Can't I keep it and give her everything else in the house? Adrian's accusing voice rang out outside the room. Kelly opened the door and saw the grim-faced Farrell and Alea, along with the 3 Flynn brothers and Flynn green tea. Kelly, you can take anything from my room, but please leave me that stone lion. It holds memories between me and Tamara and Beck. I really don't want it to be thrown away. Adrian sobbed. The faces of the 3 Flynn brothers were not in good shape, but due to the incident at noon, they didn't say anything this time. That stone lion poses a feng shui problem for the Flynn family, Kelly said. You're not a Taoist, how would you know? Nyla immediately retorted, her eyes filled with annoyance. Kelly, that despicable woman, was born to counter her. The position of the stone lion mustn't be disturbed. I won't harm you. If you really like that stone lion, I can adjust its position so it doesn't affect the feng shui, Kelly said. Upon hearing this, the Flynn family's expressions eased a bit. But Nyla sharply said, no. You can't touch it. Second brother, that stone lion is really important to me. Seeing it every day when I come home makes me happy. I know my identity shouldn't allow me to continue living here, but this is my one request. Nyla's face was full of anticipation, while Adonis pursed her lips. Then we won't move it. Kelly sighed, seeing the rising black chi near his front door, feeling utterly helpless. She made a subtle calculation with her fingers and said, I know you don't believe me, but around 8 o'clock tonight, Adonis will have a minor disaster. You'll see whether what I said is true or not then. With that, Kelly turned and went back into her room. She really thinks she's a fortune teller, treating those entertainment circle personas as real. Her mind isn't right, Todd whispered in criticism. Adonis didn't take it seriously until after dinner at 8 o'clock when he was still perfectly fine. You said second brother would have a disaster, yet he's just fine, Todd coldly stared at Kelly. He now understood that this person would make up anything to bully Xiao Hopi. Believe her? Only someone with brain issues would believe her. Kelly calmly looked at Adonis, counting down in her heart, 10, 9, 8, 1. Damn! Todd exclaimed, hurriedly helping up his second brother who had fallen on his face for no reason. The floor was extremely smooth, he nearly slipped and fell himself. Second brother, are you okay? Todd asked worriedly. Adonis's face was pale as he rubbed his lower back, gritting his teeth without a word. Kelly's eyes curved, openly reveling in his misfortune. He fractured his tailbone. Chapter 62, then, let's just take some interest. Shocked, everyone focused their gaze on Adonis's tailbone area. He pressed his lips together, his face ashen as he nodded, confirming Kelly's words. Todd immediately took out his phone to check the time. It was now 8:05. So, what Kelly said in the afternoon really came true. She really does know the mystic arts. The usually staunch materialists of the Flynn family were dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Call 120 first, don't move Adonis. Seeing them frozen in place without taking action, Kelly kindly reminded them. Only then did Todd panic and dial 120, giving them the address. Seeing the dark aura on Adonis's forehead disappear completely, Kelly turned around but then suddenly thought of something and said, whether to move the stone lions or not is for you to consider. She left them with a cool and inscrutable back view. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Todd shivered and murmured. Businessmen valued feng shui most. Still feeling pain in his tailbone, Adonis took out his phone expressionlessly and said, I'll contact the movers now. Elder brother. Adrian looked at him in disbelief. Gianna, be good. Moving the stone lions is good for our Flynn family. As compensation, elder brother will buy you the latest designer bags, Adonis cajoled her. With red eyes, Adrian stomped her foot and ran back to her room, slamming the door loudly. The 3 Flynn brothers sighed helplessly, as did Mr. and Verity. Gianna had indeed been spoiled rotten. Damn it. Bitch. Back in her room, Adrian cursed, hammering the soft mattress violently to vent her anger. She didn't believe that the stone lions affected the Flynn family's feng shui. Kelly must have done this on purpose. Her anger subsided somewhat. Adrian picked up her phone and accessed the hidden private contacts. As she dialed the number, she rolled her eyes with disdain. The call was answered immediately after a few rings. Gianna, why are you calling Tamara today? Do you miss me? A coquettish voice came from the other end. I told you, my mom is Madam Flynn. Remember your place, Adrian coldly reminded. All right, Gianna, don't be upset. Adrian expelled a long breath of stale air and asked irritably, Kelly has returned to the Flynn family. Haven't you made any plans? She has caused me quite a bit of trouble recently. It seems she wants to drive me out. How can this be? The person on the other end immediately sounded sharp. Don't worry, Shao. Chelsea won't let anyone bully you. That girl dares to lay a hand on you, Chelsea will skin her alive. After hanging up, a mocking smile curled the corner of Adrian's lips. Her delicate face showed a vicious expression, looking quite grotesque. Kelly, do you really think you can get rid of me by returning to the Flynn family? What a fairy tale. Hearing the movers moving the stone lions downstairs, Adrian pulled open the curtains with a cold expression, glaring at them loading the stone lions onto a large truck. The truck started up and drove away with the stone lions. Adrian secretly vowed in her heart never to forget today's humiliation and would repay it hundredfold in the future. Kelly also saw the stone lions being moved and nodded slightly. There was still hope for those people in the Flynn family. At this moment, a small amount of faith power unexpectedly entered her body. She raised an eyebrow and felt carefully. So her guess was correct, completing the original host's wish would also bring faith power as a reward. There were now 3 ways to obtain faith power. First, being worshipped and wished upon would generate divine power, which could then be converted. Second, exorcising malevolent spirits. Third, helping the original host seek revenge. As long as there were ways, she could slowly accumulate enough faith power. Kelly was very satisfied. Suddenly, her phone rang. She lowered her eyes, the caller ID showed Helena. Answering the call, a sinister voice came from the other end. I heard this dead girl has returned to the Flynn family and is living quite well. I've raised you for so many years, shouldn't your Flynn family show some gratitude towards me? Thinking about what Helena owed the original host, Kelly lowered her eyes, her gaze turning cold. Indeed, they should give some acknowledgement. Helena scoffed on the other end of the line and commanded, I'll be waiting for you at home this afternoon. At 3 in the afternoon, Kelly arrived at the old residential complex. Looking up at Helena's apartment, she caught the eerie glare from behind the curtain. Smiling, Kelly waved with her hand placed beside her ear and walked into the building. Behind the curtain, Helena's heart skipped a beat, inexplicably remembering the last terrifying appearance of that dead girl. She swallowed hard. Lifting her arm, goosebumps covered it. But thinking about the pitiful tone Adrian used when calling, Helena's fearful heart hardened. Weakness turns to strength for a mother protecting her daughter, she couldn't let her own child be bullied. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound echoed, and Helena glanced at the camera placed in the corner. She put on a haughty and disdainful expression and opened the door. Kelly stood right there at the door, a smile on her face, yet it gave off an inexplicable sense of coldness. Come in, Helena said. Watching the increasingly dense aura of ill omen surrounding her, Kelly nodded and strode into the house. The door was slammed shut and locked from the inside. Where's the money? Helena asked in a bad temper. I'm telling you, even if you go back to the Flynn family, you're still my daughter. You should take care of me since I raised you up. The favor of raising is greater than that of giving birth. And stay away from Gianna. If I find out you're bullying her, I will make sure you pay the price. Kelly sat on the sofa casually, eyebrow arched as she looked at Helena and asked, where's the money? Just about to launch into a tirade, Helena froze, instinctively responding, what money? Kelly narrowed her eyes slightly, and the temperature in the room dropped abruptly. She reminded, you said a while ago that you'd give back all the money I earned. Where's the money? You brat, now you're a Flynn family miss and you're asking me for money? Consider those monies as filial piety to me. I'm telling you, you have to bring me 500,000 every month, 1 cent less and I'll complain online saying you don't respect your foster mother. Helena shrieked. Kelly's gaze turned colder, her voice icy. So you don't intend to give the money back? Daring to owe what belonged to a deity. Helena felt inexplicably afraid but still stood firm, saying, not returning it. It was always mine. All right. Kelly nodded, a chilling smile lingering on her lips. The scene flashed through her mind where Helena shoved the original host, knocking her onto the table and kicking her abdomen viciously with her foot. Since she couldn't get the money today, maybe it was time to collect some interest. Kelly got up and advanced step by step, causing Helena to retreat 2 steps in fright. What are you going to do? As soon as she finished questioning, Kelly followed the memorized action, grabbing Helena's arm and slamming her temple against the table. Just like the original host at that moment, her temple turned purplish immediately, but unlike then, her screams were deafeningly loud, disturbing the peace. Kelly. Are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Helena roared incredulously. Kelly walked up to her, looking down from above, and then mustered strength in her foot. Bang, 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 3 times. Helena's face turned ghastly pale in pain, tears streaming down like rain. Chapter 63, Giving You a Good Person Card. Kelly squatted down and looked at Helena, who was holding her abdomen, breathing heavily in pain. Her crying face overlapped with the clear and fresh face of Nyla. No wonder they are mother and daughter, their resemblance is quite high. Do you remember? When I was 13, I ate a cake from the fridge because I was too hungry, and this is how you treated me, Kelly said softly. She was specific, so even though it had been a long time, Helena still remembered. Seeing her shocked expression of disbelief, the corners of Kelly's lips curled slightly, but there was no warmth in her eyes. Tamara, children should repay their parents, especially for the grace of nurturing that surpasses giving birth. So, everything you did to me before, I will return it bit by bit, little by little. After saying that, Kelly stood up and walked out, leaving behind her stunned figure. Helena was so dazed she forgot about the pain. Not until the door closed did the pain come back, making her entire face contort. Helena glanced at the camera in the corner, then struggled to get up, imported the recorded footage into the computer, and began editing as per Nyla's request. In the car. A warm current surfaced inside Kelly, adding another percentage point to her faith power, now totaling 5%. At this rate, the faith power would accumulate quickly. However, the divine power within her body was still insufficient. Kelly opened her phone and tapped on Hassan's WeChat to send a message. Are you busy? He replied instantly, not busy. She immediately dialed Hassan's WeChat call. As soon as he answered, he asked, Tyra, what's wrong? Were you bullied? I wasn't bullied, don't worry, Kelly said. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. Why did something feel off when this person called her Tyra? That's good, Hassan relaxed, his voice tinged with relief and a smile. Kelly brushed off the inexplicable unease. Do you know how to make others venerate me? There was a slight pause on the other end as Hassan thought about Kelly's uniqueness compared to ordinary people. He knew there must be a reason behind her question. His eyes gleamed, and his voice remained gentle. It's hard to explain over the phone. Are you free now? Yes, Kelly replied. As long as it could help her obtain divine power, she was always available. In that case, come to Blue Toon Cafe, and I'll explain it in detail, Hassan said. After hanging up, Kelly calmly instructed the Flynn family Dayton, who pretended not to have heard anything, please take me to Blue Toon Cafe. Thank you. The Dayton immediately turned the car on Pingon Street toward Blue Toon Cafe. After getting out of the car, Kelly said, you can go back first. I have some things to talk about with a friend, which might take a long time. I'll call a cab to go home after we finish. The Dayton looked surprised and exclaimed as he watched the recently recognized young mistress enter the cafe. TSK, true blood really is different from non-blood relations. In the past, when the Dayton took Nyla shopping, he was always ordered to wait outside, often for hours. Though he earned a decent salary, sitting in the car waiting without being able to leave was truly uncomfortable. He also wondered why everyone in the Flynn family was gentle and reasonable except for Nyla, whose temperament was completely different. Now he understood, it was because she wasn't related by blood. Blue Toon Cafe had private rooms offering excellent privacy. After entering, Kelly gave the room number that Hassan mentioned, and the server immediately led the way. The service attitude was naturally good when more money was given. The server opened the room door for her. Kelly nodded slightly to show her gratitude, then entered and sat opposite Hassan. Try the coconut latte, it's the specialty of this shop. Hassan pushed the coffee cup towards Kelly with his distinct fingers. She had seen others drink it in movies and was very curious. The coconut latte was rich in coconut milk flavor, with moderate sweetness. Delicious, thank you, Kelly smiled, closing her eyes contentedly. Feeling her genuine smile, Hassan's throat moved slightly, and he chuckled softly. If you want others to venerate you, my suggestion is to create a persona, like the popular, lucky girl persona of a certain famous artist. Once the persona is established, netizens will share your photos, whether jokingly or sincerely wishing for blessings, which should be useful to you, Hassan said. Kelly listened attentively, her eyes brightening as she nodded. You're very smart, she said sincerely. Hassan was slightly surprised, thank you for the compliment. But to create a persona, I need to quit my management company first, Kelly frowned worriedly. In her memory, the original owner signed with Shin Entertainment Gallimited under Helena's coercion. Yes, it sounded like an entertainment company, but it was essentially a small family workshop. After making money from the original owner, Helena saw potential profits in the entertainment industry and directly started an entertainment company. It only had the original owner and a few new artists who had just graduated and were deceived. The contract was directly signed for 10 years, during which the company took 80% of the profits, leaving only 20% for the artist. Most importantly, breaking the contract required a compensation of $50 million. I've heard of your company's reputation before. I have a way to make the company go bankrupt, but it will take a few days, Hassan said. He originally wanted to say, bad reputation, but considering Kelly was still in the company, he chose his words carefully. If the company goes bankrupt, the contract won't bind me anymore? Kelly asked, her eyes bright. Of course, Hassan replied. Kelly nodded thoughtfully, looking at the handsome man in front of her, and sincerely said, thank you, here's a good person card for you. Hassan had just taken a sip of coffee when the 3 words, good person card, made him choke. He eventually managed to swallow it with great difficulty. You're welcome, he laughed dryly. Kelly was about to open the ride-hailing app on her phone but found that it had automatically turned off due to low battery. She had forgotten to charge it when she left. Since you're being so kind, could you give me a lift home? She asked somewhat shyly. Certainly, escorting a lady home is a gentleman's honor, Hassan smiled. At the same time, he quickly typed a message in the Dayton's chat box, instructing the Dayton to get out of the car first. On the way, Kelly focused on the receding street views outside, feeling inexplicably melancholic. She was now too far from Deer Spirit Mountain to sense the animals, but the foundation set up by Nyla would occasionally post photos. The animals looked like they were doing very well. But compared to the bustling city full of people, Kelly preferred the boundless freedom of the mountains, at least for her soul. The car stopped at the entrance of the Flynn family villa. Hassan had originally planned to visit his uncle and aunt, but knowing the Flynns might be inconvenient these days, he changed his mind. There was no rush, he could always make more appearances in front of them. Besides getting Kelly's good person card, he needed to earn one from her uncle and aunt as well. Thank you, I'll get going. Drive safely, Kelly waved to Hassan as she got out of the car. He nodded with a smile, not starting the engine yet. Only after watching her enter the house did he reluctantly drive away. Chapter 64, The Narrow-Minded Machiavellian Woman. As Kelly walked into the living room, she saw Nyla, Hugo, and Gregor sitting on the sofa, staring at her unblinkingly. Their gazes were far from friendly. She frowned, unsure what was wrong with these three, and prepared to go upstairs directly. Tyra, Nyla sobbed, running a few steps to Kelly's front with a pitiful and helpless look. I know you hold a grudge for switching the babies, but Helena is just your adoptive mother. Why did you treat her like that? Hugo, fearing his doted-on sister would be bullied, pulled Nyla behind him protectively, glaring coldly at Kelly. There's no need to talk to her, she's nothing but a narrow-minded Machiavellian woman. Gregor took a tissue paper and handed it to Nyla, his indifferent gaze turning clearly disgusted when he saw Kelly. What do you mean? Kelly frowned, utterly confused by their inexplicable malice. She sometimes doubted if the original owner of this body was really the louse biological daughter. How could they all hate her so much? If the current body's owner were the original, she would certainly be heartbroken. Hugo felt that Kelly was pretending to argue. Enraged, he thrust his phone in front of her face. Take a good look at this video yourself. Kelly took the phone, watching herself beating Helena in the video. Her eyebrows arched slightly. She couldn't see herself while hitting her, but it felt quite exhilarating watching it recorded by a third party. The video was flooded with comments. Is Kelly seriously mentally ill? Why did she beat up her adoptive mother? Is she even human? I wish I could call the police for Helena. She tweeted asking everyone not to scold her daughter. How could she still acknowledge this daughter? It breaks my heart. I can't stand people who bully family members. Kelly should get out of the entertainment industry. I can't stand her. Why are there such bitches? I want to kick her through the screen. Helena must have felt so helpless at the time, after all, she was the one being held down and beaten. When the video ended, Kelly felt not a ripple in her heart, maintaining her calm expression. Hugo put the phone back into his pocket, rolling his eyes. Now everyone on the internet knows your true colors. I advise you to leave the Flynn family and stop worrying our parents. Kelly sneered, crossing her arms as she looked at him coolly. Helena has always used me as a tool for profit since childhood. If you're willing to investigate, you'll find out how much money I've earned for her over the years. But even after earning so much money, I still didn't have enough food or clothing at home, and I was often beaten and scolded. Why shouldn't I give it back? Do you mean I should let her beat me and bully me to death without any resistance? This time, she wasn't carrying the emotions of the original owner. Kelly's voice was steady, filled with doubt. You. Hugo's face flushed with anger, unable to retort. That's just sophistry, Gregor said coldly. Oh, whatever, you say what you want. Kelly shrugged and walked past them upstairs. If Farrell and Louisa wanted her to leave, they would tell her directly. She only listened to them. Kelly walked away nonchalantly, leaving the three troublemakers stamping their feet in frustration. What kind of person is this? This is how she treats her brother? Hugo clenched his teeth and cursed. It was not surprising he disliked this sister. Kelly herself was too unruly. A strange light flashed in Nyla's eyes as she softly consoled, Brother, don't get angry. It's not worth ruining your health. At least Xiao hope he understands, Hugo comforted himself. As for that troublesome sister upstairs, he would never acknowledge her, now or in the future. During dinner time, Aunt Wong went upstairs to notify Kelly. When she came downstairs, the entire Flynn family was already seated. Every day, the whole family waits for you alone. What great honor does this bestow upon you? Hugo taunted sarcastically. Kelly moved a chair and sat next to Alea, completely ignoring him, treating him as heir. Hugo hit a soft target, his face turning green with rage, but thinking of the 7 wolves on Farrell's belt, he dared not say more. Tyra, do you have any work lately? Your father and I are planning a banquet to let everyone know you are our daughter, Alea asked cautiously. Hugo had just mentioned the trending topic on social media, but Alea found it insignificant. She believed her daughter was a good girl. Thinking about Kelly's injuries, Alea wished she could burst through the screen and severely beat Helena. Seeing her daughter retaliating, she felt relieved and satisfied. Hearing about the banquet, the 3 siblings of the Flynn family all turned pale. Nyla once again presented her tear-filled, hesitant appearance. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Kelly put down her chopsticks indifferently. It's not necessary. Beck, Tamara, if you're not going to deal with Helena, then whether I keep the title of Miss Flynn doesn't matter. After saying that, she glanced at the food on the table, suppressing her intense reluctance, and got up to leave. Kelly didn't know why important matters in the Flynn family were often discussed during meals. Isn't eating peacefully more enjoyable? Mr. and Verity both looked very unhappy. After finding out that Kelly was their daughter, they immediately had Helena and Nyla's DNA tested without delay. At that time, they didn't know much about Kelly and naturally didn't realize Helena was her adoptive mother. Yet the DNA matched perfectly. Anyone could tell something was off, especially Mr. and Verity who built their company from scratch into its current brilliance. But if there was an issue with Helena, it would also taint the fake Miss Flynn, Nyla. They couldn't bear to harm either one of them. What's this? We're eagerly planning a banquet for her, and she's unwilling. Todd rolled his eyes sarcastically after letting out a sigh of relief, complaining irritably. Already irritated, Hakeem took out his pack of 7 Wolf cigarettes from his waistband. Nyla immediately stood up and knelt down before her parents. Tears flowed instantly. Beck, Tamara, all mistakes are mine, the fake miss. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Todd's face showed deep sympathy as he quickly helped his sister up. Of course, Hakeem couldn't hit his daughter. He just sighed deeply, speechless. That night, seeing that the incident of Kelly beating her adoptive mother was becoming increasingly heated, a satisfied smile crept across Nyla's lips. But thinking about what Mr. and Verity said at dinner, her smile turned ruthless. The most important thing now was to win back her parents' hearts and make them overlook Kelly. With this determination, Nyla left her room holding a pillow, only to meet her mother doing the same. Her eyes lit up. Tamara, do you want to sleep with me tonight? However, Verity smiled awkwardly and shook her head. I'm going to find Tyra. She just came back home, and seeing that kind of news must be hard on her. Let's wait until another day, shall Hopi. Be good. Nyla lowered her head, putting on a look of aggrieved resignation. All right, Tyra's matter is more important. She is your biological daughter after all. She was surprised that Verity didn't interrupt her. When she raised her head, she found no one was there anymore. Chapter 65, Start a Gallon Stream? Don't regret it. Adrian's face, twisted in embarrassment, watched in disbelief as her mother left. This time, she felt truly wronged. Tamara actually abandoned me, a daughter raised for so many years, just because of that lowly woman who only recently came back into the family. It must be Kelly, taking advantage of the past few days when I wasn't paying attention. She must have brainwashed Louisa with many poisonous words. As this thought crossed her mind, Adrian bit her lip fiercely, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Bitch. At this moment, Kelly was looking at a message on her phone, a puzzled expression on her face. It was a WeChat message from Hassan. Don't worry about the online video. I'll handle it properly. For the next few days, don't check your phone or go online. Seeing his concern between the lines, Kelly's clear eyes were filled with confusion. When did they become so close? Moreover, she didn't recall ever mentioning that the online incident needed to be handled. There's no such thing as a free lunch. While Hassan might sincerely want to help her, karma would demand that she repay him someday. Kelly was preparing to type a refusal when a knock on the door interrupted her. She had to put down her phone and got up to open the door. Outside stood Alea, holding a pillow with a gentle smile. Tyra, Tamara wants to sleep with you tonight. Is that okay? She asked warmly. Kelly instinctively frowned, but the surge of warmth in her heart told her that the original owner of this body deeply wished for it. Yes, she replied, trying to keep her excitement under control. Alea nodded, entering the room and swiftly closing and locking the door as if afraid Kelly might change her mind. Haven't you seen the online video? Aren't you worried I'll start hitting you? Kelly asked awkwardly, seated at the edge of the bed. I've seen it. Alea's tone and expression remained unchanged. Her eyes, warm and tender, gazed lovingly at her daughter. Tamara believes in Tyra. You're not someone who would bully others without reason. At this moment, Kelly felt a tremor in her heart, not just the emotions of the original owner, but also her own. Louisa love was like this. All right, it's late. Let's get some sleep. Alea patted the spot beside her gently and said softly. Kelly still felt a bit embarrassed. Clearing her throat, she silently turned off the lights and walked to the bed, lying down at one corner, wary of touching anything inappropriate. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her waist, making her stiffen with discomfort. Tyra, Tamara is so happy to have you back. Tamara admits that she was unfair in handling Helena's matter, but... Alea sighed deeply, not wanting to make excuses for herself and thus didn't continue. Having raised Gianna for so many years, she couldn't bear seeing her being gossiped about, but it wasn't right to impose these feelings on Tyra. It was indeed unfair, but I will get back everything she took from me, just as shown in today's video, Kelly said. She didn't lie, nor did she see any point in lying. Her words were cold and hard, leaving Alea speechless for a moment. But she simply hummed lightly and continued patting Kelly's back intermittently, treating her like a child, lulling her to sleep. A faint smile appeared on Kelly's lips as she silently spoke to the original owner. Your parents love you very much. Those 3 foolish brothers, we can forget them. She seemed to hear a light, tinkling laughter deep within her consciousness, responding to her. Regarding the fact that the original owner could enter her sea of consciousness, Kelly found it very strange. As a naturally born mountain deity, she could easily be summoned by mortals, but the sea of consciousness should be a private place where souls would be immediately obliterated upon entry. Yet, the original owner remained unharmed. While Kelly was deep in thought, a loud thud came from the adjacent room, followed by clattering sounds. Alea paused her patting but then whispered, go to sleep. Ignore it. Kelly sensed something suspicious. The hand she placed in front of her calculated the situation and found that Adrian was currently furious, which pleased her immensely. Good, she would get a good night's sleep while certain people would likely wake up looking like pandas tomorrow. The next day, Kelly and Alea woke up together. The latter stretched widely, feeling refreshed and comfortable all over. In the past, after waking up, I always felt tired and lethargic, needing nearly half an hour to feel better. Today, however, feels exceptionally comfortable, Alea remarked. Thinking about her daughter's uniqueness, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Kelly. Tyra, is it because of you? Though reluctant to admit it, Kelly, being honest, nodded slightly. I am surrounded by divine power. Those who come into contact with me can feel refreshed and revitalized, eliminating bad energy and enhancing beauty. In the eyes of those knowledgeable in metaphysical matters or in the eyes of mediums, divine power is akin to virtue force, both radiating golden light around the person. Naturally, those close to such a powerful being would benefit. This was akin to the saying, proximity to excellence leads to improvement, while closeness to corruption brings decay. Enhancing beauty. Alea exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom to scrutinize her face in the mirror. Kelly heard her mutter, it seems to really work. The fine lines around my eyes have faded a bit, and the dark circles from staying up late recently have also lightened. Tyra is more effective than any skincare product. After just one night's sleep, how could there be such noticeable results? It was purely psychological. Seeing her come out with a thoughtful expression and looking at her with bright eyes, Kelly swallowed hard, feeling uneasy. Why did she get an ominous feeling? Tyra, since Tamara finally recognizes you as my daughter, I'll often sleep with you from now on, Alea smiled. Kelly thought, people shouldn't, or at least should not. She muttered complaints in her heart but finally sighed helplessly. After all, Alea was her senior and deserved respect. They washed up together and went downstairs. In the dining room, everyone from the Flynn family was already gathered. Just as Kelly had expected, Xiao Hopi Flynn had large dark circles under her eyes, clearly showing that she didn't sleep well last night. Seeming to notice the gaze, she raised her eyes, their gazes meeting in the air. From Nyla's eyes, Kelly saw coldness, challenge, and anticipation. This person must have some nerve again. After breakfast, Kelly finally understood what Nyla's look meant earlier. Gallon stream? Are you sure? She asked with a deeper meaning. On the other end of the phone, Helena immediately shouted, of course, I'm sure. Kelly, I warn you. Even if you've become a daughter of the Flynn family, you are still a contracted artist of our company. You must unconditionally follow the company's arrangements. Kelly gave a light, oh, her phoenix-like eyes growing colder, just don't regret it. Having said this ambiguous sentence, she hung up the phone. On the other end, Helena frowned. Something didn't feel right. Suppressing her ominous premonition, a wicked smile appeared on her lips. If Kelly dared to go live now, netizens wouldn't let her off easily. Maybe during the live stream, she would be trolled by netizens until she cried. The more she thought about it, the happier Helena's smile became. She refreshed Weibo non-stop, waiting for Kelly to start her live stream. Humph, who would have thought she dared to compete for Alea's affection with Gallantal Snow? Chapter 66, must she market herself as a mystical girl? Back in her room, Kelly propped her phone on the table and started a live stream. She was currently at the center of controversy, with many righteous individuals already criticizing her on Weibo. As soon as she went live, people flooded in immediately. Let's see who's live streaming. Oh, it's Brooke, the wretched girl who beat her adoptive mother. How can you have the face to go live? She must be trying to profit from this situation. What a vile person. Sometimes I truly admire how shameless she can be. I wouldn't be able to do it. This wretched girl is invincible with such deep skills. It's a pity that such a beautiful face should sell swords. If she only marketed her beauty, she could outshine all male and female stars in the entertainment industry. But instead, she markets the lowest moral standards, truly innovative. Kelly leaned closer to the screen, her sharp phoenix eyes scanning the various comments from netizens. As she moved closer, the furious typing from netizens paused momentarily before a few sparse comments appeared. Who understands? This sister's face is truly stunning, but her character is just awful. I can't become her fan despite enjoying her looks. How can someone be so beautiful? If I could be born with this face in my next life, I would absolutely be a good person. All my life spent doing good deeds, just for the chance to be born with this face. People who forgive her because of her beauty must have holes in their heads. I despise those who prioritize looks. The barrage of comments started scrolling faster, leaving Kelly struggling to keep up. Helena sent a message at that moment, interact with the netizens. What are you standing there for? Acting like you're dead? Kelly tentatively waved at the netizens in the live stream. Hello, everyone. As soon as she spoke, netizens resumed their furious attacks, seemingly eager to curse her ancestors. Don't drag in parents or ancestors when scolding. It will create negative karma which will eventually lead to disasters. Even small evils add up, Kelly earnestly reminded the foul-mouthed netizens. But the netizens were not impressed. You've made me laugh so hard. We can't scold, but beating your adoptive mother is okay, right? I've seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. You refresh my views daily. Karma, huh, bring it on. I'm bored of my good life recently. So, Kelly, you're going to establish yourself as a mystical girl again? Before that, could you explain if hitting an adoptive mother damages virtue? This question caught Kelly's attention, and she replied seriously, hitting someone certainly creates negative karma, but when I hit Helena, I was just making her pay back what she owed me. If I didn't take it from her, karma would eventually repay me, not just eye for eye or tooth for tooth. Seeing her serious expression, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Not really, you mean your adoptive mother used to hit you when you were a child? Remember, you were a child star, constantly under the spotlight. Who dared to touch you? Kelly is genuinely telling lies, but I don't want to be taken for a fool, so I won't believe her. This sister does things that are always so foolish. I don't know why she even lives. Why don't you quit the entertainment industry? Trash like you should leave. Amidst the varied attacks, the chat suddenly flooded with gift effects. Hassan sends heartfelt romance *1. Hassan sends Phoenix Crown *1. Hassan sends love confession *1. Hassan sends thousand armies *1. Hassan repeatedly sent every type of gift available, then started from the beginning again, creating a spectacle that lasted 10 minutes. The audience felt dazed. They had come to criticize, but now they felt like clowns. Seeing the special effects scroll by, Kelly was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized it was due to official notifications. Since it was her first live stream, receiving gifts triggered tutorials for withdrawal and recharge for streamers. Realizing these were real monetary gifts and that streamers could only withdraw half the value, Kelly's eyes widened. Each gift Hassan was sending cost thousands, and he had sent many already. Kelly's heart ached deeply, feeling it bleed. Spendthrift Lord. Ignoring that she was still live, she directly faced the camera. Wait, stop sending gifts. At least control yourself. If you must, send cash after the stream ends. Gift split the money with the platform. Hassan paused his gift sending, sighing helplessly, but with clear affection in his smile. Her agent rolled her eyes, realizing she couldn't control the artist anymore. He could do whatever he wanted. Without the barrage of gifts clearing the screen, netizens finally could send their comments. Wait, Hassan can't be serious, right? He's still chasing her after the show. Did he really fall in love? Help, even if he likes Daniela, I wouldn't feel this uncomfortable. Kelly is not good enough for you, brother, open your eyes and find a girlfriend. Daniela, my dear friend, I am truly convinced. I am option 1, I am plan B, right? Hahaha, Kelly's money-grabbing look just now was quite entertaining. She asked him to stop sending gifts, and he actually did. These two are perfectly matched. After reading through more comments, Kelly's gaze stopped at one particular comment. Kelly, my wishes have been incredibly accurate recently. I believe you must be a disciple of Dear Spirit Mountain who understands the ways. Can you help me solve this problem? My son recently brought home a wine cup, and ever since then, he has been acting like a madman, always holding onto the wine cup without letting go, even kissing it during meals. And he looks visibly deteriorated, with dark circles under his eyes and sunken cheeks, yet no issues were found after hospital checks. I have no other way out, so I'm asking you. I hope you see this comment, give me an answer, and save my son's life. The person who sent this comment had paid extra, so they could type an exceptionally long comment. This kind of comment costs 3,000 each, showing how anxious that person was. Not only Kelly saw the comment, but also the onlookers in the live stream. This is definitely a marketing ploy. Kelly comes here with all her 800 tricks. Is she going to perform ghost catching next? The image of a mystical girl is indeed popular. Look at Rachelling thriving in the industry. Are you envious? She and Rachelling aren't in the same league. Rachelling is genuine, while Kelly is just putting on an act and misleading naive netizens. Who can understand? I once fell into her trap because of her face, but was driven away by her various antics and poor character. Thinking about it makes me regret joining the fandom. Chapter 67, Paparazzi Gallant Tracking. Kelly ignored the sarcastic netizens and turned serious. Do you have a photo of your son? I need recent photos. If you have any, send them to me now. We must act quickly. The man immediately used special effects to flash the words, I do, across the screen. Kelly clicked into his profile and opened the private message. When she saw the photo, her brow furrowed. Of course, a photo cannot fully reveal a person's overall fortune. It can only give a glimpse. However, from the photo, it was evident that the man's condition was very poor. He was clearly bewitched, losing his essence, and if not dealt with soon, he would be drained of his life force in a few days. Send me the address, I'll come find you now, Kelly said coldly. After she said this, before the live streaming room netizens could ridicule her, the live stream was shut down. Hassan, be careful. There are all kinds of people in society nowadays. If you're going to the place they mentioned, it's best to bring a few people. Seeing the message pop up, Kelly felt a slight warmth in her heart. It felt nice to have friends who were worried about her. She typed back, ordinary people can't harm me. The other party sent a location, a very remote village. Kelly immediately placed an order on the taxi app and instructed him to keep an eye on his son until she arrived. In Nyla's room, she had also been watching the live stream just now. The barrage of insults from the netizens made her feel quite satisfied. Unexpectedly, Kelly once again pretended to be a mystic. Thinking about the stone lions that had been moved, she felt infuriated. Nyla's eyes flickered, suddenly coming up with a good idea. She immediately called a nearby paparazzo. Do you know about Kelly's live streaming? I'll give you the license plate number shortly. You will follow them throughout and start live streaming. Once it's done, I'll transfer 5 million to you. 5 million wasn't a small amount. After gritting her teeth, Nyla managed to put it forward. The paparazzo was delighted. Sis, I recorded our conversation. You better keep your word. I'll go find Kelly now and make sure everything is recorded clearly so that everyone can see what she's really doing. After saying this joyfully, the paparazzo immediately prepared the equipment and headed out, surprised that there could be such a windfall falling right on his head, which was truly delicious. Nyla monitored Kelly getting into the car through the main gate surveillance, then immediately sent the license plate number to the paparazzo. The paparazzo quickly sent a live streaming link, and she created a new account to lurk inside. For convenience, the paparazzo also took a ride-hailing car, and the two cars raced toward the remote village, one on each side. Seeing that there were only a few people in the live stream, Nyla clenched her teeth and ordered more internet trolls, making sure everyone knew about this paparazzo's live stream featuring Kelly. Netizens who heard the news were amused. At first, I was confused, but I didn't expect there to be a sequel. I suspect everything is staged by Kelly herself. The script has been great lately. I almost believed it. Can Kelly consider becoming a screenwriter? Her creativity is pretty solid. If she becomes a screenwriter, the stuff she writes will probably be ridiculous. Seeing the barrage of insults in the live stream, Nyla smiled in delight, while the paparazzo sighed inwardly. These female celebrities weren't as glamorous as they seemed. Behind the scenes, they were more cunning than anyone else. He hoped this kind of thing would happen more often today, allowing him to earn some retirement money. If Kelly really knows metaphysics, why doesn't she check if someone is following her and tell the Dayton to speed up and lose them, a netizen asked. Everyone joined in a new round of mockery. At this moment, Kelly was extremely busy and couldn't care less about those comments. Through the internet, she obtained several photos of the party and his mother. Seeing them, she felt even more pressure. With her current divine power, could she really deal with such a powerful spirit? If the assessment was correct, the wine glass the man brought contained a malevolent aura. Judging by the look in his eyes and the flushed cheeks, it should be a peach blossom curse. Once affected by this, it wouldn't dissipate easily. Moreover, objects that produce such curses are usually antiques, and their origins might not be legitimate. The car stopped at Shinnan village. Kelly got out of the car, and the paparazzo also followed, surreptitiously filming her from a distance. Upon getting out, she was immediately grabbed by the wrist by an elderly Edith. Since the distance was far, the paparazzo couldn't capture what they were saying, but the Edith's expression and gestures were full of pleading. Even the audience watching the live stream felt the chilling reality. Why do I feel that Kelly might be doing something real this time? Where did she get such great actors? Their acting is too lifelike. My cousin studied lip reading. He said that the Edith is really begging Kelly to save her son, not pretending. This doesn't prove anything, it just shows that the extras are dedicated. Despite this, most people still didn't believe in Kelly. She was famously known in the circle as a homewrecker, always seeking to gain attention from celebrities. Last time on the show, she claimed knowledge of metaphysics. Was that even possible? Kelly and the Edith hurriedly walked into the village, and the paparazzo immediately followed. They stopped in front of a dilapidated house and went inside. Of course, the paparazzo couldn't enter the house, but he had his own special tricks. He swiftly climbed a tree and slightly zoomed in with his camera. These devices were expensive, but they could capture everything inside the room. In the live stream, when the netizens saw the man with sunken cheeks and dark circles under his eyes, they exploded into chatter. Holy crap, this can't be real. I feel like that man is on the verge of collapse. Something about his face gives me goosebumps just looking at him through the screen. This is what people say when someone is about to die. Even I can tell from the lingering death aura around him. Is Kelly hiring actors that realistic? At this moment, a subtle doubt began to creep into everyone's mind. Nyla suddenly had an ominous feeling and quickly dialed the paparazzo's phone, telling him to stop filming immediately. However, once the filming started, the paparazzo had already set his phone to silent mode and couldn't hear anything now. Nyla was like an ant on a hot pan, frantically calling, but no one answered. The paparazzo also observed the man through the lens, startled. Master Su, look at my son. He doesn't care even when I bring strangers home. His eyes are staring at us, yet I feel like he's looking at something else. The Edith swallowed hard, fear and horror showing on her aged face. Last night, I got up to go to the bathroom outside. Do you know what I saw? My son was kissing a wine glass continuously, whispering dirty words. When I glanced down, there were two shadows on the ground, and the other shadow looked like an elegant woman. But when I looked closely again, there was only my son left. I'm sure it wasn't an illusion. There's definitely something following my son. Kelly looked at the man in front of her, her brows furrowed. Chapter 68. Rescue him, but at a price. The man's vital points are clouded with evil influences, both palaces are darkened, clearly indicating an imminent danger to his life. The peach branch that harbors this malevolent force must be immediately removed. Obviously, the source of this evil influence is the wine cup in the man's hand. Kelly closed her eyes and swiftly calculated, but as she did, her brow furrowed more deeply. The Edith, noticing this, swallowed hard, anxiously pacing like an ant on a hot pan, fearing her son could not be saved. Noticing the two were distracted, the reporter quietly descended from the tree and walked to the edge of the gate, finding a spot where he could record both visuals and audio clearly. Miss Flynn had paid $5 million for this live broadcast. He had to ensure every detail was captured perfectly. Gallantal did they know, Adrian couldn't reach him and was about to lose her mind. The wine cup originates from the Wei and Jin dynasties, known as a yushang. If it were just an ordinary antique, taking it home would be fine. However, your son's luck is bad. This yushang cup held poison wine given by the emperor to a palace concubine before it was buried. Kelly said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream viewers were bewildered yet typing furiously. This girl is quite impressive, she can tell the era of an antique just by fortune-telling? Huh, so convincing. I almost believed it. Does anyone knowledgeable come forward and debunk this trashy lily-white character? I really want to see Kelly proven wrong today. Sob sob sob. Suddenly, a golden-edged comment flashed across the screen. Judging by its color and appearance, this yushang cup is indeed a product of the Wei and Jin dynasties. For a moment, the chat froze, stunned by the gold comment's prestige. Only national heroes who contributed significantly were allowed such comments. What the heck, this is Professor Thatcher. You mean the leading figure in ancient art and relics, who donated to the state? So, Kelly is really a Taoist? I work in antique appraisal, and I can confidently say this is a yushang cup. Given this situation, there could only be two explanations. 1. Kelly has knowledge of antiques. 2. She genuinely can tell fortunes. It was impossible for the first option, as she had been a child star since young, too busy to learn anything else. So, many in the live stream were unnerved now, some regretting their harsh words towards Kelly. Was it still possible to beg forgiveness? Meanwhile, Thatcher, who caused this commotion, set down his phone with excitement and told the worried faces in front of him, "No need to worry, I found the right person. Master Su, please save my son. He's my only child, he cannot die." The Edith knelt on the ground, weeping desperately. However, Kelly looked at her indifferently, as if staring at an unfeeling object. "I can save him, but you must pay the price." She folded her arms, scoffing. The Edith nodded hastily. "I will agree. Anything to save my son." Kelly replied, "First, donate all your wealth to the Children Care Charity. Second, turn yourself into the police for your past actions." Upon hearing this, the Edith raised her eyes, disbelief plastered across her face. You figured it out?" Viewers, trying to follow their conversation even though unheard, were frantically calling out. "Since I'm paying to watch, can you guys stop playing dumb? Turn herself in? What horrible deeds has this person done? I wish I had premium membership to speedwatch this." Kelly put away her phone after sending an SMS notification to the police, looking down at the seated Edith. "Dunk Guifan, you have trafficked nearly 30 children. Do you truly think cosmetic surgery and changing identity information can erase past karmic retribution? The evil you've committed is closely related to your son's current plight. If you are not arrested today, I cannot break the peach branch curse," Kelly said. Dunk Guifan covered her face, sobbing uncontrollably, appearing like a pitiful victim. This name rang familiar among the live stream viewers. She's the human trafficker wanted by the police. Goodness, no wonder they couldn't find her for years. She was hiding in the countryside, having undergone facial changes. Scary. This is karma coming back. Well deserved. I've seen those parents of trafficked children crying, it breaks my heart. On Weibo, someone has already compiled all this. People's reaction speed is incredible. Many viewers left the stream to check the information. Dunk Guifan, born in Andre County in 1986, with a bounty of 200,000 yuan offered by the police. She used to be an elementary school teacher, using outdoor trips as a pretext to traffic 29 students from her entire class. The case was sensational at the time, and the perpetrator has remained at large until today. After reviewing the introduction, everyone re-entered the live stream, watching Dunk Guifan cry helplessly with extreme indignation. She was worried about her own son's life being endangered by the evil spirit. Had she ever imagined how anxious the parents of the trafficked children must have felt? I can turn myself in, but I can't donate all the money. Some should be left for my son. Dunk Guafen bargained in a hoarse voice. Kelly refused expressionlessly, no negotiation. An inexplicable deadlock began, and Dunk Guafen's face grew increasingly sinister. The murderous intent in her murky eyes slowly accumulated to its peak. The paparazzo filming them couldn't help but tremble slightly. He felt that something was seriously wrong. Dunk Guafen looked like she was about to kill someone. But it couldn't be possible, right? As if to confirm his thoughts, Dunk Guafen suddenly sprang up from the ground, rushing 2 or 3 steps to Kelly with a distorted face, ready to strangle her neck. The paparazzo couldn't help but gasp, preparing to drop the camera. It was a matter of life and death. But just as he was about to act, he saw Dunk Guafen kicked in the thigh by Kelly. She then lost control, falling backward several meters, landing clumsily on the ground. Showing murderous intent toward me will only make your fate worse, Kelly said indifferently. She sat down on a stool, guarding the hateful Dunk Guafen who glared at her. Donating her ill-gotten gains was also for her own good, but since she didn't appreciate it, it didn't matter. The standoff resumed, and the paparazzo hid himself better, afraid of suffering the same treatment if discovered. He knew he couldn't withstand that kick. Viewers in the live stream were screaming in shock. Damn, I always thought Kelly was a delicate lily white who can't even unscrew a bottle cap. Who knew she had such strength? She could probably twist off my skull cap. Who understands, that move just hit my XP. I've decided to become this sis's fan now. Maybe I could get her to read my fortune. Me too, but I'm afraid she might tell everyone about my childhood bedwetting incidents. Chapter 69 Peach Blossom Curse. As everyone marveled at how strong Kelly truly was, her gaze suddenly shifted towards the yard's entrance, locking straight onto the camera lens. The livestream viewers' hearts skipped a beat, all feeling an involuntary sense of guilt. The paparazzo felt so exposed that he wished he could melt away. He wanted to run, but the 5 million kept him rooted to the spot, not daring to move. Still standing there? You're going to get caught by the police for peeping, Kelly said. The paparazzo glanced around, confirming that he was the only one there. With a guilty expression, he carried the camera into the house. Dunk Guafen's eyes widened in fury, but Kelly wasn't surprised at all. A faint sneer appeared in her cool eyes as she turned and opened her phone to send a text message to Adrian. It would be better to donate the money you're paying this paparazzo. Accumulate some good karma for yourself. Upon receiving the message, Adrian's breathing became rapid. She screamed and threw her phone against the wall, watching it shatter on the floor. Outside the door. Flynn's mother, who had been preparing to talk to Adrian, pursed her lips. Her hand paused mid-air before knocking and she sighed, then turned away. Inside the live stream, uniformed policemen rushed into the courtyard, forcibly restraining Dunk Guafen. They were anything but gentle with the human trafficker. Miss Sue, you can come to the police station to claim your reward when you have time, said the leading officer before leaving. But Kelly shook her head. There's no need. Please donate this money to the Hope Foundation instead. The policeman was taken aback. The reward for Dunk Guafen wasn't small, yet she was willing to give it up. He silently gave her a thumbs up, genuinely admiring her. The trafficker is finally gone. Hopefully, those kidnapped children will be reunited with their families soon. Kelly did a great job this time. Her donation shows she's a good person. What's so impressive about donating? A celebrity like her makes 208W in a day. Unlike us poor people, someone even donated millions to Mount Lulin recently. Stop causing trouble, fans of that stinky woman upstairs. Everyone knows Kelly doesn't have good resources. How could she earn so much? And if it weren't for Kelly, who knows when this despicable trafficker would be brought to justice. In the courtyard, only the man holding a wine glass, Kelly, and the paparazzo remained. None of the livestream viewers mentioned the man. The child of a human trafficker didn't deserve salvation. Harm doesn't extend to the innocent unless benefits do as well. I'm about to do something that shouldn't be recorded here. Turn it off, Kelly told the paparazzo. Though hesitant, the paparazzo recalled her powerful kick that sent Dunk Guafen flying several meters and quietly shut down the live stream. Checking his phone, he found numerous missed calls and messages, all from Adrian. Threats and insults filled the messages, making the paparazzo grind his teeth in anger, shaking with rage while holding his phone. Celebrities usually treated paparazzi politely because they all have private lives. Never had he been treated like this before. Especially after seeing Adrian's final message saying she wouldn't pay him, his anger reached its peak. Not getting paid? Not a chance. Go get a bowl from the room and bring me some urine, Kelly instructed the furious paparazzo. This request instantly extinguished his anger, replacing it with confusion. What? The paparazzo blinked innocently. You're still a virgin. After helping me, I'll tell you something big enough to shock the entire entertainment industry, Kelly explained. The first part of her words made his face flush red, while the second part filled him with surprise. A bowl of virgin urine for a major scoop. Definitely worth it. He quickly dashed into the kitchen to find a bowl. Kelly looked at the man in front of her. Sighing, she knew she had to save him once he came to her, especially given how different he was from his mother. He was unaware of his mother's past crimes and had spent years doing charity work, proving he was a good person. Spirit of Mount Lulan, gather with my soul to purify this body, dispel evil forces, and cleanse the soul. Kelly chanted. As she finished speaking, many spirit entities appeared behind her. Upon closer inspection, they were animals from Mount Lulan. Animals being the purest beings in the world, using them to cleanse the tainted soul was a wise choice. The animals behind Kelly began circling around the man, light white spiritual energy entering his body, replacing the thick black aura surrounding him. Suddenly, the man's dull eyes sparked with life. His body jolted, and the little animals dispersed. Why am I here? The man murmured, looking at the wine glass in his hand. Then, as if realizing something, he abruptly threw the glass on the ground. Didn't I throw it away? Why is it still in my hand? It wants to eat me. I must throw it away. The man's mental state was clearly greatly affected. It would take some time for him to fully recover his consciousness after reuniting his soul. Kelly didn't speak to him immediately. The paparazzo came out with a bowl of steaming yellow liquid, and she pointed at the wine glass on the ground. Pour it on this thing. The paparazzo immediately squatted down obediently, and as soon as he poured the urine, a piercing scream suddenly came from the wine glass. Then, under the paparazzo's wide-eyed gaze, a pink figure emerged from the wine glass and floated in midair. She was an incorporeal entity, not a physical being. Upon seeing her beautiful face, the paparazzo gaped in amazement, his eyes gradually becoming lost and greedy. He couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like to be close to such a beautiful woman. Do you need me to feed you the virgin urine? Kelly's clear voice interrupted his thoughts. The paparazzo snapped back to reality and hurriedly poured the remaining urine over the wine glass. He definitely didn't want to drink it. The woman let out an even more anguished cry. This time, the paparazzo dared not raise his eyes, quietly pouring the urine. In truth, he was already mentally shattered, his worldview completely overturned. He had always been an atheist, and today, well, you know. I have no grudge against you, and I don't harm anyone's life. Why do you harm me? The peach spirit shot forward in front of Kelly, staring at her angrily. The peach spirit was formed from the resentful energy of a wronged woman, appearing extremely beautiful to men but merely a regular-looking figure with only facial features to women. Kelly chuckled, not harming anyone's life? Don't mention this man today. Just last month, you caused Nevin's death. Have you forgotten? And the month before, Galena Zedong, you forgot about him too? And Kelly gave many examples, and the peach spirit's face became darker and darker. She hadn't expected that in today's era where Taoism has greatly declined, there would still be such a terrifying practitioner. Those men lusted after my beauty, knowing I wasn't human yet willingly spent a night with me. They deserve their fate. That's not your reason for killing them, Kelly interrupted coldly. There were two ways for the peach spirit to cultivate. One was time-consuming and labor-intensive, requiring the absorption of the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Chapter 70, Seeing is Believing. Second, by absorbing the essence of men, her cultivation progresses very quickly. However, the peach demon has a fatal flaw. During her incomplete cultivation, a child's urine can easily expose her true form, making it simple to deal with her afterwards. Sensing the killing intent from Kelly, the peach demon's small face gradually turned pale as she floated in front of her. We are both women and should support each other. Why kill each other over a man? Women cannot absorb each other's essence. If you allow me to stay by your side and spare my life, I will willingly serve you. The peach demon thought she had hidden herself well, but when she spoke, the tears in her eyes revealed her scheming and sinister intentions. A smile spread across Kelly's lips, but in the next moment, she chanted a spell with both hands and said mercilessly, break. A diluted divine power surged into the heart of the peach demon. She screamed in agony, her body exploding into pinkish fragments before dissipating into the air. After the peach demon truly disappeared, the man who had been holding his head and muttering finally reacted. Why are you two in my house? He stared at Kelly in shock and the paparazzo who had just poured the child's urine. Kelly didn't want to waste words and said to the paparazzo, you tell him. The paparazzo immediately nodded and vividly recounted what had happened, especially revealing that his mother was actually a human trafficker. It's impossible, my mother is just an ordinary farmer. How can she be a human trafficker? The man waved his hands repeatedly, his expression indescribable. Clearly, he took the two of them for deceivers. I knew you'd say that, the paparazzo said. He pulled out his phone and showed the man the recorded live stream. Just opening Weibo, two major trending topics appeared. Hashtag will Dunk Guifan be sentenced to death or life imprisonment? Hashtag. Hashtag Kelly's fortune-telling encounter with a human trafficker worth a 500,000 reward hashtag. Netizens were discussing what had happened earlier, and there was plenty of evidence online. Seeing his familiar mother and hearing about her past actions described by others, the man was numbed. He looked incredibly defeated, his spirit gradually collapsing. Having lost his father at a young age, he was raised by his mother alone. He always believed that his mother was the greatest person in the world. But now the truth stood before him, his mother was a despicable human trafficker. Dunkway, I'll show you the right path. Donate all your mother's assets next, then go to Mengdong village in Shannan City to find Galena Dazhuang and your father. Your mother deceived you. She had another man outside while married to your father. Your father threatened to kill her, so she used you as a shield to escape. But that man didn't live long. He died shortly after she ran away with him, Kelly explained. She wanted to be gentle to good people. Dunk Wei did not doubt her words at all. After all, he didn't even know his own mother was a human trafficker. Thank you, master. Do you need money? I still have some, Dunk Wei asked respectfully. It was only natural to offer money to the master who saved his life. I don't need your money, but when you get home, erect a memorial for Mount Deer Spirit and pray sincerely every day. This will also benefit you, Kelly instructed. Dunk Wei nodded vigorously, memorizing her words. Meanwhile, the paparazzo also remembered the name of Deer Forest Mountain God. Everything that happened today was exhilarating. Even without the 5 million, it was worth it. There were still decent earnings from the live stream, but the promised money would absolutely be paid. Seeing everything settled, the paparazzo smiled obsequiously and said, Sister Brooke, my taxi is still waiting outside. Would you like to come back with me? Sure, I'll fill you in on the details on the way, Kelly replied. The two got into the car. The paparazzo gazed at Kelly admiringly. She spoke softly, tonight at 9, outside the Misi bar. Keep a close watch. When you see a familiar celebrity, follow them. You will eventually reach a very mysterious place. By 11:30 tonight, you should get the shots you need. Got it. The paparazzo nodded eagerly, filled with anticipation. By shooting this live stream, he was already one of the best in the industry. If he could get more groundbreaking scoops, he would become the top paparazzo. Thinking of this, the paparazzo felt happier and happier. Kelly got off the car at the city center, while the paparazzo hurried to Misi. Opportunities are for those who prepare. He was determined to start waiting and believed he would definitely capture what he needed. Meanwhile, Kelly took another taxi back to the Flynn residence. As soon as she entered the living room, Mr. and Verity looked at her with bright eyes. Startled by their gaze, Kelly felt they were looking at her like a piece of gossip. Immediately, she frowned and pointed at Gregor. Where did you go or who did you meet that left such heavy death energy on you? Her words immediately silenced the living room. Kelly, how can you curse second brother? He works in a hospital, so it's normal for him to have that energy you mentioned, Nyla said angrily. Gregor's tense expression eased. That's right, your tricks won't work on me. Just now, Nyla had told him that Kelly's accusation about the human trafficker was just an act. She had already investigated the true identity of the person and paid for the information. Galen Xu spent 5 million on this intel, ensuring its authenticity. Kelly shrugged. I can't help it if you don't believe me. Whatever you say. She didn't like to push herself where she wasn't wanted, even with family. After tonight, when Gregor experienced what she warned about, he'd know the truth. Flynn's mother frowned at her son. Stupid. But seeing Kelly's nonchalant attitude, she knew there was no real danger, so she pretended to walk beside Kelly. There's something following your second brother? Tamara is scared, can I sleep with you tonight? Flynn's father opened his eyes wide enough to fit an egg, and kicked Gregor under the table. Kelly. She sighed helplessly. Sure. Nyla clenched her teeth, her fingers twisting at the hem of her clothes until it nearly tore. She had planned to talk to Flynn's mother tonight but didn't expect Kelly to be one step ahead again. That bitch must have done it on purpose. Night fell. Gregor lay in bed, his handsome brows knitted tightly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he tossed and turned, gripping the blanket. Don't come closer, it's not me, you've got the wrong person. No. He sat up abruptly, catching a glimpse of something fleeting out of the corner of his eye. Goosebumps erupted all over Gregor's body. His pupils dilated with fear, and he quickly turned on the bedside lamp. Recalling what Kelly had said earlier, Gregor's head throbbed. Could she have been telling the truth? He glanced at his phone. It was 11:30 p.m. She should be asleep, and it wasn't appropriate to disturb her. Suddenly, his phone dinged with a message. #Egon engaged in group activities with multiple male artists, some even underage. Is this a moral collapse or a lack of integrity? There are pictures to prove it. Chapter 71, A Mysterious Figure at Home. The photo of Egon being arrested while wearing a rose gold bracelet was circulating wildly online, causing the server to crash. The bald programmer reluctantly got out of bed and started modifying the code while constantly cursing under his breath. Why did they have to cause trouble online? Couldn't it wait until daytime? Gregor's long and pale fingers scrolled down, and his pupils slightly contracted when he saw the netizens' comments. Kelly really did predict it accurately. She's genuinely skilled. I suddenly feel so scared, my spine feels icy. I won't allow anyone not to watch today's afternoon live stream. Come to my profile for the video. Is there still anyone doubting Kelly's fortune-telling skills? My whole body is covered in goosebumps. Others are marketing agents, but this sister is truly gifted. Sister, can you bless me to pass my test? Thus, Kelly, who was sound asleep at night, was surrounded by specks of yellow light, all wishes from her believers. Gregor pursed his lips and turned off his phone, trying hard to clear his wandering thoughts, yet the shadow he just saw lingered in his mind. He stayed awake the entire night. Tinsley slept soundly and felt refreshed. After waking up, she stretched and hugged Kelly affectionately, saying, "Tyra, mommy feels like her body has become younger." She now woke up full of energy, without any hint of lethargy from before. Kelly sighed inwardly upon seeing Flynn's mother's joyful face and smooth cheeks. Even with emotions now, she still didn't quite understand human psychological cues. Humans were indeed the most complex species on Earth. After washing up, Flynn's mother clung to Kelly as they went downstairs together, only to be stunned by the large dark circles under her second son's eyes. "Jingjin, what happened to you?" she asked in a trembling voice. Gregor remained silent, looking grim. Nyla, sitting beside him, felt pained and ran to the kitchen to get an egg, carefully rolling it under his eyes to soothe the bruising. Todd watched this loving brother-sister scene with mixed feelings and then sarcastically remarked, "Look, the blood-related sister doesn't care, but the unrelated sister is busy attending to him. What does it matter even if they're biological siblings?" After being raised by others for so many years, selfishness and inferiority are already ingrained. Upon hearing this, Kelly remained expressionless. Flynn's mother frowned, and Flynn's father, with a grim face, reached for his 7-Wolf cigarette. This stupid third son deserved a beating. Seeing the situation, Todd's look of righteous indignation turned to panic. He had forgotten that their father was still at home. Kelly ladled porridge for both Flynn's parents and said calmly, "What's the point of using an egg on him? I told you before, he's carrying dead chi, and something is after him." Gregor lifted his head sharply, his expression complicated. Todd rolled his eyes. In this new era, everything should be explained by science. "Fortune tellers like you are outdated, only fools would believe," he retorted. Gregor, who was about to ask for help, pursed his lips and lowered his head. He must have hallucinated last night. How could ghosts exist in this world? And he had never done anything wrong. No patients under his care had died. Why would a ghost haunt him? "Gregor, you have 1 day left. Come to me by tomorrow morning at the latest. Any later, and even I can't save you," Kelly stated coldly, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Even Todd, who usually argued against her, kept quiet, looking at his thoughtful older brother with a complex expression. Did he really experience something unexplainable by science? "I feel like today's porridge tastes different." "It's much better than usual," Flynn's mother said, taking a spoonful of the same-looking white porridge. Flynn's father nodded. "I feel the same. It's fragrant and sweet, and it seems to sharpen my senses after drinking." Hearing their words, Todd also tried the porridge, frowning and muttering, "There's no difference." Kelly gave him a brief glance. When she ladled the porridge for Flynn's parents earlier, she had added a tiny thread of divine power into it. Divine power was greatly nourishing for ordinary people. After breakfast, Kelly returned to her room to absorb the divine power she gained last night. Flynn's father went to work, and Flynn's mother joined some madams for mahjong. In the living room, only Todd, who had finished his international tour and was on break, Nyla, affected by Egon's scandal, and Gregor, who had taken a sick leave that day, remained. The three were unusually silent, all thinking about Kelly's earlier words. Gregor bit his lip and hung his head, his brows tightly furrowed. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. He had always been a materialist, but what he saw last night was indeed real. He couldn't lie to his own mind. "Second brother, don't worry. Maybe Kelly said those words just to get your attention and scare you," Nyla whispered gently. Todd nodded vigorously beside her, his face full of agreement. "She must have pretended to be supernatural to catch your attention. Second brother, we can't fall for it." Neither of them believed it, except the party involved, Gregor, who remained silent with a stern expression. "Second brother, if all else fails, I can ask around to see if any of our friends know something about this," Nyla offered. Gregor nodded slightly, his voice hoarse, "All right." Seeing that he really believed in Kelly's ghost talk, Todd's face showed disbelief. The second brother had always been the smartest one in the family. Why was he starting to act foolish? A hint of coldness flashed in Nyla's eyes as she hurried back to her room to call her agent, asking him to find someone who could pretend to be a Taoist priest. Even though she had watched the live stream of the Peach Blossom's calamity yesterday, she still didn't believe Kelly could predict fortunes. If she really could, why didn't she predict that she was the biological daughter of the Flynn family? Helena had told her that this little tramp never predicted anything accurately before going up Galingshan Mountain. In the afternoon, the fake Taoist arrived at the Flynn family villa. He held a cheap spirit-summoning gourd in his hand, draped in a yellow Taoist robe, muttering incantations while randomly slashing with a copper coin sword. Kelly stood at the top of the stairs on the second floor, watching the performance below with cold eyes. At that moment, Nyla looked up, her eyelids conveying sarcasm, forming words with her lips. "Kelly, the trap you set up, I'm about to reap the benefits." Yes, she always thought the talk of dead chi was a setup. Seeing the lip movements, a smile of cold disdain curled on Kelly's lips as she turned back to her room. Gregor refused to believe her, so tonight he would suffer even more. Downstairs, after completing the ritual, Nyla hurriedly approached to thank the fake Taoist warmly. "Thank you, Mason. Is there still an evil spirit attached to my second brother? Rest assured, he is now completely clean. With my blessing, no harm can come near him. However, there is a small malevolent presence in your house, residing in the southeast direction of the second floor." Chapter 72 Then leave. On the second floor, in the southeastern room, lived Kelly. Adrian drew a sharp breath, her widened eyes flickering with disbelief. How is that possible? Baylor slightly shook his head. If my calculations are correct, this person only recently came to your household. Since she appeared, there have been many conflicts at home. Someone even had an accident a few days ago, breaking a bone. Upon hearing this, Todd slapped his thigh in shock and exclaimed, Dao Zhang, you're truly divine. My elder brother fell on flat ground just a few days ago and fractured his coccyx. He's still lying in the hospital now, he added. This person must be dealt with for peace to return to the home, Baylor sighed with furrowed brows. The two brothers' faces turned grim, while only Adrian shot an admiring glance at Baylor. Her acting was convincing enough to make her almost believe it herself. We need to drive her out, Todd declared seriously. Adrian shook her head in worry. Father and Louisa won't agree. Just sigh. I'll talk to Father and Louisa, Gregor said firmly. He didn't care about Kelly's rambling but couldn't stand her disrupting the family's feng shui. The shadow he saw last night was undoubtedly from Kelly. She must be doing something behind their backs. The three siblings respectfully escorted Baylor out. Older brother, shall we wait a bit? Adrian's eyes flashed with calculation as she feigned concern. Gregor shook his head. We can't wait any longer. I must talk to them tonight. He feared if they waited too long, Kelly would target not just him but also their parents. Adrian sighed and lowered her head, appearing deeply regretful but hiding an unmistakable smile. That bitch Kelly was about to be kicked out. The three siblings sat in the living room waiting for dinner. All members of the Flynn family were present except for Adonis. Todd watched Kelly with glee, smirking with schadenfreude. Adrian's eyes were filled with anticipation and excitement. Finally, her patience would pay off. Father, Louisa, I have something to discuss, Gregor said earnestly. Both parents exchanged glances, anxiety and annoyance flashing in their eyes. They didn't know what their misguided son was planning next. This afternoon, a Taoist visited and said someone here is harming me, and that person is Kelly, Gregor said coldly. His eyes gleamed fiercely. Father, Louisa, it's either her or me from now on. You decide. Alea sighed inwardly and rolled her eyes, then leave. Farrell nodded beside her. You're grown up. It's time to move out. Their attitude left Gregor, Todd, and Adrian dumbfounded. It was completely different from what they expected. Me? Harming you? Kelly said coldly, as if listening to a joke. Among all the Flynn family members, Adrian carried the most malevolent aura. The brothers' misfortunes were greatly related to her closeness to them. Yet, these people claimed it was Kelly who harmed them. She really wanted to open their heads and see what waste was inside. Dinner ended unpleasantly, with Gregor so angry he didn't eat at all. For a daughter they just acknowledged, his parents were willing to abandon their own son. He really wanted to know what sweet talk Kelly used to bewitch them. That night, under Farrell's reproachful gaze, Alea left the bedroom again with her pillow. Louisa and daughter slept together once more. Kelly sighed and put down her phone, which she had been using to chat with Hassan. Tamara, can I sleep alone tomorrow? Alea pouted. Tyra, you know, I lost you when you were little and never got to sleep with you. Lately, Kelly felt like she had heard this line 1,000 times. She massaged her temples. Forget it, let's sleep. At that moment, she somewhat regretted not going along with Gregor's words during dinner and leaving. However, Hassan assured her that Helena and the agency issue would soon be resolved, allowing her to take on TV shows, variety programs, and various activities normally. The Flynn siblings couldn't imagine that Kelly wasn't actually attached to staying home. She was eager to leave. That night, silence enveloped everything except for one person tossing and turning in bed, drenched in sweat. I don't know you, nor have I ever seen you. Why do you haunt me? Stay away, go away. Gregor abruptly sat up in bed. Unlike yesterday when the shadow just flashed by, today he clearly saw it. It was Moxie from his dream, wearing a bright red dress, with shredded flesh mixed into her skin. Blood dripped from her hollow eyes, and her lips curled into a sinister smile. Her arms hung limply at her sides as if dislocated. Suddenly face to face with her, Gregor froze, his hair standing on end like a sea urchin. The always sharp and composed face now showed panic and fear. You forgot, but I still remember you. The voice, filled with grievance and sorrow, echoed in the room. Then, the female ghost floated closer to him. How can you forget me? How can you forget me? She kept repeating these words. Gregor wanted to move, to seek help, but his body felt like it was weighed down with lead, forcing him to sit before the ghost, listening to her whispers. Until dawn was about to break, the female ghost's lips curled into an even colder smile. It's okay, after tonight, you'll remember me. From now on, no one can stop us. We will be together, always together. Her figure gradually disappeared, and the strange restraint on Gregor dissipated. He panted heavily like a dying fish, his eyes bloodshot. It's impossible. Galen Hopi clearly invited a Taoist for me yesterday afternoon. Why is there still a ghost? Gregor clutched his head and muttered, having been scared out of his wits. No matter how shrewd he was still an ordinary person. How could he not be afraid of ghosts? Yes, I need to find Kelly. She has a way to help me. Gregor rushed to Kelly's door, disregarding all decorum as he pounded on it frantically. Come out. I need your help, he shouted. His cries woke everyone in the villa. Todd, yawning widely, stepped out of his room. Seeing the nearly deranged Gregor, he froze and hurried forward. brother, what happened? Adrian was also awakened by the noise, equally shocked. Gregor knocked on the door for a long time, but there was no response from inside, as if no one had heard him. In fact, Kelly had anticipated his actions from the previous night and used divine power to seal the gaps around the door, preventing any sound from getting through. She had already done enough by being willing to save someone who didn't trust her. There was no way she would force herself to wake up early. Seeing Gregor remain silent, only pounding harder on the door, Todd frowned and held him back. Brother, stop it. Adrian stood in front of the door, looking at her second brother's red and swollen hand, feeling heartache. Second brother, what are you doing? Chapter 73. She has always been watching you. Gregor raised his head and looked at Adrian in front of him with a disheveled appearance, questioning her for the first time despite having always doted on her. What was up with that Taoist yesterday? Is he really useful? Hearing this, Adrian was momentarily stunned. When she came to her senses, she lowered her startled eyes. What's going on? Isn't that matter already over? Why is eldest brother asking now? Unless... Adrian suddenly thought of an impossible possibility. How incredibly astute Gregor was, seeing the fleeting expression on Adrian's face, he knew she had deceived him. He frowned and shook his head, disappointment brimming in his eyes. You nearly killed me. Todd didn't know what had happened but saw eldest brother's state, so he hurriedly shielded his sister behind him. How could Galen Xu hurt you? The one who attacked you was Kelly. He argued. Adrian felt even more humiliated hearing this. She stepped out from behind Todd and wept to Gregor. I'm sorry, eldest brother, I didn't mean to. I was just afraid she would receive your favor. I am the legitimate child of the family. I was afraid. She sobbed pitifully, her frail appearance tugging at one's heartstrings. At this moment, Gregor felt extremely conflicted. He had always cherished his younger sister, but last night's encounter with the female ghost still haunted him vividly. Had it not been for Adrian, he wouldn't have gone through that. Moreover, after he had lashed out at Kelly yesterday, there was no guarantee she would be willing to save him today. Therefore, this time, Gregor did not forgive Adrian. Instead, he closed his eyes as if pretending nothing had happened. Todd looked at him in disbelief. Eldest brother? Go, both of you. I'll wait outside by myself. Gregor said. Adrian froze, her tearful eyes gazing at eldest brother. She shook her head lightly, choked with sobs. I won't go, I'll wait with you. Later, I will kneel down and apologize to Kelly. If you really care about me, then leave. She won't want to see you, Gregor said coldly. Seeing the tension between eldest brother and his sister, Todd quickly pulled Adrian downstairs, intending to thoroughly interrogate her to understand what had transpired. His mind wasn't fully awake yet, and he truly couldn't comprehend what their cryptic conversation was about. Gregor continued pounding on the door, pondering how to approach Kelly when he saw her again. Would she still be willing to save him? At this moment, his thoughts were crystal clear. Reflecting on his previous derision and lack of trust, he couldn't help but hesitate. At 7 in the morning, Kelly woke up on time. She glanced at Isabeline beside her and then at the door. Her divine power sensed the knocking, leaving no doubt about who it was. But Tamara is still asleep. Opening the door later won't make any difference. Kelly calmly took out her phone from under the pillow and replied to Hassan's message from last night. Hassan, our company has obtained the relevant information, but we have one requirement. You must leave Helena's brokerage company and join Huanyu Entertainment. Of course, with me at Huanyu Entertainment, you won't be treated unfairly. You can consider the options. If you don't want to join the company, I can buy the news from them. After reading these messages, Kelly switched to Baidu to search for Huanyu Entertainment. It was indeed a reputable company with many renowned artists under its banner. Most top-tier stars in the entertainment industry came from this company, and fans online mentioned the importance of having a good agency for artists. After considering, Kelly sent an OK emoji without hesitation. The sound of yawning filled her ears as Isabeline woke up. Kelly put away her phone and withdrew her divine power just as knocks came from the door. Who's in such a hurry this early? Isabeline muttered, getting up to open the door. When she saw Gregor looking extremely disheveled at the door, Isabeline froze, her expression revealing complex emotions. She was actually a visual person and chose Allah among thousands of matchmakers because he was the most handsome. Their genes combined produced exceptional children. However, second son before her now had stubble all over his face, bloodshot eyes, pale lips, a dull gaze, and dark circles worse than yesterday. He looked like someone drained of yang energy by a female ghost. Where were you last night? Why don't you clean up before knocking on the door? Isabeline asked. Gregor had no interest in replying, he simply bypassed her and looked into the room for Kelly. Their eyes met. She gave him an awkward yet polite smile, silently agreeing with Isabelline's earlier remark. Indeed, he should tidy up a bit before meeting people. That female ghost woke me up in the middle of the night and tormented me all night. I apologize for my past actions. Can you help me? Gregor said humbly. Seeing him in such a state, Isabelline's expression turned serious. She knew her second son's character well, he must have faced something major. The female ghost last night really did haunt him. Kelly got out of bed and walked to Gregor, noticing the even darker aura in between his eyebrows, indicating that the female ghost was more eager than she had imagined. I might not be able to help you since I'm the root cause of your predicament, she said. Upon hearing this, Alea opened her mouth as if to speak but stopped herself. However, she believed that Kelly would never let her second son come to harm. She turned to wash up. Seeing the only person who could vouch for him leave, Gregor's face became extremely awkward. He lowered his eyes, unsure of what to say. After all, it was he who had threatened to leave if his parents did not send Kelly away yesterday. Gregor suddenly felt dejected and gave a self-deprecating laugh. Forget it, it's normal if you don't want to help me. Consider today as if I never came, and pretend I'm not your second brother. Regretful? Of course, he was. Kelly watched him leave with cold eyes. Indeed, one only knows pain when they experience it themselves. However, for the sake of Farrell and Alea, she could not refuse to help. Wait, Kelly said. Gregor halted his steps, hope filling his eyes. Kelly continued, go wait for me in the living room, I need to tidy up a bit. As she spoke, Gregor nodded frantically, hurrying down the stairs in 3 quick steps. 10 minutes later, Kelly descended the stairs. The family had already gathered downstairs, each with complex expressions, clearly aware of what had happened to Gregor. Galenx's expression was a mix of embarrassment and jealousy, but Kelly paid her no mind. A few days ago, a former classmate called you about a woman named Esme jumping from a building, right? Gregor thought for a moment and then nodded vigorously, yes, but I didn't know her well. We were just ordinary classmates. Now thinking about it, the ghost's face did match that of his former classmate. You think there's no connection between you two, but she didn't. She had been secretly in love with you and confessed to you on WeChat, but you never responded. She has always been watching you in secret. The tissues you casually discarded were treasures to her, Kelly explained. Hearing this, Gregor swallowed hard, feeling goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 74 Who Asked for the Hair? Kelly counted on her fingers, and the expression in Brenda's eyes grew increasingly grave, her brows slightly knitted. Recently, has anyone asked you for your hair or fingernails? She asked coldly. Gregor hurriedly thought back while everyone from the Flynn family waited anxiously for his answer. Only Nyla stood guiltily to one side, lowering her head with shifting eyes as she tried to quietly leave by taking a few steps back. It was only Xiao Hopi and I who asked for hair, Gregor replied. After he said this, Nyla's small movements were no longer hidden. She could only stand awkwardly in place under the probing, suspicious gazes of the Flynn family. Why did you ask him for hair? Kelly questioned with a stern face. Nyla raised her eyes, tears welling up. For a paternity test. At that time, I suspected that you weren't Beck and Tamara's biological daughter. This explanation seemed plausible enough. Kelly nodded. After Nyla let out a sigh of relief, Kelly added, ideally, a paternity test should be done with samples from both parents. Yet, you approached second brother. What were the results? All eyes turned to Nyla once again, making her break into a sweat, every hair on end. I threw them away, she stammered. Kelly narrowed her eyes, her suspicion growing. Seeing this, Todd hastily stepped in front of Nyla, taking on a protective stance. Xiao Hopi is our little sister we've watched grow up. She would never harm second brother, nor lie to us. He scrutinized Kelly, frowning, then scoffed. I admit you do have some skills, but this incident feels more like a frame-up. You first set up second brother to see a female ghost, then claimed only you could handle it, next pressured Xiao Hopi, making us doubt her, and finally had her expelled from the Flynn family to achieve your goal. Nyla sobbed along dramatically, her tear-filled eyes seeming full of unspoken grievances, eliciting sympathy. Beck, Tamara, second brother, you watched me grow up. Could you really not believe me? Her tone was not accusatory but filled with disappointment. Seeing that no one responded, Nyla took 2 steps back, disbelief coloring her voice. Just because I'm not biologically related, everything I do now is wrong. Am I just a bad person? Todd held her hand tightly, declaring his stance. Xiao Hopi, no matter what others think, third brother will always trust you. With that, he protected Nyla behind him, ready to face the world on her behalf. Their deep sibling bond was truly bone-chilling. Kelly propped her forehead with one hand, speaking candidly, if it weren't for Beck and Tamara, I would have long left the Flynn family and stayed out of this mess. I never said I wanted to expel Nyla from the Flynn family. It's just that Gregor is in grave danger, and I need to understand why she asked for the hair. If it wasn't her, then there must be someone else, and we need to find that person. Don't you want him to be safe? Under this pressure, Nyla's crying halted abruptly, and Todd's expression became awkward and stiff. The longer you delay, the more dangerous it is for Gregor. Nyla, I need the evidence from your paternity test, Kelly stated seriously. You threw away the results, but surely there must be some record of the process. In today's fast-paced internet era, anything done would surely leave traces. Kelly's request was reasonable, and this time Todd did not interfere, but Nyla hesitated, unable to speak. What did you use the hair for if not for a paternity test? Gregor asked, disappointed. After living together for over 2 decades, how could he not see through Nyla's guilt? Farrell and Alea furrowed their brows. Farrell was about to speak when Alea gently pulled at his sleeve and shook her head lightly. Let their children resolve this themselves. She believed Tyra could handle it. Nyla clenched her fists at her sides, her voice barely audible. I gave it to a friend, Esme. At the mention of this name, the Flynn family gasped. Upon learning the details, Kelly calculated the outcome. So, that was it. She sighed deeply, her gaze weary and resigned. Half a month ago, Esme approached you, asking for Gregor's hair, nails, or skin tissue, promising you an endorsement deal from HR after she succeeded. You readily agreed. Nyla, didn't you have any doubts when you handed over the hair? Are there free lunches in this world? Kelly interrogated. How did she know all this? Nyla's beautiful eyes widened in shock, her lips parting as she forgot even to pretend to cry. Once again, she had to believe that Kelly really knew metaphysics. Nyla. Gregor couldn't hold back his rage anymore. His temples throbbed visibly, and his eyes were filled with disappointment. His beloved and cherished little sister betrayed him. Kelly's earlier question wasn't wrong, Nyla was neither stupid nor foolish. She knew there were no free lunches in this world, she was simply selfish, caring only about herself, not the brother who had loved her for so many years. Now, Gregor's heart was completely frozen. Second brother, I didn't mean to. Please listen to my explanation. Nyla rushed to his side, pulling at his sleeve as she sobbed, her expression both hurt and sorrowful. In the past, whenever she acted like this, Gregor would comfort her, wanting nothing more than to place all the benefits of the world in her hands. Now, he coldly pulled back his sleeve. All right, explain yourself. Nyla stood there in a daze, trying hard but still unable to utter a word. Actions speak louder than words, what could she possibly explain? At this moment, a bright red light emanated from Gregor's body. Kelly inwardly cursed, just as her hand touched his sleeve, she was sucked into an inexplicable vortex, her consciousness gradually becoming blurred. Wretch, how dare you prevent me from being with Gregor? I will take your life, a woman's shrill and terrifying voice rang out. Kelly felt a vicious gust of cold wind rushing towards her. She tumbled awkwardly on the ground, narrowly avoiding it. Opening her eyes, she saw the true face of the female ghost before her, a striking red dress, blood tears streaming from beneath her eyes, her skin riddled with cracks as if they would shatter at a touch. But Esme's face was exquisitely beautiful, so beautiful it caused one to feel bewildered and lost. If Gregor were here now, he would surely recognize that she appeared different from last night. I didn't originally plan to kill you. After all, you are Jingjin's own sister, but who asked you to ruin my good thing? Ahahaha. Esme laughed maniacally. By killing you and devouring your soul, I will become more and more beautiful. When the time comes, Jingjin will truly love me and make me his only bride. Kelly frowned. Esme had only been dead for less than 10 days. Even if she wore red clothes when she died, she shouldn't have reached such a level of demonic power as a ghost. What was really going on here? Before Kelly could ponder further, Esme's expression changed as she grabbed Kelly by the neck with 5 fingers. The two exchanged blows within the ghostly space. Esme gritted her teeth, I didn't expect you to be stronger than I anticipated. She screamed sharply, her body emitting an even brighter red light, her ghostly aura more intense than before. Seeing this, Kelly hurriedly summoned all the divine power she could muster, colliding with Esme. The clash of their forces tore through the space, causing countless wails to rise. Esme shrieked, clutching her face, while Kelly's vision went dark once again, falling into another bout of dizziness. Chapter 75, Comatose for 3 days. Isabel, wake up. The man's gentle and magnetic voice reached her ears, and Kelly felt a vague familiarity as she stirred. She opened her eyes to meet the worried phoenix eyes of the man beside her. You're finally awake. Hassan placed the damp cotton swab on the bedside table and looked at Kelly with pleasant surprise. How are you feeling? Any discomfort? No. Kelly's voice was clear and bright as she propped herself up to sit. Why are you here? Hope Jia exposed Helena and her company's shady contracts and mistreatment of artists. When I didn't hear from you, I called your home, and Aunt Flynn answered. She told me you were unconscious, Hassan explained. Unconscious. Recalling the intense battle with Esme, Kelly couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. She glanced outside, somewhat puzzled. What time is it now? It had been morning when she fell into a coma, but it now looked like dusk. It's 5:30 in the morning. You've been unconscious for 3 days, Hassan clarified. Upon hearing this, Kelly's eyes widened in astonishment, showing a hint of bewilderment. 3 days? She tried to figure out what happened but felt an overwhelming pain when she attempted to use her divine powers. Dang it, her divine power was gone. All the faith power she had accumulated over such a long time had vanished without a trace. Kelly's chest heaved with agitation, and her usually calm eyes flared with intense anger. At this moment, she genuinely harbored murderous intentions. Esme and those behind her wouldn't have it easy. Concerned, Hassan asked softly, his face like polished jade, Isabel, are you okay? Kelly gave a mocking chuckle, darkly saying, no, something major has happened. Suppressing the anger within her, she asked, how is Gregor? The person she had saved at the cost of all her divine faith powers must not be in danger again, otherwise, she'd be furious enough to spit blood. Before Hassan could answer, the door to the ward opened, and several members of the Flynn family entered with breakfast. Seeing Kelly sitting up, Aunt Flynn hurried over to her daughter's bedside, looking at her pitiful child with concern. "Isabel, you're finally awake." Uncle Flynn rushed forward right behind her, intentionally or unintentionally bumping Hassan away. Kelly looked at Gregor standing by the doorway. He seemed to have returned to his usual refined and aloof self, indicating that these past few days hadn't been too bad for him. Their eyes met, and he stepped forward with lips pressed together. "Isabel, thank you for saving me." Gregor had been feeling very conflicted lately. His sister, whom he had always cherished, had betrayed him. Despite having insulted his newly found biological sister, she was still willing to reconcile with him. Even more so, she had sacrificed her own body to save him. Such loyalty made Gregor feel unworthy of her kindness. During sleepless nights, he had resolved to treat her sincerely from now on. "Not really a rescue," Kelly said honestly. "I just fought with that ghost that clung to you. Both of us were left battered. Her obsession with you is strong, so she'll definitely come back after you heal." Gregor paused, carrying the determination of a warrior who cuts off his own limb to survive. "Let her come. Isabel, don't hurt yourself anymore for my sake. Gaelan and death are fate. If I truly get entangled by her and die, then it's my destiny. Blame me for misjudging her character." Hassan nodded in agreement, believing one should take responsibility for their actions. Kelly waved her hand dismissively, her face filled with disdain. "You're Tamara and Beck's son, naturally, I had to save you." Irritation flashed in her eyes. In the past, when her divine power was strong, she could crush someone like Esme with just a finger. Now, it would require tremendous effort. She had to find a way to quickly replenish her divine and faith powers to guard against Esme's return. Aunt Flynn held Kelly's hand, smiling as she looked at Hassan, who had been pushed to the back by Uncle Flynn. She said gently, "Isabel, while you were unconscious, Arden took great care of you. He kept you hydrated throughout the night by applying lip balm with a cotton swab when your lips were dry. Remember his kindness." As she spoke, love shone even brighter in Aunt Flynn's eyes. The Hope and Flynn families already had a marriage contract, and now that Isabel was back, this contract would naturally apply to her. Thinking of Adrian, a flash of hurt and helplessness passed through Aunt Flynn's eyes. Having watched her children grow up, she knew how much each of them loved their sister. Yet, Adrian not only failed to appreciate their affection but also betrayed Gregor and created chaos within the family. If not for some lingering feelings, Aunt Flynn would have expelled her. Uncle Flynn, glaring, blocked Kelly's view of Hassan and smiled lovingly. "Don't listen to your mother. I've taken good care of you too." Meaning, the credit for taking care of her wasn't solely due to someone else. Kelly nodded with a smile. Hassan is indeed a good person. Beep, a card for a nice guy. Uncle Flynn's face lit up with a broad smile, happy that his newly acknowledged daughter didn't seem to like Hassan. Well done. Now that he had his daughter back, he didn't want her to get involved with any other good-for-nothing young men. "Can you pass me my phone?" Kelly asked Aunt Flynn, who looked worried. She sighed and walked to the bedside table to retrieve the phone. Kelly unlocked it with her fingerprint. Once connected to the internet, notifications started popping up rapidly. There were a few messages from others, but most were from Helena. She had made hundreds of calls and sent countless messages. Seeing that the battery was at 1% left, Kelly hurriedly plugged in the charger and started reading the messages. "Dead girl, who told you to pretend to be comatose and frame Gianna? When did you start using such dirty tricks? A bitch like you, even if you pretended to be comatose, no one would care about you or worry for you. I advise you to leave the Flynn family quickly, you don't belong there. Ah. What's happening on the trending list? It must be your doing. Quickly get it removed. What good does it do you if our company goes bankrupt? Kelly, do you want to die? You fucking bitch, where did you get so much evidence? Don't let me see you, or I'll peel your skin off." Following this were long strings of filthy insults. Kelly put the phone down with an unperturbed expression. The more vicious Helena's insults, the worse she must be doing. Being so bold in these text messages, she must have forgotten how badly she was beaten just a few days ago. With not a trace of faith power left in her body, Kelly's phoenix eyes gleamed with malicious intent. It was Helena herself who insisted on charging straight into the trap. Then, it can't be helped. "Come here," Kelly beckoned to Gregor. The gesture seemed as though she were calling a dog, but he didn't hesitate and walked to the bedside. Her small face pale, Kelly bit her index finger, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Having divine power sure was convenient, no need to endure such pain. Feeling a pang of pity, she squeezed out a drop of blood from her fingertip and said to Gregor, "Bend over." He complied, bending down. She dabbed the drop of blood onto his forehead, where it instantly seeped in. "Where's the blood?" Aunt Flynn, hiding her concern, grabbed Gregor and rubbed his forehead vigorously, turning the area where the blood had been bright red. Chapter 76, the Guanyin Bodhisattva Persona. Gregor could no longer endure it. He held his mother's hand and gritted his teeth. "Tamara, you'll really make it bleed if you keep rubbing." "Is he her biological son?" Alea awkwardly withdrew her hand, becoming even more curious about the unnatural phenomena. Kelly watched the blood still dripping from her fingertip, slightly silent before lifting her eyes. "Since I've already bitten down, shall I mark you all with it?" If my blood is marked on your forehead, it can withstand one fatal attack, and I can sense in time to save you. Alea immediately stepped forward, feeling a brief scorching sensation at her brow. Farrell also completed the marking after her. He glanced at Hassan, who was preparing to step up, then cleared his throat. Tyra, isn't this thing better given to family members? Should outsiders be excluded? A trace of helplessness flashed in Hassan's eyes. He forced a smile as he took 2 steps back, his voice slightly hoarse. It's okay, I don't mind. After saying this, he quickly lowered his head, seemingly struggling to suppress pain, anything but indifferent. Recalling how much Hassan had helped her recently, Kelly slipped out of bed barefoot and walked straight up to him without further ado, marking him on the forehead with her blood. Farrell, whose scheme failed, stood there unbelievably, mouth agape as he watched the two of them, his mind buzzing. What a good green tea. They fussed until 7 o'clock. After breakfast, Kelly tidied up and headed out to find Helena. The Flynn family insisted she should rest for another day, but she firmly rejected their suggestion. Galen flies in movement. To Kelly's surprise, Hassan became her shadow, pleading persistently to follow her. Arriving at Helena's apartment complex, Kelly got out of the car and stretched slightly, then said to the man inside the vehicle, "Wait here for me. I'll be right back." Hassan nodded with a smile, watching her leave with gentle eyes. With Helena and her company's various secrets exposed, gossip netizens recognized her terrifying face, so she absolutely dared not go out now. Kelly rang the doorbell, and sure enough, someone came out to open it. Seeing it was her standing at the door, Helena's already unattractive face turned even uglier. "Gallant old bitch, you dare to come." Kelly smiled benignly, walked into the room, and closed the door, looking at Helena, who was waving her arms around. "She's scared, why can't you learn your lesson?" Half an hour later. The old community door slammed shut. Kelly descended the stairs, feeling refreshed and sensing 5% of her faith power replenished within her body. Helena was like a bank to her, quite useful indeed. But it was unfortunate that there was an upper limit to siphoning this thing off. Overdo it, and nothing would be left. The car was still waiting in its place. Kelly got in, and Hassan seemed to have anticipated something as he took her hand and carefully wiped it with a wet tissue. Seeing the slight redness at her knuckles, he frowned slightly. "Next time you want to hit someone, why not hire a person?" Kelly didn't think there was anything wrong with this behavior. She used to be stubborn, but the more she interacted, the less she cared. "Hiring people is worse than doing it yourself," she said. Hassan hummed. "Sister Hope said if you're free today, go ahead and sign the artist contract first." "Free, let's head out directly," Kelly said nonchalantly. She leaned her head against the seat cushion, flipping through her phone to catch up on recent news. The more she connected with modern life, the more Kelly loved phones. Staying informed about world events without leaving home was simply fantastic. The hot search list still carried stories about Helena's brokerage company's actions and the disgusting things she did to the original main character. Hassan's investigation was very detailed. He magnified the traces of evidence, ultimately finding proof. Netizens were furious. How shameless Helena is. Kelly has been earning money for her since childhood as a child star, yet she abused her. I suspect Kelly isn't her biological daughter. Look at that ugly, vicious old face. How could she give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Upper floor, you didn't get the plot twist right. They are adoptive mother and daughter. Actually, I've wanted to say this for a long time. When I was young, I liked Kelly very much. My parents took me to watch her at a film set once, and I saw Helena twisting her arm and yelling at her. That scene left a big psychological scar on me, giving me nightmares for days. No wonder Kelly said she treated others as they treated her. This is still light. If I were her, I'd rather die fighting or bring everyone down with me. Hashtag how miserable was Kelly's childhood hashtag. Many people commented on the hot search list that Kelly never had her own private space as a child and was made to earn money for Helena. As a child star, she wasn't doing it willingly. The car stopped, and Kelly felt the inner turmoil of the original main character gradually calm down. Finally, someone understood her grievance. Sister Hope waited downstairs for them, and the contract signing went very smoothly. Because they were part of the same team, Sister Hope recommended that Kelly sign a 3-year contract. Her side negotiated a 28 profit split with the company, granting her autonomy over which projects she wished to participate in. For an artist, this contract was nothing but beneficial. Even Kelly, who didn't quite understand the entertainment industry, felt she had gained a huge advantage. Hope Yao took the contract to her superior, leaving Hassan and Kelly alone in the office. She knew she was benefiting from his influence. "Thank you," Kelly said with a sincere smile, genuinely grateful. "You saved my life, this is the least I could do," Hassan replied warmly. Upon hearing this, Kelly shook her head. Saving his life was something she should have done, considering the money she had taken at that time. Only now did she realize that the cause and effect relationship between them was becoming increasingly complicated, too tangled to untangle. With an entangled cause and effect relationship, how should they handle it? Having never encountered such a situation before, Kelly's head ached. The door opened, and Hope Yao entered with a beaming smile. There were 2 copies of the contract. She handed one to Kelly. "From now on, I'm your agent. My name is Hope Yao, and you can just call me Sister Hope. The company sees the potential in the CP fandom between you and Arden, so we've set up a separate studio just for the two of you, which I will manage. Hopyao's smile grew even wider, feeling immensely pleased. From now on, she only needed to manage 2 artists, which was far less work. Given that both seemed dependable, maybe she could slack off a little. Kelly, I'd like to ask, what kind of positioning do you plan to have for yourself? Or, what route do you want to take? Hopyao asked gently. In her heart, she recommended the innocent flower or a frail, pitiful cute girl persona, as netizens were currently sympathizing with Kelly en masse. The topic #forced into acting at a young age was particularly hot. Kelly looked serious, and Hopyao gazed at her naturally exquisite features, intuitively sensing another potential Oscar winner under her management. After some thought, Kelly's resolve deepened. I want to go for the Guanyin Bodhisattva route. Hassan nearly choked on the water he had just sipped, while Hopyao's expression shifted from admiration to confusion, then bewilderment. I must have heard wrong. Yes, definitely heard wrong, she murmured. Who ever heard of an artist setting up a Guanyin persona? However, Kelly's next words sent Hopyao straight into despair. Chapter 77, You all are sick. Kelly placed her hands together in prayer, her cold little face filled with devotion as she muttered, how can I say that Guanyin Bodhisattva is just a persona? Lowering her hands, she looked intently at Sister Hope, whose expression was complicated, and said, I want to be like Guanyin Bodhisattva, someone who is believed in and respected. Before she could finish, Sister Hope's heart couldn't take it anymore. She pressed her hand against her brow and sighed deeply. Sister Hope, Tyra and I have communicated. She wants to go down the path of a certain type of artist, packaged into a persona similar to a lucky charm, Hassan explained. If he didn't speak up, Sister Hope might have had a nervous breakdown. Sister Hope's worried look instantly vanished, her eyes shining brightly as she nodded, so that's it. The lucky charm persona indeed has appeal, but there are already some in the industry. She quickly thought, according to the current online buzz, setting up a mysticism persona would work well since Kelly has the ability in this area. After a brief moment of thought, Sister Hope figured it out. If you need anything, contact us later. We should leave now, Hassan said as he stood up. Sister Hope nodded, and as Kelly left, she gave her a thoughtful look. Only after leaving the company and getting into the car did she ask Hassan about her confusion. Aren't we talking about the same thing? His hand paused mid-air while inserting the key. A sigh of helpless laughter escaped his throat as he shook his head. Speech also needs artistry. Kelly pursed her lips, pondering over the profundity of language. After they left, Sister Hope managed Kelly's social media accounts by tagging at Huanyu Entertainment and at Hassan's studio. Public opinion escalated quickly, and soon the news spread among netizens. Some were delighted by this development, while others expressed their disdain. CP fans went wild. Hassan has established a solo studio and only signed Kelly as an artist. Does this mean they're together? It's very possible. Although the love show didn't end with both hearts pointed toward each other, everyone could see how sweet they were. Tears for my OTP. Accepting someone like Kelly shows that Hassan and his studio lack good judgment. Our fairy princess is much better than her, not to mention being the daughter of the Flynn family. Adrian's fans are so disgusting. Do you wish everyone knew your main star is a Flynn family lady? The floor above. Our main star is indeed a Flynn family lady. Hassan just lacks taste. Bet you're mad. Hashtag Suwei joins Huanyu Entertainment hashtag. Hashtag Suwei Hope Arden possibly together hashtag. Huanyu Entertainment placed great importance on their CP fans, so they sent bots to deliberately guide public opinion. Stopping the car at the villa gate, Hassan apologized. Sorry, I can only drop you off here. I have something to handle. Kelly nodded and got out of the car, waving goodbye to him through the window with a smile. Safe travels. Then she turned and walked towards the shuttle bus waiting at the security gate. Each luxurious villa had an enormous plot of land. Walking around would probably take hours. Just showing a card would get the security to give her a ride. Money really does make life easier. The shuttle stopped at the villa gate, and the guard flashed a smile revealing 8 teeth. My ID number is 888. Please give a 5-star review if service staff visits. Kelly watched him drive away, inwardly marveling at the need for a 5-star review and determined to comply. Entering home after inputting the password, she heard sobbing near the entrance. I know they have their reasons for not choosing me, but, well, after all these years of friendship with Brother Arden, everything changes overnight. Adrian sobbed, her words sounding almost like she accepted it, but on closer listen, it was clear she was playing a manipulative game. Kelly thought this was another example of the art of speech. Knowing that the Flynn family's brothers would likely cause trouble, she hesitated, preparing to leave when a voice boomed. Stop right there. Thus, Kelly halted and locked eyes with Todd, who was pouring water for Adrian. His hand gripping the cup was visibly trembling with rage as he gritted out, What makes you think you can join Huanyu Entertainment? The few people sitting on the sofa approached. Gregor stepped forward beside Kelly, frowning, talk things out calmly. Don't interrogate her like this. Adrian stopped crying, looking at him in disbelief. Her second brother was actually helping this bitch. She sobbed into Adonis's arms and said to Todd, third brother, don't talk anymore. Don't let this ruin our family. I wasn't born into this family anyway. If rumors spread, how will people look at me? Hearing this, Todd grew even angrier, his fury expanding beyond control, his eyes wide like copper bells. Let Kelly try to spread rumors and see what happens. Being blood-related, what difference does it make? You are the sister I have cherished in my hands for nearly 20 years. Our sibling bond surpasses blood ties. These heartfelt words deeply moved Adrian, who cast a derisive glance at Kelly. Crazy. Kelly gave her assessment and pushed past Gregor, who was blocking her way, ready to go upstairs. They wanted to put on a show, but she had no time for it. Suddenly, her arm was tightly grabbed with such force that it felt like her bones were about to be crushed. Kelly frowned and looked at Todd, whose usually emotionless eyes now filled with coldness. Let go, she said in a chilling voice. The frosty aura spread around her, and Todd subconsciously loosened his grip. The place he had grabbed turned red. Kelly's skin was pale to begin with, so this red mark looked quite serious and terrifying. Adrian's eyes sparkled with delight as a smile spread across her lips. Gregor frowned and pushed Todd, rarely showing him a cold face. I told you to talk calmly. Why use your hands? Who knew she's so delicate? A light touch and she's red. She tried to walk away. I got anxious and stopped her, Todd mumbled. But even as he said this, looking at Kelly's injury, he felt a twinge of guilt. Second brother, don't scold third brother. He did it all for me, Adrian interjected. Her frail body stood before Todd, as if protecting him from any storm. It is Kelly's fault. Hassan is engaged to Xiao Hopi, yet she flirted with him. Now she even joins a studio. What kind of image does that set? Todd protested, unable to bear seeing Adrian hurt in the slightest. Adonis's wise, narrow phoenix eyes showed agreement. Kelly, leave Hassan's studio, and the Flynn family will fund you to start your own. Gregor thought it inappropriate but couldn't object to his elder brother's decision. Kelly looked at them coldly, then suddenly smiled. Her clear, slightly bent eyebrows took on an earthy charm, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Crossing her arms, she looked at these siblings affectionately bound together. You all are sick, Kelly sincerely commented. Chapter 78, Tomb Raiding Variety Show. When Kelly made her controversial remarks, the expressions of the Flynn family members changed drastically. However, Kelly remained calm and composed. Firstly, I joined Huanyu Entertainment not because of romantic relations, and even if it were, it's none of your business. Secondly, Hassan is an individual, he isn't anyone's possession. As for the engaged couple claim, I recall him clarifying that online. Lastly, if you have objections, contact Hassan yourselves. I'm very busy, so don't bother me. After delivering her well-crafted speech, Kelly, unusually, rolled her eyes at them. This time, no one stopped her from ascending the stairs. Adrian's expression was already extremely awkward, filled with resentment and hate. Look at how she behaves. Todd panted angrily. The moment his words fell, Adrian's eyes rolled back as her body softly collapsed to the ground, fainting. The three Flynn brothers scrambled in a panic. Kelly, who had walked halfway up the stairs, glanced down and saw she was genuinely unconscious. Noticing the faint black aura between Adrian's eyebrows, Kelly furrowed her brows slightly. TCH, interesting. Kelly didn't hesitate any further and coldly proceeded to the second floor, contrasting sharply with the tense atmosphere downstairs. Night fell. A baby's laughter echoed in her ears as Kelly turned over in her sleep. A baby, whose entire body was abnormally pale and wrinkled, giggled as it crawled onto her bed, leaving behind ink-like stains emitting a foul stench wherever it went. Seemingly very displeased by Kelly's lack of reaction, the baby slapped its hand hard on the bed, causing the stench to intensify. This time, she had no choice but to open her eyes. An even more piercing giggle sounded. Holding her breath against the foul odor, Kelly looked coldly at the nearby baby. It had no iris in its eyes, only pupils, staring at her mournfully, surrounded by black mist. Just as it was about to pounce, Kelly slapped it without any expression, sending the baby flying like a ball. Then, it stubbornly climbed back onto the bed. Feeling disdain, Kelly infused a trace of divine power into her palm. The baby screamed upon being struck and vanished from the room, along with the stench and traces it left behind. Following the baby's disappearance, a shrill woman's scream echoed from a nearby room. Kelly sighed and lay back down to sleep. Adrian really has gone mad, daring to mess with such evil things. This was just the beginning. Within days, she would experience the true consequences of her actions. Before Kelly could fully wake up, Paulette called her. A tomb raiding variety show had approached her for a single episode recording, offering a substantial post-tax fee of 5 million yuan. Moreover, participating in this show would allow Kelly to showcase her abilities, establishing her character even more. Even ignoring other factors, the compensation alone was enticing enough. Without hesitation, Kelly agreed immediately, much to Paulette's delight. Checking with Hassan, he also approved. After tidying up, Kelly went downstairs for breakfast. Just as she sat down, she met an accusatory and hateful gaze. As usual, after serving her parents their porridge, she turned to look at Adrian with a slight curl of her lips. TSK, the backlash last night was indeed formidable. She now looked years older, her cheeks hollowed, dark circles under her eyes, much like the man affected by peach blossom calamity a few days ago. Well, Xiao Hopi, where were you last night? You look like you've been drained of energy, Kelly said, striking deep. Adonis and Todd both watched Adrian anxiously, asking about her health and passing her food. However, due to the backlash, Adrian felt nauseous at the sight of food, let alone eating it. Covering her mouth, she rushed to the bathroom, retching violently. When she came out, her complexion was worse than before. Yet, she still returned to the dining table, staying but not eating. The person who provided the item told her that the closer she stayed to the intended target, the higher the chance of success. Kelly ate breakfast casually, eyes half closed in satisfaction. Human meals were truly delicious, no matter how much she ate, it was never enough. Due to just joining Huanyu Entertainment, aside from the tomb raiding variety show, she had no other arrangements recently. So Kelly spent time lounging at home. Her mother was delighted and frequently took her shopping and eating. But Adrian's condition inexplicably worsened day by day, until Farrell suggested seeing a doctor if it got too bad. Unfortunately, hospitals couldn't treat this kind of ailment. After a week of idleness, the filming day for the variety show arrived. Kelly had to pack up and head out. These past days of slacking off had been truly enjoyable. In the limo, Hassan was already inside. Upon boarding, Kelly was pulled aside by Paulette, who started chattering away. This time, participants include Daniela, Hoover, Belinda, and Zinnia, your acquaintances. As for new faces, there's Xenon. He comes from Super Brain and excels at solving puzzles. He tends to be arrogant and doesn't speak nicely, so stay away from him if possible. Just focus on promoting your mystic persona, no need to worry about the rest, Paulette said. Kelly nodded thoughtfully. Did that mean she could slack off? To get paid while slacking off on a variety show, sounded pretty good when she thought about it. At this moment, Kelly didn't know that not only would she fail to slack off, but she would also have to lead all the guests participating in the variety show to safety. Elsewhere. I hope they can bring out the item this time. Thatcher lit a joss stick for the statue in front of him, muttering incantations. His companion beside him had a complicated look. Are these people we picked up enough? They are just celebrities, how could they possibly understand how to retrieve those items? This is our only chance now, and it's too late to back out. Thatcher shook his head firmly. Trust me, others might not be capable, but Kelly will definitely succeed. But once this is over, she'll probably hold a grudge against us. We'll deal with that when it happens. Seeing Thatcher put so much trust in newcomer Kelly, his companion sighed and shook his head, still skeptical inside. Celebrities love playing roles, she might not actually know anything. After switching from the nanny car to a flight, the two men successfully met up with the other guests. Daniela ran up to Kelly as soon as she saw her, rubbing her head affectionately against Kelly. Sister Brooke, I've missed you so much during this period. Ugh, I can only chat with you online, unable to meet in person. It feels like the sky has fallen. Kelly's face was full of helplessness. For some reason, hearing Daniela whine was endearing, unlike Adrian, which annoyed her. Hoover walked forward to greet them. Sister Brooke, Brother Hope. His eyes were somewhat curious, having seen the heated discussions online about the CP pairing between them, he was actually quite interested too. Belinda and Zinnia were still not untied as a CP pair. They greeted together, both looking somewhat unhappy. Only Xenon from Super Brain sat at his seat, closing his eyes, mocking inwardly that ultimately these celebrities would still rely on him. Celebrities were all leaky fish, idiots. Chapter 79 Entering the Tomb Cave. After greeting, Daniela remained close to Kelly, and the two sat down together. Sister Brooke, are you really dating Hope Emperor? She asked with a wink. Hassan, who had been closely watching the two, felt his ears inexplicably turn red, while Kelly calmly shook her head, those people online just make things up. Daniela responded with an oh, then turned her lively eyes toward Hassan, not missing the hint of disappointment on his face. It seemed like one was in love but the other wasn't. So there was still hope for him. However, Daniela grinned and hugged Kelly's arm. Sister, you don't necessarily have to find a career friend, you can also find a girlfriend. Now society is more open-minded, you don't have to be so rigid about gender. Kelly found this quite interesting. Traditionally, only the combination of yin and yang made sense, yet modern society actually allowed for the combination of two yins. Tell me more, she said. Daniela's eyes lit up, but Hassan interrupted them by sitting beside Kelly and said, the recording is about to start. His somewhat intimidating gaze swept over someone preparing to employ a bending strategy. Sticking out her tongue playfully, Daniela smiled mischievously and returned to her seat. The cameraman and host walked over with their equipment, and Hassan breathed a sigh of relief. Hello everyone, welcome to our tomb raiding game show. In this game, you will take on the role of tomb raiders and need to steal treasures from various traps. Each location has hidden dangers. The host grinned. Now I remind you that you still have a chance to back out, or you might die in the game. Do you still want to participate? Seeing his smiling face, all guests thought he was joking and unanimously chose to continue. Only Kelly's eyes flickered as she glanced at the camera. Her penetrating gaze caused those in front of the monitors to freeze, feeling unconsciously guilty. Is she looking at us? Shoo, just watch, Thatcher said. He tried to suppress the shiver coming from deep within, a mix of fear and excitement. Finally, someone would bring out those things. Kelly withdrew her gaze, coldness filling her heart. If it weren't for their innocence, I'd punish these deceivers myself. Led by the host, the guests boarded the productions bus and headed towards a remote countryside. The road became increasingly secluded until they arrived at the foot of a mountain. The guests didn't look too pleased. They were pampered stars after all, and recording shows in such remote places was indeed difficult. Moreover, Galancy, intent on outshining others, wore heels that were 10 centimeters high, making every step precarious. Thank goodness I had foresight and wore sports shoes, knowing this kind of show requires constant running, Daniela said rather gleefully. Hearing this, Galancy rolled her eyes. You signed the contracts, can't you back out now? Kelly asked coldly. She had asked Hassan earlier, and learned that any breach of contract would result in hefty compensation. We performers have no say in staying or leaving, Daniela replied. In reality, while their profession appeared glamorous, it had many unspeakable hardships. Even what they wore couldn't be decided by themselves, having private life was an unattainable luxury. Even after retiring, they would still be under scrutiny. But every gain comes with a loss, they traded freedom for money. Damn, Kelly muttered under her breath. Those people behind could deceive her, but these stars knew nothing. Did she have to take care of them too? Thinking of this, Kelly's aura grew colder, causing Daniela to shrink back. Why did it feel like someone had offended Sister Brooke? Hassan narrowed his eyes, realizing something was off about this program. Guests got off the bus one by one, while the host kept smiling. Wish you all a pleasant journey, he said. To Kelly, this sounded like nonsense. The place they were heading to was definitely not pleasant. I'm really scared. Building a labyrinth inside a mountain, the production must have spent a lot of money, very sincere indeed, Galancy played along with the host. Don't worry, once inside, hold my hand tightly, I'll always protect you and be your knight, Zinnia said sincerely. They exchanged glances, and Galancy blushed, averting her eyes, another moment feeding the CP fans. Daniela shivered, rubbing the goosebumps on her skin. This industrial saccharine was not palatable, it made her want to vomit. Once inside, stay close to me and don't wander off, understood? Kelly whispered to Hassan. He nodded slightly, unable to hide his smile. Their conversation was very quiet, but it was still heard clearly by Daniela and Hoover, who loved gossip. Next, please enter the chamber, your task is to bring everything inside out, the host said. The entrance to the chamber was surrounded by iron railings. Kelly gritted her teeth inwardly, thinking how thorough these people were. Galancy and Zinnia could not wait to be the first ones to enter the chamber. Xenon followed them, and Kelly took the initiative to pull Hassan, saying, let's go. Warmth spread through their clasped palms. Hassan lowered his eyes, his ears inexplicably turning red again. Daniela and Hoover blushed at the back. I told you they must be real, a true CP with intense sweetness, ah. So sweet, posting this segment online will drive those CP fans crazy. What they did not know was that this footage would never be released online. Instead, it would be kept as top-secret material by a special national department. Each guest carried a tomb raiding pack prepared by the show's crew. Zinnia took out a flashlight first, and the other guests followed suit. Are you all idiots? Why turn on so many flashlights? One person in front and one at the back should suffice. Xenon could no longer tolerate it. Everyone except Hassan and Kelly turned red from the scolding. Zinnia, you lead the way, I'll take the rear, Xenon said. For activities like this, the people at the front and the back got more screen time, which Zinnia was happy about. I'll go first, Kelly said, reaching over to grab the flashlight from Zinnia. What do you mean? Zinnia clenched his fists tightly, enraged. There are dangers in this tomb cave, with traps everywhere. My reflexes are faster than yours, so it's best for me to go first, Kelly explained calmly. She hadn't reminded them earlier on the bus, so now helping them avoid risks was her apology. But Zinnia sneered, rolling his eyes harshly. What danger can we encounter in a show? Kelly, Xenon is famously smart. If he wanted me to go first, there must be a reason, so I'll go first. Chapter 80, Hassan confronts for love. Zinnia argued his point, and Kelly nodded, handing the flashlight back to him. Fine, you go ahead. After this interlude, the group moved forward again. Kelly held Hassan's hand tightly, carefully observing their surroundings. Daniela and Hoover were right behind them, also very tense. Ah! A woman's piercing scream echoed, startling everyone. Galancy's face turned pale, her fingers trembling as she pointed at a cluster of shell insects crawling in a line on the ground. Monsters, she gasped. Zinnia was so frightened by these repulsive bugs that he hastily stepped back. Xenon sneered, shoving past Zinnia and shining the flashlight on the insects to explain. These insects are scarabs, commonly known as dung beetles, not monsters. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, except for Kelly, whose expression grew complicated. They're not scarabs but corpse beetles, keep away from them, she said gravely. Corpse beetles resemble dung beetles, but they have two faint cyan antennae on their heads that are hard to notice. Xenon mocked her with a sneer. You must have read too many tomb raiding novels. You movie stars sure love drama. He then stepped on a corpse beetle with a squelch, bluish blood splattering onto the walls, releasing an indescribably nauseating smell. Ugh. Daniela covered her mouth, gagging, earning a roll of eyes from Xenon. Seemingly to prove that these were just dung beetles, he stepped on one after another, walking forward. Zinnia followed closely behind. Freak. Daniela whispered disdainfully. Kelly's almond eyes revealed helplessness as she gently reminded them, these are corpse beetles, not dung beetles. Go around them, don't step on them. Daniela nodded vigorously, leading Hoover cautiously forward. The group had already been disarrayed, and Hassan took out a flashlight from his bag, holding Kelly's hand firmly as they laced their fingers together. A strange flutter spread through her heart. Why was it beating so fast all of a sudden? As they ventured deeper into the cave, the darkness became more oppressive, making them feel stifled almost to the point of suffocation. At that moment, fine sounds were heard, and Xenon shone the flashlight ahead, immediately freezing in terror. Swarming towards them in waves were countless corpse beetles, and Kelly immediately pulled Hassan behind a rock wall. Damn, Daniela whispered, following suit. Seeing Hoover standing there dumbfounded, she dragged him along reluctantly. The corpse beetles seemed to have a target, rushing straight towards Zinnia, Xenon, and Galancy, who had stepped in the blue liquid. Do we need to help? Hassan asked softly near Kelly's ear. Her shoulders shrugged slightly, feeling inexplicable warmth at her earlobes. Kelly shifted her body slightly, turning her ear away from his lips, and replied in a whisper, no need. The corpse beetles only scare people, they aren't deadly. She had warned them earlier, and they hadn't listened, too bad. Hassan's narrow almond eyes held amusement as he looked at her flushed ears, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly. All right. Zinnia was slapping the corpse beetles off him, fleeing madly. He suddenly saw Kelly and others unharmed and clean. Baring his teeth in frustration, his eyes burned with anger as he lunged at them. But in the blink of an eye, before he could reach them, something underfoot suddenly gave way. Crack. The ground slowly split apart on either side, and everyone fell into the second level of the tomb. The cameraman seemed prepared. While falling, he hugged the camera tightly to his chest. Guests landed in a heap, groaning in pain. Kelly fell on top of Hassan, who grunted in pain but kept his arms tight around her, protecting her from harm. The other guests looked at the pair, Daniela's eyes gleaming with excitement, her cheeks red, while Galancy glared daggers at Zinnia. Look how well Hassan acted. Why couldn't Zinnia learn? Kelly quickly helped Hassan up, her delicate face filled with concern. Are you okay? He coughed lightly into his hand. I'm fine. Finally realizing something was amiss, Xenon stormed over to the cameraman, asking sternly, where are we? Does the show need to be this realistic? Isn't the production team responsible for our safety? The guests all looked at the cameraman, awaiting an explanation. The cameraman remained expressionless, stating officially, all guest concerns should be discussed with the director after the show. I'm just a cameraman and don't know much. His words made everyone's skin crawl, fear welling up inside them. If you really didn't know much, you wouldn't have entered the tomb with us. Kelly's cool, sharp voice calmed everyone's panic, and they all turned to look at her. She hid the faint pain in her eyes, having paid a huge price to keep them quiet just now, losing a tiny bit of divine power. The cameraman raised an eyebrow at Kelly, his eyes sparkling with interest. Oh? How so? He didn't believe she could really foresee that much. Kelly crossed her arms, her aura becoming increasingly cold. It's fine if you trick me for your own benefit, but why do you have to drag innocent people into this? Having said that much, the cameraman stopped pretending. He sneered, they signed the contract on their own. They get $5 million for just one episode, calling it a sky-high price wouldn't be too much. While dreaming of such easy money falling from the sky, how come they didn't think about whether it was meat or arsenic inside the pie? Hearing this, all the guests showed unmistakable embarrassment, especially Xenon. He prided himself on being extremely clever, yet now he was being toyed with like a monkey. How could he possibly bear it? The hell, what kind of place is this? Xenon stepped forward angrily, grabbing the cameraman by the collar in rage. The cameraman laughed haha, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Here, this is a real ancient tomb. You have only two choices. 1, find antiques and leave. 2, become sacrificial objects and die here. As he spoke, Galancy screamed and squatted down, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly muttering, what can I do? I don't want to die. With her beauty, young age, accolades as a film queen, and countless assets under her name, she certainly didn't want to die. Enough, what good does crying do? Can it let you out? Zinnia frowned in reprimand. He looked up at Kelly, a strange killing intent in his eyes. You can predict things. You must have known what would happen. Why didn't you stop us from jumping into this fire pit with open eyes? This is all your fault, all your fault. Zinnia's eyes were bloodshot, venting his anger without restraint. Hassan's gaze turned cold, stepping in front of Kelly. He opened his lips slightly. Is she your father or mother, needing to take care of you like this? This brief statement caused significant shock to the guests present, even stopping Galancy from crying. That gentle and well-mannered Hassan actually stood up for love. Chapter 81, Need to Increase the Payment. Kelly was slightly amazed by the greatness of the art of language, remembering Hassan's witty remarks. Then, she coldly said to the onlooker photographer who was watching for fun, every person here is a notable celebrity, their disappearance would cause significant attention. Only then did the panicking guests react, thinking, right, there's no need for them to be so scared. The photographer's expression became increasingly serious, even subtly excited in his heart. It seemed Thatcher was right, this time they had a chance to obtain that thing. I can help you get what you want, but $5 million isn't enough, Kelly said. Are you sure? We want all antiques from the tomb. The photographer immediately responded, eyes gleaming with fanaticism. Money wasn't an issue for them, what mattered were those antiques. Kelly snorted, her face filled with ridicule. A snake trying to swallow an elephant, it's never satisfied. Hearing this, the photographer took a deep breath to suppress his anger. You should have calculated something out. Just tell us how many items you can bring out. 3, Kelly said. The photographer frowned and pondered. The other guests looked at the two thoughtfully, wondering why they suddenly started speaking in riddles. 3 it is. 1 million per item, this price represents our greatest sincerity. The photographer gritted his teeth. 1 million per item, plus the initial 5 million fee, it added up to quite a sum. Building a villa in Luling Mountain would no longer be a dream. Kelly nodded, adding a touch of smile to her usually icy eyes. Deal. Seeing her pleased demeanor as if achieving her goal, Hassan's long and narrow phoenix eyes held a smile, revealing affection without restraint. Wait, with 30 million, can we also get a share? Xenon asked eagerly, eyes shining. 7 people splitting 30 million, he could make quite a profit. The photographer didn't speak, just rolling his eyes. Kelly mocked, if you think you can lead them out of the ancient tomb yourself, you can take all the money. Upon hearing this, Daniela quickly contradicted. I'll stick with Sister Brooke. She saved my life. I trust Kelly too, Hassan said, lagging behind. Amaryllis's delicate face was pale, her eyes still holding unshed tears. Weakly, she walked to Kelly's side, sniffing tremblingly. I need your protection too. I can pay you after we're out. The few harsh words Zinnia just hurled at her made her realize that men weren't reliable, especially in critical moments. It was women who stepped up. Kelly's eyes shone, asking in surprise, how much? Amaryllis furrowed her eyebrows tentatively. Is 5 million enough to ensure my safety? Enough. Kelly beamed, her usually icy expression softening, making her look bright and impressive. She moved like a charming flower, standing still like a celestial being. No one in the industry could match her. For some reason, Amaryllis felt her face flush under Kelly's gaze, hurriedly averting her eyes, covering her pounding heart. Hassan frowned, subtly separating the two, quite wary. Anyone else wants to pay for safety? Kelly asked enthusiastically. I'd be crazy to throw money at you for nothing. Zinnia rolled his eyes, full of disdain. Xenon watched her gloomily, hatred evident in his eyes. So do I, Hoover said after consideration. This place was indeed eerie, and Kelly was the only one who seemed to know anything about the situation. Relying on her meant less suffering. Most importantly, as an esports player turned influencer, fans had showered him with plenty of money over the years. 5 million was just a small amount for him. Within minutes, 10 million was secured, Kelly smiling warmly while Xenon grew even more envious. Let's continue. I will lead you out as quickly as possible. But you must follow instructions and not wander around or touch anything. Kelly instructed seriously. She led the group forward again, with the photographer now trailing behind, capturing everyone on camera. On the way, Hassan, Daniela, and the two who paid remained safe. Those who didn't pay suffered continuously due to various traps. At the end of the path, a stone wall blocked their way, looking like a dead end. Zinnia couldn't contain his rage anymore, mocking, you claimed you could get us out but can't even find the right path. That's enough. Don't talk if you can't, Amaryllis frowned, warning him. You. Zinnia stared in disbelief, puzzled why his CP was defending another woman. Previously, Amaryllis hated Kelly the most. She huffed and rolled her eyes, turning to Kelly in a high-pitched voice. Sisway, I believe in you. You can definitely get us out. This tone made Daniela shudder, sensing a new scheme brewing. Hassan silently distanced them, even more wary than before. Is your throat hurting? Are you uncomfortable? Kelly asked with concern, hesitating whether to use her divine power to help treat Amaryllis. Although, this was her client, having paid 5 million to ensure her safety. She couldn't let anything happen to her. It's fine, I'm okay, Amaryllis replied awkwardly, recovering her normal voice. Daniela turned to look at the side, her shoulders shaking, clearly very amused. Kelly confirmed that Amaryllis was really fine, then withdrew her gaze and quickly calculated. She nodded thoughtfully and lightly touched several inconspicuous spots on the stone wall. A rumbling sound came, and the stone wall slowly began to rise. The photographer was so excited that his hands trembled. Previously, they always stopped at this step, but this time they finally entered. Great! Avarice flashed in his eyes. As long as they could enter the ancient tomb, it didn't matter how many antiques Kelly took out, he would take all the rest. These things were of great importance and had immense research value for Huagua, China. Everyone walked into the open stone wall, facing winding caves. Kelly kept calculating while leading everyone forward. Ah! A loud scream echoed. Everyone turned around anxiously, looking towards the source. It was Xenon. He squatted on the ground, his face pale, beads of sweat dripping from his nose, gasping in pain, I don't know what bit me. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Being bitten inside a tomb could be fatal. Let me see. Kelly approached him, ready to squat down for a closer look, but Xenon urgently refused. No, it's not a big deal. I'll rest here for a bit. You go on ahead. I'll catch up later. This unusual behavior made the guest step back, suspecting he might have encountered something. Are you sure? Kelly asked coldly, mockery dancing in her eyes. I'm sure. I can't walk now, but I'll catch up later, Xenon said. Kelly nodded, signaling the guests to follow her instructions. Let's go then, but walk slowly and wait for him. Chapter 82, Miss Wang. Xenon watched Kelly and her group walking further and further away, avarice flickering in his eyes. He stood up with agile movements and spat in the direction they left, a bunch of fools. Really think I need you to get out? I can do just as well on my own. Wouldn't it be great to take the antique first and then leave? Saying this, Xenon turned toward the corner, looking at the items on the ground eagerly while rubbing his hands together, a wide grin spreading across his face. These items clearly were very valuable. He could sell them for a huge profit. 5 million? Not even worth mentioning. Xenon squatted down, slowly extending his hand towards the antique. Just as he was about to touch it, a cold female voice sounded. Take a good look at what's in front of you. His muddled mind cleared up with that voice. Xenon instinctively looked forward, screaming when he locked eyes with the skull, stumbling back and falling to the ground. Do you really think antiques are so easy to obtain? If it were that easy, would they go to all lengths to trick me in here? Kelly said coldly. The cameraman guiltily averted his eyes, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Looking at the frightened Xenon, Kelly's expression grew colder. In tombs like this one, which is thousands of years old, there is a spirit that devours the souls of greedy people. I warned you all not to touch anything. Next time, I won't save you. Having finished speaking, she turned and left, with the guests and cameraman quickly following. Now afraid, Xenon lowered his head and obediently followed at the rear of the group, only glancing at the cameraman's back and nothing else. Kelly led everyone through winding cave tunnels, finally arriving at a large stone door. She manipulated the mechanism after calculating, and the problems that the archaeological team couldn't solve seemed like child's play for her. The door slowly opened, revealing an exquisite tomb chamber. This looks like a room. Daniela exclaimed. Everyone involuntarily entered the tomb, but upon entering, they all suddenly collapsed to the ground with their eyes rolling back as the tomb door closed behind them. When consciousness returned, Kelly heard drumming beside her ears, opening her eyes irritably. Seeing a sea of red in front of her, she immediately removed the red veil covering her eyes. At the same moment, the door was pushed open from outside, and a young girl wearing pink clothes with a maidservant hairstyle walked in. Her eyes widened in panic as she hurriedly put the veil back over Kelly's head. Miss, today is your wedding day, how can you remove the veil? This veil must be removed by the groom, you absolutely cannot do it yourself on the way. The little maidservant kept talking, and Kelly, listening passively, learned her new identity, a bride awaiting marriage, likely tied to the tomb spirit. Thinking about this, Kelly felt a surge of anger. What audacity to pull her into this space. Unfortunately, she lacked enough divine power to destroy the space directly, so she could only wait and see. The door opened again, and Kelly heard someone say, the groom has arrived, hurry and help the miss into the sedan chair. She was hastily helped to her feet by the maidservant and slowly led out. Thus, Kelly stepped over the fire basin and was carried into the sedan chair. Accompanied by the sounds of the bridal procession, the sedan chair was slowly lifted, causing her body to sway gently along with it. How pitiful Miss Wang is, why did she have to marry into that family? Oh, such a nice girl. They're just taking advantage of her parents being dead. If her parents were still alive, how dare they treat her like this? The sedan chair is coming, don't speak anymore. Due to nourishment by spiritual essence, this body had exceptional hearing, and Kelly clearly heard everything said outside. She pulled off the veil and lifted a corner of the curtain. As soon as she did, the bridal attendant slapped her hand away and whispered threateningly, Miss Wang, things are as they are, I advise you to resign yourself. The fuss are not ones to trifle with. If you cause trouble or try to run, This was quite oppressive. Kelly blinked twice, silently putting her hand down and obediently sitting still, placing the veil back over her head. She had seen black mist floating in from outside the window earlier. It was a warning from the tomb spirit. If she were the only one in this space, she wouldn't hesitate to fight or make things difficult until both sides were damaged. But she couldn't, the safety of the others was her responsibility. After a long ride, the sedan chair came to a stop, and Kelly was once again led by the bridal attendant through a series of rituals, eventually marrying a stranger. She was sent to the back courtyard, while the front hall remained filled with guests celebrating. The door opened, and the same young servant girl hurried to Kelly, handing her some snacks. Miss, these snacks I sneaked from the front hall, please eat them to stave off hunger. At this moment, Kelly was indeed famished. She lightly bit into the pastry, savoring the sweet taste spreading in her mouth. The maid left again, leaving her alone in the room. She sat quietly for an unknown amount of time before the door finally opened again, and a sharp smell of alcohol hit her. Her veil was lifted by someone, the glaring light making her squint her eyes. I want to make it clear that although you've married into the Fu family, I already have someone I love. There's no way anything will happen between us, and there's no way I can treat you sincerely. Don't think that just because my mother likes you, you can oppress Singer. Let me tell you, as long as I'm here. The familiar voice of the man made Kelly frown. Once she adjusted to the brightness, she opened her eyes and saw a familiar face. Hassan, he was now dressed in bright red wedding attire, his black hair neatly styled, with a handsome and refined appearance, looking like a gentlemanly scholar. Yet, foul words came out of his mouth. He seemed oblivious to Kelly's puzzled look and continued speaking to himself. Suddenly, a stranger servant girl ran in, her face covered in tears. She knelt down hurriedly. Master, please go see madam, she has fainted. Hassan, unable to continue warning Kelly, rushed out of the door in panic. The stranger servant girl glanced back before leaving, her eyes full of defiance and mockery. The scene suddenly twisted, and now Kelly was hiding behind a pillar, watching two foolish maids not far away. That lady of our house, TSK, indeed cannot hold her ground, it serves her right to be bullied. Master hasn't been to her room for so long, isn't this the same as forcing her to live as a widow? She might be content with it. The scene twisted again. This time, Kelly was kneeling on the ground, lashes hitting her back one after another, the pain causing her body to shiver uncontrollably. You evil woman. How dare you harm my child and Inger's child? Lash. Lash her to death. Kelly endured the pain and raised her head, only to see Hassan holding Anthea, looking at her with disgust and hatred. Anthea paused her sobbing when their eyes met, her lips curling into a victorious sneer, silently uttering two words. Deserved. Chapter 83, Do you want me to help you? The scene shifted again. This time, Kelly was kneeling on the ground, surrounded by people who were spitting and hurling insults at her. Whore, if I had known you would not be content with your place in this household, I wouldn't have allowed my son to marry you no matter what. My son may have his heart set elsewhere, but our Wang family has treated you well. Yet, you're as fickle as water, doing such shameless things. You deserve to be drowned in a pig cage. Drowning is too lenient. In my opinion, we should tie her to a post and burn her alive for her audacious behavior. Kelly glanced back and saw the man lying on the bed, an arrow piercing his heart, his eyes wide open. This man was Zinnia. Suddenly, her wrist was seized forcefully, and two robust nannies pulled Kelly up and dragged her outside, continuing to curse and scold her. Now that it has come to this, you still dare to look at men? Truly shameless. Drag her out and burn her. As she passed Anthea, who was sheltered in Hassan's arms, Kelly clearly saw the venom and disdain in her eyes. The affair must be more complicated than it appears. Sir. Anthea feigned shock, speaking softly with her head buried in Hassan's chest. In the blink of an eye, Kelly found her hands and feet tied, placed on a mound of wood stacked beneath her. People crowded around in concentric circles, each looking down on her. Words pierced her ears. TSK, I used to pity her, thinking she was a good person, but who would have thought she could do something like this? Don't talk about other things. Indeed, her face is bewitchingly beautiful, somewhat resembling those courtesans. It's not surprising that she could seduce men. The Wang family is not a small household, she will undoubtedly die today. Among the crowd, Kelly saw all the guests and photographers, but she didn't understand why Tomb Spirit had brought them into this space. Was it just to let them know about her past? Holding a torch high, Alicia walked close, first spitting at her, then turning to address the onlookers. Everyone knows what this woman has done. Our Wang family can no longer tolerate her. The crowd chanted burn, their faces hideous and terrifying from Kelly's perspective, as if they were demons emerging from hell, intent on taking lives. Alicia threw the torch onto the woodpile, and the fire quickly engulfed everything, filling the air with acrid smoke. Kelly couldn't help but cough and struggle. The servants nearby were preparing to pour wine to intensify the fire. Just as she prepared to use her divine power to shut off her senses, a roar came. Spare Moxie under the fire. A eunuch's voice forced everyone to stop in shock, looking at the newcomer in astonishment. Choked by thick smoke, Kelly heard loud coughing but didn't know what the eunuch said. She only saw the Wang family members scrambling to douse the fire. Her vision blackened as she fainted. Regaining consciousness, Kelly felt immense pain in her limbs. She quickly used her divine power to seal off her senses. Upon opening her eyes, she saw countless snakes, insects, ants, and centipedes biting her body. Densely packed venomous creatures, it seemed she had been thrown into a pit of poisons. She suddenly sensed this body screaming in agony, pleading for mercy. Gradually, the cries grew weaker until finally, there was no breath left. At the moment of death, Kelly's soul floated upward, watching the toxic creatures continue devouring the corpse. Dead. Quickly drag the body out, seal her soul at the base of the pagoda as instructed by the monk. Another sharp voice echoed as Kelly watched the scene unfold. The dead woman's body was retrieved, her lips still vividly red, her beauty even more mesmerizing than before her death. Even the eunuch couldn't resist rubbing his hands together, marveling, the monk's method is truly effective. Cutting off her emotions and love, making her hated by others, and sealing her soul in the poison pit after she has lost all hope creates a flawless vessel. The Emperor will surely be pleased. Kelly watched as Moxie was presented to the Emperor, who was greatly delighted and rewarded the eunuch and the monk. Holding the body, he walked into the inner chamber while heavy rain poured outside the window, as if heaven itself pitied this poor woman. All the suffering she endured was orchestrated by others, leaving her without peace even in death. How could she not resent? How could she not hate? Even Kelly, as a mere observer, felt breathless. Her consciousness slipped into confusion again. In the tomb, Kelly's eyes snapped open, her usually cold gaze filled with anger and hatred. Realizing she had returned to reality, she stood up and looked at the other guests, who remained on the ground with furrowed brows, still within that space. Kelly approached and opened the coffin lid, revealing several startled insects and 2 bodies. One had vivid red lips and lifelike appearance, its flesh still full. The other was a skeleton, identifiable as the Emperor by its burial attire. Perhaps it was because she had just truly experienced Moxie's absurd and helpless life that at this moment, Kelly looked at the dog Emperor's pile of dry bones and rarely felt angry. "You don't deserve to be buried beside her," she said coldly. Then, with a mysterious hand appearing out of nowhere, she pinched up the Emperor's dry bones. Kelly clenched her hand, turning the bones into flying ash, mixing with the world's dust, no longer distinguishable. "Do you want me to help you seek justice?" Kelly asked Moxie softly, knowing she wouldn't get an answer, but the flashlight glowing in the tomb flickered slightly, seemingly a response from the tomb spirit. "Alright, since we're both women, I'll help you once." Being trapped under the tower for millennia, enduring self-torture as punishment hasn't been easy, Kelly sighed. This time, the flashlight didn't flicker. Instead, the guests started to wake up one by one. They got up from the ground, wincing in pain. "I think I traveled back to ancient times just now, like, it refers to time travel, but I couldn't control my body's actions," Hoover mumbled. "Me too," Daniela chimed in eagerly. Her eyes sparkled, clearly not feeling scared but rather finding it intriguing. It was time travel. "The space we entered is created by the tomb spirit, unrelated to time travel," Kelly explained. Hassan's narrow phoenix eyes were filled with confusion and guilt. "Tyra, that person wasn't me. I didn't want to hurt you." Kelly nodded, giving him a reassuring look. "I know." Upon hearing this, Hassan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Anthea shoved him aside and lunged forward, her tearful eyes brimming with sorrow. "Big sister Wei, I didn't mean to target you either, but I couldn't control myself. You won't blame me, right? I was really worried about Big Sister being deceived by that scumbag. Actually, he didn't love me much either. He just wanted to make me disgust you. Sister, all the wrongdoings are the scumbag's fault." Anthea sobbed, glancing back at Hassan with a meaningful look. The latter's face turned pale, completely devoid of his usual good temper. Kelly felt goosebumps and quickly reassured Anthea, "It's fine." Chapter 84. Thatcher apologizes. That woman in the coffin just now, she was actually still alive. Xenon cried out in shock, drawing everyone's attention. Upon seeing Moxie, who looked as if it were spring inside the coffin, everyone gasped in disbelief. There was no real elixir of life in this world. How could she possibly have lived until now? The cameraman's hands trembled as he checked for Moxie's breath, and then recoiled as if electrocuted, muttering, "No breathing. She's dead." Hearing this, everyone became even more shocked, except for Kelly, who remained calm as always. The cameraman's eyes grew increasingly fanatic, declaring resolutely, "This corpse hasn't decayed over 1,000 years, it's incredible. I'm going to take her out." For modern academia, this would be a meaningful research direction. Seeing his hand reaching toward the body, Kelly sneered coldly, "Go ahead, touch her, and you'll die immediately right here in the tomb." Her tone was leisurely and not at all false. The cameraman's hand froze in place, glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. "Come up with a solution, I want to take her out." Kelly snorted coldly, "What kind of 1,000-year-old undecayed corpse? It's just plagued by resentment. Even if you move her out of the cave, once she comes into contact with the outside air, wind, or sunlight, she will turn into ashes." Hearing this, the cameraman's eyes reluctantly fixed on her. The frankness in her gaze showed that she wasn't lying. Suddenly, Kelly's sharp phoenix eyes turned stern. She squatted down, picked up a stone, and hurled it at someone. "Ah! Are you crazy?" Xenon, who was about to pick up an antique, cradled his injured hand and yelled in anger. He had now confirmed that Kelly was nothing but a lunatic. Who would suddenly attack someone like that? "These things, you can't take them, and you're unworthy." Kelly's expression was cold, her voice chilly. Ignoring Xenon's embarrassed face, she turned to the cameraman. "Go ahead, but you can only choose 3 items. If you take one more, the tomb spirit will strike. At that time, we'll all be buried here forever." With the pressure on him, all the guests stared at the photographer with intense gazes, fearing he might take more. Under the burning stares, the cameraman dared not to think about taking more than the allowed pieces. He only chose 3 artifacts that could represent the dynasty and the Emperor's identity. He dared not touch anything from Moxie. The cameraman thought privately, since Kelly could bring them in and out of the tomb, they could come back later to get more. Exiting was much easier than entering. Those traps seemed to vanish into thin air, and the guests walked very smoothly. Approaching the exit, Xenon, who had been watching Kelly angrily with clenched fists, couldn't hold back any longer. Without saying a word, he lunged forward, fist raised to strike, but Hassan noticed his movement. Hassan immediately pulled Kelly aside and kicked Xenon in the knee, causing him to scream in pain and half squat on the ground. "Bitch!" Xenon roared, directing his anger again towards Kelly. This time, Hassan didn't hesitate, striking him outright. Despite appearing slender, Hassan had considerable strength, easily overpowering Xenon, who couldn't even crawl up. Hurry, stop Hassan, he's going to beat me to death, Zenon roared. Pa, trying to hit a woman, serves you right. Daniela rolled her eyes and ran towards Kelly, accidentally kicking Zenon along the way. Hoover saw this and quietly joined them, taking advantage of Zenon's distraction to kick him as well. Daniela gave him a thumbs up, clearly approving. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless beating, Hassan finally stopped and, without a word, pulled Kelly's wrist and walked away. Zenon lay on the ground, barely breathing. But the person who hit him was the famous actor Hassan, who held significant status in the entertainment industry. Zenon couldn't provoke him. And he certainly couldn't provoke the Hope family either. Zenon's eyes were filled with hate and malice as he stared at Kelly leaving. He would make this bitch pay dearly. All the guests bypassed him unanimously and headed towards the entrance. As they emerged from the ancient tomb and saw the light outside, the guests wore expressions of survival after a disaster. They were truly miserable, extremely so. Normally dazzling celebrities were now incredibly disheveled, none more so than Zinnia and Zenon, who hadn't spent any money. Only after exiting the tomb did everyone notice that Zenon's face was almost swollen beyond recognition, prompting Daniela to laugh uncontrollably. Her laughter felt like a sharp blade, wounding Zenon deeply and even affecting Zinnia. You tricked me into a dangerous activity. I'll inform my agency, Zinnia said coldly. He threw his backpack forcefully to the side, hands shoved into his pockets, and left with a straight posture. If it weren't for Sister Tyra, we'd surely have faced many dangers. I'll also report this, Amaryllis added. Just as she was about to approach Kelly, Hassan subtly blocked her path. Amaryllis rolled her eyes, muttering curses under her breath before sending a flying kiss to Kelly and turning to leave. Daniela and Hoover came forward to say goodbye. Why do I feel that Han Wanwan has been acting strange lately? Kelly touched the goosebumps on her arms, feeling a chill. Comparing now to before, she preferred the old days. Hassan's clear and graceful face bore a warm smile. When you have time, you could check on her. Maybe something possessed her, be more cautious. Galenka fox spirit, he thought secretly. Kelly nodded heavily in agreement. A stretched Galencon stopped in front of them. The door opened, and Thatcher, dressed elegantly with a steady demeanor, smiled. Miss Sue, may I have a word with you? To not waste your time, I'll drive you to the airport. Your and Mr. Hope's luggage are already in the car. Without needing to calculate, just by looking at his face, Kelly knew his identity. All right, she coldly agreed. After getting in the car, Hassan tightly held Kelly's hand, fearing someone might harm her. Feeling their wariness, Thatcher laughed heartily twice. Mr. Hope, rest assured, I'm not Miss Sue's enemy. In fact, she is my benefactor. Kelly gave a dry, bitter laugh, her beautiful face expressionless. Being your benefactor doesn't sound like a good deal, forget it. Her attitude was cold, even sarcastic, causing the man driving in front to frown slightly. Thatcher laughed again, entirely unoffended. I know about the ancient tomb incident, and I'm truly sorry to Miss Sue. But it was an unavoidable move. Today, I personally came to apologize. I hope Miss can be magnanimous and forgive this cunning old man. Hassan's eyes turned grave. Thatcher, the top antique collector and a professor in the National Archaeology Department, was one of the most influential figures in high society. Yet such a person was now humbling himself to apologize to a young girl, an unheard of scenario. I know the purpose of your antiques this time, so I will forgive you this once. But if there's a next time. Kelly clenched her teeth, silently threatening. There won't be a next time, Thatcher promised with a smile. Chapter 85 Support from a Guest. 30 million, plus a personal contribution of 5 million as a token of my appreciation, will be transferred to your account shortly, Thatcher said. Mentioning money finally softened Kelly's icy expression, and she nodded in approval. But Thatcher shifted his tone, his murky old eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence. He smiled warmly and asked, Miss Sue, if we have similar needs in the future, would you be interested in helping us again? The pay for next time will definitely be more than this. Kelly leaned back slightly. We'll see how I feel. She didn't give a direct answer because she already had the funds for building her villa at Deer Spirit Mountain. Moreover, there was no guarantee that every time Thatcher needed antiques, it would be for research or to contribute to the state. Thatcher didn't press for an immediate response. He nodded understandingly and didn't push further. The car stopped in front of the airport, and he even got out personally to help them with their luggage, showing great importance. At the airport, Hassan was about to buy plane tickets when Kelly pulled on his sleeve. Wait a moment, I need to discuss something with you. They sat in a secluded corner of the waiting area, and she whispered, in the tomb, I promised that woman I would help her. Her soul is trapped under the tower. It's the famous Thunder Spirit Tower in Suzhou, so I need to go there. Hassan nodded, recalling the pitiful woman in his memory, a hint of pain flashing in his eyes. Kelly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, could you please talk to Sister Hope on my behalf to give me a few days off to handle this matter? Of course. Hassan smiled softly, his voice pleasant and gentle. He walked aside and called Sister Hope while Kelly watched him nervously. As she absorbed modern knowledge, she learned about taking leave. Taking leave, she realized, was not an easy task. Just as Kelly was considering whether she was putting too much pressure on Hassan and was about to ask him herself, he hung up the phone and walked over. Sister Hope has given us a week off. We can return whenever this is resolved. Is that enough? Surprise lit up Kelly's beautiful eyes, and she nodded vigorously. Enough, absolutely enough. Hold on, Are you coming with me? Seeing her astonished yet bewildered expression, Hassan lightly covered his mouth with a clenched fist, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Yes, didn't you say I shouldn't be too far from you? But you're safe recently, Kelly frowned, feeling something wasn't right. Friends don't always stick together. Upon hearing this, Hassan's face paled slightly, and he placed his hand on his heart as if in agony. Kelly saw him lower his gaze, his long lashes trembling slightly. She softly said, "All right, I understand you find me annoying and don't want me to come with you." After saying this, Hassan sat beside her, hanging his head sadly. "I didn't mean that." "Forget it, come along if you want to." Kelly sighed. Hearing her words, Hassan's lips curved into a smile, his mesmerizing eyes sparkling. "Okay." Kelly pouted slightly. Why did she feel something was off? Meanwhile, online chaos ensued. After getting into the car, both Zenon and Zinnia took pictures of their bruised bodies and publicly criticized Kelly on social media. It seemed they had planned their posts in advance, both tagging Kelly with the comment, "You're quite capable." The fewer words they used, the more imagination they stirred among netizens. Under their posts, fans and others unleashed a barrage of insults. What did Kelly do? Did she bully my brother again? She bullied Zinnia on the dating show before. I didn't think she'd dare to bully Zenon, even daring to meddle with the top brain. How could such a stupid, poisonous, and vicious female star exist in the entertainment industry? Bullying two male stars like this is really heart-wrenching. Zenon looks beaten up. Sob, I'm so worried about my brother. Kelly's Weibo comments were flooded by angry fans and passersby. Her phone rang. It was Sister Hope calling. Kelly. What did you do on the new variety show? Why are the guests posting sarcastic comments tagging you? Now their fans are going crazy attacking you, and our company's official public account is suffering too because of you. Sister Hope's voice was close to hysteria. She had been handling Hassan for years without any trouble, never expecting such a situation. What? Kelly frowned, puzzled. Since Sister Hope was speaking loudly and Hassan was nearby, he heard everything clearly. After seeing the sarcastic posts, he immediately tweeted. At Wang Yixing, explain things clearly in your post. The bruises on your body are from me, and it has nothing to do with others. This tweet sent his fans into an uproar. Why is actor Hope suddenly getting involved in this mess? Could it be he has a thing for Kelly? No, don't let it be true. He's the only pure jasmine flower in my heart. Phew, why does he protect Kelly? Actor Hope really doesn't care about us fans. Is he in love with her so much that he disregards his own career? From the survival show to the dating show, I'm exhausted. I just don't understand why an actor of his caliber would fall for a woman who forced a kiss on him. Hee, actor Hope is now permanently blacklisted in my book. Kelly. Is Hassan next to you? What did he post online? Hope Jia's voice was even sharper this time. Kelly instinctively moved her phone away from her ear and glanced sideways at Hassan. Hope Jia asked what you posted online, she said softly. He showed Kelly his phone. Seeing the Weibo post, she nodded approvingly and gave him a thumbs up. You're truly a good person. Hassan. He silently put his phone away without responding. Kelly also returned her phone to her ear, ready to explain when Sister Hope laughed twice. It's settled. No need to worry anymore. Kelly, your luck charm persona isn't wrong at all. You really are a lucky star. This time, not only did you not lose reputation, but you gained 10,000 followers on Weibo. Well done. Sister Hope chuckled again before hanging up. People can change their emotions so quickly within such a short time. Kelly began pinching and calculating with her hand by her side, ensuring that Sister Hope was mentally fine and didn't have any unwanted entities around her, then she sighed in relief. But what did Sister Hope mean earlier? Just as Kelly was puzzled, Hassan spoke. Daniela, Hoover, and Trish all supported you. Check your Weibo. Kelly nodded and opened her Weibo app, seeing 3 new posts in a row. Trish at Kelly, Sister Wei, ignore those vile words. The creatures who benefited from you have no shame, but I am different. I know how to repay kindness. Redheart.jpg. Hoover at Kelly, thanks for this program. If it weren't for you, I might have died young. Daniela at Kelly, that top brain contestant is really terrifying. Not only does she want to hit women, but she also frames others. Sob, I'll avoid such people in the future, they're scary. Chapter 86, There's something wrong with Leiling Temple. Kelly directly tagged all the guests who spoke up for her, with a note, thank you. The guests replied, supporting her fiercely, and the online sentiment shifted again. Netizens, feeling like they were used as pawns, didn't just complain about Zinnia and Zenon under Kelly's Weibo. They began to attack both of them directly on their own Weibos. What cunning scoundrels. You want me to be your pawn? How can you be so deceitful? If only Daniela had spoken up for her, I would think it was out of courtesy, but all the guests in the show, even Anthea, spoke up. Phew, it's a good thing I didn't curse at Kelly, otherwise I would have to apologize too. Ah, I did curse. All thanks to these two scumbags, Zinnia and Zenon. Hate them so much. From now on, I'll curse every one of their posts. Hassan had already bought the ticket and was due to board in half an hour. Thank you. Kelly took the boarding pass, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. Don't mention it. Hassan smiled faintly, his voice clear and gentle. Kelly felt a strange itch in her heart, but she suppressed this unfamiliar emotion and acted as if nothing happened. 3 hours later, they arrived in Suching City and took a taxi straight to Leiling Temple. At a traffic light, the Zachariah stopped the car and kept glancing at the two passengers through the rearview mirror. He finally couldn't hold back and cleared his throat, asking, "Young lady, young man, why do you two look so familiar to me?" It seemed like he had seen them somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. That might be because we have common faces, Hassan smiled. The Zachariah raised an eyebrow and laughed. If your faces are considered common, then I shouldn't even be able to see anyone. The green light turned on, and the car continued moving forward. Both of them dismissed the small conversation from their minds. Only after they got out of the car did the Zachariah suddenly slap his thigh in realization. He knew who these two people were. The two stars from the recently popular dating reality show. The Zachariah hurriedly pulled out his phone and excitedly called his daughter. "Do you know who I just gave a ride to?" Gallantal did he know, this call would bring the two considerable trouble. "Look, that's Leiling Tower." Kelly pointed at the towering structure not far away, her brows furrowed and eyes heavy with doubt and seriousness. Even if there were oppressed female spirits under Leiling Tower, it shouldn't be completely blackened, with dark clouds covering its top. What could be pressed down below wouldn't just be spirits, would it? The more Kelly thought, the heavier her heart grew. Some unknown secrets seemed to be about to be revealed. "Let's go and take a look," she said urgently. But just as she was about to walk, Hassan grabbed her sleeve. Kelly turned back, puzzled. "To get to Leiling Tower, we need to enter Leiling Temple first, and we must buy tickets over there." Hassan pointed towards the ticket booth not far away, and Kelly stared, exclaiming aloud. A holy place should not be tainted by money, she raged. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas would be furious if they knew that people profited from them. With a reluctant face, Kelly was led by Hassan to the ticket booth, where 2 adult tickets cost 1,000 yuan, a sky-high price. Not only that, at the entrance, a little monk sold incense sticks for 50 yuan each, and everyone entering the temple had to buy a handful. External incense wasn't allowed inside Leiling Temple. Only after Hassan bought 2 bundles of incense sticks were they allowed to enter. By now, Kelly's expression was terrible. She had once fantasized about being worshipped in a temple, but seeing this, she scoffed inwardly, no way. She feared she'd die from anger. Nowadays, many temples operate commercially, but Leiling Temple charges the most. However, this temple is widely recognized as sacred, Hassan explained. Kelly crossed her arms, sneering at this explanation. How could Guanyin and Buddha pay attention to just this temple when they were so busy? Sacredness sounded like a gimmick to attract tourists. Hassan shrugged slightly, smiling helplessly, and led her into Leiling Temple. A circle of electric fences surrounded Leiling Tower to prevent visitors from getting in, with only one main gate available for entry and exit. However, the gate was tightly closed, locked with a big copper lock, clearly prohibiting passage. But for Kelly, the lock was insignificant. Just as her hand touched the lock, a soft cough came from behind. "Traveler, Leiling Tower has been closed to outsiders recently," a monk explained gently. Kelly turned around and was stunned upon seeing the ominous aura hovering above the monk's head. In a holy place, monks recite scriptures daily. How could an ominous aura possibly get in? Especially when it was right above the monk's head, it was unheard of. She tried to figure out the cause and effect between them, but to no avail. The more mysterious it was, the more alarmed Kelly became. Leiling Temple indeed was not simple. To uncover its various issues, it needed to be done step by step. "Let's go," Kelly told Hassan. They walked in silence to the outside of Leiling Temple before she spoke again. "This temple has an evil aura. They are on guard against Leiling Tower, which suggests they must have known something in advance." Hassan nodded thoughtfully. "Then, why don't we stay in the temple first and look for opportunities at night?" Hearing this, Kelly's phoenix eyes widened in obvious disbelief. Temple? Accommodation? She really had lived too long on the mountain and was increasingly out of touch with human customs. How could this temple be like a joke? "There are small villas on the back mountain of Leiling Temple that are rented out for people to cultivate their minds and nurture their bodies," Hassan explained. Due to Leiling Temple's reputation, even though the small villas were expensive, many wealthy people were willing to pay, so these villas were almost always fully booked. However, Hassan had many connections, and the Hope family had great influence. Getting a villa for a few days was quite simple. But Kelly found it utterly baffling. Cultivate one's mind and body in a temple where even the monks were tainted with negative energy? She waved her hand and sneered, "I want to see what these people at Leiling Temple are up to." After moving into the small villa, Kelly first checked the feng shui layout. After examining it, she felt completely disoriented. This layout was undoubtedly designed to steal qi and accumulate negative energy. As its name suggests, being here for a long time would drain one's fortune while nurturing negative energy, leading to constant misfortune. Seeing Kelly's expression change, Hassan quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" She nodded emphatically. Ever since we entered the villa, I have felt my surrounding chi gradually dissipating. You should go outside. Hassan obediently stepped outside, indeed feeling the cool oppressive air lessen slightly. Kelly then closed off all senses except hearing. In her palm, she held the divine power she had accumulated and directly touched the landscape painting hanging opposite the door. This painting was the Eye of the Array. Suspicious black smoke began to emerge, making Kelly's palm increasingly hot. It seemed that the previous occupants of this room had lost much of their luck, foreshadowing major misfortune. Feeling the surrounding negative energy dissipate, Kelly stomped on the rolled-up landscape painting fiercely, venting her anger. These damn scoundrels at Leiling Temple. What exactly do they plan to do? Chapter 87, Gallon streaming might be good. Seizing the central point of the formation seemed simple, but in fact, Kelly had exhausted all the divine power she had accumulated over this period. All of it. She was heartbroken to the point of almost vomiting blood. She released the seal on her 5 senses and looked at Hassan faintly. Do you have any way to make more people worship me? After saying this, she sat on the sofa, feeling so miserable that she wanted to cry, and sighed deeply. Hassan's brows slightly raised as he sat beside her, his gentle eyes holding a smile. If you want it done quickly, there is a method. Start live streaming. Kelly looked at him in confusion as he took out his phone, opened a live streaming app, and searched for those fortune-telling half-sages. The live stream played fast-paced music in the background, showing a man wearing round-framed black sunglasses, sporting 2 tufts of beard, and dressed in a Taoist robe, looking rather sleazy. This Taoist will be selling 3 slots today through an auction, first come, first served. The man stroked his 2 tufts of beard, calmly stating. The comments below the live stream were all praising him. Aiden actually does 3 fortunes today, what a great day. Fellow viewers, I've prepared my money, no one can snatch my turn. Aiden, please calculate if my Carifra and I are destined, I beg you. As a student, I don't have much money. Could you do this for free? The upper comment is right, students should focus on studies, not relationships. Aiden needs to earn too. Congratulations to our first auction winner, Flying Pig Head, Aiden announced. He initiated a video call, and soon a gaunt man with a pale face appeared in the lower right corner. Seeing himself finally connected, the man's eyes lit up fiercely as he eagerly said, Aiden, please help me figure out if I'll win tonight. Aiden flicked his duster lightly and muttered incomprehensible incantations. After a moment, he nodded. Tonight, you're bound to be lucky, always winning when gambling. A radiant smile spread across the man's pale face as he thanked profusely. He sent several virtual fireworks after hanging up, each costing more than $50. Kelly couldn't judge the future of the man who just got connected, but from his appearance in the live stream, his fate was destined to lose wealth as easily as he gained it. Winning every bet was utterly impossible. Aiden connected the second successful bidder, a young-looking girl, who asked cautiously, Can you tell me if the baby in my belly is a Cory or a girl? Aiden repeated his ritual, concluding, It's a Cory. The woman was overjoyed, sending more gifts until the screen was nearly filled with special effects. Despite the flurry of gifts, Aiden remained unperturbed, while the audience lavished praises on him. Half-Sage really doesn't care about money, he's a true recluse in my mind. Lucky the one who gets their fortune read by such a gifted master. Aiden is my ultimate fortune teller, none can match his accuracy. Can you read my fortune? I can't pay much, but I can compensate you in other ways. As the fans discussed, Aiden started connecting with the third person. Each time, he precisely hit their desires, giving responses that delighted them. After finishing the 3 readings, Aiden hung up the live stream without saying anything, his face stern. Looking at the darkened phone screen, Kelly declared firmly, This Aiden is a scammer. The second one had a birthmark indicating a stillborn child due to its downward position. How could she give birth to a son? There are many scammers online, I mean for you to learn their live streaming style, Hassan understood. Kelly pursed her lips and shook her head slightly. I can't learn that style, only reveal the truth, seeking genuine followers, not wealth. Hassan was taken aback. Seeing her money-grabbing demeanor, he thought she wanted to earn money through live streaming. Alright, if you're not after money, you can start live streaming directly, believers will naturally seek your guidance, he said gently. Okay. Kelly nodded. She searched for a live streaming app on her phone, registered, completed real name verification, and obtained her own live stream room. Looking at the Start Gallon Streaming button, Kelly felt inexplicably uneasy and asked Hassan, Should I give it a try? I suggest adding some effects before going live to obscure your face. If the audience knows it's you, they might report and take down your stream. Also, to start live streaming, you need to change your name to something like Aiden, so everyone knows what you do, Hassan explained. Pretending to know everything, Hassan took the phone she handed over. Let me help you set it up. Hassan smiled lightly, took over the phone, and soon a brand new live stream room emerged. You're ready to go, he said. Kelly took over the phone, placed it on the table, and clicked to start live streaming. To enter the Thunder Spirit Tower with confidence and investigate the inconsistencies within the Thunder Spirit Temple, she had to have enough divine power. In the live stream room, Moxie's slender and fair hands were folded on the table, her nails showing a healthy pink. She wore a leather jacket, looking fashionable and cool, with a cat effect on her head. The passers-by who were randomly allocated by the system thought it was another new type of live stream and laughed when they saw the name. Never seen a fortune-telling live stream dressed so fashionably. Is scamming for money becoming so lax now? I really laugh, it feels like Galan Dayu accusing Lu Jishan. With this figure, she could go for a beauty streamer route and earn even more money. Haha, why doesn't the streamer talk? Is she mute but still doing fortune-telling? The more people commented, the more passers-by stopped to watch. Before long, there were already 50 people in the live stream room. Recalling Dovey's appearance earlier, Kelly said to the passers-by in the live stream room, I don't charge for my fortune-telling, I only ask for your sincere worship. Make a vow before asking for a reading. If the reading is accurate, you must offer daily worship at the Lu Galing Mountain deity altar afterward. Those who can do this can request a connection with me. Hearing it was free, the passers-by were both surprised and confused. Free fortune-telling, is the streamer here to do charity? Has the fortune-telling world become so competitive? Fear it may not be accurate. Maybe it's just for show. That Lu Galing Mountain deity sounds familiar, someone mentioned it before. Joanna, I suspect the streamer is riding on her popularity. But this fame isn't worth much, though well known, she doesn't have a good reputation. I'm a bit tempted. Free readings. It feels like the streamer, despite being young, might be a true recluse. Earlier, Hassan had adjusted the sound to prevent sharp-eared netizens from recognizing Kelly's voice. She now had a clear, girlish voice that perfectly matched the cat effect. You can connect audio. Worship requires only sincere reverence in your heart, no need for external offerings, so you won't lose out. Kelly promoted. As she finished speaking, finally, one person requested a live connection. Chapter 88, Flying Piglet in the Sky. Seeing the name of the person requesting a connection, Kelly fell silent for a moment. Flying Pig Head was so distinctive. It seemed fate had brought them together. Kelly clicked to confirm, and her eyes met that same pale, gaunt face, his gaze as obstinately fanatical as ever. Streamer, do you think I can win tonight? He asked in a deep voice. Kelly curled her fingers and tapped the desk rhythmically, blankly uttering two words, no chance. Her specially tuned young girl's voice, unusually heavy, seemed somewhat eerie. The man was taken aback. Suddenly, his eyes widened, the red bloodshot veins glaringly visible, as he angrily slammed his hand on the table. What gives you the right to say I can't? Justin just said I could. You're just putting on an act because you can't tell fortunes. The man roared forcefully, as if this would help him turn things around. In the live stream chat, netizens were typing furiously. Flying Pig Head, I've seen this guy before. He frequents various fortune-telling live streams, throwing money at every host asking if he'll win. He's practically gone mad. Dude, gambling isn't a good choice, but since Justin says you can win and this streamer says you can't, there's definitely something wrong with her. I don't get why women are getting into the fortune-telling business now. Do they really think we brothers have money to burn? This streamer might say she doesn't want money, but after telling your fortune, she'll probably ask for it later. All these internet beggars are pretty much the same. Kelly's gaze turned cold as she moved her eyes away from the comments. Her fingers rapidly calculated on the table. There was already a karmic connection between her and the man, which allowed her to foresee some things. After calculating, she laid her hands flat on the table, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. Turned out, there was a reason the man couldn't hold on to money. You have a wife suffering from uremia at home. All the money you earn goes to her treatment and dialysis. Recently, the hospital found a suitable kidney donor for her. But, you don't have enough money, not even if you sold yourself. Just then, someone talked you into making money through gambling, and you got into an online casino. One step into gambling is a deep plunge. Your wife's dialysis funds were spent, and recently, she can't even afford medicine. Feeling guilty, you become more reckless, planning to sell your house and bet big tonight. If you win, it's like trading a bike for a Ferrari or Porsche. If not, you'd be sold to the black market yourself. That's why you're so agitated today. Kelly calmly narrated the man's past. The angry man's eyes went wide as he slumped into his chair. He covered his face with both hands, sobbing uncontrollably, his shoulders shaking. What can I do? Tell me, what can I do? I shouldn't have listened to those people and gambled, let alone get carried away by greed. My wife is lying in bed, barely clinging to life, and I can't afford anything. I can only rely on gambling. If I win tonight, my wife will be saved, and our family can live a better life. Justin said I can do it, yes, I must succeed. As the man muttered to himself, he was about to end the live stream when Kelly intervened at a critical moment. You can't. If you gamble today, tomorrow someone will come to arrest you. You'll be sold to the Golden Triangle as a slave and eventually drained of blood until you die. And your wife, she'll suffer terribly at their hands. Kelly said. Thinking about what she saw while predicting the man's future made her heart ache. Those damned lawless rogues. What did the man not understand? His wife must have suffered unspeakable torture. You indeed can't keep money, but if you turn back now, your wife still has nearly 20 years left to live, Kelly said. The man hung his head silently, seeming to be deliberating. Netizens in the live stream were frantically sending messages. Dude, this streamer seems to have some real skills. Don't gamble anymore, there's always hope to turn back. Good job, brother. Post your fundraising page or payment code on your profile, and I'll donate. Yes, we'll all chip in to save your wife. Please, don't gamble, seriously don't. Perhaps moved by the earnest advice from the live stream viewers, the man looked up with red-rimmed eyes, sniffed, and solemnly said, "All right, I won't gamble." He placed his hand near his ear. "From now on, I won't gamble anymore. I swear." The netizens felt relieved, and Kelly smiled gently, congratulating him before ending the call. She foresaw that after this live stream, the man would raise enough money for the kidney transplant, and his wife would survive. The days ahead would be bright and beautiful. Flying Pig Head left a comment below. "I forgot to swear just now. From now on, I will worship the spirit of Luling Mountain, thanking the streamer for saving both my and my wife's lives." Upon seeing this, Kelly felt a surge of pure divine power enter her body. Her face lit up with a radiant smile. Partly due to the divine power, but more importantly, because she truly helped someone. Great job, streamer. You really didn't ask for money. I believe you can definitely foresee the future. Flying Pig Head has been leaving comments on various live streams. It's absolutely not an act, so the streamer must have some genuine ability. Streamer, can you help me calculate something? Recently, I feel like I've been encountering backstabbers. When will we get to see your real face after the effects are removed? I bet you're a beautiful girl. Kelly selected a few more people, with divine power continuously flowing in. After an hour of streaming, she reluctantly turned off the broadcast. The sky had gradually darkened, and she still had other matters to attend to. Although the divine power she now possessed wasn't as much as before, it was still sufficient. You did a great job. Hassan walked out from the room, switching apps on his phone and exiting the live stream software. I think so too, Kelly smiled faintly, somewhat proudly agreeing. She had helped several people today, naturally feeling very content. Perhaps, after leaving the entertainment industry, she could do live streaming to help more people. This time, since Kelly wasn't live streaming on Weibo, netizens were very friendly to her. She gradually enjoyed the feeling of helping others through live streaming. Let's go outside and take a look, she said as she got up. The two left the small villa one after another, pretending to be taking a stroll. Elspeth went to the Lei Galing Tower first to check if anyone was around. A heart-wrenching cough erupted, and Kelly turned her head to see an old man walking out of the main hall, with 2 gray patches on his knees, indicating he had just knelt. The Lei Galing Tower is always very effective. It must bless me to recover sooner. I already feel my body regaining strength, the old man smiled. Tamara, I also notice your cheeks are much rosier. We're so lucky we came to the Lei Galing Tower, the man accompanying her said excitedly. Kelly's expression turned grave, staring intently at the streak of black energy on the old man's forehead, which contrasted sharply with his increasingly rosy cheeks. She looked at the others who had come out of the hall and found that they all had clouds of black energy gathered between their eyebrows. This proved that while their wishes were being granted, they unknowingly exchanged something. In due time, those things would be taken away. Chapter 89, Things are getting more complicated. Thinking back to the stealth cheese-stealing formation she observed in the villa, Kelly felt a heavy heart. What exactly was Liling Sea Temple planning? After all these years, they must have accumulated an overwhelming amount of fortune. Kelly's usually cool little face tensed up, her eyebrows knitted together as her eyes took on a gradually complex expression. Beside her, Hassan noticed her unease and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Kelly shook her head. Suppressing her complicated emotions, the two headed towards the direction of Leiling Tower. However, there were still several monks around the tower, seemingly guarding against someone. "Visitors, I told you this afternoon that Leiling Tower is not open to outsiders lately," said a familiar monkish voice behind them, which sounded eerily unnerving at night. "Just came for a walk after dinner, went the wrong way," Hassan explained gently. He led Kelly away, while the monk watched their retreating figures with dark and strange eyes, like a venomous snake waiting for the right moment to strike. The two returned to the villa. Kelly sat on the sofa, her lips pressed tightly together, a serious expression on her tense little face. "What are they guarding? Could they be guarding against me?" she murmured. Since a woman was suppressed beneath Leiling Tower, how could they not have defenses? The more she thought about it, the more alarmed she became. "Can you help me check when Leiling Tower started being closed to the public?" Kelly asked Hassan. He nodded and took out his phone. In the internet era, all traces were hard to hide. Soon, he found a social media post saying, "Went to see Leiling Tower at Leiling Sea Temple, only to find it closed just after I arrived. Such bad luck." The closing time of Leiling Tower was 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon, Hassan said. Upon hearing this, Kelly shut her eyes and clenched her teeth hard. "I knew it. They've been prepared for a long time. Our repeated visits to Leiling Tower might have already caught their attention." Hassan narrowed his phoenix-like eyes. "Since it's like this, should we force our way in?" Just as he finished speaking, 2 knocks sounded from the door of the villa. Hassan went to open the door, and it was the same monk. "Visitors, today our abbot is hosting important guests. Please pack your belongings and leave. We will refund your room fees and provide an additional compensation of 200,000 yuan. Hassan turned back and exchanged glances with Kelly, who slightly shook her head. "Do we really have to live in this room?" he asked in a deep voice, exuding a refined and distant demeanor that was almost intimidating. The monk's face turned inexplicably cold, and his tone wasn't friendly either. This decision was made by the abbot. Please cooperate. Though he said please, his attitude was essentially forcing them out. Fine, we'll pack up, Hassan replied coldly, slamming the door shut. The more they rush us, the more it proves they're hiding something. This isn't going to be easy, Kelly frowned, her expression tight. She had only intended to rescue Moxie when they arrived but hadn't expected so many complications. A proper Buddhist temple harboring so much filth, it was truly beyond comprehension. But if they were truly under Buddha's protection, could they do such things? Suddenly, an idea struck Kelly, and she stood up abruptly. Come, follow me to the Buddha hall. Hassan nodded. He didn't understand these matters, but he would accompany her wherever she needed. With only their phones and suitcases, they set off for the main hall. Once inside, Kelly finally understood why the monks dared to act so recklessly. They worshipped only pure evil and ambiguous Buddhas. Each Buddha was surrounded by thick, menacing chi. Kelly glanced at Hassan, her eyes narrowing. This look made him feel rather bewildered and uncomfortable. His long phoenix-like eyes blinked. What's wrong? The Sha chi on these Buddhas is eerily similar to yours, Kelly murmured. Just then, the monk entered the hall and reminded them, visitors, it's time. His eyes unconsciously glanced between their brows before he paused and lowered his head. After leaving Lilingxi Temple, Hassan hailed a taxi to a hotel. While waiting for the car, Kelly expressed her concern. Has Lilingxi Temple always had such strong incense offerings? Hassan nodded. Yes, it has been handed down since ancient times. Hearing this, Kelly drew a deep breath and sighed, feeling the situation growing increasingly complex. She urgently wanted to know what Lilingxi Temple was up to, especially given the massive amount of fortune they seemed to be amassing, apparently linked to Hassan. After checking into 2 adjacent suites at the hotel, Kelly reminded Hassan, remember to take a hot bath first to wash away the impure chi that clung to you. Even if they hadn't kneeled, offered incense, or made wishes, they couldn't avoid picking up some Sha chi after visiting the hall. The high-end hotel provided disposable pajamas. After showering, Kelly put them on, her newly dried black hair half draped over her shoulders, accentuating her unique cold beauty. The gentle ringtone of her phone played softly. She lazily leaned on the sofa and picked it up, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly upon seeing the caller's name, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. It was Alea calling, and Kelly answered by swiping up the green button. On the other end of the line, Alea's face softened with a gentle smile. Tyra, I heard your variety show has wrapped up. Why aren't you coming back? Feeling warmth from being cared for and remembered, Kelly's voice unconsciously softened as well. I came to Suzhou City for something. I'll go back after a while. Alright, Alea sighed, placing her hand on her well-maintained face. Without you around recently, Mommy seems to be getting old. Kelly chuckled softly, shaking her head helplessly. It seemed in Alea's mind, she was truly a beauty's secret weapon. And me, my energy is not sufficient either, Farrell chimed in as he moved closer. Just then, the doorbell rang. Kelly placed the phone on the coffee table and went to open the door. Outside stood Hassan. He handed her the shopping bag he was holding, saying warmly, I just got someone to buy you a few sets of clothes. Kelly's eyes curved into a smile, about to thank him when the phone on the coffee table suddenly blared out Farrell's urgent questioning. Who? A man? Which man? Tyra, there's another man in your room? Farrell's voice sounded gritted, evoking an image of him wielding a 40-meter-long sword, hacking away wildly. Hassan glanced into the room, his pupils constricting slightly, looking almost afraid. Tyra? Why aren't you talking? Is a dog bullying you? Farrell kept babbling on. No way, I have to buy a ticket to Suzhou City right now, quickly figure out how to locate me. Hearing Farrell ramble on, Kelly hurriedly pulled Hassan into the hotel room and aimed the camera at both of them. Farrell's angry expression gradually softened, replaced by disdain. Why are you with him? Alea snatched the phone from Farrell, pushing him aside with a beaming smile. Oh, are the 2 young people out playing? If Tyra needs money for fun, just tell Mommy. But remember, young people need to take precautions. Tamarami won't say more, you know what I mean. Before Kelly could explain, Alea waved her hand, hanging up the phone hastily, fearful of disturbing the two. Chapter 90 Adelard PK. Sensing that Tinsley seemed to have misunderstood something significant, Kelly's pale pupils revealed a look of helplessness. She lifted her gaze to Hassan across from her and said softly, Don't listen to my parents' nonsense. Thank you. His ears turned inexplicably red. At this moment, in the Flynn family household. After hanging up the phone, Flynn's father mumbled with a heavy face, My hard-earned daughter can't run off with some random lousy Corys out there. Especially that Cory from the Hope family. It wasn't enough for him to harm one of his daughters, now he wants to harm another. Tinsley rolled her eyes, opened her phone happily to send a message to Hope's mother, inviting her to play mahjong. At the dining table, Flynn's father, who had just managed to ease his mood, looked at the soup on the table, recalling how obediently Kelly used to ladle soup for him. He pursed his lips and put on a stern face again. The sudden melancholy and heavy atmosphere made everyone pause, raising their eyes to see the patriarch of the Flynn family, unsure who had angered him. Flynn's mother placed her bowl heavily on the table with a thud. She said coldly, It's a good thing the children have good relationships. What are you unhappy about? Our family has an engagement agreement with the Hope family. Tyra and Arden are destined to be together. Now they're meeting on their own accord, saving us the trouble. It's too early, Flynn's father grumbled resentfully. As soon as he finished speaking, Nyla suddenly sobbed, put down her chopsticks, covered her mouth, and ran upstairs, her back looking lonely and sad. Father, Louisa, you shouldn't say these things in front of Gianna, Adonis spoke disapprovingly, lecturing them. Todd found what she said very reasonable and nodded vigorously. He felt indignant. Kelly clearly knew Gianna liked Hassan but still acted ambiguously with him. Was she so eager to snatch Gianna's things? Why can't we say it? Flynn's mother glared at her eldest son, Adonis. Before today, she always thought her eldest son was polite and outstanding in social skills, a born leader destined for great success. But to use that attitude on his parents? How outrageous. Adonis, I ask you, who is your real younger sister? Flynn's mother asked angrily, her face cold and hard. He sighed, pressing his fingers against his brow, trying to reason, Tamara, this isn't about closeness. You need to understand Gianna. She just learned about her true identity and then lost the engagement to Kelly, she must be sad. Adonis didn't finish speaking when Flynn's father couldn't bear it any longer, slamming the table and standing up, looking at him with disappointment. Stole? The engagement was always meant for Tyra. Helena, because of Gianna, we didn't investigate her. Think with your head, who manipulated the switch between the two kids. Flynn's father rarely scolded his usually excellent eldest son. Adonis pursed his lips, Helena did it, not Gianna. She shouldn't bear that responsibility. With that, he stood up and walked upstairs. Todd, with red-rimmed eyes, also stood up, shouting angrily, you favor your biological daughter. The two sons went upstairs one after the other, disappearing around the stair corner. Flynn's father clutched his chest and sat down heavily on a stool. Flynn's mother held back tears, gently patting his back to soothe him, saying hoarsely, the truly biased ones are them. Since those brats are biased, in the future, we should treat Tyra even better to spite them. Flynn's father gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fierce resolve as he clenched his fists. Flynn's mother nodded fervently, breaking into a smile despite her tears. Neither noticed that around the stair corner, Nyla hid in the shadows unseen, her delicate face revealing a sinister, venomous expression. Since they couldn't tolerate her, don't blame her for making a move. The one who doesn't care about years of family ties is not her, she gave them chances. Inside the hotel, since it was still early and she had nothing else to do, Kelly decided to start a live stream to collect some more divine power as backup. Though to her, this amount of divine power was like adding water to a fire, but having some was better than none. However, as soon as she started the live stream, private messages flooded her account, causing even her latest model phone to lag for a few seconds. Among the private messages were kind words and vile comments alike. Deceitful slut, Master Adelard has already debunked you. Your setup took quite a while. Wanting to rise through Adelard's name, but he's a genuine half-immortal who can foresee everything. What can you predict? Streamer, Master Adelard mentioned in his live stream that you're fake fortune-telling, malicious competition, and he wants to challenge you to a PK. I believe in you, Streamer, but what Master Adelard said sounded very convincing. With his large fan base, I'm sure many people will be spamming you, but you're not alone in this fight. I've gone to his live stream to mock him. After exiting the private messages, Kelly understood that Master Adelard, this fake Taoist, was accusing her of being a fraud. Extremely interesting indeed. Kelly tapped on the screen, adjusting the audio and special effects in the live streaming interface to ensure they were the same as last time before starting her broadcast. The feud between a new and veteran blogger in the esoteric zone had caught many netizens' attention. So as soon as she went live, people flooded in. Some of them were fans who had watched her live stream and believed she wouldn't deceive them, but more were from Adelard's side. The streamer is finally live. Did you delay just to prepare some more shenanigans? Streamer has talent indeed, and I guess your figure isn't bad. How about dancing for me, and I'll send you an Air Force One. No need to make dirty money in this esoteric business. Last post, you're not picky at all. With effects applied, she could be super ugly behind it. Thinking about it makes me want to vomit. Don't be too harsh. I've seen the streamer live, and she definitely has real skills. The one getting embarrassed will be Adelard. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared in the bottom right corner of her phone screen, asking if she agreed to a PK challenge initiated by none other than Adelard. A smirk curled on Kelly's lips as she clicked accept, and Adelard appeared on the right half of the screen. He still wore his semicircular sunglasses, looking like an ethereal immortal, detached from worldly affairs. Neither Adelard nor Kelly spoke, the only movement was the slow countdown timer for the PK live stream. Why aren't they fighting? Doing silent broadcasts here? Adelard, get fired up. I came to watch you tear apart this newbie female streamer. You can't let her fool you. Isn't he hesitating because of her good looks? Amidst the barrage of ridicule, Adelard slowly began to speak, the streamer opposite, I understand you are new and wish to build your reputation quickly. But you shouldn't use me as a scapegoat. No wonder I made a mistake that day. It turns out you had predetermined the outcome. Adelard's words carried heavy pressure. Kelly sneered coldly, whether true or false, we both have our own judgment. I only have one thing to say, deceiving others erodes virtue. You may profit immensely in this life, but in the next. Kelly sked twice, clearly trying to unnerve Adelard. Chapter 91, hit a hard target. As Adelard's lips gradually tightened, Kelly slowly said, in your next life, you can only be an ox or a horse to repay the good deeds you lack in this life. Her words sounded mysteriously eerie under the cat's special effects. Ha ha ha, she said Adelard will be an ox or a horse in the next life to repay good deeds. This new streamer is really lawless. Although I can't see her face clearly, I obviously saw that the curve of Adelard's mouth became increasingly downward. She must have been so angry. Who wouldn't be angry? If someone tells me I have to be an ox or a horse in my next life, I would definitely beat her up. Streamer, the internet doesn't require face-to-face meetings, saving you. Don't talk big. The netizens in the live room mocked and ridiculed one after another. Adelard flicked his at the right time and said coldly, enough. I won't argue with you anymore. Today, I challenge you for personal proof. Do you dare to compete in a random match fortune-telling? Fortune-telling was easy as pie to Kelly, who nodded and said, of course I do. Her tone was decisive and arrogant. Adelard laughed twice and said, but what punishment should we receive if we lose? He seemed very hesitant, looking at the screen scrolling non-stop, meaning to ask netizens for suggestions. Make her dance a sexy dance. A borderline sexy dance. Right, this woman wants to become famous by taking advantage of others' popularity. A borderline sexy dance suits her best. She still boasts herself as a fortune-teller, but looks so seductive. Obviously, she's not a good person. Adelard, we all agree that she should dance a borderline sexy dance. Moving his face away from the screen, Adelard sighed and recited a few lines of Qingshin mantra before saying, my fans in the live room all say they want to see a sexy dance. How about this, the loser dances? What do you think? After saying this, he recited a few more lines of Qingshin mantra. Kelly looked at Adelard with a cold eye, okay. She couldn't possibly lose, and he would only suffer the consequences himself. Fine, then let me start the connection. Adelard said impatiently. His first guest was Edith, who asked him whether her daughter-in-law was going to have a Cory or a girl. This time Adelard didn't make a direct conclusion like before. Instead, he detailed when the daughter-in-law got pregnant, her zodiac sign, and so on, finally announcing it was going to be a girl. The Edith thanked him hastily and cut off the connection with a broad smile, adding, I believe in Adelard. Someone else is shamelessly riding his coattails. That someone being Kelly, who calmly opened her own live stream and immediately connected with the person randomly lined up first. The person on the other end didn't show their face. It was a female voice, somewhat sad. Hello, streamer, can I get my fortune told without showing my face? She added, it's not that I want to embarrass you, but I just don't want anyone to see me. I'm really in a mess now. Kelly responded with a hum, send me your birthday details through the back end and tell me what you want to calculate. As usual, it's dear Spirit Mountain God. The female voice hummed again, I know. I've watched your previous live streams. I'm your fan. While the girl was sending her birth date, the comments scrolled. Dear Spirit Mountain God, what nonsense. Is it some kind of cult? It's highly possible. Isn't the current actress Kelly also talking about this stuff? Are these two in the same cult? Anyway, neither of them is normal. By the way, Kelly is just a third-rate celebrity, far from being popular. Don't boost her status. Milagros's voice rang out again, streamer, I want to ask about my true love. Kelly hummed, and her fingers rapidly calculated on the table, leaving faint trails on the screen. After finishing the calculation, she sighed, waiting outside his house won't help. He doesn't like you, so he won't feel sorry for you. Your true love isn't him, but will appear in 6 months, doting on you so much and healing all your past wounds. Milagros suddenly burst into tears, crying heartbreakingly, but I really love him. Streamer, I can't live without him. I'm willing even if he just plays with me. Why does he even look down on playing with me? A group of people cursed in the comments. Gallant dog, today I finally witnessed real licking. Girls in front of this girl have no chance. Really licked. How did she do it? Girl, if it doesn't work out, come find me. Brother will pamper you. I've only seen male lick dogs before, never female ones. Interesting. Kelly narrowed her eyes. In calculating the girl's past, she had detected a clue. The person who saves you isn't him, she said. Milagros stopped crying. What? I can't tell you more. You'll know in 6 months. Kelly said softly. Milagros thanked her and hung up. The round ended with both streamers evenly matched. They quickly started the second round. The second and third rounds ended with the same result, and Adelard's expression grew worse, even behind his sunglasses. Seems like someone was well prepared, he said with a sardonic tone. As these words came out, his fans in the live room began to seek out Kelly, cursing her for playing unfairly and accusing her of being prepared for this PK from the start. Adelard has real skills, while certain people just leech off others' popularity, Hope Jo Govind, who had been connected with Adelard, remarked disdainfully. Kelly looked at his face, and suddenly felt an urgency in her heart. She hurriedly spoke up, "Hope Jo Govind, let's first check on your mother. She's having an asthma attack in the living room." Normally she shouldn't intervene in mortal life and death, but meeting today was destiny. Saving one life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. "My mom is having an asthma attack?" Hope Jo Govind scoffed. "Last week, I just took my mom to the hospital for a checkup, and she was much better. There's no way anything could go wrong again." Hardly had he finished speaking when Hope Jo Govind's lips turned pale abruptly, looking at Kelly in disbelief. In the live broadcast call, he hadn't mentioned anything about his family, so it must have been her calculation. Then, Hope Jo Govind hurriedly got up and stumbled toward the living room, followed by a thunderous cry of Tamara, and chaotic noises from there. The netizens in the live room were stunned, including Adelard himself. Wait, why do I feel like the opposing streamer seems to have some real skills? Even if she can see everything, she can't control a random viewer who connects to Adelard's live room, right? Goosebumps are rising. After a short wait, Hope Jo Govind returned to his computer desk with red eyes. Seeing him that instant, Kelly put down her worries. His mother was saved. Suddenly, Hope Jo Govind knelt down not far away and bowed deeply. "Thank you for your great kindness, I will never forget it. I will follow the rules of your live stream and sincerely worship dear Spirit Mountain God, thanking you for saving my mother without holding a grudge." This phrase, "without holding a grudge," was intriguing. Suddenly, Adelard acted, immediately hanging up the connection with Hope Jo Govind and hastily saying, "We both did well this time, we can compete again later." At this moment, he already believed in Kelly. She could indeed predict the future. He had thought she was just another fake streamer on the platform, but didn't expect her to be genuine. Damn, hit a hard target. Chapter 92, Samuel, the Fugitive. Evenly matched? Kelly sneered, her eyes turning colder and colder. Just as Justin was about to end the PK, she said icily, "Samuel, I can divine Hope Jodom's fate, and I can also see through your past." At hearing this name, Justin froze, eyeing her as if facing a formidable enemy. His memories of the past surged in like floodwater, revealing razor-sharp hostility behind his sunglasses, icy cold. "Your divination is so accurate. Have you divined when you'll die?" Justin said gravely, taking off his sunglasses. In the live stream room, netizens who had seen this face started typing furiously. "I knew Justin looked familiar, turns out he's that fugitive." Fugitive? Isn't he supposed to be a fortune-telling Taoist? Ugh, Samuel killed 6 members of his wife's family in an exceptionally cruel way and has been on the run for over 10 years with a reward of 800,000. Damn, I just checked online, and it's true. None of them expected Samuel would dare to broadcast online for profit. Now everyone believed he was a fake Taoist. How could a murderer genuinely divine fate? "I indeed cannot divine my own destiny," Kelly said, smiling slightly with rising intonation. She pointed lightly at the camera with her pale fingers, "But your end is coming." Bang! The door burst open, and policemen stormed in with guns drawn. Hands up against the wall. The arrogant expression vanished from Samuel's face instantly. He squatted down submissively, allowing the police to handcuff him. A man who had been at large for more than a decade, posing a constant threat to society, was finally caught. One policeman approached the camera. "Miss, may I have your contact information for the reward claim?" "No need, donate it to charity," Kelly stated firmly. This response stunned the policeman. 800,000. And someone just gave it up. Still, donating to charity was an extraordinary contribution. He stood at attention and gave a military salute. "Thank you on behalf of those who need the money." After finishing the salute, the policeman turned off the live stream and took the pale-faced, sweating Samuel away. The live stream room named Justin was shut down immediately, with all accounts thoroughly banned. Fans of Justin quickly shifted their loyalty to Kelly. "Hostess, you're the only one I'll follow now." Brother failed to recognize such nobility. "You truly let go of wealth effortlessly and have real talent. Thinking of Justin makes me want to vomit." Human hearts change easily, but Kelly paid little heed to the crowd's flattery or ridicule. She continued her work. As usual, divination was free. She asked only for sincere worship. Netizens who finished getting their fortunes read wanted to send gifts like they used to do in Justin's live stream, only to find Kelly disabled the tipping system. Thus, they showered her with praise instead. They realized their eyes must have been blinded before. Why hadn't they noticed how genuine she was, yet trusted Justin the killer? By 8 p.m., after bidding farewell to the reluctant fans, Kelly gained quite a lot of spiritual power. Perhaps tomorrow, she could visit Thunder Spirit Temple again. Calculating people's pasts always left her exhausted, so after dinner, she bathed and went straight to bed. Being human, not divine, she needed proper rest. Midnight. The familiar laughter of children echoed again, along with that foul smell from memory. Kelly couldn't help but frown. Suddenly wide-eyed, she saw a ghost child floating in the air, grinning widely until its smile reached its ears, exposing sharp teeth. Nyla still didn't give up on tormenting her. Kelly felt incredibly annoyed, clenching her teeth and suddenly springing up to strike at the ghost child. This blow was powerful, as if trying to beat every internal organ out of it. The ghost child screamed and dispersed. Kelly grabbed her hair in frustration, anger still boiling, and dialed Nyla on the phone beside her pillow. The call connected almost immediately. Nyla, stop using these despicable tricks to harass me. Your ghost child is useless, Kelly said bluntly. Holding her chest, pale and drenched in sweat, Nyla retorted fiercely, you did this. You bitch. Do not blame others for your own evil deeds. Today's a warning. If your worthless ghost child bothers me again, I won't just scatter it. Kelly warned coldly. Hearing heavy breathing on the other side of the line, she hung up without further ado. Words she meant to shout back were swallowed. Nyla clawed her hair and smashed her phone on the ground in rage. She shouted directly, "Ah! That bitch! Why can't I surpass her in anything?" Fortunately, the soundproofing of the Flynn family villa was decent, otherwise, it would have awakened everyone. Kelly did not directly eliminate the ghost child because a ghost child is created from infants who died prematurely or were killed. They are born with grievance. They do not know right from wrong, only to fulfill their master's wishes. If the master has good intentions, inviting them home is for doing good deeds or praying for family safety. After being worshipped for several years, the ghost child can transcend. However, if people harbor evil intentions and invite the ghost child only to scheme, its grievances grow until it becomes vicious, transforming into a true evil ghost. Then it will rely on the blood from the master's fingertips to grow stronger. Nyla's ghost child already had accumulated quite some grievances but hadn't reached the stage of an evil ghost, so Kelly didn't act against it yet. Thinking this, she fell back into a deep sleep. The next morning, Kelly woke up early and changed into the pure black sportswear Hassan prepared for her. Her waist appeared incredibly slim, almost all legs at first glance, attracting a lot of attention. Confirming on her phone that Hassan was awake, Kelly invited him to go to Thunder Spirit Temple together today. They agreed to meet outside the hotel after breakfast. Surprisingly, Hassan wore sports clothes of the same color today. He was already handsome, and wearing sportswear with bangs falling over his forehead made him look even younger. Seeing Kelly, Hassan lit up. She jogged to him, looked at his clothes, then at hers. Our outfits are so similar. Lifting her gaze again, Kelly saw Hassan blushing deeply and murmuring vaguely, sports outfits usually look alike. Looking at the reflection in the glass, he smiled happily. You look great, Kelly praised with a smile. This compliment made Hassan's ears stay red all the way until they got in the taxi. Of course, Kelly didn't notice. Her mind was entirely on Thunder Spirit Temple, leaving no room for other thoughts. Upon arriving at the destination, the two got out of the car one after another. The couple in matching attire caught many eyes, with numerous people looking over. A team in the corner perked up as well, finally waiting for their chance. Chapter 93, Re-entering the Illusion, what does it mean? Kelly. Hassan. It's you too. Our brother was harmed by both of you. All because of Kelly's jinx, our brother was caught by the police. Maybe it was Kelly who set him up, she's not a good person. A group of women, gnashing their teeth and with ugly faces, wielding various weapons and wearing Egon support uniforms, rushed toward Kelly and Hassan. Their words were scattered by the wind, only bits and pieces reaching the ears of the two. Confused, Kelly was quickly pulled by Hassan, experienced as he was, directly rushing into the Thunder Spirit Tower. Bystanders, bumped into and cursing under their breaths, glanced back in alarm upon seeing the, hurriedly dodging them. The Thunder Spirit Temple was thrown into chaos at this moment. Hassan, this has nothing to do with you, you should let go of Kelly immediately. Yes, we won't bother you, it's her jinx that cursed our brother. Kelly. You vile woman. Give our brother his life back. The voices of the fans grew louder and clearer this time. Kelly understood every word clearly. Her face remained composed, not even panting as she asked, are these Egon's fans? Hassan nodded and looked back, they were still crazily chasing after them. I have an idea. Let's take this opportunity to directly rush into the Thunder Spirit Tower. With so many people around, they can't stop us, Kelly's eyes shone with determination. Agreed, Hassan said. The two slightly changed direction and ran towards the Thunder Spirit Tower. The fans followed closely behind, while the monks panted and struggled to keep up. Galloping in an environment full of negative energy for a long time had left their bodies weakened. Fortunately, there were no monks guarding the Thunder Spirit Tower. Kelly ran forward and grabbed the lock, channeling divine power into it to destroy it. With a strong downward pull, the lock snapped open. Kelly pushed the door open. Let's go. They swiftly entered the tower, closing the door behind them to block out the fans and monks, securing the internal bolt as well. Unless they destroyed the door, no one outside could enter. Loud pounding on the door began. Come out. Kelly. You vile woman, come out and apologize to our brother. If you don't, I'll skin you alive. This time, Egon's fans sounded more agitated because they were separated from Kelly by just a door. If they opened the door, they could teach this ignorant woman a lesson. Kelly, pulling Hassan back, turned around and froze at the sight of a bound woman floating in midair. It was her. She had the same appearance as the one in the coffin but appeared fainter, indicating that only her soul was bound here. Around her, streams of negative energy continuously flowed, and a red dot had already begun to form between her eyebrows. Once the red dot fully opened, she would become a ghost queen. A man-made ghost queen. No wonder the Thunder Spirit Temple needed she luck. They were doing such underhanded things behind closed doors. Kelly frowned, thinking about what to do, when Moxie suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes met. Not good, I can't fight her, we must leave. Kelly made a quick decision. Her divine power was now only a fraction of its former strength, truly insufficient. Had she known this would happen, she wouldn't have come here today. Compared to the ghost queen inside, the fans outside seemed much more harmless, at least they wouldn't be lethal. Just as Kelly was about to open the bolt, everything went dark before her eyes, and she lost consciousness. Hassan also collapsed beside her. In the last moment before hitting the ground, he protected her in his arms. The woman in midair showed a look of pain, murmuring, as long as you overcome the difficulties and remain unchanged in this life, I can be saved. Tender hearts, go with the wind. Miss, it's almost the auspicious hour. Why are you daydreaming here? The familiar voice of her maid interrupted, causing Kelly to abruptly open her eyes. All she saw was red. She lifted the veil directly and gasped when she saw the maid's face. It was the same illusion, and she had been forced into it again. What about Hassan? Miss, you mustn't lift the veil yourself, the groom must help you remove it. The maid panicked, recovering her face. Outside, the matchmaker's voice announced the auspicious hour, and the maid helped Kelly step out of the sedan chair. Sitting in the swaying bridal carriage, she heard the same gossip as before. The Wang family. Everything was identical to the previous time. Kelly lowered her gaze as the sedan chair swayed to a stop, and she stepped over the fire pot once more. Sitting in the familiar chamber, her mind pondered the meaning of Moxie's actions. Entering this illusory realm when they could have been killed directly must have a reason. But no matter how hard Kelly thought, she couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and the door to the room was pushed open. Kelly promptly removed the veil. The first thing she saw was Hassan, a man of exquisite beauty and graceful demeanor. Even though this was the second time she saw his ancient costume, Kelly's heartbeat couldn't help but skip a beat. Upon confirming it was her, Hassan let out a sigh of relief and sat down beside her. Are we back in here? He asked with resignation. Kelly nodded slightly and sighed deeply. You're smarter than me. Why don't you think about why we are here and how we can get out? Is it like last time when we had to watch through Moxie's life? Hassan narrowed his eyes, shaking his head solemnly. I don't think so. Last time I couldn't move, but this time I can. So, it must mean something else. Then let's wait and see, deal with things as they come, Kelly said. Hassan nodded, looking into her phoenix-shaped eyes intently, his Adam's apple moving subtly. Even if he married her in this illusion, he would be content. Master, it's not good. Lady Galanu has suddenly fainted, you should go check on her. A maid dressed in light green rushed into the room, speaking hurriedly. Hassan's face turned cold. If she fainted, send for a doctor. What does that have to do with me? Can I treat her? And today you came rushing in without even announcing yourself, directly barging into the bridal chamber. Is this a proper way to behave? The maid was scared pale, immediately kneeling on the ground and knocking her head repeatedly. Master, I was wrong. She knocked until her forehead bled, then Hassan waved his hand. All right, leave. As the maid was about to reach the door, she hesitated, only to be glared at by him, trembling with fear before quickly going out and closing the door. Kelly looked at him in surprise. You sure have quite an air of authority. Earlier, Hassan's manner with the maid was completely different from his usual self, just like a genuine ancient nobleman who didn't care about others' lives. Acted in too many ancient dramas. He laughed. I think, since Moxie let us into her illusion, she might want us to take revenge for her. Just now when I chased away that little maid, the illusion didn't change at all, Hassan explained. Hearing this, Kelly's eyes lit up, and she nodded approvingly. That makes sense. Chapter 94 Mirrorflower Watermoon. A woman endures many grievances in her life, naturally harboring resentment within. Now, in this illusion, showing her a different life might help dissipate some of that resentment. Then let's give it a try, Hassan smiled. His phoenix-like eyes glinted slightly as he glanced at the couch they were sitting on, covered with dates, peanuts, and longan fruits. Kelly, feeling a bit hungry, directly grabbed a handful of peanuts and started cracking them to eat. Hassan chuckled softly, grabbing a handful as well, carefully peeling off the outer shells and leaving only the kernels before handing them to her. Kelly was delightedly eating the peanuts and found Hassan quite considerate. As the sky gradually darkened, there was a heavy knock on the door. Sir, have you forgotten all the things you told me before? Oaths by mountains and seas, eternal love for each other, only between us, with me being the only one who remembers? The woman's mournful and resentful wails rang out, eerie even at night, like someone weeping for the dead. Enough. Hassan said coldly. He got up and opened the door, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman outside. Her willow-like eyebrows, peach-pink cheeks, and sharp chin made her look gentle and lovable when tears filled her eyes, almost making anyone want to offer her everything in the world. But when she looked at Kelly, her gentle expression turned into a dagger-like malice. How dare you? On my wedding day, you cry outside the door like this, making a fool of yourself in front of the future lady of the house? I see you've become more unruly than ever, Hassan sneered. Facing the beauty, he showed no mercy whatsoever. Sir. Patty couldn't believe it, raising her head to meet Hassan's emotionless gaze, which suddenly made her shudder. She lost her confidence and spoke humbly, "It's my fault for overstepping boundaries." With that, the beauty turned around and left, leaving behind a swaying, fragile figure like willow branches in the wind. Seeing this woman, Kelly couldn't help but feel sympathy for her. Women pampered in the inner chambers of ancient times were indeed different from modern people. Hassan sighed in relief and closed the door. As soon as he did, the surrounding environment changed again. Something was shoved into his arms. Looking down, he saw the beauty again. Meanwhile, Kelly was hiding behind a screen, unnoticed by Hassan. Look, he doesn't truly love you. There isn't a man in this world who can resist a woman who claims to love him and willingly degrades herself, playing the pitiful card. She's no different. As long as he dares to lay a hand on you, your souls will be trapped here forever, generation after generation, until I completely consume you. A cold voice echoed, and Kelly stood rooted to the spot, unable to move. Actually, if she wanted to, she could use divine power to break free. But she didn't. For some reason, she trusted Hassan deeply. He wouldn't be bewitched. Sir. That day, were you just pretending in front of our parents? The coquettish voice rang out, soft enough to drip water, making Kelly shudder involuntarily. Let alone men, even she, cough, cough. Patty had teary eyes, looking at Hassan with affectionate admiration, leaning weakly against him, her delicate hand caressing his cheek. Sir, I don't ask you to raise me to a concubine, only to treat me sincerely. I can't live without you. As she spoke, tears fell onto Hassan's hand, then slowly moved towards his waistband. However, the pitiful beauty evoked no pity in him at all. Hassan coldly pushed her away. Do you even deserve to say you can't live without me? The scene collapsed again, and Kelly and Hassan found themselves back in the bridal chamber. I heard a voice just now. Kelly eagerly recounted what Moxie had said. Then, as long as I genuinely love you, we can leave, Hassan said. Kelly nodded happily but felt something wasn't quite right, though she couldn't put her finger on it. In the days that followed, the two lived like an ordinary couple, growing closer together. Patty in the backyard was forgotten by Hassan. Every time she tried to get attention, she was ruthlessly mocked and scorned by him. Eventually, no matter how much face she had, she no longer dared to approach him. Time passed quickly in the illusion. Before long, Kelly and Hassan inexplicably lived through their entire lives in the illusion. They never crossed any lines, resisting all kinds of temptations together. It was Kelly who first reached the end of her life, with Hassan holding her hand as they both took poison. Together, they left the illusion and returned to the Le Galen Tower. Suddenly back in their younger bodies, they felt somewhat unaccustomed. Looking at Hassan, Kelly's eyes were inexplicably softer, moved by the events in the illusion. Very well, you succeeded. The cold female voice that had appeared in the illusion sounded again, and Kelly turned to see that Moxie bound in mid-air was gone, now clinging to her back. You smell so good, carrying a scent that makes me feel close to you. The woman buried her head in Kelly's neck, sniffing. This gesture made Hassan frown, and Moxie glanced at him sideways before suddenly laughing out loud. She walked up to Kelly, her face gradually turning sorrowful, with tears of blood streaming down her eyes. My entire life has been manipulated by others. Just because I was born in a year, month, and day of Een, they forced me to endure all the unspeakable pain in this world. Parents, family, lovers, they were all fake. The illusion is like mirror flower water moon for you, but it's the same for me. With a wave of her hand, Kelly and Hassan saw the truth. The woman had been pampered by her parents since childhood, but when she reached the age of maturity, her parents died suddenly. Then she was hastily engaged to her fiancé whom she had been betrothed to in youth, but that fiancé had someone else he loved. Then came everything the two of them experienced in the illusion, where Moxie endured unimaginable pain during her lifetime. After death, those people told her the truth, which left her devastated. Their goal from beginning to end was to cultivate a ghost king, but because Moxie refused to cooperate, progress was slow. Please, give me a swift death, Moxie whispered softly. She offered her hand to Kelly, her eyes blurred with tears. All right. Kelly placed her hand on Moxie, slightly moving her mind as divine power flowed into Moxie's body and then returned to her own. The negative energy inside Moxie was melted away by the divine power. She smiled with relief as her figure gradually dissipated in midair. She had no next life, her soul had perished. Kelly wiped her eyes, they were wet with tears. She turned around, opened the door latch, and said quietly, let's go. Hassan looked at her worriedly, knowing that she felt deep empathy for Moxie after experiencing the events in the illusion. But being immersed in the illusion was not a good thing. As soon as they opened the door of Le Galen Tower, they saw a circle of monks surrounding them. They had entered in the morning, and now it was almost evening. The abbot of Le Galen Temple looked inside and found nothing, shocked. You have ruined years of planning by our Le Galen Temple, so you must pay with your lives. Chapter 95, Kidnapped by Egon's Fans. The abbot's face was grotesque and terrifying, his eyes glaring fiercely at Kelly, showing not a hint of the kindness he usually displayed to outsiders. The villagers behind him chanted softly, their hands quickly forming seals. Black iron chains glowing with dark light locked around Kelly and Hassan, blocking all their escape routes. This black light was full of malevolent energy, and it was extremely keen and heavy. You actually practice dark arts. Kelly exclaimed in shock. She never thought that Leiling Temple would be so deranged. Thankfully, they accidentally uncovered their plot, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The abbot sneered coldly. He pressed 2 fingers against his temples, chanting something under his breath. Suddenly, several pitch-black severed hands emerged from beneath Kelly and Hassan. These hands grabbed their ankles, pulling them downwards forcefully. Kelly could avoid being affected due to her divine soul, but Hassan was just an ordinary human, especially since there was a significant amount of malevolent energy within his body. As soon as his ankles were grabbed, his face turned deathly pale, and the malevolent energy in his body surged outward uncontrollably. Hassan! Kelly called out anxiously. The divine power flowing from their interlocked palms was negligible compared to the malevolent energy surrounding them and the black hands underground. Kelly's divine power hadn't fully recovered yet, and to save him, she would have to break through the encirclement forcibly. She gritted her teeth, her phoenix-like eyes flashing with golden light, quickly drawing a talisman in the air with her divine power. Since regaining consciousness in this human body, Kelly hadn't used this technique of drawing talismans with divine power because it drained too much of her strength. With a loud shout, she hurled the talisman at the abbot who was still mumbling. The talisman, imbued with divine power, had considerable destructive force. Despite having his eyes closed, the abbot swiftly pulled a nearby monk in front of himself. The talisman struck the monk, eliciting a painful scream. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he fell unconscious. The abbot slowly opened his eyes, revealing vertically aligned pupils. I didn't expect you to have such means. Leaving you alive will only hinder our plans. You must die today. As he spoke, a black pool formed above Kelly and Hassan, slowly pressing down. The malevolent energy in this black pool was even stronger than what emanated from the severed hands. If touched by this black pool, they would certainly be devoured entirely, leaving not a trace behind. Kelly glanced at Hassan beside her, now completely enveloped in thick black gas, making him unrecognizable. Continuing like this, they would surely die. Seemingly convinced they had no way to escape, the abbot wore a sly, sinister smile as he watched the black pool descend. Taking a deep breath, Kelly forced her divine soul out of her body, causing her human form to slump to the ground. The monks couldn't help but look up at the sky, where they vaguely saw a woman sitting cross-legged in mid-air, her hands forming the shape of a lotus, radiating waves of golden light. Having been surrounded by malevolent energy for so long, the sight of golden light startled the monks. The abbot was also dumbfounded, unable to grasp what was happening. The Leiling Temple has done countless evils and sought to cultivate malevolent energy. Now, I use my divine soul to pray for heavenly thunder to bring divine punishment upon us. With these words, Kelly returned to her body on the ground, while thunder roared overhead, raining down across the temple grounds. The lightning seemed to have eyes, striking only the buildings and the abbot, leaving everything else untouched. Amidst the thunder, Hassan suddenly regained consciousness, looking in panic at Kelly lying on the ground beside him. He didn't pay attention to anything else and hurriedly helped her sit up. Placing his fingers on the keyboard, he prepared to dial 120 when he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. His phone was knocked away, and he fainted. Taking advantage of the situation, Egon's fans, hidden in the shadows, stepped forward. One said, "Tie them up and take them back to get revenge for our brother." After witnessing Kelly's supernatural abilities, some fans began to hesitate. She seems different from ordinary people. Will we be punished if we take revenge? Did you see the lightning? She seemed to fly outside just now, and the lightning came from her. That's not right. In modern times, animals can't become spirits. What exactly is she? In that moment, the fans' perceptions gradually shattered. Immediately after their conversation, lightning struck them, sending shocks of numbness through their bodies, erasing their memories of what had happened. In their current recollection, Kelly and Hassan had run to the entrance of Leiling Temple and collapsed for no apparent reason. Hurry up and take them back. Right, we'll live stream Kelly apologizing to our brother and explaining that everything was just made up by her. Kelly was just using our brother for popularity. The fans carried the 2 individuals away stealthily. They didn't care about the strange occurrences around them, or perhaps the world's awareness didn't allow them to notice. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, no animals or other beings could become spirits, but there were always exceptions. When an exception occurred, the world's consciousness would intervene. They would completely forget certain things. A video of Kelly and Hassan holding hands, dressed in matching outfits as they ran away, was captured by a passerby and posted online. Even though they knew these 2 might have something between them, fans were still taken aback upon seeing it with their own eyes. Those who broke down emotionally were naturally Hassan's fans, while Kelly now only had haters. So they're really dating? Did these 2 actually take the love reality show seriously? Brother, you dating Kelly is worse than you dating me. Why can't you pay attention to me? Really disappointed. Can Jeff refund my money? I need to list all the movie tickets I've bought for his films. He feels dirty now. Jeff and the fairy duo were perfect together. Why did Kelly have to interfere? I wonder if she's just trash. Paulette saw the trending topic and frantically dialed both artists' phones, wanting to know what was going on. But none of them answered. She felt like she was the most unfortunate agent ever. Was there anyone more unlucky than her? Of course, Paulette also wanted to know if these two were really together. At this moment, Kelly and Hassan were already tied up and thrown into an abandoned warehouse. What should we do next? Kidnapping is illegal. If these two call the police, the underage sister will take the blame first. Let's wait until they wake up. Once they're conscious, we'll see their attitude towards apologizing. If it's good, we won't be too harsh. If not, Kelly won't have it easy either. Alright, it's getting dark. I need to go home tonight. We'll leave them here and check tomorrow. These fans were impulsive amateurs, not professional kidnappers, so they didn't leave anyone to guard the warehouse. They dispersed directly. Among the crowd, only a long-haired woman wearing a mask turned back for a glance. Her eyes were filled with sinister anticipation as she watched the door slowly close. Then, she joined the others waiting by the roadside for a ride. The woman kept manipulating her ride-hailing app but didn't actually press the call button. Chapter 96, Ruin Your Face. Pain as if she had been crushed surged all over her body, and her head ached unbearably. A coppery sweetness welled up in Kelly's mouth. She opened her eyes and spat out the blood beside her with a phlegm. Forcing her soul to exit her body naturally came with consequences. Kelly took a deep breath, feeling the divine power within her body become depleted once more, and the pain in her heart was worse than the headache. As consciousness gradually returned, she suddenly sensed something amiss on her body. She cautiously moved her hands and realized that both of her hands and legs were bound tightly. Looking around at the warehouse cluttered with various debris. Was she kidnapped? Kelly's fingers touched the rope, subconsciously wanting to use divine power to break free, but there wasn't a drop left. She glanced sideways at Hassan, nudging him with her elbow. Wake up. Are you okay? Hassan heard the familiar voice and struggled to open his eyes. He heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Kelly unharmed and her lips still rosy. But the next moment, he also felt himself tied up. What's going on? Hassan asked with a frown. The moment his words fell, the warehouse door was pushed open, casting glaring light inside, forcing the two to squint. Footsteps echoed in the empty warehouse, and the glare lingered on Kelly's face, seemingly aiming to blind her. Well, you two sure woke up fast, saved me from having to kick you awake. A sarcastic female voice spoke. The flashlight finally shifted, allowing Kelly to see who it was. With her soul, she had a perfect memory. She remembered this woman among the fans chasing her this afternoon. It's you, Egon's fan, Kelly said coldly. The woman giggled. I'm not that fool Egon's fan. I truly admire Xiaoxianzi. Kelly didn't expect that bullying Xiaoxianzi would backfire on you. The woman cackled wildly, while Hassan frowned, saying, she never bullied Nyla, don't get excited. Everything has a reason. Some things on TV are edited, they shouldn't be taken at face value. Although Hassan spoke the truth, Moxie's expression turned nasty instantly, and she kicked him hard in the abdomen. He sweated profusely and gasped for breath. Cold light flashed in Kelly's phoenix-like eyes as she stared intently at Moxie, vowing not to let her go. The woman kicked Hassan again. You're no good either, seducing many women and then abandoning them. Our Xiaoxianzi is infinitely better than this woman. How did I ever fall for someone like you? Now, you're even implicated here because of me. The woman tooted, suddenly pulling out a small glass bottle from her pocket with a laugh. The sealed bottle made Kelly and Hassan feel uneasy. In such a situation, what she took out could only be ominous. This contains sulfuric acid, Moxie laughed. Her smile was manic, her eyes fierce as she slowly unscrewed the cap. Kelly, I admit you are very beautiful, far prettier than Xiaoxianzi. Wasn't it your face that lured Hope Emperor? The woman squatted in front of Kelly, her voice soft yet eerie. Too bad, I will ruin this face of yours. She raised the glass bottle, tracing it along Kelly's cheeks. In the future, don't think you can still seduce men with this enchanting face. The woman clenched her teeth and suddenly stood up, splashing the sulfuric acid at the critical moment, but Hassan forced himself to rise and shielded Kelly. The sulfuric acid landed on his back, sizzling like burning flesh. Clenching his jaw, he stifled any cries of pain, reassuring her, it's okay, it doesn't hurt. However, his trembling body rendered his words useless. The woman screamed, why am I here? Sulfuric acid? Why do I have sulfuric acid on my hand? The woman looked panic-stricken at the injured Hassan, tears falling down her face. She ran away, not daring to stay another second. The warehouse door closed again, leaving silence around. The flashlight remained on the ground. Kelly and Hassan exchanged glances, his eyes carrying a barely sustained smile. A pungent, unbearable smell spread in the air. Staring blankly at him, Kelly felt pain surging in her heart, tears uncontrollably streaming down. Hassan bit his lip until blood trickled out. He weakly said, don't cry. But just as he finished speaking, his body thumped to the ground, fainting. Kelly saw the ghastly wounds on his back caused by the sulfuric acid. Since the sulfuric acid burned him, the wound wouldn't bleed, but instead formed an uneven surface. Hassan. Kelly choked back a sob, struggling to break free of the ropes but in vain. She cried so hard that she forced her soul power out again, enduring excruciating pain as blood oozed from her nose. Finally, the ropes loosened. Kelly gasped for breath like a dying fish and staggered over to Hassan's side, only to find his body burning with fever when she touched him. If she still had her divine power, she could at least reduce his high fever. But alas, using her soul power again would cause this body to fall apart. Kelly picked up the flashlight and helped Hassan to stand up with great difficulty. Fortunately, the warehouse was not remote, there were cars passing by on the road. As soon as they emerged, a car stopped in front of them. A burly man with a kind face got out. "Hey, girl, what happened to you and your friend?" the man asked in a northeastern accent. "We were kidnapped, and he is severely injured. Could you please call the police and an ambulance for us?" Kelly choked back tears. She didn't realize how disheveled she looked, like a ghost who had crawled out of hell. "I'll call right now, don't worry," the man hurriedly said. He not only dialed 110 and 120 but also handed 2 bottles of water and a clean towel to Kelly so she could wash her face, afraid she might scare people otherwise. The other bottle of water was gently fed to the unconscious Hassan. "Thank you. We will repay you once we contact our friends," Kelly said. The man waved his hand. "Don't talk about repayment. Helping each other is what we should do." He seemed to notice Kelly's distressed mood and deliberately stayed nearby chatting with her until the police arrived. The police coordinated with the ambulance service. One police car sent Hassan to meet the ambulance, while another took Kelly to the station for questioning. Police officers sat on both sides of her, occasionally glancing at her. "Are you that Kelly?" one of the officers finally asked. "Yes, I am," Kelly replied softly. She kept her head down after answering, lost in thought. The officer, though emotionally moved, didn't press further. Recalling the man just taken away by the ambulance, they almost confirmed it was Hassan. What had these two experienced to end up in such a sorry state? Chapter 97, Encounter with Samuel at the police station. Upon arriving at the police station, Kelly was taken to the reception room. She held a cup of hot water in her hands and recounted the kidnapping incident that happened today. When she mentioned that the kidnappers wanted to disfigure her face, the policewoman responsible for recording crushed the ballpoint pen in her hand. Such a beautiful face, if ruined, would mean no one could match the beauty standards of the entertainment industry stars. The male officer beside her said, "She couldn't have kidnapped both of you alone, so there must be an accomplice. We'll review the surveillance footage around the area. Don't worry, there are several cameras around that warehouse. We can certainly monitor the suspects' movements. None of them will escape." Kelly nodded and said, "All right, thank you." Suddenly, someone pushed open the door from outside. "Officer Dunk." Samuel still refuses to admit anything. He's extremely cautious, even a psychologist can't handle him. "We don't have any evidence yet, and it might become difficult to file a case if this continues." The policeman who barged in finished speaking only to notice there were outsiders present, making his expression suddenly turn cautious. He was genuinely afraid of getting scolded by Officer Dunk for speaking carelessly. Officer Dunk did indeed plan to do so. His face darkened as he stood up, ready to reprimand him, but then he heard Kelly say, "Samuel? Is he the dovey who killed a family of 6? The atmosphere turned silent. The policemen all stared at Kelly. Officer Dunk was the first to ask, "Do you know him? Did you watch the live stream?" A hint of sharpness flashed in Kelly's beautiful eyes as she shook her head slightly. Facing the gradually suspicious gazes of the policeman, she explained, "I was the streamer who connected with him on the live stream, and I also reported the police." Her words left the 3 officers speechless, their faces filled with disbelief. This matter somehow involved a celebrity, truly beyond their imagination. However, they did recall that during Kelly's live stream, she had predicted information about human traffickers and even donated money to the police station. The female officer exclaimed and pulled out her phone to replay the live stream between Kelly and Dovey. "The birthmark matches, it's definitely the same person," she said. The young policeman who just entered glanced over and agreed, "The live stream doesn't use filters, the knuckles and birthmark are clearly identical." He added with a whistle, "Looks like Kelly is more than just a pretty face. On the surface, she's a cool and aloof flower vase starlet, but behind the scenes, she's a clairvoyant. If it's Samuel, I believe I can help. That day I predicted many things. I believe hearing those predictions will make him confess everything," Kelly said. Officer Dunk exchanged glances with the young officer, who nodded. "I think it's worth trying." "All right, give it a shot," Officer Dunk agreed. "If this succeeds, you must sincerely believe in the gods of Luling Mountain and swear an oath." "One person will suffice," Kelly stated. Regardless of whether they were police or fortune-telling clients, she treated everyone equally. "I know the rules." "I'll take care of it," the female officer eagerly volunteered. The 3 of them headed towards the interrogation room, during which Kelly asked for a mask and put it on. Officer Dunk understood, she didn't want Samuel to see her true face. After all, he was a murderer, no one knew what such a person might do. "Good luck," the female officer whispered to Kelly. Seeing Kelly, a goddess-level celebrity, up close made the female officer's eyes sparkle with admiration and intense excitement. She was simply obsessed with good looks, wailing inwardly because seeing Kelly in real life made her realize how incomparable her beauty was compared to camera images. The icy demeanor Kelly exuded was something no camera could capture. Kelly gave her a gentle nod before being led into the interrogation room by Officer Dunk. Samuel wore prisoner's clothes, his cuffed hands resting on the table. He looked at Kelly disdainfully as she walked in with Officer Dunk, rolling his eyes. So you're desperate enough to bring in a woman, thinking she can get me to talk. As he spoke, Samuel ogled Kelly, his gaze roving rudely. This beauty seems physically fit, though with a mask on, it's hard to tell what she looks like. While talking, he whistled again, prompting Officer Dunk to slam the table. Shut up. How dare you flirt openly with women in a police station? But Samuel remained unafraid. You brought this woman here, expecting her to please me so I'd spill some useful information, right? Just as Officer Dunk was about to lose his temper, Kelly's cool voice interrupted, Dovey, remember me? Though the voice was different, the familiar tone caused Samuel's smirking face to freeze in disbelief as he stared at Kelly. Then he abruptly tried to charge forward but was forcefully restrained by 2 police officers standing guard behind him. Samuel's eyes bulged with rage. It's you, bitch. Your lies got me arrested and lost my promising live streaming career. Now you dare show up in front of me. I should have killed you outright instead of gaining this reputation as a murderer. Kelly's fingers lightly tapped on the desk, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at Samuel with a gaze that regarded him like a clown. I could predict that you were a murderer, so naturally, I can also foresee your life. And regarding your relatives who are related by blood, I can see more than just a little bit. Her enigmatic words left Samuel speechless, and he stared at her coldly. You killed your wife and her family because you loved her, thinking she was cheating on you. Your mother would constantly nag at you about it. You felt your son grew up less and less like you. Furthermore, your mother said your wife would put on makeup daily for work. No one knew what kind of job she had. When you questioned her, she became very impatient. Over time, you gradually harbored murderous thoughts. Kelly's words made Samuel's face turn increasingly pale. Officer Dunk saw this and knew she was right. He hid his excitement and continued to keep a stern face, though deep in his eyes, flames began to ignite. Perhaps, with Kelly's help, some cases could be solved completely. You loved your wife so much that you wouldn't really kill her even with the intention to do so. The turning point came when she gave birth to a daughter. She grew prettier over time. Not only did your mother feel this way, but even the neighbors thought she didn't resemble you. You couldn't hold back anymore and had a big argument with your wife. She was still in her confinement period and cried herself back to her parents' home. Controlled by the urge to kill, you took a knife and murdered her, along with 5 others, including your 2 children. Kelly said. The mention of your 2 children shattered Samuel's calm facade. He slammed the table angrily and roared. Look at those bastards' faces, they definitely weren't mine. I didn't look like that when I was young. That bitch got what she deserved. If she hadn't cheated and refused to admit it, how could I have killed her? Samuel's words confirmed his identity as a murderer. But at this moment, he didn't care, he was consumed by anger. Kelly's voice remained indifferent. I can clearly tell you that you have a strong fertility potential, destined to have 1 son and 1 daughter. Chapter 98 Samuel, enjoy it well. Kelly's words left Samuel pale-faced and screaming in shock, impossible. Those 2 are absolutely bastards. He clutched his head with both hands, muttering incessantly, how could I possibly be mistaken? They don't look anything like me. Impossible. Seeing the nearly deranged Samuel, Scarlett pursed her lips slightly. In fact, he knew the truth, but his subconscious made him unwilling to admit it. He had personally killed his longtime wife, his 2 young children, and her family. Samuel, Kelly called out. Her voice was clear and pleasant, resounding, but to someone harboring guilt, it sounded like a death knell. It's not my fault, it's their own fault. She shouldn't have looked for men outside. All because of her. Samuel muttered, continuously trying to brainwash himself, but Kelly refused to let him get away with it. She wanted him to spend his remaining life filled with regret and guilt. This was the retribution he deserved. Carefully calculate the ages of those 2 children and how intimate you were with your wife during that time. Did she even have time to see others? Kelly asked coldly. The constantly murmuring Samuel suddenly stopped, raising his head sharply, staring at her with bloodshot eyes full of hostility. Why do you have to say these things to me? He gritted his teeth and asked. Kelly simply uttered 4 words, cause and effect, retribution never fails. Their gazes met, and an inexplicable standoff ensued. Veins bulged on Samuel's neck as his hands, placed on the table, clenched into fists, turning white at the knuckles. Retribution, huh? I'll show you what true retribution feels like, he sneered. In the next instant, Kelly saw him flick a ball of dark energy from his palm toward her. It appeared Samuel indeed had some skill, more than just pretense. While this might be enough to intimidate ordinary people, he faced Kelly, who grabbed the ball of dark energy out of thin air without changing her expression. Seeing this, Samuel stared incredulously, his mouth agape. Today, I will show you what those who do evil too much shall finally destroy themselves means, Kelly said coldly. The ball of dark energy in her hands suddenly swelled, and under Samuel's stunned gaze, she released it. The dark energy seemed to have legs, directly darting into the middle of his brow. With her left hand, Kelly calculated, foreseeing Samuel's miserable future in prison, a smile crept onto her lips. She whispered, you brutally slaughtered 6 people. Murderers must pay the price, but you won't live to face it. Samuel, start looking forward to your prison life now. Officer Dunk watched the two in astonishment. He hadn't seen the struggle of dark energy between them, only seeing them grab at empty air. If he didn't know Kelly truly had abilities, he would have immediately sent her to a psychiatric hospital. Bitch. Samuel rose up angrily, face flushed red, wanting to rush forward but was firmly held down by two policemen. This time they pressed heavily on his shoulders, almost crushing them. Given that they had all the evidence, they wouldn't treat a murderer humanely. Kelly stood up and, under Samuel's glaring eyes, waved at him before turning around and leaving the interrogation room. Her figure would become a nightmare for him in his miserable future. Kelly. You're amazing. The policewoman waiting at the door exclaimed, blushing and starry-eyed. She clasped her hands together. From now on, I sincerely believe in Mount Luling's God. I'll set up a monument for you when I return home. Looking at the policewoman, Kelly smiled slightly and nodded gently. Suddenly, abundant divine power flowed into her third eye, replenishing her weakened body and giving her lips some color. Kelly was somewhat surprised. The divine power contributed by police officers was more than that of ordinary people. After organizing the audio recording materials, Officer Dunk came out, his face full of excitement, wanting to say something but seeing the policewoman still there, he hurriedly waved her off. You go first, I need to talk to Miss Sue. Reluctantly, the policewoman left, glancing back every few steps. Miss Sue, hello. I'm Cliff Dodgeyoung from Longqing District Police Division, Officer Dunk introduced himself. Kelly nodded slightly, hello. Unexpectedly, such an approachable policeman was actually the head of the division. It wasn't obvious. Cliff smiled flatteringly. Miss Sue, since you have fortune-telling abilities, can you help the police station with other matters? Rest assured, we will not ask you to do this for free. We can strictly follow your requirements. First, we will promote faith in Mount Luling's God, and secondly, we will provide you with appropriate financial rewards. As he spoke, Cliff felt uneasy inside. He had a superficial understanding of fortune-telling, but he had heard that fortune-tellers had certain rules and prohibitions. He didn't know if Kelly would accept this task. If possible, the Longqing District Police Division would solve more major cases and allow those victims to rest in peace. Kelly pursed her lips. She was not one who enjoyed trouble, but thinking of the divine power provided by the policewoman earlier made her hungry. Sure, but my fortune-telling is based on cause and effect. I must have some connection with the person whose fate I read, and I cannot do more than 5 readings a month. Also, you must sincerely worship the god of Luling Mountain every day, and the more people involved, the better, Kelly said after some consideration. As for money, she had already saved enough for a villa and no longer needed to be in such a rush. Great, Miss Sue, you are truly a good person. Cliff's face lit up with joy as he kept praising her. He even personally escorted Kelly out of the police station, called a taxi for her to go to the hospital, acting quite servilely. This was a significant figure who could help them solve cases. How could he not be servile? Unaware of the inside story, other officers gossiped when they saw Cliff smiling and watching Kelly leave from afar. What's going on with our director? Is he admiring that girl? Are you kidding? Cliff is an old dried-up piece of meat, and that girl is a beautiful celebrity. He's not even worthy to carry her shoes. Watch out, or Cliff will come in and tear your mouth apart. Is Cliff looking for a daughter-in-law? Isn't his son also in the entertainment industry? The young officer's words were followed by a wave of coughing from all around. His back suddenly tensed, sensing a malicious gaze, and he quickly turned around. Seeing Cliff at that moment was like seeing a ghost. The young officer shrank back, swallowing hard, silently praying that Cliff wouldn't punish him too harshly. Kelly is our savior at the Longqing District Police Division. Don't talk nonsense, and definitely don't post false information online, Cliff said coldly. After saying this, he actually started humming a tune and walked away leisurely, leaving the other officers staring at each other in confusion. What happened to Cliff? Usually, if something like this occurred, he would at least scold for half an hour. Now, he didn't say anything extra. What the officers didn't know was that as soon as Cliff returned to his office, he immediately made a call to consult with someone important. Chapter 99, Taking You to the Desolate Mountains. Cliff carefully instructed him with evident impatience in his tone that he must get closer to Kelly, getting along well. It could only be beneficial and not harmful. It would be best if they could spark a little romance, smoothly making her become his daughter-in-law. After hanging up the phone, Cliff was delightedly imagining Kelly's contributions to the Longqing branch in the future, improving citizens' livelihood. Meanwhile, Hurley, who received the call, showed an expression of helplessness as he complained to his agent. My dad is really crazy. He wants me to get close to Kelly and even said it's best if something happens between us. The agent was shocked and hurriedly stopped him. This can't be done. Hurley, due to his resemblance to a top celebrity who had been imprisoned for misconduct, was called a substitute star, owning countless fans who saw themselves as his girlfriends. He looked handsome and had a good temper, but unfortunately, he had never truly shone in the industry. But Hurley's popularity and flow were acceptable, and his reputation within the circle was still pretty decent. Kelly seemed like a ticking bomb to the agent. If he got too close to her, the fans would first explode. Thinking about how Cliff repeatedly urged over the phone just now, Hurley deeply sighed, with a wry smile appearing on his sharply defined handsome face. I wonder what kind of magic spell that woman cast on my dad. Indeed, she was famously known in the circle for attaching herself to celebrities, sparing not even someone like him who was moderately popular. At this moment, Kelly, who was oddly dissed, was feeling the divine power and faith power within her body. Due to the policewoman, her depleted divine power finally gained a thin layer of light gold. Of course, this tinge of gold couldn't be felt unless one paid attention. Regarding the faith power, Kelly expelled a breath turbidly, her heart full of distress and agitation. She had accumulated this much with great effort, but now it was all gone, causing her headaches. At this rate, when would she ever accumulate enough faith power? If things didn't work out, should she find some time to torment Helena and those people who bullied the original host? Thinking this, Kelly found it indeed a good solution. She didn't notice that the Zachariah was constantly glancing back at her seat with a lecherous smile on his face. Suddenly, the mobile phone rang, and seeing Adrian's name, Kelly frowned but answered anyway. Do you enjoy the taste of sulfuric acid? A cold and sharp voice came from the other end. Kelly's expression immediately turned cold, her voice freezing like ice. You've controlled that woman. Of course, or how could an ordinary person have such courage? Adrian admitted frankly. She sneered, if it weren't for Hassan, now disfigured by sulfuric acid would be you. Unfortunately, he insisted on shielding you. The pain of being burned by sulfuric acid isn't pleasant, Kelly. I give you two choices. 1. Go to the hospital to thank your savior, Hassan. 2. Go home to see Madame Flynn, she is dying. Saying that, Adrian laughed wickedly, so loudly it hurt Kelly's ears. Her heart raced anxiously as she quickly divined her mother's condition. Upon sensing her current state, she couldn't help but inhale sharply, startled, exclaiming, Adrian. Have you gone mad? Even though Mom isn't your biological mother, she raised you for so many years. How can you do this to her? Before Kelly finished speaking, Adrian's sharp voice interrupted her. Raising? Ha. Do you still have the nerve to talk about raising you? Why, when you came, they could only see you and ignored me completely. They abandoned me and chose you first, don't blame me for being ruthless. Saying that, Adrian hung up abruptly, leaving Kelly staring at her phone in shock. She felt the overwhelming anger in the original host's heart. Madame Flynn and Hassan, Kelly could only choose the former. Madame Flynn was in critical danger, while Hassan was being treated in the hospital and wouldn't be in trouble. Driver, please turn the car around and take me to Beehive Garden, Kelly said. The Zachariah paused, then his smile widened eerily, and he agreed. The car headed towards Beehive Garden, while Kelly kept divining Madame Flynn's situation without delay. She couldn't afford any delays, she had to be quick. Adrian was a madwoman. The phone rang again. Kelly, you gave up on Hassan. It seems Madame Flynn holds a different position in your heart, Adrian said ominously. You're monitoring me? Kelly frowned, looking around but seeing no other cars. How did Adrian monitor her? Besides Madame Flynn, tonight I'm also going to send you another big gift. Enjoy it well. Adrian hung up again, infuriating Kelly so much that her chest rose and fell violently. Noticing it getting darker ahead, Kelly narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the Dayton coldly. Are you working for Adrian? No wonder it was so coincidental that there was a taxi right after leaving the police station. It turns out they were already lurking. The Zachariah looked at her through the rearview mirror, licking his dry lips and flashing a lecherous smile. What is this young lady talking about? Kelly took a deep breath, leaned back in the seat, and closed her eyes to rest. The Dayton slowly brought the car to a stop. After shifting into neutral, he rubbed his hands together nervously, eyeing the beauty in the back seat while swallowing saliva repeatedly, revealing his yellow teeth. Since you already know I'm working for Miss Flynn, then I won't be polite. Why did you have to provoke her? Muttering, the Dayton got out of the car and opened the rear door to drag Kelly out. It was pitch dark with no one around. It couldn't be more perfect for him to do what he wanted. However, awkwardly, as soon as he grabbed her, the person on the back seat didn't budge an inch. He tried again with all his might, but Kelly remained seated like an unmoving bell. Strange, looks so slender, but why is she so heavy? Murmuring, the Dayton exerted another force. This time, Kelly finally moved, gripping the Dayton's forearm. Hey, you're quite cooperative for a pretty girl. Know that being proactive saves you from suffering. Let me take good care of you. The Dayton's smile became even more lecherous, but suddenly his face froze, followed by a deafening scream. It hurts. Let me go quickly. It's broken. With his free hand, he kept slapping Kelly's hand which was still holding his arm. Her phoenix-like eyes gleamed with coldness, her voice low and stern. Didn't you enjoy it so much? As she spoke, a crack sound was heard, and the Dayton's forearm dislocated completely. Kelly released him coldly, watching him rolling on the ground in pain. She then stepped on his abdomen, pressing down harder. What did Adrian ask you to do? Drenched in sweat from pain, the Dayton dared not refuse. She asked me to assault you in the desolate mountains, then take you somewhere else, preventing you from going home. How ruthless. If the original host were here now, she would have fallen victim long ago. Anger surged within Kelly, and she pressed harder on the Dayton, who turned pale and begged for mercy. I just follow orders. I made a mistake. Please let me go. If you keep stepping I can't live. Give me the key. Kelly moved her foot away, opening her hand and speaking coldly to the Zachariah. Chapter 100, A Taste of Their Own Medicine. The Zachariah fumbled with the keys, while Kelly walked straight to the Dayton seat, inserted the key, and started the car. The original owner knew how to drive, so that knowledge was naturally embedded in her memory. However, since Kelly had possessed this body, she had only been a passenger and had never driven before. But now, given the urgency, she had no other choice. Nyla made it clear that she didn't intend to leave her any way out. Meanwhile, a news story exploded online. Hashtag Nyla accuses Kelly of going too far. Hashtag Hassan's fans unite to condemn Kelly. Hashtag is Candy CP about to fall apart? Hashtag. It all started when Nyla posted a tweet naming Hassan, saying he had been injured by sulfuric acid for Kelly's sake, but she refused to visit him at the hospital even once. In the post, there were blurred images of the wounds. Even with the blur, one could vaguely make out how terrifying the injuries were. How could Hassan's fans tolerate this? They couldn't. Known for following their idol's good temperament and gentle nature, they were deeply disappointed and enraged this time. As a result, Kelly's Weibo was besieged by furious fans hurling questions and insults. The term, Sue Bitch, resurfaced. Just asking, when will someone like Sue Bitch be kicked out of the entertainment industry? Since Sue Bitch kissed the Emperor of Films, I've always thought she was insane. Now, as expected, she doesn't know right from wrong. What on earth does Jeff see in her to risk getting hurt for her? Is it worth it? He might think it's worth it. Clearly he's blinded by love, everyone can see that from the variety shows. Hope Jia was the last to find out about the artist being admitted to the hospital due to the acid attack. She hurriedly called her unruly client, but received no answer. Calling Kelly next, hoping to understand what happened, also resulted in no response. Finally, Hope Jia had to call Nyla to learn which hospital Hassan was in. Being an agent wasn't easy. On Kelly's side, as she approached the Flynn family villa, her heart grew heavier. The taxi was stopped at the gate, so she got out, swiped her card, and let the security guard drive her home in a small vehicle. The moment she entered the house, Kelly rushed upstairs. Todd stood squarely at the top of the stairs, blocking her way. When Kelly tried to dodge left, he moved left with her. When she tried to go right, he did the same. "What are you going to do?" she asked anxiously. If Todd weren't the biological son of Mr. and Verity, Kelly would have kicked him down the stairs without hesitation. "How dare you come back here? It's all because of you. Tamara is now in poor health." Todd placed his hands on his hips, looking at Kelly with cold disdain. "Ever since you came into our lives, nothing good has happened. It's clear you clash with our family's fortune. You should just leave. You owe it to our parents' health," Todd added. Kelly bit her lip hard, not bothering to argue further. She tried pushing him aside but was forcefully shoved back. Her body stumbled backward and she rolled down the stairs. Luckily, it was only the second floor, so she wasn't seriously injured, but bruises were inevitable. "What's happening here? Miss?" The nanny panicked and hurried to help Kelly up. Todd stood at the top of the stairs, staring dumbfounded at his hand, swallowing hard. Kelly's eyes glittered coldly as she looked at him, and he stammered, "It was an accident. And you tried to push me first. I reacted. It's your fault, don't blame me." This young master clearly pushed the miss. The nanny spoke up for justice. Todd rolled his eyes. "What's it got to do with you? Who saw it? Can anyone prove it?" The nanny, stunned by his audacity, couldn't think of a retort. She frowned, unable to comprehend why Todd treated his own sister this way. Kelly had already suffered enough growing up away from home, and now, after finally being found, this. Suppressing the urge to cry, Kelly nodded slightly to the nanny. "Thank you." She limped upstairs, meeting the defiant gaze of Todd. Kelly smiled faintly and suddenly grabbed his collar. Caught off guard, Todd staggered backward and tumbled down the stairs more brutally than she did, hitting the chair leg with a bone-chilling scream. The nanny watched in disbelief. She hadn't expected Kelly to retaliate so fiercely. Yet, it felt so satisfying. Kelly continued upstairs, leaving behind a cold remark, a taste of their own medicine. She originally intended to maintain a superficial harmony with these foolish brothers for the sake of Mr. and Verity's face. Now it seemed that there was no need for that. Rather than enduring their abuse, it would be better to take the initiative. Todd had no time to think of anything else and told the nanny, "Quickly call 120. My hand is broken, and I have insurance." Kelly opened the door to Verity's room. She was lying in bed with her brows knitted tightly, her lips pale and bloodless, and cold sweat covering her face. It was clear that Verity was not doing well at all. Kelly again performed divination for her. Without seeing Verity herself earlier, she couldn't figure out exactly what was wrong, only that she was about to face a great calamity. After completing the divination, Kelly's anger deepened further. Meanwhile, Hassan opened his eyes in the hospital bed, greeted by a field of white. He breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, they had successfully left the warehouse, which was a good thing. Hassan instinctively looked for Kelly but saw Nyla sitting beside the bed, tearfully watching him. "One hanger brother, you finally woke up. I was so worried when you were unconscious." Nyla cried softly, causing a headache for Hassan, who instinctively frowned. "Where is Kelly?" "Her. She left you alone and ran away, while I happened to drive by and called the police for you," Nyla said. Kelly has always been selfish and self-serving. She only got close to you because she wanted to take revenge on me. One hanger brother, don't be deceived by her. Nyla appeared sincere, but Hassan didn't believe a word she said. Where's my phone? He asked coldly. Rather than hearing others talk, he wanted to contact Kelly directly. Of course, he was also worried about her well-being. A trace of sinister jealousy flickered in Nyla's eyes, but outwardly she acted obediently. I don't know. I didn't see your phone when I brought you here. Hassan grunted. The searing pain in his back left him unable to focus on anything else. He simply said, has Sister Hope been informed? Yes, I've already notified her. Nyla nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar wail echoed from outside the door. Chapter 101 Kelly, the Bad Luck Star. The ward door was pushed open, and two nurses supported Hugo, who was screaming at the top of his lungs, into the room. The doctor closed the door behind them, looking grave. Hassan and Nyla didn't expect such a coincidence to happen even in the ward. For a moment, they were both too shocked to speak. Due to excruciating pain, Hugo had his eyes tightly shut, looking as if his breath was barely hanging by a thread. The doctor's face showed helplessness. Your forearm has already been set. This minor injury won't affect you in the future. Don't worry. But it hurts. Hugo replied through clenched teeth. There's no way around it. I'll ask the nurses to bring some painkillers over. Try to control your volume, the doctor said. He had seen countless patients but had never encountered someone who cried like Hugo over such a small injury before. After the doctor left, the two nurses cast furtive glances at Hassan beside him. Hearing Hugo groaning again, the two nurses hurriedly left to go back to the nurse station, notifying others to fetch the painkillers. They had just returned when the idle nurses gathered around them. How was it? Is Hugo very handsome? Is his arm okay? Too bad I was changing medicine for another patient just now and missed seeing him. Gallensteining to their colleagues' curiosity, the two nurses wore expressions that spoke volumes. It's hard to say. Just now, there was also Hope Yimo in the ward, and he's handsomer. Upon hearing about Hassan, the nurses immediately forgot all about Hugo. Inside the ward. Nyla's eyes flickered with a dark light, quickly running to Hugo's bedside, looking worried. Third brother, what happened to you? Gianna? Hugo opened his tightly shut eyes in surprise and glanced around. Hassan nodded slightly at him in acknowledgement. These two people hadn't gotten along well from childhood to adulthood. Seeing himself ridiculed by someone he disliked, Hugo's face turned sullen. He shifted his gaze back to Nyla, seeing her concern and the tears brimming in her eyes, feeling somewhat moved. His biological sister had pushed him down the stairs, while his non-blood-related sister was so concerned about him. Thinking of Kelly, Hugo's face twisted with coldness. Isn't it because of that bad luck star in our family? I accidentally bumped into her, and she deliberately pushed me down the stairs in retaliation. Her grudge is too strong, not at all like our tolerant and magnanimous Flynn family members. Nyla looked indignant. How could Kelly do this to third brother? It's outrageous. Doesn't she know how important third brother's arm is to him? For a pianist, the most critical part was his hand, followed by his forearm. Hugo sighed. I told you, we shouldn't have brought her back. Nyla nodded vigorously, feeling excited inside. Originally, she wanted Hugo to stop Kelly, causing her to fail in saving Isabeline, but it didn't work. However, now she thought that creating animosity between the siblings wasn't bad either. As long as Hugo hated Kelly, Kelly wouldn't be able to live peacefully in the Flynn family. As the third son of the Flynn family, he was far from simple. Hassan watched the brother and sister coldly and asked, Kelly wouldn't attack you for no reason. What did you do to her? Hugo's expression froze momentarily, revealing a hint of guilt on his face before he snorted heavily. No matter what I do to her, she can't treat me like this. After all, I'm her elder. From this statement, Hassan understood that Kelly must have retaliated after being bullied by him. He felt anxious and increasingly irritable, wanting to find out how she was doing, but any slight movement sent an almost unbearable stabbing pain through his back. Hassan felt a twinge of anger, glaring coldly at Hugo who was still muttering about Kelly not being competent. King idiot, he muttered under his breath. Hugo and Nyla both stared at Hassan, stunned. The always gentle-looking Hope Yimo cursing? Not only Nyla, even Hugo, who had been clashing with Hassan for years, had never heard him curse. That's not true. Who are you calling a fool? Did I provoke you? Realizing what happened, Hugo exploded, baring his teeth and trying to get up to hit Hassan. Nyla hurriedly held him back and comforted him until he calmed down. Really don't know what spell Kelly cast on this kid, Hugo muttered with resentment. A flash of melancholy crossed Nyla's face, and she pressed her lips together without speaking. But at this moment, her eyes brimmed with waves of disgust and jealousy. Inside the Flynn family villa, Kelly placed her hand on Isabelline's forehead, transferring the scant amount of divine power she had into her body. If Isabeline had been affected by malevolent energy, a single pass of divine power would have dissipated it. But this time, Nyla used black chi, which doesn't belong to the cycle of cause and effect and was difficult to resolve. This bit of divine power could only ensure Isabeline remained alive temporarily, preventing her death. Kelly sighed, her clear and cold eyebrows showing worry. It seemed she would need more divine power. The door creaked as it was pushed open from the outside. Hakeem paused when he saw Kelly, then walked in, not expecting her to be there as well. He sat beside Verity's bed, gently wiping her cheeks with a warm towel, his eyes full of concern. I have no idea what's wrong with her. She has been in a coma since yesterday afternoon. Even our private doctor checked her thoroughly with various equipment but found nothing wrong. As Hakeem spoke, his eyes reddened. He quickly turned and wiped away his tears so that his daughter wouldn't see him lose his composure. Tyra, your mother finally found you, and she often mentioned when you would come home in recent days. Do you know what's wrong with her? Could she remain unconscious forever? The private doctor had already examined her and said Verity might have an incurable disease. If she didn't wake up, she could become a vegetative state patient. Every time Hakeem thought of this possibility, his heart ached so much that he could hardly breathe. His wife was such a lively and beauty-loving person, how could she end up as a vegetative state patient? Father, about this matter. Kelly was just about to explain when Hakeem's phone rang. He pulled out his phone and went outside to take the call. Kelly looked at Verity lying in bed and silently resolved to accumulate divine power during this period to guard against Nyla. No matter what, she had to save Verity. A moment later, Hakeem returned, looking even worse than before. Father. Kelly tried to say that this incident was somehow related to Nyla. However, Hakeem spoke first. Kelly, your mother is not doing well now. I will stay here to accompany her. You should go back and rest. His tone was slightly distant as he said this. Kelly pursed her lips and frowned, puzzled by Hakeem's behavior. Since he had spoken, she wouldn't stay any longer. The door opened and closed again. Hakeem turned back for a glance. This time he couldn't hold back, big tears rolling down his face, looking anxiously at Verity lying on the bed with a pale face. In a choked voice, Hakeem asked, what should I do? Is it really like what those two children said? But Tyra is our biological daughter, and she's always your favorite. Chapter 102, Debts Must Be Paid. Back in her room, Kelly tried to divine the reason behind Hakeem's reaction just now, but without enough cause and effect, she couldn't figure it out. Since it was impossible, she wouldn't force it. Kelly recalled that the original host had a spare phone. She got up and went to where she remembered it should be, opening the third drawer beneath the nightstand to find it, then plugged it in to charge and turned it on. The spare phone had been preserved in excellent condition by the original host. Even after a long time of not being used, once charged, it booted up smoothly. In the contact list, Hassan's phone number was saved. Kelly tapped to call him. She was very worried about him now. The sizzling sound of sulfuric acid being poured onto his back and the way he was drenched in sweat at that moment were still deeply etched in her memory. Kelly gradually felt a pang of heartache. She didn't know whether it was good or bad that she was becoming more human-like. But experiencing human emotions, Kelly liked it very much. She wanted to do as she wished, follow her heart. The phone rang for a long time with no one answering, so she dialed again. Just as this call was about to be hung up by the system due to no answer, it suddenly connected. Heavy breathing came from the other end of the phone. Kelly frowned. Hassan? Before she could finish speaking, a busy signal sounded in her ear, and the call was disconnected. Kelly keenly sensed something was off. She immediately dialed again. This time, the connection was made quickly. She hurriedly asked, who is this? The breathing on the other side caught, followed by a hoarse and weathered female voice. I'm the one who intended to pour sulfuric acid on you. But that wasn't me really. I admit I hated how you always bullied Alice, but I would never do that. I've always abided by the law. How could I dare pour sulfuric acid? As she spoke, Moxie began to cry in fear. Kelly didn't interrupt, only listening to her wails. I know saying sorry now is too late, but I really never had such extreme thoughts. Why? She kept murmuring, and Kelly coldly interrupted, our phones are with you, aren't they? The woman mumbled, yes, I realized when leaving the warehouse that your phones were in my pocket. I didn't dare go back and return them. Tell me where you are, and I'll come get you, Kelly said. The woman hesitated for a long time before giving her address. Kelly put away her phone and immediately went downstairs. The Zachariah's car was still parked by the roadside, and she conveniently drove it away. Unbeknownst to her, this small action caused considerable trouble for the security guards. Rich people have such unique hobbies, driving taxis for others. Wow, wonder if any millionaire might have sat in our taxi. The two security guards, gossiping idly, from then on respected the taxi industry with newfound awe. The address Moxie provided was a dessert shop in a rather secluded location. Kelly navigated several turns before finally arriving. Parking the car, she saw a woman standing there with her head hanging low, letting her long hair cover her face. She looked utterly dejected. Walking up to her, Kelly held out her hand, your phone. The woman abruptly lifted her head, shrinking her neck guiltily upon seeing Kelly, and quickly pulled the phones from her pocket. Kelly took the phones, and Moxie timidly asked, can you please not report me to the police? The sulfuric acid wasn't my doing. Wait, it was, but I couldn't control my actions and thoughts at the time, Moxie explained. She was clearly at a loss, knowing her explanation wouldn't be convincing. Kelly's clear and beautiful eyes watched her. Slowly, Moxie lowered her head, feeling as if all her intentions were laid bare. Pouring sulfuric acid indeed wasn't your wish, but you're not innocent. Zelda-1, do you remember the ID, a small pearl, you once raged at? Kelly's voice grew colder. Accompanied by the chilly wind blowing around, it felt incredibly eerie. Zelda-1 looked puzzled, shaking her head. No, what does this have to do with sulfuric acid? She had trolled countless people for Alice before, possibly enough to circle the globe. Kelly placed Hassan's phone in her coat pocket, crossing her arms, and stared coldly and disdainfully at Zelda-1. This kind of person, she had no intention of showing even an ounce of kindness. A small pearl commented on Nyla's Weibo photo, saying her looks were average, so you incited your fans to launch a vicious attack on her, which lasted for half a year. You left no tweet, status update, or repost alone, Kelly calmly recounted, helping Zelda-1 recall. At the same time, she texted Draper to bring some police over. Debts must be paid. She was the one, Zelda-1 murmured, finally remembering. But it was only 6 months, and she stopped posting on Weibo, probably changed accounts. Isn't everything fine now? Kelly sneered, changed accounts? Do you know that because of your leading online mobbing, she killed herself? She slashed her wrists at home. How could it be? Zelda-1 instinctively retorted. But seeing Kelly's disdainful and icy gaze, she realized this was likely true. She had actually caused someone's death. Thanks to a small pearl's family respecting her privacy, they didn't check her phone at her burial. That's why you, the culprits, have been able to live peacefully until today, Kelly said. Hearing this, Zelda's ashen face eased slightly, and she let out an almost imperceptible sigh of relief. As long as there was no evidence, the police couldn't arrest anyone. That was a good thing. Seeing her demeanor, Kelly felt even colder inside. She had started divining things as soon as she got the call. Zelda-1 was nothing but societal trash. Cyberbullying, a small pearl, was the worst thing she had done, but there were countless other smaller misdeeds. To fan Nyla, Zelda-1 had truly resorted to every possible means. And if she didn't harbor evil intentions in her heart, she wouldn't have been controlled and driven to cause such great harm. All in all, it was evil that started everything, hence she wasn't innocent. I know I was wrong before. Can you forgive me? The sulfuric acid really wasn't poured on purpose by me, Zelda-1 pleaded again. She looked at Kelly with hope, full of anticipation. But just as her words landed, sirens suddenly sounded, and Zelda's face instantly changed from innocent to vicious. You called the police. Who made you call the police? Her face twisted in malice, she lunged forward, fingers clawing towards Kelly's face, clearly intent on finishing what she had previously failed to do, ruin her appearance. Fool. Kelly gave her a cold look as she sidestepped, then kicked Zelda's leg. There was a sickening crack followed by a sharp scream. That kick shattered her kneecap directly. Zelda-1 clutched her leg, rolling on the ground in agony. A police car stopped in front of her, and Draper rushed over to Kelly. What happened? He asked. It couldn't be that Kelly wanted him to arrest her, right? Zelda-1 writhed in pain on the ground, her cheating performance, cough, cough. Kelly remained calm, there are surveillance cameras here. You can see she attacked me first. In a bit, I'll send you a phone number. Contact him and have him bring a small pearl's phone to the police station. Chapter 103 When will Kelly die? Kelly briefly told Cliff about the matter of a small pearl being driven to death by cyberbullying. His face immediately turned ashen. Take her away immediately, he said coldly, waving his hand. 2 policemen got out of the car and hurriedly dragged Zelda-1, who was in agony, into the vehicle. If this happens again, you must inform me at once, Cliff said seriously. Kelly nodded and replied in a calm tone, don't worry. The appreciation on Cliff's stern face was evident, befriending her was one of the best decisions he had ever made. He just wondered when that foolish son of his would finally take things seriously and bring this daughter-in-law back home. If Kelly knew what Cliff was thinking at that moment, she would have sent him away with a cold expression. Watching the police car leave, she returned to the taxi. Looking at the countless missed calls from Sister Hope on her phone, she silently dialed back. The call wasn't answered. After several more attempts, still no response, she decided to let it go for now. As for Hassan, she didn't know which hospital he was in, so she went back home first. Returning to her room, Kelly locked the door behind her. She plugged in her phone to charge it, changed her clothes, and casually tied her hair up with a sharp clip. Then she opened the live streaming app. She needed a large amount of divine power and couldn't waste even a second. Live streaming was the best temporary option. Kelly had only started her live stream for a few seconds when many people rushed in. Wow, I thought I'd be the fastest, but it turns out everyone else is quicker. I set a special reminder. I was watching a female streamer dance, and the moment Kelly's live stream popped up, I clicked it. I'm truly devoted to my favorite streamer. Can the person above share the link to the dancing girl? I'll check it out first. You guys are all perverts. But seriously, Kelly's shoulders and neck look amazing, and she definitely has a beautiful aura. Seeing the barrage of comments flood the chat, Kelly clicked to start connecting and casually answered the viewers' questions. I can live stream more often. In the coming days, I should be streaming frequently. Knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography, predicting impossible future events isn't something I can do, but I can indeed foresee some events in the near future. Beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. After answering these questions, Kelly directly connected with the first lucky viewer who requested a connection. The other end did not show a face, but the voice was full of malice. Streamer, I have a question I've been dying to ask. When will Kelly die? The moment those words were spoken, the chat exploded. This viewer is bold, I wonder too. Oh no, hearing about Sue bitch reminds me of all the stupid things she's done lately. It's making me sick. So disgusting. I was enjoying the live stream, and then I hear Sue bitch's name. Looking at the malicious comments flooding her live stream, Kelly remained silent for a moment before responding. Not anytime soon. The connected viewer sighed deeply, sounding genuinely sad, and asked, so, streamer, do you know why Kelly acted like that? Hassan clearly treated her well and even shielded her from acid, but she showed no gratitude. Now, we can't even see her anymore. Unable to hold back, the viewer began mumbling. Through these words, Kelly gradually understood why she was hated by the entire internet again. I can only tell you that there's more to this story than what Adrian claims. She is spreading lies, Kelly explained to the viewer. The viewer responded with a lackluster and disconnected, seemingly uninterested. She was a fan of Hassan and didn't care whether Adrian was lying, she only wanted justice for her idol. The chat exploded again. Fans of Adrian came flocking without any prior knowledge, unleashing their fury. What does this streamer think she is? Trying to ride on our idol's popularity? How could it be slander when everything happened in plain sight? I bet the streamer took money from Sue bitch, that's why she's speaking up for her. You're so revolting. Yeah, our sweet Adrian is so kind. How could she possibly lie about this? Some of you upstairs, seeing your comments makes me realize how nasty Adrian's fans can be. My CP couple definitely has no issues, they are real. Viewers argued among themselves, flooding the screen with heated comments. Those who had watched Kelly's live streams before knew how incredible she was, and they knew she would never lie or take petty bribes. If she were taking money, why would she disable donations? Even if each of the hundreds of thousands of viewers donated just $1, it would be incredibly profitable. Not to mention, with her talent for fortune-telling, even if she charged higher prices, people would still be willing to pay. So the accusations from Adrian's fans were nonsense. Kelly shifted her gaze away from the chat. She seriously doubted the cultural literacy of some people. How could these people be so good at cursing? She casually clicked to the next connection, and the screen showed the sky first. Against the blue sky floated 2 white clouds, and the sound of wind came from the other end of the phone, calming the hearts of listeners. Streamer, tell me, is this really my fault? A faint, weak female voice reached everyone's ears, followed by a pale, disheveled face appearing in the phone camera, looking quite young. The wind blew her hair back, revealing a birthmark at the corner of her eye, which she quickly covered up again. Seeing her reaction, the viewers in the live stream felt deeply sympathetic. I heard that people with birthmarks are marked by God, they're angels. The birthmark at the corner of your eye isn't ugly at all. It adds a special charm to you, very beautiful. You don't need to hide it. Wow, today I actually saw a real angel. Kelly looked at the comments in the live stream, finding it strange that some of those comforting the girl had been spouting curses just moments ago. People are truly complex. Beautiful? Milagros gave a bitter smile. Despite her young age, her eyes and expression seemed as if she had seen countless things in life, numbly. Because of this birthmark, I was despised by my biological parents, and the students at school said I was a monster. They dragged me into the storage room, mocked me because of the birthmark on my face, took photos and posted them in the class group for everyone to see. I still remember what they said. Dog thing, ugly ghost, bitch, trash. Milagros repeated these words expressionlessly. Kelly glanced at her surroundings and inwardly knew something wasn't right. She quickly cut off the connection when her calculations turned grim, and she sighed deeply. The live stream viewers also realized something was amiss. Where is this girl connecting from? The surroundings are so desolate. Heaven, combining her current state, I suddenly have an idea. Don't do anything stupid at such a young age. There's a bright future waiting for you. When you grow up, you'll look back and find that these are trivial matters. Chapter 104, Persuading the Girl on the Rooftop. Facing the concern of netizens, the girl remained expressionless. She wasn't paying attention to the live stream chat messages but slightly lowered her head. She turned the camera around, causing an immediate shock among netizens. Milagros was sitting on the edge of the rooftop, her legs swinging in the air, dressed in a bright red dress. A gust of wind blew, fluttering her skirt and adding a chilling coolness to the scene. Kelly watched this scene with pity in her eyes. Inside the live stream room, netizens split into 2 camps. If she wants to jump, let her. Why is she putting on a show for the live stream? Do we really enjoy watching? Is the person above ill or what? This is a living soul. If her rash words really cause her to jump, won't he feel guilty? Yulo, got it, will she jump or not? What should I feel guilty about? It's not like I made her jump. The camera flipped again, the girl smiled lightly, but her eyes revealed a cold demeanor. Selma, Joshua, Galen Jessen, Xavian, Aaron. With no emotion, she slowly recited these names. Netizens who shared the same names frantically spammed comments, dissociating themselves from the incident. Milagros continued, Devon, Dustin, my class teacher at Chongqing Middle School. I remember you once said that getting beaten and cursed by them was due to my own faults. Why don't they bully others instead of me? Beck, Tamara, you also said so, but I wonder why they bullied me and why you didn't treat me as a human being? As the girl's words came out, the netizens in the live stream understood. She wanted to jump because of school bullying. No one dared to say more sarcastic remarks. They began to persuade her instead. We've noted these names down. Hurry up and come down. They will certainly face justice. Dear, you still have a long life ahead. Don't give up on your life because of these scums. Please find a way, host, don't just watch her jump. The ones who truly deserve to die are those school bullies, not her. Milagros retracted her gaze from the chat messages, looking straight at Kelly, her expression laced with guilt. I'm sorry. I need traffic to expose how I died to get the bad guys punished. I didn't mean to disrupt your live stream. Even now, she apologized, revealing how obedient and well-behaved she was. Comments flooded faster and faster. Kelly spoke, do you think your death can make those people be punished? Milagros nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Of course it can. Now there are nearly 1 million people in the live stream. They will help me get justice. No, Kelly shook her head, firm and decisive. Your parents who discriminate against girls, classmates who bully you, and teachers who ignore your situation will only face moral condemnation and nothing more. Milagros stood still, wide-eyed and bewildered, unsure of what to do next. Kelly continued speaking, recounting the scenes she had predicted for the girl. Your parents, after everyone condemns them, will take your brother back to the countryside to hide for several years before coming back to the city. By then, no one will remember you anymore. And those who bullied you, their families either wealthy or powerful, will send them to study abroad at subpar universities before returning, still appearing as splendid young masters and misses. As for Dustin, he indeed lost his teaching qualifications, but using the knowledge in his mind, he runs tutoring classes successfully, even making more money than before. Tears streamed down the girl's face, her eyes red-rimmed. Suddenly, she stood up, yelling angrily, impossible. If I die, how can they still be fine? Kelly calmly watched her without speaking. The viewers in the live stream room also fell silent, no longer sending any chat messages. In fact, reality could be that cruel. If the girl chose to jump off the building, those people would indeed only face moral condemnation. After all, they didn't personally push her down, the law couldn't do anything about it. But, human memory fades over time. How long would everyone remember this poor girl? A month? A year? A day? A minute? Some might express anger while reading news reports but forget quickly afterward. You're a shameless charlatan. I see now, you're in league with them, taking their money. The more you try to stop me from dying, the more it proves my resistance works. You're scared. At this moment, the girl appeared almost deranged, terrifyingly. Kelly's expression remained unchanged, sighing. If you wish, I can help you, she said gently. The madness disappeared from the girl's face, her nose red, making her look even more pitiful at this moment. Help me, she murmured, then gave a self-mocking smile. She hadn't heard this word for a long time. Can I trust her? Adeline, I can help you, as long as you are willing to trust me, Kelly said resolutely. Her voice was filled with infinite reassurance. Adeline stood frozen for a moment, looking at the chat messages in the live stream. The host is very capable. If she says she can help, she definitely can. Right, you don't know, but the host once caught a convict who had been on the run for many years. She has real skills. Girl, come down from the rooftop now and promise the host. Not just her, as long as you stay alive, all of us viewers will help you. Persuaded by everyone, Adeline felt an unprecedented warmth. It turned out that so many people cared whether she lived or died. She wasn't unloved. The live stream camera suddenly jolted as Adeline jumped off the edge of the rooftop, her feet touching solid ground, choosing life over death. Thank you all. I won't die anymore. Even for your concern today, I'll live well and grow up properly, she choked back tears. Tears kept streaming down Adeline's eyes, but her face bloomed with a bright smile, like flowers in full bloom, making others involuntarily teary-eyed. I'll send you a private message through the back end and call you a cab, Kelly said. Adeline nodded excitedly, cutting off the live stream to input her address. Kelly's slender fingers danced before the camera lens, replying to messages and opening the ride-hailing app. Confirming that the girl wouldn't attempt suicide again, netizens breathed a sigh of relief and started teasing each other. The host's hands are really long and white. Just by looking at her hands, you can tell she's a real beauty. I'm swooning. Lace fans love hand shots. I can't even imagine what would happen if these hands were, cough, cough. Sisters upstairs, this is a comment section, not a deserted area. Be careful, you might run into acquaintances. After calling the cab, Kelly returned to the main topic, connecting with 2 more netizens before estimating the time and closing the live stream, heading towards the villa exit. She had set the pickup location at the main gate of the villa. Just as she reached near the entrance, she saw Adeline standing nearby with her head bowed. Chapter 105, I will uphold justice for you today. Kelly walked up to Adeline, and as she approached, she suddenly had an inexplicable sense. Helping this young girl through her difficulties would likely grant her a substantial amount of divine power. Of course, regardless of the amount, Kelly was going to help her. She stopped in front of Adeline and spoke softly, "Hello." Milagros looked up immediately upon hearing the familiar voice and was momentarily stunned when she saw it was Kelly. "Hello." Adeline hadn't expected to run into a celebrity while waiting for someone. This was her first time encountering a star in real life. It had to be said that Kelly's face was truly stunning. There were no flaws at close range, and she looked even more beautiful than on screen. Seeing her standing still, Adeline hastily tried to hide her birthmark by brushing her hair over it and explained hurriedly, "I don't live here. I'm just waiting for someone. I'm the streamer who contacted you. Do you want to talk at my place or outside?" Kelly asked. Hearing this, Adeline widened her eyes in disbelief. She really couldn't associate the beautiful female celebrity in front of her with the composed fortune-telling master from the live stream. Thinking Kelly didn't believe her, Adeline showed her phone with the live stream homepage open and said, "You see." Adeline nodded dumbfoundedly as she followed the screen, then said shyly, "I feel embarrassed going outside. Can we go to your place?" "Of course." Kelly responded indifferently. They both got into the security guard's car without further conversation. Currently, only Kelly was at the villa, so she led Adeline directly into the living room, asking the housekeeper to serve fruit tea. Adeline had never seen such a beautifully luxurious house before. Feeling very uneasy, she sat stiffly, occupying only a tiny corner of the sofa. She was afraid her dirty clothes might stain the sofa. Kelly noticed her reaction and felt a stronger sense of compassion. "What do you want to do?" she asked in her clear voice. "Make your parents and those school scumbags pay?" Adeline blinked, appearing rather bewildered at the moment. "Pay?" She closed her eyes slightly. "I want those people at the school to pay, but regarding my parents. They did give me life. I don't want to harm them, just cut all ties forever. There are parents who don't love their children, but it's rare to find a child who doesn't love their parents." Though Kelly didn't understand, she respected Adeline's choice, nodding slightly with a contemplative expression on her calm face. "Based on what I calculated, your parents hid the admission notice under the computer in your brother's study. I can take you there to retrieve it first. Then we can consider what comes next." "How about that?" Kelly suggested. Adeline stared at her in surprise, not expecting her to have predicted this too. She quickly replied, "Yes. Thank you." In fact, Adeline had resolved to jump mainly because of the acceptance letter. She finally managed to get into university, ready to say goodbye to her previous school and the suffering endured there, hoping to welcome a new chapter in her life. But her parents refused to pay the tuition, hiding the notice and ordering her to work to earn money for the family, specifically for her brother's education. At that moment, Adeline's heart truly died. She no longer wanted to live in this hypocritical, cold world. Death seemed like a relief to her. As they left the villa, they ran into Gregor, who wanted to ask where she was going but was ignored outright. All he could do was watch her leave. He was naturally hurt. But Gregor knew he deserved it. He had ignored Kelly's feelings, focusing only on Nyla. It was fitting that she treated him the same way. After leaving the villa, Adeline found it hard to hide her excitement and boldly asked, "Is that person back there a friend of yours?" Kelly frowned and shook her head, "No." Her attitude was extremely cold, and Adeline dared not ask further, only replying, "Oh." However, Adeline was still thrilled to have personally encountered such a medical genius. Adeline was deeply interested in medicine, and she had applied to a medical university, so she naturally knew of Gregor. With unmatched looks and abilities, he was revered as a god among medical students. However, her excitement crumbled when she saw a taxi, her lips twitching as she stood rooted to the spot. She watched as Kelly's long legs swung gracefully into the Dayton seat of the taxi, remaining silent. Adeline couldn't help but wonder the same thing as the security guard. Do rich people nowadays prefer driving taxis? Kelly inserted the key to start the car and realized the passenger wasn't inside yet. Lowering the window, she revealed her delicate face. "Get in." Once again mesmerized by her beauty, Adeline snapped out of her daze and hurriedly took the passenger seat. Kelly started the car and drove seriously. A suspicious blush appeared on Adeline's cheeks. The thought of the goddess herself driving her made Adeline feel like she was floating on cloud nine. The car eventually reached an old, dilapidated residential area. It only occurred to Adeline later that she hadn't given any specific directions since getting in the car. How did Kelly know where to go? Calculated. The clear and cold voice made Adeline shiver. She blinked her eyes and turned to look at Kelly. "That. Can you even calculate what I'm thinking?" she asked, her voice trembling in disbelief. At this moment, trouble filled Adeline's mind. She had thought so many inappropriate things just now. Had they all been known? Kelly pursed her lips and raised an eyebrow, her exquisite features appearing bewitching, like a fox who could control hearts. "What do you think?" she asked softly. Adeline's eyes widened even more as she covered her mouth, which was agape in shock, no longer daring to let her mind wander. She couldn't be heard. Kelly chuckled lightly, her cold and bewitching aura melting into radiant beauty. "Just kidding. You're young, and everything shows on your face. How could I not notice?" Looking at her bright, flower-like smile, Adeline felt even more dazed, with Kelly's words going in one ear and out the other. "Kelly is really beautiful. As the saying goes, beauty lies in bone, not skin." Kelly's beauty wasn't just due to her stunning appearance but more because of the innate aura she carried. Before, Adeline thought the most beautiful person in the circle was Lottie, but now her internal scales were tilting. The car stopped, and Kelly briskly pulled out the key. Let's go. Suppressing all sorts of mixed emotions, Adeline looked up at the floor where her home was, feeling inexplicably anxious. She was scared, really scared. Kelly sensed her fear and helplessness, stepped forward a few paces, and Adeline hurriedly followed. They walked to the 4th floor, stopping in front of a household on the left. Pausing, Kelly turned back to look at Adeline, emphasizing, I'm here today to stand up for you and resolve your familial relationships with them. Adeline, don't be afraid. Trust me, I will protect you. Okay. Adeline nodded emphatically, and trusting her whole heart, her gaze becoming resolute. In her eyes, Kelly was a delicate female celebrity. How much strength could she have? She had endured beatings since childhood and wasn't afraid of pain anymore. If she had to endure it later, she would step up. Chapter 106, Intent to kill her daughter. After confirming Adeline's mood gradually improved, Kelly finally reached out to knock on the door. Waiting for a moment, there was no sound from inside the door. She did some quick calculations with her hand by her side, confirming someone was inside, and knocked again. This time, a scolding voice came through. You shameless brat, you still dare to come home? What's wrong with working to support your brother? Your old mother has taken good care of you all these years, not for you to live like a pampered lady after growing up. I tell you this, if today you don't agree to go out and work to earn money for your brother, I'll flay your skin. The speaker's words were full of malice and resentment. Adeline covered her mouth and cried, fear rising in her heart once again. She wasn't really afraid but acted instinctively. This family had poisoned her too deeply. Kelly's face turned cold, and she applied more force to her movements. The scolding voice grew closer. Just look at your shameless hide, daring to bang on the door now? As these words fell, the door was opened from inside. Standing before Kelly was a Edith with deep wrinkles between her eyebrows and prominent nasolabial folds, with downturned eyes. Seeing the beautiful girl suddenly appear at her doorstep, she paused momentarily, then saw Adeline. The Edith, hands on her hips, shouted angrily, so you brought help, didn't you? No wonder it took so long. Let me tell you, no matter how many people you bring, you still have to work. The acceptance letter has already been torn up, and even if it weren't, we wouldn't pay a cent for your tuition. And you, young lady, my daughter is being so rebellious. Maybe it's because of you, looking so pretty, but with such an ugly heart. Saliva flew as the Edith ranted. Kelly watched her coldly while Adeline burst into tears and stepped forward resolutely. It was always like this when I was little. I found friends to do homework together and came home late once, and you scolded us without cause. Now, it's still like this. Do you plan to drive everyone away from me, turning me into your personal tool until you're satisfied? Adeline's voice cracked with exhaustion, seemingly pouring out all her grievances over the years. The Edith's eyes widened. At first, she seemed somewhat guilty, but seeing her daughter, who she had always controlled, daring to talk back made her mostly furious. If I don't beat you every 3 days, you'll start tearing down the roof, Moxie said viciously. Her eyes darted around and picked up a broomstick lying in the corner. If you touch her today, I'll call 110 immediately and send you to the police station, Kelly said coldly. The Edith's sour expression froze as she frowned at her. What does teaching my daughter have to do with you or the police? Clearly, she thought nothing of it. Kelly scoffed, icy eyes blazing with sharpness, you can try. Adeline is an adult, a legal citizen first, and your daughter second. If you hit someone, you must pay the price. The Edith hesitated and dared not act. Adeline looked at her wavering mother with cold eyes, feeling her heart grow colder again. I told you I was playing games in the room. Be quiet, came an impatient voice. Then, the door opposite the main entrance opened, revealing a Edric, looking to weigh around 280 pounds, with bulging cheeks. He still wore headphones, speaking softly into them, baby, wait a bit, I'll get back to you after I handle family matters, kiss. The fatty flashed an oily smile, hanging up his call, then lifted his eyes and brightened upon seeing Kelly. Beautiful. He waddled forward with his obese body, Adeline hurriedly shielding Kelly but was slapped aside, hitting the wall and gasping in pain. Do you want to add me on social media? I'm quite good at gaming, the fat man smiled ingratiatingly, showing off his WeChat QR code. Seeing Kelly unmoved, the Edith crossed her arms. My son wants your WeChat, why aren't you scanning it? Let me tell you, it's your fortune that my son finds you worthy. Kelly already knew when calculating that this family, except for Adeline, was full of oddballs. But she hadn't expected them to be this odd. Their brains seemed to be steeped in sewage, disgusting and stupid. Go get the things, Kelly said to Adeline at the corner. She immediately darted into the room. The Edith yelled in alarm. What are you doing going inside? Trying to steal our money, huh? I've known you're not honest. You've been stealing all those times, and you still won't admit it. Seeing Moxie about to follow, Kelly quickly calculated again, raising an eyebrow to drop a bombshell. You mean the 30,000 yuan you kept in your wallet, 15,000 of which was stolen? This statement made the Edith pause in her steps. Her eyes darted around. All right, I see. So that dead girl had the guts to steal money because you were behind it. Give me back the money right now, or I'll tell the police. She stretched out her hand in anger but didn't notice the guilty look on her son's face beside her. Kelly sneered, the money was stolen by your son, all spent on games. You can still check the top-up records. He has been gradually topping up his game over these past few years with money earned from secretly filming and selling videos of you and your husband. Upon hearing this, the Edith froze, then turned incredulously to look at her son. Knowing her own son well, she screamed and lunged for his phone. Get lost, respect my privacy. Don't look at what you shouldn't, the fat man said roughly. He pushed her without mercy, causing her to crash into the doorframe, gasping in pain. Just then, Adeline came out, a smile on her face, holding the hidden acceptance letter. The Edith's eyes widened abruptly. Give me the acceptance letter. She reached out, but this time Adeline firmly refused, keeping the letter behind her back so she couldn't touch it. Confronting one defiance after another from her children, the Edith became so enraged that her vision went black, cursing loudly, so you think I can't manage you anymore? Neither of you listens. Do you believe I can make you both dead? The Edith's expression was sinister, and Kelly sensed the murderous intent emanating from her. It was directed at Adeline, not just idle talk but a genuine desire to kill her own daughter. Kelly pressed her lips together, puzzled as to why the Edith would do such a thing. This was her flesh and blood, born after 10 months of pregnancy. Why be so heartless? We can make a deal, Kelly suddenly said. The Edith reined in her anger and turned to look at her. What kind of deal? She crossed her arms, looking disdainful. Kelly replied, my demand is to have Adeline's household registration transferred out. I can provide the money. Chapter 107 Taking Adeline Away. You? Take her away? The Edith cast a disdainful glance, crossing her arms and sizing up Kelly before shifting her gaze to Adeline beside her. Her eyes didn't look at Adeline as if she were her own daughter. Instead, it was as though she were appraising a commodity for sale. However, Kelly noted from their appearances and familial resemblance that they were indeed mother and daughter. Fine, 50,000, the Edith declared. It was an exorbitant price, extortionist even. Kelly remained silent, but Adeline, visibly agitated, retorted first, you've never spent even 5,000 on me since I was a child. Why should you ask for 50,000 now? She didn't want the person who was helping her to be taken advantage of as an easy target. The Edith rolled her eyes, her upward slanting eyes looking even more harsh and bitter. She responded in a disgruntled tone, are you kidding me? Was it easy for your old lady to give birth to you? Adeline clenched her fists by her sides tightly. If given the choice, she would rather not have been born into such a family. Kelly placed her hand gently on Adeline's shoulder in a consoling gesture and turned to the Edith, saying, all right. She agreed so readily that both women on the scene were taken aback. Immediately, the Edith's eyes lit up with fierce excitement, and after clearing her throat, she feigned regret, actually, I've changed my mind. On second thought, giving birth to a daughter already cost 50,000. Raising her with all my effort for so many years, another 10, no, make that 20,000 should be added. The Edith spread her hands out, that's 70,000 total. Any objections? Her eager, mercenary demeanor made Adeline clench her jaw tightly, glancing nervously at Kelly beside her. She wasn't afraid Kelly wouldn't agree, but she was afraid she would. Forget it. I might as well stay home, Adeline said despondently. Turning to the Edith, her eyes brimming with hatred and resentment, she said each word deliberately, letting you get 70,000 feels worse than death to me. Upon hearing this, the Edith's face contorted with fury, and she raised her hand to strike. Adeline instinctively ducked, covering her head. This action was one she had done countless times before. But this time, no pain followed. Kelly caught the Edith's wrist. Applying slight pressure, Kelly caused the Edith to scream in agony, I won't hit anymore, please let me go. You're breaking my hand. A hint of darkness appeared on Kelly's serene and beautiful face. If she could, she would snap this woman's wrist right then and there. Snorting, Kelly released the Edith's hand, 50,000 is final. Either I take her or leave. The Edith's complexion paled, but from Kelly's expression, it was clear she meant business. This troublemaker, if sent off to marry someone, they might not even receive 50,000 as a dowry. But now, selling her brought in a substantial amount immediately. Deal, the Edith nodded in agreement. Standing next to Kelly, Adeline pursed her lips, feeling complex and heavy-hearted. A little girl unloved by her parents, how could she be worth so much money? But having a chance to leave her original family, Adeline didn't want to miss it. She wanted to live properly, like a human being. All right, I'll have my lawyer handle the formalities tomorrow, and the money will be paid then, Kelly stated. Unable to get the money immediately, the Edith's face soured slightly, but she still rubbed her hands together excitedly and nodded. After all, 50,000 yuan could buy an apartment in a small county town, something their family couldn't dream of saving up for. It was within reach tomorrow. At the moment the Edith agreed, Kelly was suddenly enveloped by a surge of divine power. As the power flowed into her body, her appearance visibly softened. This was the reward for doing good deeds. As the saying goes, saving one life surpasses building a 7-story pagoda. Feeling greatly uplifted, Kelly told Adeline beside her, let's go. They left one after another, and the Edith did not stop them. With the troublesome girl not coming home tonight, it would save some food, why not? And in today's society governed by law, if Adeline vanished without returning after leaving with Kelly, the Edith could always report her daughter as kidnapped. Downstairs. Kelly and Adeline got into a taxi, and an oddly quiet atmosphere prevailed. A soft sobbing sound broke the silence. Sorry for making you spend so much money. Someone like me just causes trouble for others. I'm nothing but a burden. Tears dropped from Adeline's eyes onto her skirt, turning the vibrant red to a darker hue. At this moment, she hated herself intensely. No, Kelly spoke up unexpectedly. Adeline lifted her tear-streaked eyes, meeting Kelly's beautiful and earnest phoenix eyes. I help you because you deserve it, Kelly said. From the moment the girl lowered her feet from the rooftop, her future underwent a dramatic transformation. You will become an excellent doctor, dedicated to saving lives. In the future, countless lives will be saved by your hands, Kelly assured her. Adeline blinked her misty eyes, momentarily stunned. Could she really do it? Could the word excellent apply to her? Growing up, even though Adeline had good grades, her parents never praised her. Each time she came home jubilantly with a perfect score, her parents would always respond coldly, criticizing her. What's the use of you, a girl who will eventually get married, scoring so high? I let you go to high school just to get a higher dowry in the future. As for college, don't even think about it. You shouldn't be thinking about our family's money, that money is all for your brother to marry. Scoring this high, you might as well see if there are any rich second-generation kids in your class and talk to them nicely. Such heart-piercing remarks were countless. Over time, Adeline became increasingly introverted and began to doubt herself. The $500,000 I paid is not free. You have to pay me back once you start working, Kelly said with a stern face. Adeline nodded vigorously, coming back to her senses. This money she must repay. I'll take you to a hotel first, and over these few days, I'll help you handle matters like enrollment and accommodation. Don't worry about anything else, Kelly added. Adeline frowned and shook her head apologetically. It's just the beginning of summer vacation. I can earn my tuition fee myself. You don't need to spend more on me. Kelly clicked her tongue, her cool gaze turning to her, exuding an unyielding authority. Just listen to me, she said. Under her stare, Adeline nodded with a blush, feeling oddly flustered. How had she never noticed before how stunningly beautiful Kelly was, almost bewitching. In some circles, she would easily be considered a dream lover. Seeing everything was arranged properly, Kelly started the car and casually searched for a nearby hotel with good value and decent ratings. She didn't choose an expensive one to avoid making Adeline feel more uneasy. This young girl hadn't experienced kindness from others, so even a small favor could make her overly grateful. After settling Adeline in, Kelly added her on WeChat and transferred 3,000 yuan for expenses during the summer vacation. The hotel provided meals, and 3,000 should be enough for personal items and other expenses for an average person. Unable to refuse, Adeline reluctantly accepted the money with a red face. By the way, don't disclose my identity yet, Kelly said. Okay, Adeline nodded solemnly in response. Watching Kelly leave the hotel, she covered her wildly beating heart, opened her phone, and reassured the netizens who cared about her. Chapter 108 Kelly. Save me. Lying on the soft bed in the hotel, Adeline couldn't help but feel tears well up in her eyes as she read through the messages of concern sent by netizens. She knew that she was about to be reborn. By the time Adeline's matters were settled, it was already late at night. Kelly drove her taxi home. The reason she continued driving a taxi was twofold, partly because it came naturally to her, and partly to irritate Nyla. She could imagine how bad Nyla's expression would be when she saw this taxi. As soon as she entered the Sue family villa, Kelly saw Farrell and Gregor sitting on the sofa, both with unpleasant expressions on their faces. Miss, you're back. The kitchen has kept your meal warm, the housekeeper said as she approached. Hearing this, the two men on the sofa turned to look at her. Kelly ignored them and nodded slightly at the housekeeper, thank you. Ever since she had taken over the original host's body, she finally understood what it meant that a person could not live without food. The housekeeper went to heat up the food while Kelly sat on the sofa at a distance from the father and son. Farrell sighed, unable to resist asking, Tyra, your elder brother said, you pushed him down the stairs, causing his arm to fracture? In his heart, he believed that this newly recognized daughter of his was still relatively well-behaved and shouldn't be capable of such an act. However, Farrell also knew that his son was not one to make things up. Kelly nodded, calmly admitting it. Seeing her attitude, Gregor frowned and said to Farrell, Tyra isn't the type to provoke trouble first. It must be the problem with third brother. Regardless, pushing someone down the stairs is unacceptable, Farrell said, anger showing on his face as he looked at Kelly. You know, your third brother is a pianist, and his arms and hands are practically his life. How could you? Farrell sighed heavily again, truly unsure what to say to this newly recognized daughter. He couldn't beat her or scold her either. If he pushed me down the stairs first, should I not defend myself? Kelly coolly asked, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion as she stared directly at Farrell. What? He pushed you first? Farrell exclaimed in shock. When Todd reported it, he hadn't mentioned anything extra. Just then, the housekeeper, who was bringing out the food, interjected, "That's right. Young Master 3 blocked Mrs. Way, and you didn't see how unreasonable he was being." The housekeeper placed the food on the coffee table, sking. Miss Sue tried to endure it, but young Master 3's words became increasingly outrageous. In the end, he even pushed her down the stairs, which is why she lost control. Gallensteining to the housekeeper's account, Farrell's face turned increasingly green with anger. What a bold Todd, daring to twist the truth and accuse his own sister. Suppressing his anger, Farrell glanced apologetically at Kelly. "Tyra, I'm sorry. I didn't fully investigate before almost accusing you unfairly." Farrell blushed. After all, as an elder, it was indeed uncomfortable for him to apologize to a junior. "It wasn't almost. You slandered me," Kelly emphasized. As Farrell's face turned worse, she slowly continued, "Without investigating, you trusted only Todd's partial words and came here to blame me, which is slander." Kelly's accusation made Farrell turn pale. He stammered a couple of times but ultimately said nothing. He had never encountered such an unrelenting child. Of course, Farrell wasn't despicable enough to think Kelly was wrong for speaking against him, he just regretted his actions. Looking at the food on the table, Kelly felt her stomach rumble but somehow didn't want to eat. She sighed and turned to leave upstairs. "Father, you know very well that old 3 dislikes Tyra. Why did you believe him?" Gregor disagreed. Frowning deeply, he hurried upstairs after Kelly. But the door slammed shut in front of Gregor, leaving him outside. He smiled bitterly. In Kelly's heart, he and Farrell probably weren't much different. The only thing left to do now was to find an opportunity to make amends. Downstairs, Farrell's usually straight back was now hunched, and he appeared weary. He was wrong, utterly wrong. Involuntarily, Farrell imagined how his wife would handle this if she were awake. She would likely have believed Kelly. At this moment, Farrell felt like a complete failure. Kelly, on the other hand, wasn't feeling particularly anything except hunger. Back in her room, she rubbed her growling stomach, thinking mysteriously of Hassan. Gallivanting in his villa previously, she had enjoyed varied dishes every day and had never gone hungry. Mysteriously, she missed him. Kelly tried to figure out Hassan's exact location using her intuition, but she could only sense that he wasn't in danger. She sighed, took out her phone, and called Sister Hope, but it remained unanswered. Annoyance spread, and Kelly simply threw her phone aside, went to the bathroom to wash up, and returned to sleep. Sleeping would make her forget about hunger. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the Flynn family villa. Kelly, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly sat up, her eyes slightly bewildered. More heart-wrenching screams soon followed. She blinked a few times and recognized the screams as coming from Gregor. She hurriedly put on her slippers and rushed to his room. Just as Kelly entered the room, she saw Farrell there, looking worried as he called the family doctor on his phone, urging him to come over quickly. "He's possessed, calling a doctor won't help," Kelly said. Farrell's expression stiffened slightly. He told the private doctor not to come and hung up the phone. While they were talking, Gregor screamed again several times. His brows were tightly furrowed, cold sweat continuously trickling down his face, as if he was afraid of something or being tormented in some inhumane way. Kelly formed a lotus shape with her hand at her side and injected a bit of divine power into the center of his brow. His screaming immediately softened, and the cold sweat stopped. Indeed, something was affecting him. It was likely Esme again. There's something tormenting him in his dreams. "I'll go in and check it out," Kelly decided instantly. Farrell nodded blankly, still not fully comprehending what was happening. Kelly lay down next to Gregor, held his hand, closed her eyes, and her breathing gradually deepened. Farrell, standing beside them, didn't know whether to stand or sit. At this moment, Kelly entered Gregor's dream. When she truly entered and saw the adult-rated scene, she wasn't sure what to say, remaining silent. Should she just back out? "Save me. Kelly." Gregor screamed frantically. His shirt had already been ripped off, but his pants were intact. Esme was trying to pull off his belt. It looked like she was in quite a hurry. "You bitch, you again." Esme gritted her teeth, her eyes glowing red as she glared at Kelly, wanting nothing more than to tear her apart. Interfering with her evil deed indeed deserved death. "So, only you can torment good men, and I can't save him?" Kelly countered. Chapter 109 I will take good care of brother. Esme's face turned even more ferocious as she was enraged by Kelly, and she pushed Gregor away. With her fingers curved like claws, she lunged at Kelly. "You dared to enter my dream. Today, I'll kill you first for spoiling my plans repeatedly." Kelly's divine power had recovered a little, not enough to kill Esme directly, but handling her would be easier this time. The two began their struggle in the dream. Gregor cowered pitifully in the corner, staring at Kelly without blinking, fearing that she might get bullied. Esme wanted him, and if worst came to worst, he would sacrifice himself for his sister. With a loud bang, Gregor's body trembled. Kelly took 2 steps back, her eyes narrowed, and she looked at Esme with displeasure. "You seem stronger than last time. Even devouring human souls wouldn't make one so strong in such a short time. How did she do it?" Esme wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth and panted heavily, her eyes glaring fiercely. You're stronger than before too. After saying that, she turned around abruptly, and her figure dissipated like black smoke. Kelly didn't stop her because she couldn't yet. After Esme left completely, Kelly clutched her chest and took 2 steps back, coughing deeply. Just now, both of them were determined to go down fighting and had sustained injuries. But comparatively, Kelly's injuries were lighter. Seeing this, Gregor quickly supported her, ready to offer comfort but was silenced by her cold glance. Then, both left the dream and woke up. Kelly immediately got out of bed. Hakim stood by the bedside, watching her worriedly, but didn't dare speak. Gregor also woke up. Beck, it was Tyra who saved me. That woman haunting me nearly had me. Gregor spoke eagerly upon waking but didn't continue what he really wanted to say. Hakim, being who he was, could guess what that female ghost intended to do to his son. Thanks to Tyra, Hakim said. Both father and son looked at Kelly hopefully, wishing she would say something to them. However, she turned away sharply without uttering a word. As the door opened and closed again, Hakim sighed deeply, regret showing in his eyes, just as it did in Gregor's. It was my fault, a grave mistake. Hakim sat dejectedly by the bed, unsure what to do, while Gregor remained silent. If only they knew better back then. Father, family ties need mending. Let's be good to Tyra slowly, even an iceberg will melt eventually. This can also serve as redemption, Gregor added. Hakim nodded vigorously in agreement, good. Kelly didn't return to her room but went downstairs to cook instant noodles. She was already hungry, and after all the fuss, she felt even hungrier. The next day. In the early morning, Kelly went to Isabellian's room to give her divine power to help her wake up. If this continued, she would be fully awake within 5 days at most. But where could she find so much divine power? Worried, Kelly went downstairs and ate breakfast with the Flynn family father and son in the dining room. Hakim watched his bowl carefully, hoping his daughter would still ladle porridge into his bowl as before, proving she still had a place for him in her heart. To Hakim's dismay, Kelly didn't do this. She didn't even look at him and sipped her porridge herself. Hakim's eyes grew disappointed. He ladled his own porridge, which tasted nothing like it used to. Why does today's porridge taste so different? Hakim turned to ask the maid. The maid frowned. The chef measures ingredients and seasonings precisely. The porridge shouldn't taste different. Gregor took a sip of his own bowl and nodded. It tastes the same. Hakim sipped again, feeling a significant difference but convinced it must be fine since everyone else thought so. Kelly kept silent, her eyes fixed on her plate. The porridge she served certainly tasted different from ordinary porridge. The atmosphere at the table was heavy, with only the occasional sound of spoons touching the bowls. Tyra, your elder brother and Hassan are in the same ward. Do you want to visit them together? Hakim asked aimlessly. He sounded rather resentful, having already planned how to educate Todd once more when he saw him. Hassan is there too? Kelly raised her eyes to ask. Hakim felt unbearably heartbroken again. Did that Corey have such charm? He nodded, and Kelly immediately replied, then I'll go with you. Gregor also said, I'll go too. Father and son exchanged looks, filled with determination. What they needed to do was seize every opportunity to stick close to Kelly, gradually rebuilding a good impression in her heart. As an older brother and a father, their current situation was pitiful, but both father and son felt they deserved it and got what they asked for. After dinner, the 3 of them got into the Flynn family's luxury car and set off. On the way, Hakim and Gregor both tried to strike up conversations, but of course, Kelly ignored them. The 2 awkwardly chatted with each other, finding it uninteresting after a few words. For the rest of the time, the journey to the hospital was made in silence, following the address given by Todd to reach the ward. Sister Hope, Nyla, Todd, and Hassan were all inside the ward. The Flynns and Hope Tiger were both wealthy, so they chose VIP wards, which remained spacious even with 3 more people entering. Nyla turned back at the sound and her expression darkened when she saw Kelly, but she still smiled and said, Tyra, you're here too. Hearing Tyra, Todd immediately glanced over coldly and rolled his eyes without good grace. He looked supremely indifferent. If you're here to apologize to me, don't bother. I'll never accept your apology. A crunch